or you could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jumpluff gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, trainers, to the Kingdom of Sweden. You are right on time for the start of the 6th event of the 2025 regional season here in Europe. My name is Tomahawk UK and I'm joined by some familiar faces. We have Arceus Aurelius, Adelian, and the undisputed star of the official Pokémon series Road to Worlds, it's Luacross Chromie.
You're way too kind, I have to say, way too kind. But I have to say this weekend is going to be incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing the new meta, Tomahawk.
It's going to be very, very exciting. And as I say, it's the 6th event of the circuit so far in Europe, but there have been so many events that have already played.
Yes, we've been through a lot of events already. Now it's Stockholm, and I'm super excited for it. Next month will be Sevilla, then we have Utrecht, we have Bologna, all leading up to New Orleans and NAIC.
Yes, and after NAIC, all roads lead to the World Championships that will be in Anaheim, California in August. I'm so excited to see who is going to be the next world champion at that event.
There will be so many winners. There have already been a lot of winners so far this season here in Europe, a lot of new names, and a lot of players will be gunning for their chance of a title here in Stockholm.
I'm very impressed to see all the talent we have here in Europe. None of the EU regional champions has won a championship, a regional championship before. But we have Kazim Bohm, Tonton Batus, PvP David, and Icelandic Lapras. Not all of them are fresh regional champions. And then we also have Patoman, won EUIC.
Now that Patoman performance was impressive. I think everyone had to just stop and applaud. What a young, brilliant player.
I remember when he finally won that regional championships as well after being in the grand final 3 times. He has such a high caliber of player and being able to take the international title in such fashion, Patoman is a name to watch.
Internationally as well, we're seeing a lot of players go abroad to compete, both NA players here and European players in North America. This is the North American event champions.
Yes, so we can see that Wadaj was the first champion in North America, and then there are some very familiar household names, former regional champions like Ryles Jeff making again in Louisville. Ilham, a trainer that was so good and hadn't won a regional to this date, finally getting one in Toronto, and then most recently in Vancouver. Only 2 weeks ago, fellow co-caster Rise to Occasion made another championship win.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from Rise, and there are so many championship points available to these winners, but also to all of the players that do well at these regional events.
Yes, exactly. It's not always just about having fun and playing Pokemon. There are some prizes on the lines as well. And getting these championship points are what you need in order to qualify for the World Championships. That is going to be the pinnacle of Pokemon play. And if you win this event, you can get 350 championship points, second place 325, and you see that it does just cascade down. In order to qualify, you need to be able to have this amount of points in your respective region.
So many points available, and these are all leading up towards that leaderboard so that players can qualify for the World Championships. And we know that there are also travel award placements right at the very top as well. Marcus, I know those might be something in your eye line.
Well, you can never know for sure, but I do have a hope of securing that travel award. And there's not only championship points on the line this weekend, there's also cash prizes. And as you can see, the first place finisher will take home $2,500. But it's not just the top finisher that gets rewarded for their efforts. As you can see, second place, third place, all the way down to 8th place finish will go home with a payday.
So you've heard about the champions, you've heard about the prizes on offer, but if you are new to these streams and you want to know a little bit more about what you'll be watching this weekend, pay attention to this little video.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Now, the first event since European International Championships here in Stockholm means that we are very lucky that this will be the first event of the brand new meta. We had an attack update, we are now in the Might and Mastery season, and I think everyone is very excited to see what comes up.
I can't wait to see what we have waiting for us here in Stockholm. There are so many new Pokemon that got attack updates or new attacks, and I'm just so excited to see what the players have cooked up for us this weekend.
Now, there was one event since the update in Vancouver, and that gave us a little taste of what is to come. However, it wasn't a full meta. Not all of the attack updates were eligible, and that Vancouver tournament was really a great insight into what we might see here in Stockholm.
Yes, indeed it was. And as we mentioned earlier, Rise to Occasion was the champion in Vancouver with a fantastic team. You could see certain standout Pokemon there. You see the Golisopod, you see the Shadow Steelix, but take nothing away from a relative newcomer to go so high in Heidonis Actual. This was his best finish to date. And of course, in third place, look at how many medals Junebug has stacked up, and another one added to his tally here in Vancouver.
Now, I don't believe many of these players will be here this weekend in Stockholm. I think many of the players here are probably very glad about that. But what we will have are some of the top players from the European International Championship. The top performers at that event will still be looking to progress their circuit and their season here in Stockholm.
Yes, also, I'm going to overlook the fact that you mentioned that Gastrodon wasn't one of the Pokemon on Rice's team to highlight there.
My apologies.
It's definitely going to be out there, but as Tom Hawk was saying, EUIC, these were our event winners, and they have so many incredible Pokemon on their team that I think we still will be seeing, even though there's been a lot of move updates, Pokemon like the Drappion, the Azumarill, I think they are still going to be around to stay. I think it's that little boy Corsola, however, that's going to be struggling thanks to, you know, the drop that it's had to Nightshade.
And I think one of the key ways that we can see the types of Pokemon that are really popular are on those usage graphics. I know I love to look at them. I know you at home like to look at them too. So here's the Vancouver breakdown of the top 12 Pokemon on day one.
And you can see Azumarill, Shadow Drappion, still very popular in the Vancouver meta. And Dugong has earned its highest usage so far in this Play Pokemon Championship Series because it has been a contender for a top 12, but now in Vancouver, it's cemented itself for the top 4 usage.
And I believe Dugong continued to do very well in Vancouver because we also have the day 2 usage as well. And Marcus, I know you're a big fan of Dugong. Lou, is it your favorite water type?
It's definitely not my favorite water type. My favorite is that boy Gastrodon there, making it to the top 25% in Vancouver, and then eventually did take the title. But Dugong, I think, is going to be a little bit Dugong. Now that we have a lot of Rock Tomb users in the meta rising up, it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for Dugong.
I think there are more Pokemon it's going to be difficult for going forward in the Might and Mastery series. You see Dugong, you see Shadow Drappion, and you see Azumarill. I personally believe that Azumarill is going to struggle. Did you know, and I'm going straight into this.
Here we go.
Did you know that Azumarill has been a staple throughout the season? Ever since LAIC, it's won every major event in the region. In EU, in Latin America, in NA, Azumarill has won 10 straight events. But this is where it stopped. I believe that the day of Azumarill's dominance is done. I don't think Azumarill is winning another major event in Might and Mastery season.
Now, this is a lot of talk, Marcus, but you actually went so far as to try and walk the walk as well, because you posted these on X earlier this month, and I think you're going to have to stand by your word here.
I'm willing to challenge every player in NA, in EU, in Latin America. If you can win an event with Azumarill, I will take a pouring of a gallon of water over my head. I don't believe in it.
Marcus does not believe in it. You heard it here, and he will do that challenge. If Azumarill wins, we will hold him to it. Now, if you want to keep up with all of the action, not just Marcus's Azumarill challenge, then make sure to watch on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That will give you all of the information that you need for these regional events. That is right down there, so make sure to check that out. And you can watch these on YouTube and Twitch as well. Use /Pokemon on YouTube and Twitch /Pokemon Go. But we also want to see your vibrance, your contribution on socials as well. If you have any bold claims, such as Arceus Aurelius's Azumarill claim, then make sure to post them. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon and we'll definitely see them. Otherwise, I think we're all a little bit itching to get started. So why don't we check out this video to whet the appetite, and we'll see you for the matches very, very soon.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dugong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Patoman became the new Pokemon Go European International Champion.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokemon Go action at pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome, trainers. Now, Marcus, you were at International Championships as well in London, and you did pretty well as well. How are you feeling coming off the back of that?
Well, I'm very proud of my top 8 finish, and I can tell I was in the crowd when Pokémon won that event, and it was incredible. The emotions that they displayed, him and his family, I was so moved. I was so moved. I had a tear in my eye. This is not a joke. I teared up.
It was really moving. If you missed that moment, we've actually got a little replay of it. It was such an emotional win. Such an emotional win for Pataman and for his family and friends.
2025 EUIC International Champion.
And here you see, oh, how much it means to Pataman and his loved ones. And I remember his expressions when he won the Gdansk Regional Championship as well. He's an emotional player, but he doesn't let those emotions out before he wins.
He is a player that I think so many people have been supporting throughout his journey, his Pokemon Go career, so to speak. And I think the community aspect of it as well has been really, really important for him and for so many of us. And that is why we want to turn to you, the community, to help us pick the first match that we will see here on stream at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
I'm very interested to see what we've got here, and I can tell that the first match we see here, the Reeve 18 versus Kalle Speciale. Kalle is a Sweden local. He's from Sweden. And the Reeve, he had a very interesting run at EUIC. At Birmingham, I believe. At Birmingham.
A lot of these players have done very well, and I think we also have the Norwegian-Swedish match up there at the bottom as well, so I'm very interested and excited to see which match you at home get to vote for. Make sure to get your votes in as quickly as possible.
As you mentioned, Andiuf versus Eldirut is a Norway versus Sweden clash. Vote for that, trainers. We want to see Norway up against Sweden. Maybe I'm a little bit biased here because of my Norwegian heritage.
Yeah, absolutely no bias up here behind the desk. But we also have some key players that we want to highlight throughout the whole of this weekend, as well as the Pataman's performance there on the left. You also have Kaufia and PvP David that will be competing this weekend.
Yeah, and PvP David, also a Swede. And with his consistency, I believe we're going to see a lot of him this weekend. We also have done some more predictions on what Pokemon will be impressive this weekend.
And this is a little bit bold from us because obviously we've never really had an opportunity to see the top performing Pokemon in the Might and Mastery season. This is the first event that many of these Pokemon will be eligible, and you can see that I straight away have gone there for the Pokemon that I think will be the standout this weekend and for most of this season, Cradily. With access to Rock Tomb, it is a really strong rock-type attack that guarantees an attack debuff on your opponents. I think that's going to be hugely impactful.
And I have chosen to believe in Registeel to wall off Cradily's energy and hit it back with not Focus Blast this time, but double cannons. Registeel finds out the cannons the Blastoise way, and with the double cannons, Zap Cannon and Flash Cannon. But I also see interesting picks from Lou with the Lapras, I believe is going to be strong. The Furret, I believe is going to be strong. What do you see from Adelian that you find interesting?
I really like that Galarian Weezing.
I agree.
And I think that you can opt for both the regular variant as well as the Shadow variant. And if I'm honest with you, trainers, I actually think that Sludge and Overheat is the way to go on Galarian Weezing.
But there's so many players still rocking that brutal swing from Galarian Weezing. Why do you choose the Overheat instead of it?
Sometimes the pacing for Galarian Weezing is no longer needed now that it has access to the fairly fast Sludge, which it does have the same type attack bonus on, and instead you might want to pressure shields from your opponent with something hard-hitting. That Fire-type Overheat can do a ton of damage to the Steel-type Pokemon that often otherwise have quite strong matchups into Galarian Weezing.
But I believe in a Pokemon that has a very good matchup into other Poison types, into Grass types, into Fairy types like Azumarill, and that is Swallot. I truly believe Swallot can be a core breaker this season. It beats Shadow Drappion. If you have a very high defense and HP on your Swallot, it can beat Shadow Drappion down a shield.
Well, that is impressive because, as we know, Azumarill and Shadow Drappion, they were the staples of the last season. And I think that we are reasonably expecting there to be a transition period as players continue to use them, but perhaps move away from them going forward into this Might and Mastery season. And that makes it very difficult to know what to expect here this weekend.
And as I like to say, you get some usage that will be unique for every event, but I believe that the meta will evolve from like an Eevee to a Vaporeon, and I gotta say, I can't wait to see how this meta will evolve.
I think there is going to be so much opportunity for players to try Pokemon that we've never seen before in the Pokemon Go circuit, but also probably Pokemon that we've never seen before across any of the games. We've obviously got VG and TCG playing this weekend as well, and I think the really unique thing about Pokemon Go is that there are so many options available to trainers that really allows them to shine.
And I also believe that there will be new trainers that we haven't featured as much this season. We have done a fantasy casters draft where we picked players that we believe can perform well in this tournament. So, won't you start? How come you picked your good friend Colin 6?
Look, Colin, he is obviously one of the top players, not just in Europe, but also in the world. He's currently ranked #1 in Europe on championship points, and I think he will be a player that is looking to make the most of the uncertainty, where not many players know exactly what they want to use, and he will rely on his experience to try and drive him forward instead.
And I see Lou's pick, Potterman winning EUIC, Adelian's pick, PvP David winning Stuttgart. You guys just pick the hot guns, while I am picking my friends. It's Ventuski, it's Icelandic Lapras, it's Dane WWW. All of these players does have what it takes. Icelandic Lapras already won Birmingham. Ventuski, an incredible player from Latin America who's come here to compete today. And coming all the way from Chile, playing here in Sweden. I mean, I can't wait to see what Ventuski's bringing to this.
So we've mentioned some top players there, but I think there are also some risers in the background. So I've also picked Snorek. He's a player that I think has been involved in the circuit for a number of years, but very recently his performances have really started to improve, and he might also be looking to take advantage of an opportunity to bring some interesting picks. He's brought Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite before and really put the pressure on. Will he find something in this new meta that he can take advantage of?
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he picks up the Goodra, which was one of my caster predictions to do well. I'm a strong believer in Goodra, and I really hope that with this new update that Goodra can perform well. And here we see the top 12 Pokemon Day 1.
There it is, there's the Cradily at #1.
Cradily.
Marcus, I believe you set yourself a challenge.
It's one to overcome for sure. But as you can see, in Vancouver, Azumarill was still around 50%, if not more. So Azumarill is trending down, is the way I see it. This is a win for me. I'll take this.
Look at that. The Azumarill Shadow Drappion core that was so prominent, so popular last season, it still is being lent into here in Stockholm. We're in the Might and Mastery season. Now, Marcus is saying that he thinks that this is just an overhang from the last season and they will go down, but he has also mentioned Swallot before, and you can see that is made top 12 usage, 21% of players here in Stockholm.
I'm flabbergasted by Swallot's usage. I thought I'd found a niche in the meta of how good Swallot could be, but it turns out these players here, they're onto it. I've figured out that Swallot's unique value.
Do you know something that's really interesting?
Tell me about it.
If you look at the last season, there were so many normal type Pokemon that kept popping up here and there in top usage. Diggersby was popular, Dunsparce was very popular, and then we also see Pokemon like Bibarel doing very well. How many normal type Pokemon do you see in this top 12?
I don't see a single one. I believe that the usage of Shadow Annihilate has suppressed the normal types, but I was curious to see if we could get Lou's caster prediction, Furret, anywhere close to the top 12 Pokemon, but it's not here, and I believe Furret will make more of an impact on day 2 than it maybe does on day 1.
Now, speaking of impact, the votes are in for the community vote for the first match, and guess what? There was actually a tie.
What?
There were 2 matches that received the same number of votes, and that was the Andyoof and Elderoot match and the Cockshuck and Consuelo Bunny. And so do you know what? We're going to show both.
What? Do we get double trouble?
We get double trouble. Both of those matches. We are going to hold up our word. We're going to show you both of those community choice matches, so get excited.
And we are just your personal servers. Community, whatever you want, we will hand it to you. If you want both Andyoof and Elderoot and Cockshuck and Consuelo Bunny, well, you will get it because we deliver.
I'm really excited now that we've seen Cradily, Swallot, a couple of other options. We saw Guzzlord coming in there right at the bottom, but I think Guzzlord has been a really popular choice of players to try and suppress the energy of Shadow Drappion. Shadow Drappion, it uses the Dark type Crunch, and it uses the Water type Aqua Tail. Guzzlord, as a Dark and Dragon type Pokemon, it resists both of those attacks.
Even though it does, I am not as comfortable as the Guzzlord as I'd like to be in that matchup because of the power of Shadow Drappion. So for me, I give up that Dark Resist for Goodra, because I believe that Goodra can win every equal shielding scenario against a Drappion. In the Zero Shields, you go for the Thunder Punch. When the matchup drags on, you switch over to Aqua Tail. It comes a little bit faster. So Goodra can really control that matchup. And I'm a firm believer that if you play Goodra well, the sky's the limit for you.
Yeah, so Marcus is a big Goodra fan. Other players opting for Guzzlord. They like that Dark typing. It resists the Ghost type damage as well from Pokemon like Shadow Sableye. That is back in the meta. We saw Sableye so much in the early seasons of Pokemon Go PvP, but now Foul Play has been adjusted, and it does less damage, but it's quicker. And for Sableye, that's hugely important.
I think Sableye's struggle to shape the meta recently has been because of its lack of pace. I think that Sableye really needs that pacing to perform to his utmost level. And with a new Foul Play, it really can.
And we've also seen Lapras really rise in usage. Lapras was given access to the fast attack Psywave. This is an attack that we typically only really seen on Malamar. I note no Malamar in the top usage there. So is Lapras now the best Psywave user?
I believe Lapras has overtaken the previously best Water-type Psywave user, Starmie, as the best
I think that was
user.
maybe a low bar for it.
Oh, yeah.
But I think Lapras could be a really exciting Pokemon to see. And there was one Pokemon, a Water-type, actually a favorite of mine, that didn't make top usage, but is a Pokemon that I think will do very well, and that is Blastoise.
I have it on my caster prediction as well, because I also believe in the Blastoise. We did not see it in the top 12, as you mentioned, but I think Blastoise can really shape Day 2.
It has access to rollout.
It does, and that's a new move from this season.
Exactly, so that is a new attack for Blastoise, which was previously using Water Gun, not quite as quick, but the rollout gives it really nice energy generation, and it has Skull Bash, a really hard-hitting, normal-type attack that guarantees its defense increase, and that can be massively important.
So you would run Skull Bash instead of Ice Beam on the Blastoise?
I would.
Why?
Well, there are a couple of things. One thing is you want to differentiate yourself from the other Water-type Pokemon in the meta. You have access to Ice Beam on Azumarill. You have access to Ice Beam on Lapras as well, should you choose to run it. But the really nice thing about Blastoise and Skull Bash is that as it's energy loading into that Skull Bash, the residual energy that you're left over with is perfect for Blastoise's Hydro Cannon. So you can throw that Skull Bash and then start spamming those Hydro Cannons thick and fast, and Blastoise, with that extra bulk, it becomes really potent.
And being annoying to remove while also having a lot of power to hit back against your opponent, well, that's winning recipes, it sounds like. And Hydro Cannon, as we all know, we've seen Swampert, we've seen Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon has been one of the moves that's been shaping the meta ever since it's been released.
Water-type starters, they've always been in the top usage, and I think that Blastoise might weasel its way back in throughout this Might and Mastery season. Players will maybe clock on that it does have a lot of play.
And I'm very curious about Lapras versus Blastoise, because as you mentioned, Lapras can opt for Ice Beam or Skull Bash. It has a very similar moveset to Blastoise, and it also relies on a water-type charge attack, namely Sparkling Aria, that he got new from this season. And so I'm very curious to see how players will choose to pick the moves for Lapras and for Blastoise, because they have pretty similar options, but they still are different.
And one of the really exciting things about this season is that there are so many Pokemon that are now viable that I would say are fan favorites, that people have really wanted to see become prominent. Because I remember actually years ago, you told me that you could not wait for a Lapras meta to emerge. Today's the day, Marcus.
Yes, and I'm sitting here behind the desk getting to watch all the action. I'm itching to get out there playing, but I can't wait to see what the players have waiting for us here. And I really, really hope that we get some Lapras action. But I'm curious how Lapras is going to perform into the Cradillys, into the Shadow Drappion, because it's a dark type, and Lapras has now got a psychic type fast attack. But it's not even that bad of a matchup, and that tells you how good Lapras is.
See, there's one interesting thing about Shadow Drappion. It's a poison and a dark type Pokemon. Now, poison is weak to psychic.
Exactly.
But dark is double resistant to it. And so, net, Drappion resists Psywave. However, in practice, because Psywave is a one-turn fast attack, it deals damage so quickly, and Shadow Drappion's not very bulky, so the Psywaves really do add up.
But you also see the preferred charge attack on Lapras is Sparkling Aria. This is a signature move for Lapras and Primarina, and its power over the previously preferred charge attack Surf it's just better. It does the same. It does more damage for the same amount of energy. And then you can opt for Ice Beam or Skull Bash. What do you prefer on your Lapras?
So this is really interesting. Ice Beam, it's a legacy attack on your Lapras. If you go into your storage, you click on Lapras, press that menu button, and right at the very top, if you press Pokedex, there is now a battle tab. It will show you all of the attacks available to Lapras. It will show you that Ice Beam is there. It needs an elite charge TM to acquire it, and it will give Lapras so much play into grass-type Pokemon. That Shadow Jumpluff that we've seen in top usage really could be threatened by Lapras. And when you've got Talonflame and Shadow Jumpluff in the top usage, having a water-type Pokemon that can take out both might be pretty useful.
I'm very interested to see what will be the more common move for Lapras. And if Lapras rises up to become one of the most dominant Pokemon in this meta, I believe we will get to see a switch over to Skull Bash, because as a water type, Lapras resists water, and as a water ice type, it double resists ice. So throwing Sparkling Aria or Ice Beam into opposing Lapras is not that efficient, but a normal type move like Skull Bash could really, really swing the Lapras mirror matchup in your favor.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting situation that the players are going to have to account for throughout this season. You have grass-type Pokemon, your Cradily, your Shadow Jumpluff, and Ice is super effective into grass-type. However, the more popular Lapras becomes, as you say, well, you don't want to be resisted by your opponent's Lapras. So do you then let go of your ice coverage and say, well, I actually need to focus on beating my opponent's Lapras? Or maybe do you use other Pokemon in your team to counter their Lapras instead?
Okay, I've thought about it a little bit.
Yeah?
And the main grass type in this meta is Cradily, as we've discussed. Cradily is part rock type. So Cradily does not resist the Sparkling Aria, the water-type charge attack from Lapras. And that means that it won't be futile to throw Sparkling Arias into Cradily. Am I crazy, or does that actually make sense to you too?
Well, it is interesting because unlike Feraligatr, if we all remember Feraligatr, you know,
I clearly remember Feraligatr.
I mean, it's no longer in top usage, which is crazy because it was one of the most popular Pokemon from last season. But Feraligatr had an interesting situation where it had access to Hydro Cannon, obviously a great water-type attack, as well as Ice Beam. And Ice Beam was super effective against many Pokemon, but Hydro Cannon's raw damage was just so good that frequently you might just want to throw Hydro Cannon anyway. Now, Lapras is in a little bit of a different situation. Sparkling Aria is a great attack, but Lapras is also an Ice type, which means it gets same type attack bonus on Ice Beam, and Ice Beam does more damage. And that might be something that players want to consider as well, not just the coverage, but also that damage output.
Yeah, now we're not seeing as much of Shadow for Alligator as we were at, for example, EUIC, but I miss those times already. I love the for Alligator. Let's take a look at some highlights from the European International Championship.
Connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke in the go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza's at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is gonna stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your EUIC Juniors champion.
Dribby and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull in play, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protected Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No! It doesn't work! Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going first. The close combat.
To Luis Urshifu. It's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutterman, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back EUIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
That could be you. That could be any of us. We dream of having a story like that. So many incredible players, and I can't wait to see which ones rise this weekend here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
But it couldn't be you.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
No, it can't. It can't be me either. So, but I'm still happy being here. I'm looking forward to what we have in store. I know that the players are on stage. They're about to get ready for their battle, and I'm super excited to see what we get on stage, because Andy Youth is a teammate of mine.
He's a friend of yours, a very good friend.
He is. He's a local in my Oslo community, and I believe that him and I had very similar thoughts going into this tournament. So, because he beat me in the cup final last weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
so
then
are you supporting him here, or are you thinking, I still have a little bit of resentment for that?
I support him here.
Okay.
It's like a brotherly feud.
Well, I will be Team Eldiroot then. He is a Swedish player. He will be representing the locals. Stockholm Regional Championship. Can it be won? The first match by a Swedish player. Well, I have to hope so if you're rooting for Andyuf.
Well, to be honest, I'm a little bit torn here because Eldiroot is also a teammate of mine.
Oh!
Yeah, we have a really, really tight-knit group.
Okay.
And it's so unfortunate. I saw the team that Andyuf and Eldiroot is in. It also has Danny W, it has Icelandic Lapras, and I believe there are 5 teammates in the same group.
Look at these teams. So we can see immediately the Cradily on the side of Eldiroot. That is one of the most popular Pokemon that has been brought this weekend. But Andyuf has some interesting picks on his side.
Yeah, that's what I told you. He has the Goodra, he has the Blastoise. He believes in what I believe in. He has your caster prediction in Claydol. He has Lou's caster prediction in Furret. This is a very interesting team and should be solid in this new meta.
Yeah, I think Claydol might be a little bit tricky to bring into Eldiroot's team. Diggersby's very, very bulky. Rock Tomb's obviously not very effective against it. And although you do have that target of the Galarian Weezing, there are also a lot of Pokemon on Eldiroot's side that are very strong into that Claydol. So I'm not sure if it's a Pokemon that he'll lean into in this series.
That Panda for Eldiroot, that Pangoro, I think looks really strong into Andyuf. The only real problem Pokemon for Pangoro is that Jumpluff. Other than that, it lines up well into the Sandslash. It's not bad into the Claydol. It's fine into the Goodra. It's really good into the Furret, and it's also fine into the Blastoise.
And we can see then that one of the best counters on Andyuf's side to that Pangoro is the Shadow Jumpluff.
Exactly.
And so Eldiroot needs to think about this. He goes, look, my Pangoro, it looks really good into my opponent. And my opponent, what options do they have? Look at that Shadow Jumpluff. It's going to be running so many charged attacks are available to it. But basically what you will see here is you've got Blastoise. It runs Hydro Cannon and Skull Bash. Shadow Jumpluff runs Fairy Wind, Aerial Ace, and Acrobatics. Furret has Sucker Punch, Swift, and Trailblaze. Goodra, Dragon Breath, Aqua Tail, Thunder Punch, Claydol, Mudslap, Rock Tomb, and he's opted for the Scorching Sands as well.
I know you prefer the Ice Beam over Scorching Sands.
I do like the Ice Beam there if I were running Claydol. And finally, Sandslash. It's the Shadow Claw variant with Ice Punch and Drill Run.
Shadow Sandslash with Shadow Claw. That's Shadow and Shadow. And but I believe, along with Sandslash, we've seen it previously with Powder Snow a lot recently. But now Andyuf has opted back in for the Shadow Claw on the Sandslash. What difference does that make, and why do you think he's opted for that?
There are a couple of interesting things by the Shadow Alolan Sandslash shifting to the Ghost-type attack Shadow Claw, and that is it has a much better play into Lapras. As you mentioned, Lapras as a water and an ice type Pokemon, it double resists ice type damage. Shadow Claw, on the other hand, gives Alolan Sandslash a way to win that matchup.
And against like something like a Shadow Jumpluff, do you need the additional Powder Snow damage, or is the double super effective ice charged attack from Ice Punch enough? I believe that you don't lose a lot in the Shadow Jumpluff matchup as the Sandslash, and therefore you can use your Frost attack for other targets, as you're mentioning. For example, the Lapras.
And you also forego the super effective, or sorry, the resisted damage you will have against that Shadow Drappion now. So Shadow Claw, it's a ghost type attack. Shadow Drappion, it's part dark, it resists ghost. And so it does resisted damage, and so perhaps he's opting for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash because all he wants is Drill Run, the super effective ground type attack. He goes, okay, I will just go for that damage instead of the fast attack damage.
You're so clever, Furret, because that is exactly what I was thinking as well. So I'm pretty sure that you need the extra oomph on your Drill Runs to knock out the Shadow Drappion, because when you have a regular Sandslash, non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Shadow Claw and Drill Run, it's not enough to knock out the Drappion.
So in terms of teams then here, what Pokemon do you think that we are likely to see? Do we know that Shadow Jumpluff is a great option for Andrew, and so therefore will Elderoot try and lean perhaps into Talonflame, maybe the Cradily with Rock Tomb as well?
I am very interested to see what Cradily goes for. I believe that he will run the Pangoro. And the only real issue for Goodra from Andewf is that Galarian Weezing. And Galarian Weezing, it struggles against Blastoise because the Hydro Cannons hit very hard. It struggles against Claydol. It struggles against Alolan Sandslash unless you can land that hard-hitting Overheat. If he's running Overheat at all, he already has a Fire type with Talonflame. Maybe he's running Brutal Swing Sludge. I'm not sure if the Weezing is coming. And that's why I think the Goodra might be a good pick for Andewf.
Yes. Now, if you are just joining the stream, we are at the Pokémon Go Stockholm Regional Championships. We are just gearing up, building the tension for our first match of the weekend. This was a community choice match between Andewf on the left and Elderoot on the right. The teams are up. You can take a look yourself. This is the first look of the new Might and Mastery season.
I'm very interested to see Elderoot's moveset option on the Shadow Sableye, because I believe that Elderoot recently, or leading up to the tournament, still has considered Power Jam.
Interesting.
Over the Dazzling Gleam, because he already has a Fairy type, but he also has a Rock type. So it would be a toss-up, and I'm very curious to see what targets he wants for that Sableye.
I really like Dazzling Gleam on Shadow Sableye. Fairy type coverage paired with Ghost type damage has an incredible coverage against the meta. And with Foul Play as well, as we've said, that faster hitting charge attack, it has perfect coverage against everything that is available in the Pokemon Go meta.
But what I'm questioning is if Elderoot wants a generalist like you get with the Dazzling Gleam, or if he wants a specialist to maybe hit back against the Jumpluffs that we've seen is incredibly common. To hit the Lapras is harder that we assume are common. It's also quicker to Power Gem than to Dazzling Gleam, so hitting the Shadow Drappion...
Only on the second one, right? It's the same number to the first.
That is true, that is true. But that means it takes you shorter to get there in a one shield scenario if you want to go straight for the Power Gem or the Dazzling Gleam, like for example against like a Shadow Drappion. So I believe that Sableye is coming, especially if it's running Power Gem. I believe that it can hit the Jumpluff so hard with that Shadow Power Gem that I think Elderoot is going to lean into the Shadow Sableye.
Perhaps, and I really would like to see it. Sableye could be back. Now, if you're unsure about how this works, both of these players, they will have team sheets, pieces of paper that they will present to their opponents, and it shows their Pokemon, and it shows all of the attacks that are available. It's an open team sheet format. That means Andewf, he knows already the attacks that Shadow Sableye has on the side of Elderoot, and Elderoot similarly knows all of the charge attacks available to Andewf. And this information, I think, gives players a lot of skill expression opportunity. They know what their opponent's strategies are, and they can just rely on playing to the best of their abilities and try and take that victory.
I'm very interested to see LD Root's choice of moveset. It's a question on Weezing, on Sableye, and on the Talonflame. Is it running Brave Bird or is it running Flame Charge? I am a Flame Charge believer, and I think, especially in the previous meta where Diggersby was so common, Flame Charge gives you a lot of consistency. I think of Brave Bird as more of a get-at-a-gel card. It can bail you out in tough positions, while Flame Charge is for cementing those already good positions. So basically, I'm saying that Flame Charge Talonflame and Brave Bird Talonflame are two very different Pokemon, and they need to be applied differently.
There are so many Pokemon to talk about. We've been talking for quite a while about all of these Pokemon, and I know we're really, really excited to get started. The players, you can see them there. They are now looking at the team sheets. This means we are in motion. Very, very quickly, these players will be asked to lock in. They get 2 minutes to check the team sheet of their opponent and try and compose a line of 3 from their teams of 6 in this best of 3 format.
I'm very interested to see what these players come up with. It's time, viewers. Players are getting ready. You can see they're in the zone, and you, at home or in the venue, watching the stream, I think it's time to get ready for an intense battle. This is Norway versus Sweden. This is a Viking clash. This is the fiercest of throwdowns we will see this weekend. One of them at least, I'm sure.
There are so many powerful, powerful Pokemon, and that Pangoro, it is a Pokemon that I have loved using so far this season. It's a Pokemon I brought to Baltimore in one of the very first events of the season, and it is back. It was previously replaced for a little bit by the Shadow Annihilate, and for the first time we are not seeing any Shadow Annihilate on these teams. The only fighter is that Pangoro. As you've said, it looks so good into the team of Andiev. It has super effective damage available to it in Dark and Fighting, and Dark is super effective against that Claydol. Fighting, super effective against Sandslash and Furret, but is also not resisted by either of Blastoise and Goodra, so you will throw a really powerful close combat. And if we do see a close combat from a Pangoro, Andiev needs to shield, otherwise it will do so much damage.
And the close combats, Pangoro pays so quickly to it, so there will be options for Eliroot to land multiple during this set and just during a single battle. But while you are concerned about the Pokemon, I'm concerned about the players. They are anxious, but they are ready, and they want to take it all, both of them, for their home country, for their friends, for their families, but not to forget for themselves.
For themselves, and they are getting right in. This is game number 1 of the winners round 2. It is Goodra up against Diggersby.
And we see the Goodra immediately. I love to see it. The Diggersby is not in a rush to get out of this matchup though, because it's so tanky. Ooh, very interesting by Andiev.
Andiev is letting this first Scorching Sands come through, and Scorching Sands has the possibility of debuffing the attack of the opponent. Andiev will hope that that doesn't happen here, and he's got away with it. He's building up so much energy, and here comes the Cradily.
And very interesting swap by both of these players. The Cradily safe swap, and when there's a Sandslash on the other team, very interesting. Answered by Furret by Andiev.
Now, Cradily comes in and you're throwing this Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb, it does a lot of damage, as you can see there, and it guarantees that attack fall on the side of Furret. Furret does have a way to hit back. Grass, it's neutral into the Grass Rock type of Cradily, and Trailblaze is an attack that will bring that attack stat right back up to where it used to be for Furret.
I believe that shielding Furret in this position could be beneficial because you're coming out of this matchup. Oh, Andiev decides to let it go.
Lets it go, but does hold on. So can Furret reach another attack against this Cradily? It looks like it will, just in time before it goes down. Reaches that second Trailblaze. This will be enough to knock down the Cradily unless Elderoot shields. He doesn't. He lets Cradily go down, and he's going to come back in, perhaps with Shadow Sableye. No, he goes for that Diggersby to just quick attack it down.
Are you coming in with a Blastoise here, though? You know that the Oh no, he comes in with a Goodra. This is very interesting position for both of these players. You need double Aqua Tail to take out this Diggersby.
And do you know what? I think Elderoot might be thinking to himself, I'm going to preserve shields for my Sableye. I think that it has a ton of play when shields are up.
And I'm very interested to see how Andyuf reacts to this. Oh, he bangs the energy on Diggersby. This is looking better for Andyuf because now he can threaten so much damage onto the Sableye. Doesn't like taking charge attacks.
Do you take an Aqua Tail? No, not today, says Elderoot. I'm going to take this energy forward and I'm going to start trying to outpace this Blastoise. The Blastoise, it's rolling out. The Hydro Cannons are starting to load up. They would do a ton of damage. So Elderoot is trying to get to this foul play as quickly as possible in the meantime.
And remember that Elderoot saved a charge attack on the Diggersby in case he needs it in the back. But Andyuf knows this is just a foul play. He lets it go because Blastoise can't take this foul play.
Yeah, Blastoise is really, really tanky. And look how quickly those Hydro Cannons are accumulating. There are almost 2 there available to Andyuf. Elderoot will need to shield to preserve Shadow Sableye. It would be enough to knock out, but he knows that another Hydro Cannon is available, and he makes the catch!
Incredible play by Elderoot. I believe Andyuf even tried to wait and see if a switch came through, but Elderoot decided to delay his charge attacks. But can the Sableye take out the Blastoise still? I don't believe so, and Andyuf gets to the Hydro Cannon!
Look at that, Andyuf powers through to that Hydro Cannon. Elderoot tried to get as much energy as possible. He thought to himself, well, if I don't throw, I might need this energy for the Goodra as well. Do I need more energy? He didn't get the opportunity to throw it. Blastoise powers through, and Andyuf takes game number 1.
Incredibly well played Blastoise by Andyuf. When he saw the Cradily safe swap from Elderoot, he knew that the Blastoise looked very good in the back as long as there's no Pangoro. If there was a Pangoro in the back, well, Pangoro doesn't like taking Hydro Cannons either, to be honest. So Andyuf piloted that game very well when he saw, okay, the Cradily is gone, my Blastoise is looking good.
And that Blastoise, it had a shield available to it. So you have the Goodra, you have the Blastoise plus a shield. It was getting to those Hydro Cannons quickly. It was a great catch by Elderoot, but it wouldn't have made a difference either way. And you've just looked so powerful with the bulk that he had available to him.
I'm also very interested of Andyuf's choice of leading Goodra with Furret in the back, because that would be very weak to a Galarian Weezing lead, because Goodra takes super effective from the Fairy type damage, and it doesn't hit back because Dragon, Fairy types are immune to Dragon, but he also has the Furret in the back that relies a lot on Sucker Punch, which is Dark type damage. It's not effective into the Fairy types at all, so I'm very interested to see if Elderoot will switch it up, maybe bring the Weezing this time.
Well, I have a question for you. You know these players a lot better than many. What is that Diggersby really looking to do into this matchup? We saw it was led there, but actually as I'm going through this team, what matchup would Elderoot have really liked to have seen?
I think Elderoot just relied on the Diggersby as a sponge. I think he just wants Diggersby to... Diggersby can do something into everything on Andyuf's team. Andyuf is not running a grass-type charge attack on Jumpluff, so Diggersby can hit back with super effective fire punches while not taking super effective damage from the grass type. And here we see the players locking in for game 2.
This is game 2. If Andyuf takes this game, he will win this series. That Blastoise is there, and Pangoro is up against it. It resists the rollout. It outpaces to its hard-hitting attacks. So let's see how these players play out this matchup.
And I'm very interested to see Andyuf actually going weak in the front and in the back to the Cradily. Blastoise and Jumpluff both struggle a little bit in that matchup, but here we see how threatening the Hydro Cannons are.
And here comes the Goodra. The Goodra, it doesn't resist close combat either, so this will do a ton of damage if it lands. But Andyuf, he probably doesn't want to shield, knowing he's using this Goodra, but he's actually going to. This is probably an unconventional play for a Goodra player.
And very interesting to see that Elderoot stays in with the Pangoro. And
you'd expect to go straight into the Galarian Weezing after this close combat, for sure.
When you have such a strong matchup like the Galarian Weezing, I'd go right in, but oh,
I like this. Look at this. It's an aggressive farm down. The Dragon Breath, they're double resisted by the Fairy typing of that Poison Fairy Galarian Weezing. Thunder Punch, it will do a little chunk of damage, really not much to threaten the Galarian Weezing. You don't need to shield that. A full farm down, and you can now start to throw this energy into that Blastoise. Sludge, it's quite a powerful, same type attack bonus, poison charged attack.
And we're going to see Blastoise no-shield this. It can take one, but it can't take two. So Andiouf is going to throw this Hydro Cannon immediately to get rid of this Weezing. Because
this will be close.
Yeah, I believe this Hydro Cannon will be enough. I don't think that Oh, it's close. The Weezing might not get to another move. No, it gets let down. Excellent play by Andiouf. And here we see the Cradily. Oh, this Cradily is looking incredible for Elderoot right now.
This is really nice for Elderoot because Rock Tomb is a super effective Rock-type charge attack. It guarantees a debuff on the Shadow Jumpluff, and it does a ton of damage. And now the Shadow Jumpluff, although it has access to the really hard-hitting acrobatics, it won't do quite as much damage as it otherwise would have.
If Andiouf can get a shield here, oh, and Elderoot lets it go.
I quite like this play from Elderoot. Elderoot knows that he holds on. He knows that the Pangoro benefits from having access to shields, and he wants to think, actually, how can I make the most of the Pokemon that I still have left? He can swap in as soon as he wants to. The Cradily so far is doing a ton of work for him.
And the Cradily, I believe I'd shield the Cradily here if I'm being honest with you.
I probably would have as well. Elderoot, he maybe tried to call an Aerial Ace bait. He didn't quite get it, and now he's going to have to shield this Aerial Ace. This is now going to be tricky energy management. Elderoot wants to make the most of the energy available to Pangoro, but he cannot afford to take too much damage because here comes the Blastoise. You throw the Night Slash. Is this going to be enough? It does have same type attack bonus. I think this could be really close.
Oh, how tanky is the Blastoise? It goes down, and this...
And now can you reach the close combat?
And will the close combat be enough? I believe the close combat has to be enough here.
Close combat, it is resisted by Shadow Jumpluff, but Pangoro just hits so hard. The Shadow Jumpluff goes down. What a victory for Elderoot. He makes it 1-1 in this series.
But incredible play by both players. How close Andiouf managed to make a very tricky situation for him. I'm super impressed by both of these players.
That was really, really meticulously played by Elderoot, and I think everyone, they almost paused when he didn't protect that Cradily. You thought to yourself, hold on a minute, Cradily has so much play into the Shadow Jumpluff and the Blastoise, but I think Elderoot recognized, I don't have enough energy on the Cradily to take out both the Shadow Jumpluff and the Blastoise because the Blastoise is so close to the Hydro Cannon. Instead, why didn't I use Karate Chop? It is really quick, it gets me energy very, very quickly. Let the Cradily go. Shield once, and then I can outpace both the Blastoise and then the Shadow Jumpluff, exactly as we saw there. And that win condition identification from Elderoot, very, very impressive.
Very impressive. And I do believe that Elderoot had multiple ways to secure a win, but he also had several ways to let the win elude him. But he managed to find a path that took him to victory. Every game, Furret, is a riddle. You need to solve your opponent's team with your own team and applying the right pieces in the right positions. And both of these players are trying to solve each other's riddle at the same time, and that is what makes Pokemon Go PvP so interesting to me.
It is so fast-paced. These players are playing live. They know that every half second counts. And as we've said, this is a best of 3. The players are tied 1-1. Whoever wins this next game will proceed into the next round. And this whole tournament, it's double elimination. You can only afford to lose a match twice. And these players don't want to lose this early in the tournament. It's really, really tense for them.
I'm very interested by the Galarian Weezing. We saw it is not running overheat. Maybe the Sandslash is coming out for Andiouf.
Yes, it is. It's up against the Shadow Sableye. 2 shadows against each other. Neither of them really want to take any damage. Now, the Shadow Sableye, it will win charge attack priority. That determines which Pokemon gets to throw an attack first based on its attack stat, but Elderoot hasn't chosen to throw an attack yet. He will shield up this Ice Punch that comes from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Very interesting to see Elderoot still bringing the Cradily in the back. He does not want to lead the Cradily.
Now, the really nice thing for Elderoot is that Andiouf doesn't have a Pokemon that you can catch a foul play on to resist its damage. No matter what he chooses to catch on, if he does, as he does here onto his Goodra, it still does a decent chunk of damage. So I don't think Elderoot has too much risk with throwing this foul play.
But I also believe that the energy from Alolan Sandslash could be so valuable in the back for Andiouf. And he stores up a foul play and goes out to the Cradily. And this is so good for Andyuf's Blastoise in the back.
This is really, really good for Andyuf's Blastoise. And I think that the Diggersby has been coming because of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash running Shadow Claw. And Fire Punch recently, relatively recently, received a buff to its attack. So Fire Punch will do a lot. Rock Tomb is coming through here. But is this Undercharge going to be near perfect? Oh my goodness, it might be!
Incredible play by Eldiruth. I thought he put himself in a slightly uncomfortable position because Cradily needs to throw a lot of energy to take out the Goodra.
So what he did there is he didn't use all of the bubbles when throwing his charge attack because he wanted to get a few extra bullet seeds in. That forces Andyuf to now aggressively swap back in the Alolan Sandslash and throw this Ice Punch. But the shield goes up. Eldiru really wants to get this Rock Tomb off. Rock Tomb, it's neutral into the Ice and Steel type of Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It will knock out, but again, it's a little bit of an undercharge here.
Oh, it's so interesting. I can't believe it. But he catches an Ice Punch, a debuffed Ice Punch on his Diggersby. Is this good for Eldiruth?
Well, I actually think that this could be really nice because I don't quite know if you're in Hydro Cannon range here from Blastoise, and the rollouts don't do a ton of damage. So that Cradily that has preserved some of its health could be important, but it's really unclear. This is a really tense game, and both players are trying to work out the win conditions live.
I believe that the debuff, if we see a debuff here, it's going to be so good for Andyuf. No, for Eldiruth.
Oh, it was a catch attempt, but it didn't work.
No, I think he just used the Goodra to clear the debuff from his Blastoise. Very clever by Andyuf. He now has stored up 2 Hydro Cannons. It's not enough to take out the Diggersby.
It's
wow.
not enough, and now they go for the charge attack priority. Both players press their charge attack at the same time. Blastoise has a higher attack stat, so it gets to go first. Eldiruth has now cleared all of the energy off this Blastoise, but it still has a shield remaining. Foul play is available to this Sableye. Can you reach 2? There's one come through now. Eldiruth knows that Andyuf has another one. So will he pause and try for a catch? That is the question.
That is the question. Does he go for the catch immediately? No, Andyuf throws the Hydro Cannon straight into the Sableye. And it's out of bullet seed range.
How much energy does the Cradily have left?
How much energy is on the Cradily? It's almost dry. Blastoise will outpace the Cradily in this matchup, and Blastoise takes the win for Andyuf!
A big win for the Water-type Blastoise, one of the fan favorites. Andyuf, also a fan favorite. He takes game number 3, wins the series 2-1. That is a great start to our regional championship.
I'm amazed. I'm in awe by these players. The battle went forth and back and forth, and incredible showing by both of these trainers. You see Norway, you see Sweden. They don't want to lose this game, but here we are. We have the Norwegian as the victor in Sweden's capital of Stockholm.
That was superb. Norway versus Sweden. As you said, the Norwegian Andyuf comes out on top. Really clever plays there in a match that, as you said, it was going both ways the entire time. It was really tricky to know who was going to be on top come the end of that game. Andyuf, superb performance.
I'm so impressed by Andyuf and how he decided to just throw the Hydro Cannon. He did not, he risked Eldiruth catching on his Cradily because Eldiruth's swap was up. He could have tried to catch the Hydro Cannon on the Cradily. Andyuf decided just, no, you know what? He's going to stay in with the Sableye. I'm going to throw the Hydro Cannon, get rid of the Sableye and its energy, and then I'm going to outpace the Cradily.
So what we saw there from Eldiruth that I really enjoyed, it was that he was preserving health on all of his Pokemon, and he was switching in. You only get 50 seconds between each switch, and so he came in and out very, very quickly to try and get his opponent to forget how much energy was on his Pokemon. That was his strategy, try and put off Andyuf so that Andyuf perhaps misremembers and over farms.
And in a linear game, it's a lot easier to forget, to keep track of energy. And here we see Andyuf's Blastoise just going to town on Eldiruth. This is from game 1 where the Blastoise
showed you, right? Eldiruth showed Andyuf. He goes, I know the counts very well. I know when I can catch. And perhaps Eldiruth was hoping that Andyuf would be worried about a catch in that final moment of game 3, because I was really surprised overall, to be honest, to see the Diggersby as much as we did. I really would have liked Elderoot to have lent more into that Pangoro, especially after you saw it clear up in game number 2.
Yeah, the Pangoro from Elderoot was incredible in game 2, and the Diggersby didn't help out as much in game 3, but Elderoot wanted to invest shields into his Shadow Sableye, and also having another squishy Pokemon like Pangoro who can't take hits that well, it would have been a risky plan. Here you see the Blastoise clearing out the grass-type Cradily in the endgame.
It was really, really nicely played. We've spoken a little bit about Blastoise already. It's not a Pokemon that made it into the top 12 usage here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, but it is showing everyone that it really is a force to be reckoned with.
I'm sure that every viewer at home right now, or watching in the venue for that matter, can see the true power of Blastoise. I believe that Blastoise is going to make waves in this tournament.
It really is. So check your storage. Do you have a Blastoise available for the Great League format? You want it just at 1500 combat power or below, as close as you can get. And Blastoise with Rollout, Hydro Cannon, and Skull Bash, in my opinion, is a really great option.
I'm agreeing with you, and I believe Andyuf's way of constructing his team with a Jumpluff, with a Sandslash, I think that complements the Blastoise very well. I believe if we see more of Andyuf this tournament, he's going to still lean into the Blastoise. I think the team is crafted around Blastoise's prowess of dishing out Hydro Cannons quickly, and also that incredible coverage of rock, water, and normal type damage. There's not a lot of Pokemon to resist those three.
That is true.
Can you think of any?
There aren't many.
There aren't many.
Yeah. And if you ask the question again, we might be able to get chat to try and fill in.
Maybe chat, can you think of one Pokemon? I can think of one.
Okay.
That can resist rock, water, and normal type damage.
Rock, water, and normal type damage. If you know the answer, make sure you let us know in chat, because that could be a great option for you. There are not many Pokemon that can resist this, as Marcus said, so that'll be an impressive one if you at home can get it. But what I really wanted to highlight there is in that final game, you saw the Alolan Sandslash on the side of Andyuf.
Yep.
Right, and you saw a Blastoise in the back. Blastoise using the Rock-type Fast Attack Rollout.
Yep.
Now, what would have happened if Elderoot had led the Pangoro?
What would have happened is that Andyuf would have swapped immediately, is what he would have done. And prayed there was no wheezing in the back, because if Andyuf went with that line, and Elderoot went with his previous line of Pangoro lead with the wheezing in the back, I think that Elderoot would have had Andyuf's number. There's no way Andyuf is getting out of that situation. Maybe he can, because he's an incredible player, but it would have been a very tough situation. So I agree, especially the Pangoro into the Blastoise as well. As you mentioned, the Rock-type fast move from Blastoise is resisted by the Fighting-type Pangoro. So Pangoro, even though it's more fragile, it's not threatened by Blastoise's fast moves, fast attacks.
That's right. And I really think that we saw the Blastoise, we saw the Goodra, and these are like medium to bulky Pokemon that can hit back. And I think Andyuf's strategy was to take advantage of that bulk and then also the damage output, as we saw from those Hydro Cannons. And Diggersby, that is probably the next question. Diggersby is a Pokemon, a staple from last season. We didn't see it on the top usage here in Stockholm. And if I'm truly honest with you, I don't think it's an option that is going to be too popular going forwards. Perhaps Elderoot could have lent more into that Pangoro, less into the defensive side, and be more aggressive. And that could be something that he takes forward this weekend.
I see the chat has figured out the Pokemon that's resisting all the charge moves. Elliot, Snorek, you all are nickname, you're all doing great. And Overlord Reich as well. Fairthorn and Empoleon are the Pokemon that resist all of Blastoise's moves. But here, now we're on to no Blastoise. These teams are looking incredibly similar, if you're asking me.
These are very, very similar teams. I might also say that the only difference looks to be that there is a Jumpluff and a Shadow Jumpluff available to Cockshack with the non-Shadow, Consuela Bunny with the Shadow, and then also the Alolan Sandslash. Shadow on the side of Cockshack, but non-Shadow on the side of Consuela Bunny. So for anyone that doesn't know, a Shadow Pokemon, it does 20% more damage and in return, it takes 20% more damage. So it's got a defense drop of 20%, an attack increase of 20%, and that can give players really different strategies.
But so you would, as you say that, you would like to... Oh, we see the Claydol with the Ice Beam. That's your preferred moveset.
I really like Ice Beam Claydol in this meta. We know either side here, whereas water would be resisted. Consuela Bunny also holds on. And now Cockshack probably needs to throw, but this is a bit of a tricky situation for him.
Very interesting to see. Now we will see the differences between the Claydol movesets. As you can remember, Consuela Bunny with a Scorching Sands, Cockshack with the Ice Beam, and it's super effective in the mirror matchup.
So here, do you go straight for that Scorching Sands? Do you want to debuff? Yes, Scorching Sands, says Consuela Bunny. This has the potential for an attack debuff. Could that be critical?
It would be critical because... Oh, and
doesn't get it.
Oh, but Cockshack decides to go for the Rock Tomb. Why do you think he goes for the Rock Tomb?
That is a fantastic question, Marcus, and Cockshack has decided that even though you have access to the super effective Ice Beam, I'm going to throw the Rock Tomb to get that debuff. It might not have been the correct decision. I think he maybe recognizes that because Consuela Bunny reaches this Scorching Sands. It takes out the Claydol. We know that the Golisopod has barely any health left, and Consuela Bunny takes game number 1.
Very well managed by Consuela Bunny. She did not flinch at the sight of the Claydol on the opposing side, even though it had Ice Beam. I believe Cockshack, he tilted his head a little bit. I think he realized that throwing the Ice Beam in that position would have been more efficient for him. But that is the thing with Pokemon Go. You have to take decisions so quickly that sometimes it might throw you off.
Cockshack, he is 1 game down, but he is a previous champion winner of the Warsaw Regional Championships in the 2022 season, and he is a player that can definitely come back from a 1-game deficit if he can really lock in. That's absolutely what he'll be trying to do, but Consuela Bunny in this best of 3, she just needs 1 more win.
And Consuela Bunny, she's focused. She's considering what to bring. The Golisopod, the Cradily, and the Claydol came for both competitors in the previous game. What can he do to counter that? Cockshack decided to lead the Golisopod with Claydol in the back. Do you think that's a little bit soft to Consuela Bunny's Jumpluff?
It could be that Shadow Jumpluff has a ton of play. Now, Cockshack running that Rock Tomb and that Ice Beam, that gives Claydol play into the Shadow Jumpluff. It can do a lot of damage. I think Cockshack would really like to be in that situation again and try and throw that Ice Beam instead. Perhaps he felt, oh, maybe if I throw a Rock Tomb, I can then reach an Ice Beam and that'll be fine. Not quite realizing that Consuela Bunny would outpace the 2 Scorching Sands. So next time, let's see if that Ice Beam can bring a difference. Otherwise, you might ask, what's the point of running it?
What is the point of running it if you're not throwing it when super effective? I agree with that take. And I'm very interested to see if Consuela Bunny calls out the slightly soft ABA weakness to her Jumpluff. And if Cockshack will adjust. Because I think if Consuela Bunny leads the Jumpluff into the Golisopod and Cockshack keeps the Claydol in the back, Jumpluff is fine being slightly lower end of the HP because Claydol is not doing any fast attack damage to the Jumpluff. So if Consuela Bunny can keep shields against a potential Claydol, I think she's looking really good.
Let's get into this game number 2. We see Golisopod on the side of Consuela Bunny up against the Shadow Drappion for Cockshack. Golisopod, it has an higher attack stat. If you throw at the same time, Golisopod is going to win charge attack priority. Aquajet, it is the more efficient attack, an attack that was recently buffed for this Might and Mastery update, and so Cockshack, he sensibly shields it.
I'm very interested to see how this matchup goes. Shielding the Aquajet is very clever from Consuela Bunny. From Cockshack. And now Cockshack throws an Aqua Tail. It's a bait. And Consuela Bunny decides to no-shield.
That is a great no-shield Aqua Tail bait. It does not very effective damage. Cockshack was trying to get the shield with the crunch. Now the shield goes up from Consuela Bunny. Consuela Bunny is in a great position, driving this game 2 forward. Access to the Aquajet. Here it comes. Is Cockshack going to shield it?
I don't believe he's shielding this. He knows he has... Oh, he decides to shield. The Golisopod in the back would have been incredible with the shield up, but Cockshack decides to invest in his Drappion. Can Drappion... Oh, can Drappion still? I don't think an Aqua Jet from Consuela Bunny will take out the Drappion here, but she decides to let it go.
She wants to keep the shields available. The Alolan Sandslash can come in. It double resists the Poison Sting damage, and one attack from this Alolan Sandslash would really, really threaten the Shadow Drappion's health. It's getting very, very low. Can you knock it out? You're going to shield up this crunch, says Consuela Bunny.
Very interesting play, and there is a defense spell on Consuela Bunny's side. Cockshack is getting the most out of his Shadow Drappion.
Bit of an undercharge there. A really nice undercharge. You get an extra Powder Snow through, but remember your defense is dropped, and all of this damage will be resisted by the Golisopod. Golisopod now coming in. It's got access to X-Scissor. It's going to potentially reach 2 very, very quickly. This first one's going to do a ton of damage.
But these Rock Tombs from Cradily has several targets on Cockshack's side. The Rock Tomb will be super effective against both the Jumpluff and the Golisopod. Where do you use your Pokemon to its fullest potential here?
I think it's going to be really interesting because the Rock Tomb does a ton of damage, and you might not be able to reach another one because the Acrobatics could come through. But does that mean your Alolan Sandslash goes for some kind of heavy farm down? Can you risk that?
I believe Consuela Bunny's win condition here is to farm down with Alolan Sandslash, get as much energy as possible into the Golisopod. But Golisopod resists all of the energy from Alolan Sandslash.
You need to do a heavy farm down, but are 2 drill runs even going to be enough? That's the question. Consuela Bunny is going to start powering through. The switch clock is nearly up for Cockshack, not quite enough. Down goes the down goes the Jumpluff, and Consuela Bunny now has a ton of energy to throw into this Golisopod. Golisopod's not a bulky Pokemon, but it does resist ground type damage because it's a bug type.
I believe that the play here would be to throw triple Ice Punches.
Consuela Bunny perhaps has misremembered that Ice Punch received a buff a while ago, and Ice Punch is now a much more efficient attack than it used to be. As you say, 3 Ice Punches might have been enough, because now that Golisopod is at the Aqua Jet, it's going to start throwing. This is going to do a ton of damage. It could be enough to take out the Alolan Sandslash.
If this is enough, Cockshack will take the win, and we see the Aqua Jet come through, and boom, it takes out the regular Sandslash, and Cockshack wins game number 2.
He breathed a sigh of relief. That was a really great game from both players. Consuela Bunny looked to have the advantage in the early game when she called that Aqua Tail bait. Cockshack then managed to get shields down with the crunch, and later coming in with the and really sponging up all of the damage later after that Shadow Drappion. And Consuela Bunny gave that shield back very early. She took the shield advantage, gave it back immediately, and then that Golisopod for Cockshack really got to run rampant.
Really interesting to see Cockshack deciding to throw the Aqua Tail, but still managing to get out the win in that matchup against Consuela Bunny. Very well piloted from Cockshack. I believe that when he won Switch Advantage, when he won that first matchup and could align his Golisopod on the Alolan Sandslash, he looked very good in this position. If Cockshack would have had his Jumpluff on the Alolan Sandslash, I believe that matchup would have been so much tougher for him, even though he was down a shield against Consuela Bunny.
I think when you're Consuela Bunny and you have that Alolan Sandslash, and you know that Cockshack has a Golisopod that can sponge all of your damage, you really probably want to keep Switch. And I think maybe you could have invested more in that lead matchup and just ensured that you are not Alolan Sandslash against a Golisopod, because if you had been up against that Jumpluff, that would have been a brilliant position for Consuela Bunny.
And then you could hit the Golisopod with Rock Tombs from Cradily as well. So I believe you're right. I think Consuela Bunny should invest more in her Golisopod, and let's see what happens. Here we see the Cradily Mirror matchup. This matchup is so reliant on who wins charge attack priority. The first debuff to come through will be the most favorable. And here we see Consuela Bunny winning charge attack priority.
Shiny Cradily showing how powerful it is. This Rock Tomb will do a decent chunk of damage, but the most important thing is that attack fall. You hear that little noise, and now this Rock Tomb from Cockshack, it won't do quite as much. This gives Consuela Bunny a great advantage in this lead matchup.
And Consuela Bunny will, unless it's a charge attack tie, if they have exactly the same stats, could have been a coin flip between the two players, but Consuela Bunny consistently winning that charge attack priority gives her an edge in this matchup.
And you can see there that Cradily on the side of Cockshack down into the red health. Another debuff means that this Rock Tomb will do even less. Consuela Bunny might win this matchup and stay in the yellow health as well. That would be a great position to be in. The difficulty is, do you then hard swap out?
Oh, Consuela Bunny decides. Claydol, I believe this is a very brave play. I think I would have stayed in.
The Jumpluff comes out to counter it, and Consuela Bunny, she doesn't have access to Ice Beam, but Rock Tomb is available. That will still do super effective damage, but let's remember Claydol is attack debuffed here.
Another Pokemon with Rock Tomb on Consuela Bunny's side, and she will opt to throw the Rock Tomb into the flying type Jumpluff, and that will debuff the Jumpluff's attack.
But do you know what I think is genius about this play from Consuela Bunny?
I know what you're gonna say.
Go on then, Marcus, tell us.
She has now fished out the Jumpluff from Cockshack's side. She has a Golisopod in the back, and that Golisopod is looking to be faced against Cockshack's Alolan Sandslash.
So Cradily can come back in here and threaten that Jumpluff with the Rock Tomb. This will do heavy damage. It won't be enough to knock it out, but it would absolutely put it in a position where Golisopod is somewhat safe. So Cockshack really sensibly shields this.
Cockshack realizes that he will struggle if there's a Golisopod in the back, and Golisopod in the back, it's likely. She has brought it to every game so far. Do you shield her?
I think this is a really sensible shield from Consuela Bunny. Now, you don't really want to let this attack get caught. And there it is. Cockshack knew that the Rock Tomb would be coming through. Consuela Bunny could maybe do with not really powering this up because it's a little bit of a tricky situation now. The Rock Tomb takes it out, but the Alolan Sandslash could come in. If it does, I would expect a hard swap to Consuela Bunny's Golisopod. If Jumpluff returns in, then Consuela Bunny might have to stay in and go for that Rock Tomb again.
Oh, and this is very clever from Cockshack. He decides to... Now the Cradily is in Aerial Ace range, and Consuela Bunny decides to shield.
Goes for the shield, needs to throw the Rock Tomb straight away. A ton of damage. No, Cockshack's going to shield it. Tricky position here. Does Consuela Bunny? You probably need to consider staying in. The Golisopod's going to come in, and it's going to have to eat an Acrobatics. This is a super effective flying type attack. It will do a ton of damage.
This is so well played by Cockshack. He's getting so much value out of his regular Jumpluff, and this does a ton!
Here comes the Alolan Sandslash. You're going to need to throw the Acrojet at some point. This isn't going to do enough to take out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and it's not a Pokemon that's likely to be farmed down by the Cradily either. Cockshack is in a great position in this game.
And Cockshack can outpace. Even though Golisopod resists this Ice-type damage, it doesn't matter. It's so low already. And Cradily, can it outpace? No, it won't live. The Powder Snows from Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Cockshack wins the round number 2.
Cockshack with the comeback that we said we knew he could do. He's very, very pleased with that. You don't want to lose a game this early in the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships. We are here with Cockshack. He is a previous winner. He's won this game, but that was really well played by Consuela Bunny as well.
Very impressed by both of these players. Cockshack, well, first Consuela Bunny fishing out the Jumpluff, and then Cockshack realizing that was Consuela Bunny's plan. Cockshack decided that he would not be outsmarted by Consuela Bunny. And I believe Cockshack, when you look at his play in this series, he really impressed me. And he's won a regional championship before. Do you know what regional championship he won?
Yes, it was the Warsaw Regional Championships seasons and seasons ago now, in the distant memories, and I don't think many people can remember it, but I'm sure that the players there were really very talented.
Yeah, the players playing Cockshack in the final, I'm sure they know what skilled player he is. Can you remember what finalist that Cockshack beat in?
I can remember it so vividly. It was actually me.
It was you.
I was sat opposite Cockshack, and he was very, very strong. He actually brought a Victini in that game. And this series here, he's leaning into that Golisopod, his Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and actually his Jumpluff that, as you rightly said, got a ton of value. Golisopod, it is a water and a bug type Pokemon. That means the water typing resists ice, the bug typing resists ground. Golisopod has a great matchup into Alolan Sandslash.
And famously, Ice and Ground, incredible offensive coverage. And I'm very interested in that Golisopod's role in this meta. And here we see Consuela Bunny trying to be clever, catching that move on the Claydol, but it ended up biting her because Cockshack realized that he needed to save his Jumpluff, and here you see the Alolan Sandslash closing out a Golisopod and then a Cradily.
But I think it might be fair to say that actually the catch on the Claydol was quite smart. It was resisted damage from the Rock Tomb, and the most important thing was that you try and draw out the Jumpluff so that Golisopod potentially has the option to be powerful in the back. There would have been brilliant alignment, but Cockshack completely changed the game with the catch on his own Cradily.
Yep, and I think Cockshack realized what Consuela Bunny tried to do. She needed to make that play to fish out that Jumpluff, and it ended up being a very tricky situation for Cockshack that he managed to navigate out of. So I'm very impressed. He, I believe, is a player from Poland, and he's taken the trip here to Stockholm today, and he does not want to let that trip go to waste.
He doesn't want to go home early, that is for sure. And Cradily is a Pokemon that we saw on both sides there. It is so potent. The Rock Tomb, it does a ton of damage. It guarantees an attack drop. And I think that Rock Tomb will be one of the attacks that really sets the standard in this season. The Might and Mastery season, it's underway here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, and Cradily is leading that journey.
And Rock-type damage is very potent offensively. Rock-type Pokemon often have a lot of weaknesses, but Cradily helps its grass types, helps its rock type, because rock being weak to ground, grass resists ground, and rock is weak to water, and grass resists water, so you...
And grass as well.
And grass as well, so you nullify 3 of rock's most prevalent weaknesses with that grass typing.
Rock also helps the grass type weaknesses. Grass, it's weak to flying type, but rock resists flying as well. So
also fire type.
Exactly that, fire as well. And so Cradily's grass and rock, they really complement each other. And now that it has access to that really potent Rock Tomb, which guarantees an attack fall for your opponent, Cradily, it starts to feel bulkier and bulkier. You really struggle to take it down.
Well, Cradily is also quite bulky from before, in my opinion. It has roughly the same stat product as, for example, a Medicham.
Yes.
So, or a Lapras. And a lot of players are more familiar with, for example, the Medicham, who was very common in the Championship Series for a long time. And Cradily, buffing its defenses even beyond that, that will make Cradily one of the beefiest Pokemon in this series.
And it's interesting because when you look at bulky Pokemon, you often wonder, how much attack should I have on my bulky Cradily? Do I want to go for the maximum bulk, or do I want a little bit of attack? And we saw in that mirror matchup there, Consuela Bunny, the Cradily won charge attack priority, and so maybe there is an option to run a tiny bit of attack just for those situations. That's going to be another thing on players' minds.
But here we have our next matchup. It's the Birmingham Regional Champion Icelandic Lapras, the most recent regional winner in Europe, against Alfonso CP97.
And both of these players have Cradily, so as we're saying, these could become a question for everyone involved. If we see a Cradily mirror, which one wins charge attack priority? Now, I really like Icelandic Lapras' team. It's a team that lots of players have been going for in practice tournaments. You do have that full coverage Shadow Sableye running the Ghost type Shadow Claw, the Dark type Foul Play, and the Fairy type Dazzling Gleam.
And then you see the Talonflame without Flame Charge, but with a get out of jail free card, Brave Bird. Cradily, as you mentioned, Guzzlord Wall-Off opposing Drappion, Wheezing without Overheat, by the way.
On for the quicker, brutal swing instead, Dark type. And let's notice that Guzzlord, it's not opting for the coverage attack in Sludge Bomb. Actually, Dragon Claw is there for a little bit better play into opposing Shadow Drappion.
And I believe that it's no surprise Icelandic Lapras decides to bring a Lapras. It has Psywave, it has Sparkling Aura, it has Ice Beam. He also has a Lapras plushie. What do you think this guy's favorite Pokemon is?
I think it might be Furret. Now, Ice Beam on that Lapras gives better play into opposing Grass-type Pokemon and maybe Flying types as well. But if you had Skull Bash on the Lapras, you would be even stronger into opposing Azumarill. And so that is a question here for Icelandic Lapras, because Azumarill and Shadow Drappion was the core to beat last season, and we're seeing it again here. Perhaps the remnants of last season, but also maybe this is a core that still has play in the Might and Mastery season.
I wonder. I think the Lapras looks incredible for Icelandic Lapras. So Lapras is looking to do Lapras things. I think Azumarill is a fine matchup for Lapras with Psywave. Swallot is very good for Lapras because Psywave hits it super effectively. Drappion, as we mentioned, is a very neutral matchup because Psywave actually does some damage to the Poison and Dark-type Shadow Drappion. Cradily, Lapras has Ice Beam to hit the Cradily. Mandibuzz, even though it's a Dark-type and resists the Psywaves, double resists the Psywaves, it takes super effective from the Ice Beam. So does Alfonso need to rely on a Shadow Annihilate?
Interestingly, if you choose to run a higher attack Shadow Annihilate, you have a much better play into opposing Lapras. If you're running a bulkier Shadow Annihilate, one that has lower attack, it's actually the Psywaves of that Lapras and the overall bulk of that Pokemon that can really threaten that Shadow Annihilate as well. So that'll be an interesting thing, and probably a piece of tech that Alfonso knows that Icelandic Lapras doesn't. So I'm interested to see how that matchup plays out.
I know that Icelandic Lapras is very interested in doing simulations and looking up matchups and trying to optimize his Pokemon the most. So he might be aware of it, but he might not. So, but I think this matchup will have to rely on Alfonso managing Icelandic Lapras' Lapras.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right.
How would you do it? Would you bring the Azumarill? Would you bring the Annihilate? What do you bring here?
I think Mandibuzz double resisting the Psywave can be very important. The problem is that we've mentioned Shadow Annihilate, we mentioned Mandibuzz, and there is that Galarian Wheezing. The Mandibuzz, it has good play into the Sableye, but now that Sableye has the quite fast-hitting, super effective Dazzling Gleam, that matchup isn't in Mandibuzz's favor in the same way that it used to be, particularly with Mandibuzz now running Air Slash as its fast attack instead of Snarl.
I think Alfonso needs... it's going to be so hard because to manage the Lapras, he will be weak to the Wheezing. Azumarill, not the greatest into Wheezing because Wheezing is a poison type with a new poison type, the new update to poison type Sludge. And as a fairy type, it also does very well into the Shadow Annihilate. So I think Alfonso needs to rely maybe on the Shadow Drappion to have neutral play into both Wheezing and the Lapras.
One strategy that Alfonso might go for is to play quite strong in the lead to the Lapras. So maybe you could run your Annihilate in the lead, which would have positive matchups into Lapras and to Cradily, and Guzzlord as well while shields are up. And then if you see a Galarian Wheezing, a Sableye, or a Talonflame, you could swap in the Mandibuzz. This is interesting because against Sableye, yes, you're at threat with the Dazzling Gleam, but maybe you're willing to sponge that damage. Now, Galarian Wheezing also has a positive matchup into Mandibuzz, but it puts Icelandic Lapras into a tricky position where do you stay in to try and take down the Mandibuzz, or do you know, I need my Galarian Wheezing later for the Annihilate, and I can't hit that hard because I'm not running Overheat. I just have to stay in and spam Sludge instead.
In my opinion, I think Alfonso needs to lean into his Swallot and Mandibuzz. I think that Swallot being as good as it is into the Galarian Wheezing, and also the Mandibuzz being just a sponge, I think will be the best play for Alfonso.
And you've been talking about Swallot a lot. We will see a Swallot in the back line there. A Cradily and a Shadow Drappion there for Alfonso. He's gone for that Azumarill Shadow Drappion call, leading into the Galarian Wheezing. It's a Shadow Galarian Wheezing, so this Sludge will do a ton of damage. It's not super effective because Rock resists Poison, another protective typing there for the Cradily.
Very good synergy for the Rock and Grass typing. And Icelandic Lapras, is he happy to see the Cradily here? Or where does he want to put his Pokemon?
This won't be enough to knock out the Galarian Wheezing, but it would have done a ton of damage. So Icelandic Lapras recognizes that his Shadow Galarian Wheezing has more opportunities to deal out tons of damage with this Sludge. This will knock out the Cradily if it goes unshielded. Is that something that Alfonso is willing to risk? No, he's not.
Do you think, oh, and Icelandic Lapras swaps in the Sableye. This is very clever in my opinion because now you can take one move and then outpace to the next Rock Tomb if Alfonso decides to stay in.
But the switch timer is up for Alfonso, so he goes straight in with the Shadow Drappion here. That resists the foul play, neutral Dazzling Gleam, but let's remember that this Sableye is debuffed. This will still do a decent chunk of damage. Shadow Drappion's not a particularly bulky Pokemon, but it won't put it into a range where it can be Shadow Clawed down.
When you see the Dazzling Gleam does a ton of damage, and the Sableye is in no danger of getting farmed down by these poison stings, because as a ghost type, it resists the poison. I think Icelandic Lapras, he has taken a risk going slightly soft to Drappion, but he's managed to neutralize it pretty well.
And here comes that Lapras. The first crunch comes in from this Shadow Drappion. It will still do a decent chunk of damage. Psywave will start to take down the Shadow Drappion. The question is, can you reach another crunch? It looks like you will. Will Icelandic look to catch it? No, he won't. He's probably going to shield his Lapras. No, he's letting this go. This is going to do a ton of damage.
He realizes that his win condition is that Wheezing. He's going to invest everything into the Wheezing to take out the Azumarill. Icelandic Lapras realized that the energy on his Lapras was not going anywhere into the Azumarill.
Sludge, super effective, same type attack bonus on the Shadow Galarian Wheezing. It does a ton of damage, puts the Azumarill in a position where one more Sludge will do a lot. Now, Alfonso throws on what we'd call suboptimal timing. It allows an extra Fairy Wind to go through because he really wants to get this Ice Beam off, and Icelandic Lapras obviously is going to shield it.
And Icelandic Lapras, he's building up a ton of energy. He wants to take out this Azumarill.
I think you let this go and try an Aqua Tail with the Shadow Drappion.
Do you have an Aqua Tail on the Shadow Drappion?
Either way, you've got a shield.
I don't think you have, because I believe you threw the energy into the Lapras. You will get outpaced by the Wheezing.
Here comes the Cradily. Look at this, Icelandic Lapras has a ton of energy. The Brutal Swing coming through. Alfonso's going to shield it, but there's another one coming just very, very soon. Alfonso still has a little bit of health on that Shadow Drappion, and here comes the next Brutal Swing. This is one of the advantages of running the much pacier charge attack.
And Icelandic Lapras he's getting close to the win here, and the Wheezing will take out the Shadow Drappion.
Look at those Fairy Winds. Alfonso's not even getting an opportunity to reach the Aqua Tail because Shadow Fairy Wind from the Shadow Galarian Wheezing does a lot of fast attack pressure.
Shadow Galarian Wheezing taking out the Cradily, taking out the Azumarill, and in the end taking out Shadow Drappion. It took out all three of Alfonso's Pokemon in this game.
And this is the thing, Shadow Galarian Wheezing has decent matchups into Shadow Drappion, Cradily, and a dominant matchup into the Azumarill. So Alfonso, you might say he disrespected it, and Icelandic Lapras really showed that it is not a Pokemon that you can afford to do that against.
I believe that Icelandic Lapras will continue to invest into his Wheezing, and he played a line that was soft to Swallot in the lead with Wheezing, because Swallot is super effective damage with the Mud Shots and also resists the Sludge and the Fairy Winds. But then Icelandic Lapras, if he saw a Swallot in the lead, he could go with Sableye Safe Swap to maybe lure out Mandibuzz or a Drappion maybe. And Sableye getting some energy head start.
Sableye looks really good here, doesn't it?
It does look incredible, and I think Alfonso is so scared to bring the Annihilate because Lapras can hit back. The Wheezing looks incredible. Sableye is looking great. I think that Icelandic Lapras has a very good matchup here, but Alfonso needs to bring out the Swallot, in my opinion.
And to be honest, this might be an example of where the old meta is really not at the same standard anymore. That Shadow Annihilate, yes, it has play, but you can see that the Shadow Sableye is just so much more potent as a ghost type. And the Azumarill, it's a Pokemon that you've mentioned that you think is on the way down, and it did absolutely nothing against that Shadow Galarian Wheezing. And this is perhaps the problem. We've seen a lot of Azumarill in the past be a really bulky presence, but that Sludge from Shadow Galarian Wheezing, it really showed Azumarill that it needs to consider perhaps another avenue.
I think Azumarill needs a different career.
Don't quit your day job, Azumarill. Shadow Sableye is back. It's putting a ton of pressure already, and I like this play. It's not the most optimal timing, but actually, by getting the foul play through before the Rock Tomb debuff, it does become what I would say is the optimal play.
I think that Sableye... Oh, and here comes the Shadow Drappion for Alfonso. I'm very interested to see how Icelandic Lapras decides to play this, because... Oh, he lets
an Aqua Tail.
He's letting a crunch through.
This is doing a ton of damage to that Shadow Sableye. And now he's going for a bait, which is particularly interesting, because even if you get a shield, do you reach another attack? That's the question. Will the Poison Stings be enough?
I think he goes into his Lapras here. Lapras works as a sponge, but this softens up Icelandic Lapras to the Swallot in the back.
Alfonso playing this really well. The Shadow Drappion showing that just because we're in a new meta, it still has a ton of flexible play. The Poison Sting's doing a lot of damage. The Crunch is hitting hard. Here comes the Sparkling Aria.
Just the Sparkling Aria knockout here.
You tell me, you're the Lapras fan.
I don't think it does. I think he can hang on by and slip. No, it does knock out. Sparkling Aria is an incredibly strong charge attack.
And there we finally start to see what Lapras is made of. Yes, it took a crunch, but that Sparkling Aria did a ton of damage. And now Alfonso wants to throw this Rock Tomb before the Cradily is also subject to an attack. This Rock Tomb will be enough to knock out the Lapras if it goes unshielded. So Icelandic Lapras uses his first shield of this game.
Charge attack priority on this attack. Very unfortunate for Icelandic Lapras, but Alfonso lets it go. I think this is looking to be a side wave down. Oh, yeah, it could have been a side wave down. Oh, very interesting play by Icelandic Lapras trying to catch a Sludge. And now he outpaces with a Weezing. I think
Sludge is still the better attack to throw here, because even though the poison typing of Shadow Galarian Weezing resists the poison typing of Sludge, it's the fairy typing of Shadow Galarian Weezing that is weak to it, and that makes it neutral. Swallot gets same type attack bonus on Sludge. Sludge is a great attack, and this does a big chunk of damage.
I think Icelandic Lapras realizes that he wants to invest in his favorite Pokemon, the Lapras. The side wave damage will be crucial if he's looking to take out this win.
And here comes the Lapras back in. It's got energy, and he's going for this start to this farm down here. Going to shield up, and he's going to be counting the pacing on Alfonso Swallot. He doesn't want to take another one. He needs to throw an attack before then. But here comes the Cradily beforehand. Is he going to make a catch on this Sableye? That's why he preserved the health. That is a crucial catch there. Alfonso knows it. That could be game deciding.
Very impressive by Icelandic Lapras, keeping track of the Cradily's energy. And now he's loaded up. He has tons of energy on this Lapras. He goes for the Ice Beam. Does Alfonso call? No. He wants to shield the Ice Beam. Will Sparkling Aria be enough to take out the Swallot? Swallot is incredibly tanky. How far?
I think especially after the amount of Psywave energy he's managed to generate, Ice Beam is the harder hitting attack. He doesn't want to risk it. Swallot is going down, and Icelandic Lapras takes the series 2-0.
Impressive play by our regional winner from Birmingham. He saw a threat on the opposite side of the table, and he nullified it. Using his favorite Pokemon Lapras, new of this season, using the Shadow Galarian Weezing, he really utilized his Pokemon to the max of their potential.
Now, we saw Azumarill second in the usage, Lapras a little bit further down, but my goodness, which water type came out on top? Here, it was Icelandic Lapras with his Lapras, a brilliant start to his weekend here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
And even though we saw the same 3 Pokemon from Icelandic Lapras in both games, the games were so different. In game 1, he decided to entirely let go of his Lapras, as we are about to see. He invested into the Weezing, and Weezing took out 3 Pokemon for Icelandic Lapras in game 1.
Look at this, Shadow Galarian Weezing putting in a ton of work. We saw Shadow Sableye and Lapras as well in the other games putting in their own job. And I think that this really highlights these 3 Pokemon are new entries to the Play Pokemon meta because of the most recent Might and Mastery circuit. Icelandic Lapras says, look, just because I've got new Pokemon doesn't mean I forget my old tricks. A brilliant catch to win it in that game number 2.
And I'm very impressed because in game 2, even though he just let the Lapras go in game 1, he realized the value of Lapras in game 2 and just changed up how he approached the game entirely. And he let the Weezing go. That did so well for him in game 1 to investing in the Lapras in game 2 because he realized this is my more valuable Pokemon right now.
I really like that. The Galarian Weezing that was so dominant in game 1 invited the Swallot to come out.
Exactly.
Right? And as soon as Icelandic Lapras saw the Swallot, he goes, okay, do you know what? It's my Lapras that's going to be my win condition here. And because he's choosing Pokemon that are so flexible, that are so vibrant in this meta, he was able to completely transition the Pokemon that he invested his shields into. And arguably, that's not something that Azumarill can do quite as well in this meta.
And that's why I believe that Azumarill is not winning any more events this season. But I want to say that even though his Lapras was half health, it was facing a Rock Tomb from Cradily, getting debuffed on charge attack priority. Icelandic Lapras decided to shield his Lapras because he figured it could be so valuable for him if there's a Swallot in the back. And he got his prediction right. There was a Swallot.
Now, one of the key things in this meta that I think is going to be really important for players going forward is you are not going to be relying as much on alignment. Instead, you need to think about strategies in the same way that Icelandic Lapras did, where he preserved a tiny bit of health on Sableye. Now, previous metas, there was one key reason for this, and that's to make catches, like we saw. But in this Might and Mastery season, those catches are even more important, and the reason is because it gives you the opportunity to reset a debuff. That can completely change the game, and Icelandic Lapras showed just how to do it perfectly.
I believe that we're going to see a lot more of Shadow Galarian Weezing or regular Galarian Weezing and the Lapras core this weekend. I have a lot of faith in that pairing, and I haven't seen this quality of Lapras play since... I can't remember actually. When is the last time Lapras did a top cut? I believe there was an NA event, and also there was a player, a Norwegian player, I believe, a top cut with Lapras in the Lille 2024-3. Who could that? Oh yeah, that was me.
That was you.
That was me. So Lapras is a personal favorite of mine, and I wonder if we will see Greenlandic Lapras this weekend as well.
We might. And I think,
hope so.
Look, we have so many tips for you available, which options you can go for, which Pokemon you can try out, but we've also got some more tips from you from Toronto, so stay tuned for this little video.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's willing to work with other people and willing to let other people help them be better. And also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this certain eye for the game, right? You can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Hello trainers, we are here in Stockholm for those of you tuning in, and you see a little
two changes of faces. You're joined by Adelian and Lou. Welcome to the Stockholm Regional Championships. I'm so excited for the next battles that are about to come up soon.
They've been so amazing to be able to watch backstage as well. So far, this tournament has been absolutely incredible. I always love when a new kind of meta comes to the forefront. I mean, the last time with the maxed out meta, we had Gastrodon breaking out onto the scene, and we now get a front row seat to finding out who the new breakout Pokemon are going to be. And there are already some Pokemon trying to make their mark. Lapras, for one.
Yeah, Lapras did very, very well, piloted very well by Icelandic Lapras. Very appropriate.
I love that, yeah.
I mean, when we were sat backstage and we saw Icelandic Lapras come on, Lou said to me, you know, if he doesn't bring Lapras, then something is very wrong with the world. But he did very well. He made sure all things were right in Stockholm, brought Lapras, and a contender to do very well, considering he's come off the back of Birmingham, where he already won a regional championship.
And it has been that addition of Psywave that really has kind of pivoted this Lapras into the spotlight. And you can even see against the Drappion, even though it is that dark typing, the poison typing leaves it that little bit vulnerable, particularly in a shadow form. The Psywaves still are stacking up, so you just cannot underestimate Lapras in any situation right now.
Yes, for sure. And this is the perk, this is the beauty of Pokemon Go, that you have shadow Pokemon available, so you have a little bit more versatility, a bit more unusualness in terms of, do I go for the normal or do I go for the shadow? Another Pokemon that now, as opposed to using the shadow, you use the more conventional variant, is Feraligatr, because of its better matchup against Psywave Lapras. So it's amazing how a new Pokemon with a new move can make adjustments to the meta for other Pokemon. So, what do we have here today?
We don't have any Feraligatr though, but there are two Azumarill apiece. I'm sure Arceus Aurelius will be quivering a little bit backstage seeing it, maybe making a bit of dominance out here. But also, we do have a lot of very traditional Pokemon that we've seen in the previous meta coming forward. Clodsire, Drappion, that Jumpluff is around as well. But the Sableye on Strange Top side, this is a Pokemon that since it's had Dazzling Gleam unlocked for it, it just becomes so versatile in the way that it can do offensive pressure.
It is starting to compete, in my opinion, with Shadow Drappion in terms of a safe swap. It is a little bit more fragile than Shadow Drappion, but the damage output, again, as you said, from that Dazzling Gleam is so impressive, and it gets to Dazzling Gleam rather quickly as well, able to reach within 7 Shadow Claws, which is very respectable there. So I really like Shadow Sableye here. Also, I love on Walker's side, we saw it, these Shadow Steelix is going to come in, and I wonder how much play that will have into the Lapras and the Azumarill here.
Exactly, and we throw over to the other side. You can actually see the plushies, the Sableye and the Lapras staring down their opponent here. And we're going to see these Pokemon that have cropped up a lot before. That Azumarill, we got Clodsire and Jumpluff as well. The Malamar as well, already rocking that Psywave, is going to be able to try and apply a lot of pressure, particularly with the nice coverage of Superpower and Foul Play. But that Steelix, the Pokemon you just mentioned, does have a lot of utility potentially, particularly in that Shadow variant where it gets that extra offensive damage too.
Yes, and Thunderfang was improved as a move, which is why Steelix has been able to come a bit more into the forefront. It is not super meta, but I like to refer to it as a good spicy Pokemon. It was popular in Vancouver. What's interesting about Steelix in this environment is that it's running Heavy Slam, which is a charge attack that we don't see all that often, but I like here because think of what you're going to go up against. Cradily, a rock type, weak to steel. There are many other Pokemon as well that will actually struggle to deal with Heavy Slam, in my opinion.
So we might see a rise in the meta of some Steel-type moves coming into utility. But if we take a look here as well, speaking of the Ice types, we've already spoken about Lapras a lot, but Dugong is a Pokemon that has been on every single team in the run-up towards this meta change. It's been so popular, so dominant, that Icy Wind, giving it the guaranteed debuff as well, has made it a really reliable partner for a lot of Pokemon. But with a lot of the Rock Tomb users in the meta at the moment, it makes things a bit difficult. Looking into this matchup, though, that is still a little bit more traditional to the previous meta, I think it does have a little bit of play, particularly against that Jumpluff.
Yes, definitely so. And what's even nicer, to use your point, Rock Tomb and the Rock offensive pressure does not exist on Strange Toff's side, so that Dugong does seem rather safe. In fact, it's going to be very difficult for Strange Toff to deal with that, because he'll either have to go with Shadow Sableye and use the outpace using Foul Play in order to get rid of the Dugong and get as much damage off as possible before the Icy Winds, or you play it defensively and you bring in Azumarill, because quite frankly, the other 4 Pokemon will struggle against the Dugong. So let's see, as we go into game 1, what will be the tactic. If Shadow Steelix is resplendent on the field against the Shadow Drappion.
Really nice to see the Shadow variants out front and center here. Of course, we're going to get some energy farmed up on Drappion's side. It's so quick to get to those charge attacks, and it can go straight away for an Aqua Tail. Obviously, the Steelix not going to be shielding this. It's got a lot of bulk in this situation.
Yes, even though it's super effective, Steelix is one of the bulkier Pokemon in the Open Great League meta. The Thunderfang is doing so much damage, and then there's an immediate catch attempt there. That was very clever. Dugong taking the Aqua Tail. We love to see that. Dugong doesn't mind an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, Steelix took one of them, doesn't want to take a second one. However, Dugong able to take that so much better and can start farming up some really nice energy here. The Aqua Tails can keep coming through from Drappion all day long. The Dugong isn't going to worry about that at all, but we're going to see the switch into the Lapras. So again, now it's on the other hand. The Dugong isn't going to be able to do too much damage to the opposing Lapras, but Lapras now has the opportunity with Psywave to farm up lots and lots of energy.
Yes, there was an attempt there by Strangeoff to get the Lapras in an attempt to make a catch there. Wasn't successful. Borja recognizing that, no, I can go a little extra here, going for the drill run. Now, it's an interesting dynamic here. Psywave is doing more damage to Dugong, but the charge attacks from Lapras are not going to threaten the Dugong all that much. However, Dugong does have that drill run, so interesting. How is this going to play out?
It's a little bit of the Psywave show here for the Lapras, just getting all that energy up as Psywave just tickles away against the Dugong here. Sparkling Aria not going to do too much damage, but nice to see that move coming into play here on the graphic. Again, Lapras in a position to go for another one of its charge attacks, but Dugong as well has all that energy too. If you want to shield it here, no, Borja happy to let it go through here, and it will get the knockout, however.
Yes, Sparkling Aria is such an improvement for Lapras. Lapras used to use Surf and doesn't anymore. Immediately a swap there, very, very nice by Strangeoff, predicting the Shadow Steelix coming in, goes for the Aqua Tail. He's only one Poison Sting away from getting another. Will he manage to get it in time? It's a charge attack priority event, which Shadow Drappion is able to win.
Yeah, Shadow Drappion able to go for this Aqua Tail. This will be able to get the knockout. No shield coming through from Borja, wanting to preserve that for the final Pokemon in the back to try and clean it up, and it's going to be this Malamar. The Psywaves, of course, not going to do too much, but enough to be able to get the knockout onto that Drappion, but there's still a lot of Pokemon and bulky Pokemon at that to get through.
This is a lovely farm down there by Morka. With that Malamar, resisted Psywave from the Shadow Drappion, was still able to do that, and now these Psywaves actually going to do super effective damage to the Clodsire, but you do have to now respond with the Foul Play to deal neutral damage on top of that. But don't forget, Foul Play has had its damage reduced in this new meta, but is also a bit spammier because it requires less energy to use.
Yes, even though it doesn't hit as hard, it's quicker to get to, so that can give an advantage here, particularly with these Psywaves really stacking up against Clodsire. The fact that Borja has both the shields preserved at this point is really nice for the Malamar, because Clodsire is still going to be able to pace to get two charge attacks. You need to make sure you have a defensive option there.
Yes, and even more annoying, I would say, for Strangeoff is he's opted to use Stone Edge rather than Sludge Bomb, and Stone Edge takes a little bit longer, and it's also not the same type attack bonus. So this Clodsire is real struggling, going for the harder hitting Earthquake here. This is one that you'd consider shielding, and Borja makes the right call.
Exactly what we're seeing here. The Earthquake would have done a significant amount of damage to the last Pokemon remaining on Borja's side, so a really nice defensive play. The Clodsire actually still is in the back here, so Lapras comes out, eats up a shield here, and then the Malamar is able to try and release some of its energy, but Strangetop kind of taking that all into the shield here.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because Malamar does need to get to two superpowers, but it is a charge attack priority event, which Malamar is able to win. Get that Foul Play. Impeccable timing there by Borka. Now Strangeoff has to shield because he needs to get this Malamar eliminated with this Ice Beam.
Yeah, Lapras is going to have something to say about it here. The Ice Beam's going to come through. No more Protect Shields remaining on Borja's side, so the Pokemon are going to be exposed to the ice damage. It's not enough to get the knockout, however, but there's still not the energy up on this Malamar's side. It's not able to get to it. Lapras reigns supreme to take game one for Strangetop.
That was so close. That was so impressive. Malamar, just bear in mind that Psywave is triple resisted by Malamar for a Strangetop's Lapras to get that farm down on the Malamar just as Malamar was getting to the Foul Play. Incredible. That was close to the wire and very appropriate for two fantastic trainers who know each other quite well.
I think it was a really great showcase of Lapras. Psywave, as you've said, even though it can be double or triple resisted in certain situations, because it just hits so fast and relentlessly, it's still able to apply that chip pressure. At the same time, the Sparkling Aria, you mentioned that Lapras used to run Surf. This is very similar to that, but that little bit more powerful, and you can see that offensive pressure that is being exerted on the field by Lapras right now.
Yes, and also your point about the triple resistances, it's all well and good having triple resistances. It gets to a point that regardless of how much you reduce the damage, you're still going to be taking certain amount of damage that you can't reduce further, and that is demonstrated with Psywave, that you can still add adds up because it's just so quick. This is the benefit of similar moves like Dragon Breath. That's an example as well. That's often it's compared to. So I like Psywave a lot, and it's doing movements for Lapras.
And I did like the Malamar coming into this match. I have to say the Shadow Steelix, although it was very impressive to see, I think the fact that you wanted to preserve your shields if you were Borgia here and having to take that sparkling area right there, no, it was the Aqua Tail from the Drappion right at the beginning, just meant that the defensive were weakened very early on in the match, and therefore it made it a little bit more vulnerable going forward. It takes a while to get to its charge attacks, and that can leave it, you know, a little bit like a sitting duck on the field. I wonder if Borgia's going to bring it in this game too.
Yeah, I did like it. I wonder if it was a non-Shadow, it would have had a better matchup against the Shadow Drappion, but not in this case. Going for the Shadow Steelix, but no, deciding first, oh, it's going to be a dance-off between two water and ice types.
Absolutely love to see this. Both of them going to be trying to come out on top, but Dugong getting out of there. Malamar's going to come up much quicker in this game too and go for the Psywave showdown here between these two trainers, but Lapras gets to that charge attack first.
Yes, now even though Walker could have thrown the super effective Superpower straight away, the reason why he chose not to do that is because Superpower does debuff Malamar, which meant that Sparking Aria would do more damage in response. So better to go for the farm up to 2 and then throw, and this is what Volker is doing now. He knows that this is a losing scenario unless he lands those Superpowers, so he's going for it. Shadow Drappion takes a huge amount of damage.
Yes, you got to pick the right moment to go for that here. Another Superpower in the books though. Is there going to be a second shield here on the Drappion? Strange Top goes, yes, I do not want to have to take that huge damage twice and get a knockout here. The Malamar is so vulnerable now on the opposing side. As you said already, this is a very difficult spot for it, so Borgia going to preserve those shields, let it go down, but we see a slight undercharge here. Maybe Drappion hoping to get that little bit of extra damage in from the fast attack that he does get.
This was a bit of a stab in the dark for Strangeruff to get that undercharge and get it right to get some extra farm, but it is going to help him. Every bit of extra energy that you're able to get helps just to get those crunches off earlier on whatever comes back in, and in this case it is the Dugong. Bulky, but crunch does do damage, and there's a there's a defense drop.
This is really nice right now for Drappion. It's been played so perfectly by its trainer so far in this match, and now the pressure is still on as another Aqua Tail is going to come through. Azumarill obviously going to be able to eat this up really well, but the fact that you've been able to really whittle through the Malamar, and now you have the utility to switch into the Psywave Lapras that really has been the Pokemon that challenges this Azumarill for the #1 water spot, is nice to see.
Yes, and the problem with Azumarill is that it gets to the play rough so slow in comparison to Lapras being able to throw the admittedly resisted sparkling areas, but they're coming thick and fast, and there's going to be more to come. Play rough now going to do a respectable amount of damage, but not going to KO.
Yes, it's going to do more damage than the other moves, respectively, amongst these Pokemon. As you can see, it does a solid about quarter there onto that Lapras. But other than that, these Psywaves are going to be the thing dealing the damage onto the Azumarill in return. Just starting to stack up against it. Another Sparkling Aria. Borgia very happy to let this go through. We know it's a no risk to KO this Azumarill, but both trainers have to keep that eye on the clock. That switch timer is nearly up for Strange Top.
Yes, and that means there'll be catch attempts. And no, there is actually a snipe attempt here where you throw in the Dugong and you go for another charge attack very quickly. Good, clever play by Walker here, and Strange decides to consume his final shield. Is he going to farm up a bit more? Seems like the sensible thing to do.
Great energy preservation on that Dugong in the back to be able to launch out that attack, but now his shield has to go down on it as the Sparkling Aura is coming through from the Lapras. I'm not sure if this would have got the KO either way, but it would have put it into a very dangerous spot where a couple more Psywaves would be able to get that knockout. Here's the adjustment though. Drappion's on the field. A fantastic catch for Strange Top. Thumbs up in the air.
Yes, he's very happy to see that. He was predicting. It's so useful to be able to catch against a 3-turn fast attack. And now the Dugong and Lapras are facing off again. And this is where the advantage of having Psywave is demonstrated, because if you have shields, Lapras is so safe against Dugong.
Yes, the Sparkling Area is still failing to connect. The second shield going up on this Dugong here, but these Psywaves really coming through, getting up these charge attacks so quickly for the Lapras. It's really difficult for Dugong to have maneuverability here.
Yeah, it's very tricky because those Psywaves have made it Dugong so weak that now the Sparkling Aria is able to knock out, and now it's a race to see if you can get it's going up to 100 energy, trying to get that farm down, doesn't manage it, and unfortunately for Borgia, that might be game. Let's have a look. Sparkling Aria, does it knock out?
It does indeed. Lapras, once again, 2 matches in a row, is able to come out on top. Congratulations, Strange Top here. Lapras, once again, showing why it is one of the best Pokemon in this early meta right now.
Yes, I think Lapras might be the signature Pokemon of Stockholm if this trend continues. Fantastic play by Strange Top there. Commiserations to Walker. These are both 2 trainers hailing from Spain. They know each other very well, and one trainer has been able to secure further into this tournament, and who knows, maybe Strange Shock will be the one that raises that medal.
I have to credit his opponent, though. The Azumarill at the end, those bubbles were actually putting in a ton of work against the opposing Lapras. And I think if maybe 1 or 2 more bubbles had been able to connect, then it would have been a different story and Lapras would have been the one felled. But it looks like there really has been a change on the scene for the water type in dominance.
Yes, it has indeed been impressive to see Lapras's rise to fame here. It's been out of the meta for so long, and here we can see the Steelix with the Talonflame, and this was the fabulous catch that we saw, where it was able to catch the Aquatail onto the Dugong. A catch, for those of you at home who are unsure about what the concept is when you swap your Pokemon in at a perfect time to, in essence, catch a charge attack from your opponent. Now, if this charge attack happens to be a resisted charge attack, that's even better. So this is where an example where Aquatail was caught on Dugong. That is a fabulous catch, and this is what demonstrates high-level play, in my opinion.
Yes, and I did like the adaptation from Borja coming into Game 2, dropping the Steelix in favor of that Azumarill, because I think it did then neutralize a few of the matchups and lineups if you came up against that Lapras, for example. But when it comes down to which Pokemon is going to come out stronger, I think Lapras did indeed make its mark. I like the way that Malamar came up a little bit earlier, but as you can see here, the end game, Strange Top knows as soon as this Sparkling Aria is locked in that it is going to be GG and a victory for him.
And you notice that Azumarill could have thrown a charge attack there to wipe out the Lapras very easy, but chose not to do that because Borja was holding on to that charge attack to potentially launch it on the final Pokemon if Lapras was farmed down and knocked out. So that's why it's all well and good. You might knock out the Lapras, but then the final Pokemon would have taken out the Azumarill anyway, so you need that energy for the final Pokemon. And so there was logic to the play. He didn't quite get the farm down, but imagine if he did. That would have been a very, very impressive play.
Well, speaking of Azumarill, this is a Pokemon that has been talked about a lot amongst us commentators this weekend in the community because of Arceus Aurelius's kind of challenge about it. And I want to know your take on it. Do you think Azumarill is going to drop off as much as Marcus is convinced it's going to?
I think so. My answer to that is no. Okay, that's very firm, and the reason, and I know I'm putting myself against. We're
on one side of the fence now.
Yes. Yeah, so I've said the opposite to Marcus, but my logic is this: there have been many brilliant trainers that have been able to win with some very unusual Pokemon. One trainer that stands out to me is Tonton Batus getting second with a Clefable and a Seaking. And that was only a few months back, I recall. Oh no, a little while ago. Anyway, the point is that any trainer can make a Pokemon great, and with something as meta-staple as Azumarill has been for so long, yeah, definitely, I reckon there will be a trainer that will be able to command and pilot it well, and so Marcus might be in a bit of trouble.
I mean, it is still number 2 on the usage stats at the moment here in Stockholm for day 1, and that definitely does show that a lot of trainers are opting for it, whether or not it is just that reliable pick, because it can be so versatile and it pairs so well with so many other Pokemon out there, like Drappion, that's still in that top usage as well. I feel like early doors in the meta, it's still going to be around. But I do think once things stabilize a little bit more, when we see who, or I suppose how capable some of the new Pokemon are going to be, I can imagine Pokemon like Drappion, Diggersby, the Azumarill, all kind of dropping off a little bit. But I think it's going to be a time game at the moment.
Yes, there will be some great trainers in the world watching today, watching and getting a feel for the meta, because Stockholm is one of the first streamed instances where you can see the full Might and Mastery meta, where trainers in NA, in LATAM and elsewhere will be looking at it and going, right, what is a potential core breaker for a lot of these top meta picks? And once one trainer discovers it, does well with it, then it will be the new big thing. Speaking of big things, a new matchup, and look who we have on stage.
We have Kilo versus Uden, and this is going to be such an interesting matchup. Kilo is actually, I believe, the brother of Colin Six, previous regional champion. I mean, it feels like he's won everything at this point. But again, such an incredible player, and I feel like as well, you know, if there is that running in the family, this is going to be an incredible match. And Uden as well, a player who almost needs no introduction. We've showcased him so many times on the regional circuit as well.
And look what both of these trainers bring. There is a clash of fire types. We haven't seen too much flames going on at the moment, but Helio is bringing the Talonflame, perhaps the more common Incinerate user, but look, it's going to go up against the Skeledirge on Uden's side. So let's have a look. Talonflame going with a very traditional Fly and Brave Bird combo, looking to really pressure on the flying type damage. Has to be mindful though of the Cradillys that are around, because Rock Tomb is double super effective against Talonflame.
Exactly, and Cradily, the #1 usage Pokemon at the moment, having that buff to Rock Tomb has really thrown it into the limelight. And it's able to apply a lot of pressure to a lot of the Pokemon out there, guaranteed to get that drop as well in attack, can really neutralize the opponent's offensive pressure, as well as the fact that grass types have always been generally quite reliable. We've had Jumpluff and Superior previously as well, being able to really provide that great coverage. When we take a look at Uden's side, however, there is a Pokemon I really want to dive into, which is the Furret. This is one of the Pokemon that I feel like is still an untapped resource. Having access to that Sucker Punch in a meta that is surrounded by a lot of Ghost-type Pokemon does give it so much flexibility at the moment, as well as having access to Swift now. It's very consistent, very quick, does really nice neutral coverage, as well as getting the same type attack bonus. And Trailblaze, that was something Ariados really piloted, being able to get that attack boost as well, can give it a lot of flexibility on the field. I'm a big Furret fan.
Yes, and Trailblaze is going to boost the damage from Sucker Punch, and Sucker Punch is a fantastic fast attack for dealing good amounts of damage. It's not super same type attack bonus, but in a Ghost meta, Furret is going to be great. But let me highlight Skeledirge and Torch Song coming in here. Torch Song is going to ramp up the damage from Incinerate, one of the hardest hitting fast attacks in the game. And of course you have Shadow Ball. If that wasn't enough, you can launch a Shadow Ball and annihilate pretty much anything that isn't a Furret, I guess.
Yes, that's very true. The Incinerates we've seen previously on Talonflame do so much damage. Yes, they're kind of slow to get going, but they can still, if they connect, do a huge amount of damage on the field. Let's jump into the leads here of this winner's semis here. It's going to be Cradily versus the Azumarill.
Oh, and there is some very positive energy coming from Keelio here. Cradily has an advantage. There's an immediate swap into the Furret, which is responded to by Keelio's Azumarill. It's a bit tricky because Furret has a grass-type attack.
Yes, exactly. That Trailblaze is going to be very threatening into the Azumarill. It is very bulky, though, and particularly at this early stage where the attack buffs have not come through from the Trailblaze, you can afford to take one if you are that Azumarill. The attack buff has gone up, and little Furret running around in circles on the field, but now has to try and find a way past this play rough.
Yes, and I think what's nice is that because Azumarill is a Fairy-type Pokemon, it takes resisted damage from the Sucker Punches, which are Dark-type fast attacks from Furret. So there is a tactical reason to go for Azumarill to answer the Furret. Just have to be mindful of the Trailblaze here, which is now going to be boosted and do more damage. So I think a sensible shield here. Very
wise shield indeed. And as you've mentioned, you know, in the fast attacks, the bubbles are really the ones that are doing that damage. Only a few more, I think 5 more, I think are going to be able to get the knockout on that Furret. That's going to hide once again behind a little shield here, protect itself up from the Ice Beam, trying to get another Trailblaze on to apply pressure to this opposing Azumarill.
Yes, now I wonder if Keelio wants to use both shields here and potentially go for the farm down or not, because I think there may be some possibility. It's an undercharge as well. No decides to no shield and let the Azumarill go down, but now there's plenty of opportunity for Keelio to farm with pretty much anything he wants here.
Exactly, and taking a look at the backline as well on Keelio's side, you really need to make sure that your Azumarill is in play to deal with that opposing Talonflame, because the Sandslash is not going to appreciate them at all. Furret able to hang on against the Cradily, go for another Trailblaze here. It's really hanging on by a thread, not going to be able to take another fast attack here, but at least connect some big damage onto the Cradily.
Yes, Cradily is a grass and rock type, so a grass type Trailblaze is going to deal neutral damage here, but I think Keelio was hoping to get the farm down before that Trailblaze was launched, and now Azumarill does come back in, but this is a very different dynamic because Cradily is now so low that those bubbles are going to add up, bearing in mind they are neutral against a grass and rock type.
Yes, Furret really putting in that work previously to make it easier for the Azumarill to try and get the KO, but now it's actually going to be the Sandslash coming in. It can eat up this grass attack all day long.
Yes, that was a fabulous catch by Uden then. That might be a game decider. Oh no, maybe not, because Talonflame is going to incinerate through the entire snow Sandslash. That is going to be so much damage.
Who needs charge attacks when you have the Incinerate there to deal with the Ice and Steel type? Ultra super effective damage coming through. Yes, it's able to get a little bit of damage on the board against the Talonflame, but Azumarill really has to clean up here. The bubbles are going to put in a lot of work, but the fact that the charge attacks are here as well could leave the Azumarill in a very vulnerable spot, but no shield. Uden wants to preserve that for the end game.
Yeah, that was a brave call though, because if that was a brave bird, that would have taken out the Azumarill, and the Azumarill is so useful here. Going for another fly here. Now Uden feels comfortable shielding because he might be able to bubble down this Talonflame, and that will give him a lot of extra energy for the Cradily afterwards. So let's see, is he able to get that farm down? It's going to be so close, and yes, he manages it.
Yes, uses the fast attacks to get the knockout onto the Talonflame, leaving all this beautiful energy for the charge attacks going down into the Cradily, but Keelio does have that shield in play. So Azumarill needs to hope that after the Ice Beam, there's still enough energy left in the tank to be able to get the damage down. Yes, is able to get through the Ice Beam.
Wow, that was so close. Uden wasn't quite sure whether that Bullet Seed would knock out his Azumarill before he could launch the Ice Beam here. That was so impeccably close, trusting in his Pokemon to have just enough bulk and secure that Game 1 win.
Yeah, don't count Azumarill out quite yet, Arceus Aurelius here. I think on this situation, it's doing incredibly well so far, proving that its bulk is still in place as well as its brawn. The way that it was able to counteract that Talonflame was very impressive and necessary, considering how much damage the Talonflame was doing to the Sandslash. That was not good alignment for the poor Ice and Steel type.
Yes, Uden did well to come out of that matchup because bear in mind, he started from a disadvantageous position because his Azumarill was locked in against, started off against the Cradily, but it was also rather poetic that Azumarill was the Pokemon that was able to deal with Cradily right at the very end game with barely 1 HP, I reckon. So very, very close base, especially against a trainer that if he's anything like Colin 6, Keelio is going to be a strong, strong trainer to deal with.
I wonder if the Swallot is possibly going to be an adjustment for Keelio here. Using that boosted Sludge attack, it has a really nice amount of pressure into something like the Azumarill that gave him a lot of trouble in that Game 1. The question would then be, which Pokemon would you drop for it though? Because although the Talonflame didn't do too much to either the Furret or the Azumarill, it was critical for dealing swiftly with that opposing Sandslash. But do you think Uden's going to bring it again, considering how detrimental it could have been in that moment? It might be too much for risk.
Yeah, that's the thing. The difficulty that Keelio has, like with bringing in Swallot, is that there's so many things that are going to cause problems for it. Uden has that Claydol. Uden even has that Skeledirge as well. Now, Skeledirge being a ghost type means it will take resisted damage from the Sludge attacks from Swallot, and indeed the Ice Beam as well. Sure, it's taking super effective damage from the Mud Shots, but Mud Shot isn't a high damage ground attack, and also it is mainly used for generating energy, and Skeledirge really doesn't mind the charge attacks of Swallot. So, I don't know, it's a bit of a risk, but you are right, Lou. It is the answer to the Azumarill, and it might be worth that risk.
Because I think as well, Cradily can obviously apply pressure with the Bullet Seed and things like that, but the fact that the bubbles can be so relentless, the fact that the Ice Beams coming through from the Azumarill can be so devastating to the Cradily as well, you have to ask yourself in those situations, do you have the shield to utilize to be able to keep Cradily in the game? So the alignment, I think, is going to be key if Keelio does want to make these adaptations.
Yes, I think Keelio does have to play the alignment game and pray that he holds on to it as well and doesn't allow Uden to squirm his way out like he did in the last game. But this is looking pretty good for Uden because Primeape answers the Cradily very nicely, so we expect an immediate swap.
Yes, exactly, that fighting type now going down against a fairy type. Not so exciting for it here as the Karate Chops will connect down. The Bubbles, of course, still putting in some work into that Primeape as well, but it can finally retaliate here with its charge attack of that Rage Fist. It's going to be able to get an attack boost as well.
Yes, and so this is nice because Primeape's matchup against Azumarill is rather interesting. It does have to shield everything because it's so fragile, but the damage from the Rage Fist do add up, and I think Uden's happy to weaken this Azumarill a bit more because therefore it will be easier for him to deal with it later. Now trying to swap, and now with Azumarill being so low, on Keelio's side, his Azumarill has an advantage.
Yes, and it was nice to switch out the Primeape there just as the Play Rough was charged up on the Azumarill on Keelio's side as well. The Azumarill on the opposing side able to take that really, really well. And now we're just going to see a tale as old as time with Azumarills going down against each other. But actually Keelio's like, no, I'm writing a new chapter here. We're going to bring in the Cradily to see how it's going to be able to play against this Ice Beam. Let's see how much damage this is actually going to do.
Yes, it's going to... Oh, actually,
just over a third.
Yeah, so Cradily, especially with it not being Shadow, is actually all right. But the Bubbles are going to put the Cradily into a rage where 2 Ice Beams are going to KO. I do like this play though by Keelio to get Cradily back in because it will now have some utility and the switch clocks are misaligned. So now it's whether Keelio's aware that Primeape is going to come back in very soon. If he is aware, it's not worth shielding Cradily in my opinion.
Based on the last calculation, this Ice Beam should be enough to be able to get the knockout here. So Keelio letting it go down, preserving those shields, and you do have the utility of the opposing Azumarill in the back for yourself. The Azumarill on Uden's side so low at the moment. And once again, we're just going to see Primeape versus the Azumarill here. There's lots of energy stored up with that Rage Fist on Primeape's side. So it is going to be able to connect to us a little chunk of damage, get that attack boost up as well.
Yes, and so this Azumarill is able to attack the first one, tries to make a catch here, doesn't get it, but now the Rage Fist is going to come through anyway, and Talonflame's not as bulky as Azumarill, so this will do some decent damage in my opinion.
And this is the second Rage Fist as well, so another attack boost going to come down onto that Primeape, but look at these Incinerates, they do come through so thick and fast. Another one is going to be able to get the knockout on the Primeape, so really nice here from Keelio. The Rage Fist is not going to be able to connect. It doesn't matter how many attack buffs you have got, you will be felled to this one fast attack. However, there's another one charged up. Honestly, honestly, this Primeape is so impressive right now.
This is the problem, I think, for Talonflame, because its Incinerate launch lands its damage and registers damage on the 4th turn of a 5-turn attack with Incinerate. So that means that Primeape can get at least another Karate Chop off and then throw its Rage Fist. So that was the problem. I think makes another lovely catch here, catching the fly onto the Azumarill. Uden seems to have done this 2 matches in a row.
Exactly. The fly going to come down, connect onto the Azumarill, but look who's in the back. This makes the Talonflame so happy as the Incinerates come down here. I think another one, maybe 2. Maybe it needs 2 to get the knockout, but it is going to be just a timely manner for this Sandslash. The fly is not going to be able to connect on it though, and there is still the charge attacks on Uden's side here ready to go.
Yes, I like this play by Keelio, though, to get the play off. While it is resisted damage, Alolan Sandslash is still going to struggle a little bit, and this is going to get so close. Bubble has come through, so if this Drill Run doesn't KO Azumarill, then Sandslash is going down. It's going to be close, but I reckon Drill Run might just pull it off, and it does.
Yep, there's the knockout on the Azumarill, and now the Incinerate comes through onto the Sandslash here. It will be felled. Keelio's able to take this game with that Talonflame. I'm sorry I tried to ride it off at the end of Game 1.
Oh no, well that was very close. Again, you remember in Game 1 it was 1 HP in a dream. With Talonflame, it was that example of the Incinerate damage registered on the 4th turn of a 5-turn attack. And so even though Alolan Sandslash was able to get the energy it needed on the 4th turn of that Incinerate to throw an Ice Punch, because the damage has to register first, the Sandslash was not able to therefore throw the Ice Punch in order to secure the KO. So it was much closer than initially anticipated. Both trainers now discussing the nature of the battle and how close that was.
Well, these mechanics are so intricate, and we even saw exactly that situation with the Talonflame and the Primeape there, where Primeape was able to get the Karate Chop through. I thought the Incinerate was going to be enough to be able to get the knockout there, but no, then there was another charge attack, because as you've said, even though Incinerate can deal a huge amount of damage, the fact that it takes those extra turns to register can buy time for your opponent to get more damage in the meantime, and suddenly everything starts snowballing into a lot of devastating damage on the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw, Talonflame Alolan Sandslash is the epitome of devastating damage in Great League. The judges are going to be reviewing the matchup, because I believe one of the trainers has registered that they want to have a review. Now, this is a very normal procedure in certain Pokemon Go matches, because it's important that when trainers are competing for those prizes, those championship points, and to have the honor of being called champion, you want to make sure that your wins happen in a legitimate fashion, and your losses are certainly because of the game and not because something else has gone amiss. So I want to give a big shout out to the judges and the staff that are working these events, because they are the ones that help make it happen, so all of you watching at home can enjoy them, and all the trainers competing today, not just in Go, but in TCG and VG, all have all the staff available to help them through their journeys.
Yes, we wouldn't get very far without our incredible professor and judge team here at the Pokemon Regional Championships, but it also gives us a little bit more time to dive deeper onto the team that we've had a look at, and Cradily has really risen to the forefront, #1 in the usage stats here in Stockholm in Day 1, and already putting on such a show here in this match. I mean, Cradily did get access to Rock Tomb, it's got the same type attack bonus as well. The one thing I love about Rock Tomb, and I think it's why it's rising up, is it's very similar to Scorching Sands, but you get that guaranteed debuff.
Yes, and I think that certainty allows for more predictability in knowing, okay, I'll shield the first charge attack, then I'll launch my Rock Tomb, and then I don't need to shield the second charge attack.
Exactly.
Simply because it does less damage. It's less of an issue now that Rock Tomb has had its effect. So yeah, I quite agree with you. And I also want to draw a parallel with previous metas in months past, in in previous seasons. Before, we had like a duality where you'd have 2 Pokemon that sort of face off against each other towards the top of the meta. Before, it was Azumarill and Drappion. Now, in your opinion, do you think that it should be more about Azumarill versus Cradily, or do you think it's still Azumarill Drappion going on?
I think as long as Drappion and Azumarill have each other by their side, and there isn't one Pokemon that's going to drop one of them out, I think they're still such a unit. And yes, Cradily's coming in to try and maybe break up the band a little bit, but at the moment, particularly early on in the meta, they're still very unified, and we are seeing them together on a lot of teams. But I wouldn't be surprised with, Lapras coming in, with the Psywave as well, and the Bulk, and providing that water type coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to start seeing maybe a little bit more of a shift. Lift.
Yes, yes, as Lapras is going to be very, very fun to deal with. Azumarill taking neutral damage off the Psy Waves and only can really threaten with the Play Rough, which takes 6 bubbles in order to get to for the first one. So in that time, Lapras would have Psy-Waved so much energy, Psy-Waved and done so much damage and generated so much energy, and the Sparkling Arias, even though resisted, it has an improved move. It is going to do damage over time. Everything chips over time, right?
And don't forget my boy Furret as well, with that Trailblaze. That's something else that has to be in contention against Azumarills, for example, and being able to get the attack buffs and start steamrolling through, because Azumarill may be bulky, but Furret has some reasonable bulk as well, is able to hold its own out there on the field. So the fact that you've got this Grass-type move that also applies some pressure from a Pokemon that I'm hoping is going to rise up a little bit more in the usage, could then challenge that dynamic duo of the Drappion and then, of course, the Azumarill.
Yes, and one going off on a slight tangent, but related to
I love a tangent.
Yes, the Furret, as a Pokemon, is much larger than initially anticipated, because when you think of a Furret and you think, oh, okay, it'll be, I don't know,
cute and fluffy?
Yeah, well, oh no, it's still cute and fluffy. That goes without, that's beyond debate. But you think about this size, in reality, Furret is big.
Yeah.
Big. It's like, I think almost as tall as me.
But I guess sometimes, you know, in Pokemon Go, you can catch those extra small Pokemon, the extra large Pokemon. I would love, you know, an extra teeny tiny little Furret, and it'd be really cute. It could curl up on the desk here. I would love it.
You mean you wouldn't like just have it wrapped around your neck and it's just chilling?
Ooh. Gastrodon might get jealous.
Oh, yeah. No, we can't
Gastrodon's still the favorite. Let's make that abundantly clear, Pokemon trainers.
And just to be clear, it's the blue one.
Definitely the blue one.
Right.
Don't trust what's been happening over in our previous regional championships. I mean, the past 2 regional championships, we have seen Gastrodon take the #1 title. It has become a regional champion twice in one weekend, but it was the other variant, which, you know, I understand because of how you have to catch them, and over on that side of the world, the pink variant is around a little bit more. So we'll forgive those trainers. They've at least put Gastrodon very firmly on the map.
So now you just need Europe to replicate that.
I do.
But not the Brits. The Brits still get the pink one, right?
We will hold judgment on whether I will condone that or not. But again, you know, water types, they have been really, really dominant throughout all of competitive Pokemon. We've had the Swamperts before, we've obviously had Feraligatr doing incredibly well. Indeed. But at the moment, obviously, I've spoken about Lapras enough, but there's another Pokemon I want to talk about that has been showcased so far today, is Blastoise.
Yeah.
Because Blastoise is also rising up.
Yes, Blastoise has been given Rollout as a new fast attack, which has been fabulous for it. Rollout is so good at generating energy, and of course, Blastoise has access to its legacy attack, which is Hydro Cannon. This is a charge attack that is unique to water-type starter Pokemon. Blastoise, of course, the premier water-type Pokemon, and I think many trainers from playing Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, very fond of Squirtle as their starter. But Blastoise with Rollout means it can get to this first Hydro Cannon just after 4 rollouts, and then the next few are going to be just 3 rollouts. That's so impressive for such a high damaging attack.
And we've seen Feraligatr do that time and time again, where it just goes for Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. But the interesting thing with Blastoise as well is this Skull Bash, because that can deal a significant amount of damage. You get the defense buff as well that can give you a little bit more longevity on the field. But the way that Rollout energy works, after one Skull Bash, you still have enough residual to get to a Hydro Cannon quickly as well. Yes. So as you've said, there's already one option to get to Hydro Cannon quickly, but you can also get to it another way, and it just means that Blastoise has a really nice potential to start steamrolling through opponents.
Yes, I need to actually get a few more Blastoise just because I want to have a few different ones to see, do I want one with Ice Beam or Skull Bash?
You need some choices.
Yeah, exactly. You got to have a choice. Also, you got to have a shiny, of course. It's very important to have the shiny when you're playing. For those of you that are just tuning in, just to bring you back to what is happening right now, we are in Stockholm for the regional championships. This is the final regional championship of Europe. There are 3 special championships happening in subsequent months, but we are in Stockholm, capital of Sweden. We just have a matchup at the moment, which is under a review, where we're checking that the matchup worked accordingly. So the judges are working tooth and nail to make sure that everything is working as intended. So we will be back to the action very, very soon. But don't go anywhere, because these 2 trainers have been so impressive already. Games 1 and 2,
amazing.
How close were they? How close?
Very, very close, particularly when we were seeing those interactions between the fast attacks and those ones that maybe take a little bit longer on those counts to deal the damage, as you were saying, allowing the ones that are a little bit quicker, but maybe not as offensively powerful, to chip away. And then that can actually swing, particularly if you've got 2 Pokemon that are really, really low in HP, being able to hit faster, even if it's not as hard, can actually get the knockout quicker.
Yes, oh, absolutely. It's wild to me how significant that end game is, because you don't know how close to the wire it's going to be and whether you should have shielded earlier in the mid game of a battle or not. But these are the beautiful tactics. There are many resources available to you across the internet that will allow you to be a better trainer. Of course, tuning in, watching the best trainers do so well is a surefire way in order to learn how to get better, and then from them, by speaking to them, by interacting with the PvP community here for Pokemon Go, that's where you go from a new trainer to a great trainer.
And speaking of the community as well, I am rocking this little Totodile pin, which eventually evolves into a Feraligatr, and that's going to be a Pokemon that you can catch very much so this weekend, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, it is the Totodile Community Day Classic this weekend. Sorry, it was today from 2 p.m. till 5 p.m. So make sure you go out and grab those. Have the stream in the background, of course, very important. So do that. Now it looks as though this matchup has the review has ended, and now we are at 1 apiece with 2 great trainers. So this next match decides it all.
Exactly. I do love a game 3 because not only does it mean more Pokemon action for you guys at home and us here in the arena, but also it allows our trainers to really showcase what they have learned from games 1 and 2 and make those adaptations as necessary. I think I did mention previously that I feel like the Swallot has a lot of potential here to apply pressure to something like the opposing Azumarill, but Keelio was able to actually use the Cradily, I think, very well in that game 2 to apply that pressure that had been lacking in game 1.
Yes, I agree, and I personally think that he'll stick with Cradily because it's just a little bit more versatile in this matchup. So let's find out if Keelio does do that. No! Lou, you have pulled it out of the bag here. Swallot is now on the field, but not ideal against the against the Alolan Sandslash, a steel type that resists poison attack damage.
It's able to go for these mud shots though, farm up a little bit of energy, but Azumarill's going to jump in to take the charge attack from the opposing side, being a poison type. It was great that the Swallot switched out to take this drill run by the Azumarill instead.
Yes, I really like this play by Keelio. He's managed to build up a lot of energy on that Swallot that he can use later on in the mid-game or maybe even the end game. But now the tricky thing is going to be trying to win switch advantage in order to align his Swallot against something that isn't the Sandslash. This is not going to do a lot of damage, so therefore no shield on Keelio's side.
Even though it's super effective, it only does about a quarter into that bulky Azumarill, but the attack buff is now in play for that Furret, and that is something that Keelio has to watch out for. The play rough will connect, but again, these sucker punches not very effective, but they're still putting in a lot of work, putting that Azumarill down into the red as a Trailblaze, and almost 2 Swifts are ready on the opposing side.
Yes, I was curious whether Uden would opt to go for Swift here, because even Swift may knock out at this range, but no, opting for the Trailblaze because then he gets another attack boost, which means more damage available when he does eventually choose to use Swift, as well as, of course, the Sucker Punches.
Yes, it is a little bit damaging now for this Furret, though a couple of Incinerates are going to be able to, I think, get the knockout, but those Swifts are charged and ready to go, so quickly Furret must act to try and get some damage onto this Talonflame, particularly considering that once again, the Sandslash is in the back and does not want to take the fiery damage from the bird in the sky.
Yeah, I think Keelio was sensible to shield here because that Swift would have done so much damage, but this is looking tricky because Azumarill is more than happy to deal with Talonflame. Keelio making the brave call now to go for the Brave Bird, and is that going to hit? It does, and does huge damage.
Yes, the risk has paid off, and the Talonflame gets out of there to reset the debuff that it will have got from that damage as well. We now get to see a little bit more what Swallot can do. The Sludge is going to be able to come through. The Sandslash isn't going to worry about taking this too much, as it's of course not very effective. But I think critically here, the thing for Keelio is to get the energy brought up onto this Swallot. Just try and chip away at this opposing Sandslash as much as you can. You know that Talonflame can come in and finish up the job, but you now, while Swallot is on the field, while that switch timer is not reset, you just have to do what you can do to get the energy up.
Yes, I agree, and I think Keelio's looking to just get as many sludge bombs off as sludge as much sludge off as possible.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, God, I'm so used to sludge bomb, but sludge coming in now, which just wants to weaken this Sandslash enough so that Talonflame can come back in and throw 1 Incinerate and get the farm down. That, I think, is the aim, and he's just pulled it off and gets another catch. Single resisted, though, so still do a bit of damage, this.
Yep, nice for the Talonflame to come in and try and take this drill run. As you said, will still do a decent amount of damage, but nothing compared to what those Incinerates are going to be able to retaliate with. The bubbles now coming through from Azumarill, a perfect alignment here for Uden. Really great to be able to pressure this Talonflame and keep the Sandslash safe in the back. But once again, Talonflame in prime position to go for this charge attack. It goes for the fly this time, straight into the shield.
Yes, I think Uden recognizing that as long as he keeps his Azumarill healthy, he can get that farm down. And now we could see Swallot do well, but Swallot's so low on energy that at this point, Azumarill can just launch Ice Beam after Ice Beam.
Yeah, Swallot has a lot to do here. The Ice Beam will come through, do a very significant amount of damage considering there are no shields remaining on Keelio's side. You have to get through these relentless onslaughts of ice attacks coming through from the Azumarill. Another Ice Beam is going to be able to put it down into the red here, only on a little bit of health. And yes, you can go for the Sludge, but there is still the Sandslash in the back that you have to contend with.
Yes, unfortunately for Keelio, he wasn't able to wiggle out of that Swallot Sandslash matchup here. Sludge knocking out the Azumarill finally, but one fast attack from Alolan Sandslash, and Swallot is taken out. Uden is your victor in this closely fought matchup.
Look at a little Drappion as well, rocking by its trainer here. Uden doing incredibly well to pull back this match and take the game 3. I have to say, Keelio, very impressive, showcasing as well that Cradily, and I loved the adaptation of the Swallot coming in to showcase a little bit what it can do. But once again, you just can't count Azumarill out. I'm sorry, Marcus.
Well, you were right, Lou, when you said that alignment was going to be key if you do bring Swallot in game 3. And sadly for Keelio, he was not able to get the alignment he needed. He tried. He did so well to try and wiggle as much as possible, but Uden, such a good trainer, was able to hold on to that advantage and do not let Keelio out of his sights. And that is a demonstration of why, if you have alignment, you want to hold on to it for as long as possible.
Yes, and it's always thrilling to be able to watch a best-of-3 set and see how these trainers are adapting throughout. We've seen that constantly throughout the tournament so far, particularly in a new meta where you are still figuring things out. Your kind of damage calculations are not as crystal clear as they have been previously when you've really ironed out a metagame. So these trainers, as long as they're able to identify this and use it to their advantage, will come out on top.
Yes, you can see an example of just how close this matchup was. 1 HP and a dream on that Azumarill, launching the Ice Beam, which will deal super effective damage to Cradily. To be honest, just one extra bubble probably would have done it as well, but you don't want to leave anything to chance. Ice Beam knocking out, and then Talonflame getting a huge farm down here, but a beautiful catch by Uden. This was catch central, I think.
I have to credit the way this Sandslash was able to nimbly dance around this opposing Talonflame with the help of that Azumarill, I think, obviously being able to eat up the incinerates and retaliate with the bubble as well. But with that switch timer, you know, taking, I think it's 50 seconds to be able to reset, then that makes it very difficult sometimes if your Sandslash is just plonked on the field down against the Talonflame. But here you can see it trying to get a little bit of redemption. Fantastic play from both of these trainers.
Yeah, I will give credit to Keelio here because Uden, in my opinion, is a trainer that has got so much experience. I feel Keelio is a little bit newer. Yes, has the benefit of having Colin as a brother that you can learn from and one of the best trainers in Europe, if not the world. But to go up against a Titan with Uden and still force him to get 2 1 HP wins is really impressive. So credit where it's due. Well done, Keelio, and we hope that he will have an excellent run in the losers bracket.
That's the thing, it is a double elimination tournament. So yes, you have taken this first loss, but you're still in the tournament. And we have seen many trainers do the run back through the losers bracket to potentially even win the whole thing. So yes, you take the first loss a little bit early, but the game is certainly not over for Keelio.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I remember a matchup, a tournament in the past where Colin lost quite early and then went on an incredible losers run to make it to day 2. And you never know, Keelio can go, I'm gonna do the same. In fact, I'm not gonna just do the same. I'm gonna do the same and go one step better and win a regional championship, because Colin hasn't actually won a regional yet this season, although he was so dominant in previous seasons to come. And we believe he's in Stockholm as well.
Ooh, well, that would be interesting to see if we're able to maybe get him on the broadcast a little bit later on. I think he has won, is it a regional or special event in every season he's competed in? I think. If not, we're just going to say that's fact, so I don't look silly.
Someone needs
He's won a lot of them.
Yeah, someone needs to give Rise to Occasion a run for his money, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, but Rise to Occasion won with a Gastrodon, so, you know.
Right. So Colin has to win with a Gastrodon as well for you to be okay with it.
That's how I tier my champions.
Right, I see.
Based on the Pokemon.
I see, I see.
It's sound logic. Oh, and speaking of champions, we have got the EUIC champion, Padaman, facing down against Kosiak. I mean, honestly, I'm so excited to dive straight into these teams. Kosiak we were able to showcase earlier on the broadcast as well, really showcasing what this Claydol and Cradily can do, as well as Golisopod, a Pokemon we haven't spoken about yet that's also jumped onto the scene thanks to the Aqua Jet buff that it has received.
Yeah, I think Golisopod, I love it as a Pokemon. It's so fun. It's got Shadow Claw, X-Scissor, and now the improved Aqua Jet. Also, to point out these two trainers, both of them have won a championship in Poland. Koshak was the Warsaw Regional Champion in the 2022 season, if memory serves, and then Patoman, I believe, won Gdansk in the 2023 season, and of course EUIC. It goes without saying Patoman's skill and legacy to do that so recently. So Pato is coming up off a high and looking to secure another regional win, and he could do it, but Koshak knows how to play because he has won as well. So this is a Titans match with two very young trainers who have already made their mark on the Pokemon Go scene.
Yes, Panaman winning previously with the Alolan Ninetales. This time is bringing the Alolan Sandslash to the front. That Powder Snow going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to any flyers out there, but most predominantly, I think, to the grass types that are rocking around. That Cradily for sure. The Pokemon I want to dive on a little bit more is this Sableye. Having that Dazzling Gleam unlocked gives it such great coverage in this meta, particularly with a lot of the dark types running around. The fighters that we have as well are really being pushed out thanks to all of this fairy pressure that's coming through. I think as well the coverage of Ghost and Fairy is incredibly awesome. We spoke earlier about Foul Play. It took a drop in terms of its damage output, but then also for its energy. So it's able to pace so much better in this meta game right now.
Yeah, Sableye used to require 6 Shadow Claws at first in order to get a Foul Play off. Now it only requires 5, and Dazzling Gleam is 7. So this is fabulous in terms of coverage. One thing as well I want to highlight, and this is what both trainers have, is Jumpluff is no longer running grass coverage, and I believe that's because a lot of trainers are using Cradily instead for the grass coverage and just relying on Jumpluff to be a full-on flyer and pressure away the fighters with that fairy damage and with, of course, Aerial Ace and Legacy Acrobatics, I believe.
That's a great observation, actually. It's very unusual to see Jumpluff without its grass type there. I would have kind of taken a second look, but Cradily is just able to fill that role so well too. Golisopod, again, a Pokemon that's been really nice to see. It plays very similarly to Feraligatr. Its bug typing can be, detrimental against things like rock weakness coming through from Cradily, for example, but then at the same time, with a lot of the counter and mud slap users that we have out there, it does give you that kind of nice coverage defensively as well. So we will, I suppose, see it having a lot of play out there, but I'm not sure necessarily in this particular match.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I love Golisopod's attack because it's able to win charge attack priority against a lot of different Pokemon.
Yeah.
I like here, it's got a respectable matchup against Azumarill just because of Shadow Claw, and then it has a walls off Alolan Sandslash, which is very impressive, and I think that's why it's coming in. So Koshak opting for the Drappion. This was the duel between the two as Azumarill faces off against Shadow Drappion here. Poison Stings dealing super effective damage, but the charge attacks from Drappion are resisted by Azumarill. So it's an interesting dynamic here.
We often see these two on the same side, but now they are rivals in this match. The first switch is going to come through on Kosiak's side, but then quickly followed up on Padaman's side as well. The Shadow Claws, though, coming through are going to be formidable into that Sableye.
Yes, and Sableye getting to the foul play more quickly means Koshak needs to respect it, because even though it's not going to knock out, it will allow for a farm down afterwards, and so Koshak now opting for the drill run here to get a bit of extra damage and secure a knockout. Pataman, wise to it, shields immediately.
It's actually the Powder Snows that are coming through there as well for some same type attack bonus damage going down into the Sableye. But of course, once again, these ice type attacks are going to be devastating coming through. A very wise shield, particularly on the Shadow variant of Sableye, that's going to take that extra damage.
And Pataman very quickly goes 2 shields down here, looking to try and force Koshak to have to throw again. Does he manage it? Yes, he does. And he gets a charge attack priority as well. Does Koshak decide to let this go? He does.
You can really see the speed that these foul plays are able to stack up now, thanks to the new adjustment in this metagame at the moment. Is able to fell that opposing Sandslash very early doors. But it looks like Pataman's making a switch straight away. It's going to be that Azumarill already charged up with this Ice Beam, and that is something the Grass and Flying type on the opposing side for the Jumpluff does not want to take. A very wise shield.
Yeah, Koshak, I was worried for him for a second there. I thought, would he recognize that there's an Ice Beam there? Trying to go for a catch to catch the Ice Beam, doesn't manage it, but is able to launch the crunch down. We are back to the start matchup, but this time there's a lot of energy on both trainers' sides.
Yes, I've seen this story before, but it looks like we have got an upgrade here with all of the energy. The Crunch is not getting any debuffs here as well, so the Azumarill is sitting pretty on the field at the moment. Another Crunch is already ready to go though, so this will come through. There are no shields, but again, Azumarill does not mind taking this as long as there's not a debuff, but that is exactly what has happened here, just as it's able to go for this play rough.
Yes, Patoman recognizing that he needs to get rid of the Shadow Drappion because otherwise the Poison Stings are going to add up with that debuff. Jumpluff already has an attack available and it is a charge attack priority event. Jumpluff, despite not having a lot of attack, is able to win over Azumarill, which is even more defensive, and that means the Ice Beam is no longer a threat. Now it's Jumpluff versus the world.
Yep, Jumpluff may be nimble and speedy, able to get the edge over that Azumarill, but now we have got this poison damage coming through from the Drappion here. We are going to be able to see the crunch come through again. No shields remaining on this side. It is still going to be a significant amount of damage, and considering the 1 to 2 Pokemon disadvantage, it looks a little difficult for this little Jumpluff.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. However, Jumpluff does have access to Acrobatics, a fantastic flying type attack, and it does a lot of damage here. All Jumpluff needs to do is just have some energy available. Of Koshak making the sensible decision to wait to make sure that Patoman has no opportunity to catch. Now going for the Acrobatics, which will absolutely decimate Shadow Drappion.
Really nice to see that come through. An adaptation here with the Sableye coming in with that foul play ready as well. So we're going to see how much damage from the Shadow variant that can deal that extra bit of a punch is going to be able to deal to the Jumpluff. It does knock it out, so Patoman takes game 1.
Yes, Pato is able to secure that. I wonder if it was pertinent for Koshak to maybe go for the Acrobatics and get the Drappion into the red and then farm down to have some energy for the Shadow Sableye, whether that would have been a play. But then there is that risk. There's that risk that Shadow Drappion would have just done more and more damage before the farm down occurred. So it's a tricky one. And in the heat of battle, it's so hard to make those decisions and recognize what is your potential win condition.
Exactly, and it was great to be able to see, you know, the Azumarill really holding its own against that opposing Drappion as well, and seeing how they interact. I think the Drappion, being that Shadow variant as well, yes, it can hit even harder with those Poison Stings and deal significant damage. It leaves itself so critically vulnerable to a lot of the damage coming back thanks to that Shadow variant. I wouldn't be surprised if, as the meta starts evolving, we maybe start seeing a transition out of that Shadow variant just to give Drappion a little bit more bulk. But right now, we're going to be sticking with our Shadows.
Oh, yes, we will. And so, trainers, for those of you tuning in, Patoman and Koshak are in the winners semi-finals of Group B. So with a double elimination tournament, all the competitors are put into separate groups, and then they work their way through to get to the top of those groups, which will take them to day 2. Patoman and Koshak are both currently in the winners semi-finals, facing off against each other. Whoever wins this will move to the winners finals of their groups, and therefore will be able to be taken forward into day 2 if they are victorious. So both of these trainers have already won many matches so far in order to get here. But this is what happens when you have 2 good trainers. Eventually they will meet, and these 2 are incredible.
I wonder how Koshak is going to adapt to the Sableye on Patoman's side, because it gave him a lot of trouble in this match, and you want to try and find a way to get it off the field. We're going to see the Claydol front and center here for Koshak versus down against the bubbling Azumarill. Such super effective fast attack damage coming through.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Koshak maybe looking to get a catch here. No, going straight for the immediate Rock Tomb. And then I wonder what the play is here, because Patoman is able to threaten with Ice Beam as well as Bubble. And that Claydol really does need to get out of here. So when will Koshak do it?
Yes, these Mud Slaps as well, starting to stack up, getting all that energy up so Rock Tombs can just be relentlessly thrown down against the Azumarill. Yes, the charge attack itself doesn't do a lot of damage, but the guaranteed attack debuff is certainly going to be significant, particularly when Claydol is just letting itself take these super effective charge attacks from Azumarill.
And I think Koshak, recognizing his Claydol, can take an Ice Beam and still get another Rock Tomb off. And this is actually weakening the Azumarill quite a bit. It might be that Koshak is looking to leave this. Oh, and a swap from Patoman into the Sableye, which is clever to try and push out the Claydol. Jumpluff responding to that, and the Fairy Winds are going to do super effective damage to the Shadow Sableye.
This is what we were saying. The Sableye was so difficult for Koshak to play around in that game 1. So bringing in the Fairy Wind for that super effective damage as the switch timers are misaligned at this point. You can't switch it out. It's pinned in, particularly with the relentless onslaught that you can get from these flying type charge attacks, forcing shields to come through from Patoman. This could be a turning point in this match.
This was a risk that Koshak took in order to go for the acrobatics straight away, and unfortunately did not pay off. Patoman was able to shield the harder hitting charge attack from Jumpluff, now going for the aerial ace, which Patoman recognizes is only an aerial ace, and therefore opts to no shield that. So much energy on the Sableye now.
Yes, it has got a lot of energy, and it needs to put that to work. The Jumpluff very happy to let this one foul play come through. It will get the KO, but this does give a free switch for Koshak to bring that Golisopod in from the back.
And this is really nice, because Golisopod can get a decent farm down here, and Patoman will either have to allow the farm or swap out the Sableye, which I think he's like to do. Brings in the Drappion here, but Golisopod does have a slight energy advantage, and Exisor is going to deal neutral damage here. Both of these trainers now rushing to the charge attack. Aqua Jet being launched first. first.
Nice switch from Padaman as well, getting the Sableye out of there in the nick of time from the Shadow Claws that come down from this Golisopod. The Drappion able to take this so much better, as well as stacking up lots of energy and can apply pressure with these crunches.
The problem is for Koshak is that Pataman is close to another crunch, and Koshak needs to make a catch, but Pato's going to stop him from doing that. He's going to make a try, doesn't get it, and now Pataman is just farming up even more, and it's doing so much damage to Drappion, trying to get that farm down, doesn't manage it. Wow, that's incredible.
Now Golisopod has to come back in for its fallen comrade here, as the crunches are once again just stacked up on Padaman's side of the field. Fantastic energy preservation, all 3 Pokemon remaining at the moment, and that Golisopod is going to go down to another charge attack. The Aqua Tail is going to connect, and Padaman is going to be able to take this winner's semis 2-0.
That was so dominantly impressive. Both trainers knew when that move, when Claydol was not able to get the farm down onto the Drappion. Oh, sorry, not farm down. Wasn't able to launch the charge attack on Drappion on Pataman's side. That's when it became problematic for Koshak, and he recognized, you know what? I don't think I can pull this off now anymore.
I mean, you can see why he is the international champion for Europe only a few weeks ago, and you can see why he's #1 on my caster prediction list as well. I fully believe in this trainer, and it's great to see him doing so incredibly well, coming off a big international win. It was a different meta, so a lot of trainers might think, hey, surely he's already cracked the code, he's already got the winning combination. But the fact that we have this new meta means that Padaman has to adjust and adapt coming into this, and it looks like he's already got some good secrets.
Yes, I think trainers of his caliber, the quicker they can adapt and get used to these new regionals, the better. They will be taking some kind of guidance, shall we say, to an extent, wisdom and guidance from previous tournaments that had happened that were high stakes. So we look at Vancouver regionals that happened only 2 weeks ago, which was a partial shift. And then don't forget, it was the Indian regional qualifiers last weekend. While that was not streamed, that was still good evidence here. You can see both these trainers calculating, trying to get that swap in. This was very clever because Pataman immediately tried to go for the Ice Beam there. Luckily, Koshak was able to get the was able to shield, but that would have been so much damage if he hadn't done that.
Yes, even though it's not the Shadow variant, it still does not want to take an Ice type attack as a Flying and Grass type at all. So the shields were critical, but this then left this endgame situation very open, where Koshak didn't have the defensive capabilities to stop the relentless onslaught that came through from this Sableye. Just so much damage coming through from the foul plays. Even though it's been reduced, the fact that you can get to them quicker, which means more coming your way, overall the damage still stacks up impressively.
Yes, it does. And just this was the example. It was so close. How close was that Claydol to launching that Rock Tomb? And he knew,
so close.
Koshak knew that once that crunch had got too sure, my Golisopod survives that, but it's going to just survive on 1 or 2 HP. That's not going to be enough for me to flip this matchup. So commiserations, but remember, it's a double elimination tournament, so Koshak drops to the loser side of his group and may be able to make it to day 2 that way.
Exactly, and it was great having the showcase of Claydol. Yes, as you said, you know, it only just got KO'd at that point, but it is a Pokemon that's also on the rise at the moment in this new metagame, so one to keep an eye on in future battles.
Yes, definitely. So, trainers, we talked a lot about Patuman. We talked about his success at EUIC. What is EUIC? What is the hype about it? Why are we so excited, man? Why am I wearing this lovely EUIC pin? Oh, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Let's tell you a little bit more about the magic behind EUIC.
back, trainers. As you saw, the European International Championship awarded trophies, and next time that could be you. But this year it was Pokémon, and he showed in this game against Cockshack why he won.
He's always been a trainer I have loved being able to commentate over and watch as his journey grows. You know, in previous seasons, he got to that grand final 3 times, and it was third time was the charm with that Alola Ninetales to be able to get the victory. Then at EUIC, what a fantastic grand finals that was. You know, the pinnacle of Pokemon play. It was incredible. And now already making great waves here in Stockholm, a trainer to watch. That's why he's on my list.
Yeah, he's not just on your list, he's on everyone's list.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Pipe down. No, I'm just messing with you.
I put him on my list first.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
okay.
You did. You have a nose for talent. That's what you have. But talking about nose for talent, these players are both on my cast draft.
Both of them? Okay,
yes.
I see where this is going.
Well, I just gotta say, these are 2 players I hold in high regard. Dan WWW, oh, that's a lot of W's.
It is, a lot of wins.
Yeah, and he has a lot of accolades. He's top cut several tournaments. He's been top 8 EUIC. He's made it far in several regional tournaments. And I believe that he has struggled to play on stream, so I know he's a little bit nervous whenever he goes up on the big stage, but here, let's take a look at this team. Anything that stands out to you?
I think for me, obviously Cradily has been the #1 Pokemon, but Sableye is the one with this Dazzling Gleam being unlocked has been so impressive. I think the typing where you've got such great coverage of Ghost, Dark, and Fairy plays so well into this metagame, and as we saw in that previous game, Foul Play, yes, it did take an adjustment, it lost some of its damage output, but by losing the energy as well, it paces so much better, and we saw that in the last match, how Foul Play just kept coming again and again and again, and that just makes Sableye so threatening right now.
And Sableye, with its unique typing of Ghost and Dark, only has one weakness, and that's Fairy. And there's not a lot of Fairy-type damage in this meta. But also very interesting for Dana is the Charge Bug. It's a Pokemon we saw a lot of like a year ago.
Yes.
But now, Charge Bug is not... It's gone into hiding for a bit.
Yeah, Discharge has also had a little bit of an adjustment as well, so it's interesting to see how that's going to play out in the new meta, but it could be a case of Charjabug, you know, just being a reliable Pokemon that Dane might be well versed with and wanting to bring that confidence into a new meta.
I know Dane really enjoys playing Charjabug, and an electric type that can hit back the main grass type Cradily, and also the main rock type, I should say. So I think that Charjabug looks pretty good into Icelandic Lapras' team.
Yes, and Cradily being that, you know, key Pokemon at the moment, having that guaranteed debuff with the Rock Tomb as well makes it really, really nice. I want to see how Cradily and Golisopod maybe pair up against each other, because you have that X-Scissor on Golisopod's side that can be really offensively threatening into Cradily, but at the same time, you don't want to take the Rock Tomb attack because of your bug typing weakness. So it does kind of play out to where the energy restoration is going to be on these teams. For me, I want to talk a little bit more about the Weezing as well, because you've mentioned about, you know, Fairy type weakness being the only thing for Sableye. We've got a Fairy Wind on there as well as the Dazzling Gleam on the Sableye, but Weezing has this really nice typing.
And Weezing's ability to resist all of Sableye's charged attack means that Weezing can really punish a Sableye safe swap, which a lot of players like to use. And Weezing dealing Fairy type damage back to the Sableye with its Fairy Wind means that Weezing enjoys being in that matchup and can carry on its momentum into the incoming matchup after that.
And Icelandic Lapras has that Shadow variant of the Galarian Weezing as well, which is incredibly rare. A lot of trainers don't necessarily have that, and we are seeing some of the non-Shadow variants out there, but being able to hit that a little bit harder with the Fairy Wind could be critical against a Sableye, particularly if it's, as you can see here, the Shadow variant. That means it's going to take more damage as its defenses are weakened as well. It could be an absolute showdown between those two Pokemon.
An option for the Shadow Galarian Weezing is to run the Overheat as a charge attack.
You were talking about this at the beginning of the day.
I was, and I personally believe that if you have a regular Weezing, I think that, a regular Galarian Weezing, I should say, I think that Overheat threatens shields more, but as Icelandic Lapras is running the Shadow, I think it's fine going for the Brutal Swings, because those softer hitting, cheap charge attacks, they do threaten a bit more when it comes from a shadow Pokemon.
Yep, that's fair. They can do significant good coverage across the meta at the moment. Another Pokemon I want to touch on a little bit is this Guzzlord, because Guzzlord seems to be everywhere. It was in the usage stats really high up, but I was not anticipating it being so good. I mean, there are still fairy Pokemon out there. They are maybe dropping off to the rise of some of the poison type users like Swallot that's coming through as well, and obviously you have Drappion still being so strong with those poison fast attacks, but it feels like Guzzlord is actually really trying to make a play in this tournament.
I think Guzzlord looks very good into 5 out of Dane's 6 Pokemon.
Just not the Sableye, huh?
The Sableye actually is fine if Guzzlord has shields.
That's fair, can protect from the Dazzling Gleam.
Exactly, and Sableye does not like heavy hitting fast move damage, and Guzzlord does have that Dragon Tail. But if Sableye can land the Dazzling Gleam, it's going to
Game
take
over.
out a couple of Guzzlords.
Yeah, Guzzlord will drop.
Yes, and so the Sandslash is what the Guzzlord really needs to be scared of, the Steel and Ice typing.
And we are seeing a lot of Powder Snow variants of that Sandslash as well that will apply a lot more pressure to that Dragon. But let's take a look at the leads. The Dragon is on the field, but against the Golisopod.
And this is a very neutral matchup because Guzzlord deals neutral damage across the board, while Golisopod can hit back super effectively with X-Scissors, but the Guzzlord resists the Shadow Claws. So it's a toss-up of how you want to play this out.
Yeah, the Dragon Tail a little bit slower than the Dragon Breath we've seen previously on a lot of Dragon Pokemon, but we're going to see the switch in here. The Talonflame going to be able to eat up this X-Scissor in the sky. Really nice switch here from Icelandic Lapras.
Incredibly brave play by Icelandic Lapras, as that could have been an Aqua Tail.
Yes, could have been a different story.
Yeah, and that is something you don't want as Icelandic Lapras. Dane comes in and answers with a Drappion.
Yes, the Drappion here going for that last shield here, blocking the fly that was coming through. That would have done significant damage to that flying variant. But of course, the Aqua Tail, we were speaking of avoiding the Aqua Jet, but now Aqua Tail is going to come through and connect onto this Talonflame. Icelandic Lapras preserving the shields.
This is almost going to knock out the Talonflame, but can you get to another fly? I don't think so, no. Icelandic Lapras gets farmed down, but this Guzzlord now walls off the energy from the Drappion.
Yes, this is really nice. Knowing the Drappion is kind of pinned in here for the moment, it's going to be able to eat up this crunch attack. You have to obviously watch out for the debuff that can potentially come through as well. But although it's not very effective, you can see that a couple more of those are going to start stacking up. There's so much energy on both these sides, but a switch here from Dane.
And this Guzzlord throws the move, and it's into the Sandslash. This was a very good play from Dane. He knows that the Sandslash is pretty safe, but here comes the Sableye from Icelandic Lapras.
Yes, and it is this Powder Snow variant as well, so you know the Guzzlord in the back is not going to be safe from that, as you mentioned earlier, something Dane has to be aware of here, as the Sableye is going to go for its shield here.
I think this Sableye is looking so strong for Icelandic Lapras. This foul play will knock out this Sandslash if Dane lets it land, and he has only low health Pokemon left.
That can be really devastating when those foul plays are very quick to charge up in this new meta. There is going to be retaliation opportunity, though, for the Sandslash here. No shield coming up on Icelandic Lapras' side, so the Sableye is going to be able to take this so it can foul play another day. There's another one ready to go and no shields this time.
Incredible display by Icelandic Lapras, realizing that the Ice Punch will not knock out the Sableye, and Guzzlord's fast attack pressure is what is going to win him the game, is what he wants. This is an Aqua Tail from the Drappion. This is not going to do a lot of damage, and Icelandic Lapras, no shields in Aqua Tail.
No shields, which means that the Guzzlord is going to be able to hang on here. Another Aqua Tail coming through, though. You've got to use the shield on this one, though. You cannot afford to take the double.
How far away is the Golisopod from its next charge attack? It's very close. It's there. Oh, this is going to be so close. Can the Sableye pull this out for Icelandic Lapras?
We'll have to see how much damage the fast attack is going to come through for. There's no energy on either Pokemon. Sableye gets the edge here, and now it's the Drappion in the back again. Energy dry here, so Sableye can just go for these Shadow Claws, get the knockout. Icelandic Lapras takes game one.
Incredible play. That catch that Icelandic Lapras did in the beginning of the game, getting that X-Scissor onto the Talonflame.
Brilliant play.
Brilliant. It proved to be so valuable to avoid that damage on the Guzzlord and catching incredibly risky catch, I gotta say, on the Talonflame. Because if that was an Aqua Jet,
different story.
Different story. That Talonflame is taking so much damage. But he realized what Dane was going to do. He read Dane's mind, and he performed an incredible play.
Sometimes you have to go for those commitments on your gut instinct, and Aquajet on the Golisopod has received that buff. Its Whirl has really piloted it back into the forefront, so it would have been devastating for that Talonflame, but instead it was such a beautiful switch of momentum. At the same time as well, the way that Icelandic Lapras was able to not only then preserve the damage on the Guzzlord, but then deal so beautifully with that Alolan Sandslash, meaning the Guzzlord was safe to come out in the end game as well, was really beautiful for forefront thinking play.
I think this matchup is looking so spectacular going into the next game. The adjustments that I would make if I was Dane is probably... Oh, it's tough.
Do you think Golisopod's coming again? That's my question.
I'm confident that Dane is going to bring the Golisopod. It has neutral play into the entirety of Icelandic Lapras' team. I don't think Icelandic Lapras wants to bring his actual Lapras, because the energy goes nowhere into the Golisopod. It does not have a really good matchup into Cradily. The Charger Bug is threatening to it. If I was Dane, I would consider bringing the Charger Bug more.
Yes, because if you're having the coverage potentially with something like Discharge, that could be really nice into the opposing Talonflame. You can get some significant damage into Pokemon like the Sableye as well that can be really difficult to deal with. It could give you some utility, and it's very bulky as well. We've seen that in previous tournaments as well. It can give you that flexibility on the field, particularly if you've maybe utilized your shields a little bit earlier on.
I think that Charger Bug is looking to be a very good safe switch for Dane. That means if his lead Pokemon finds themselves in a bad matchup, you can swap in the Charger Bug into a lot of things. I think I would lead Alolan Sandslash with Charger Bug as a safe switch.
Well, let's see what the adaptations are. Charger Bug is front and center, but against an adaptation on the opposing side from Icelandic Lapras with that Galarian Weezing as well.
And no Sandslash from Dane this time. He's leaned into the double bug strategy. And Icelandic Lapras has brought out the Weezing, and this is probably his best response to the Charger Bug.
And Icelandic Lapras has that Talonflame in the back as well, so if you can land a Discharge on it later on and preserve up that energy, that can be so devastating. But right now, your target is this Galarian Weezing. A shield has already gone up on Icelandic Lapras' side as the Discharge is going to come through.
I think that Dane wants shields down, because if there is a Talonflame in the back, he wants to be able to land Aqua Jets or Rock Tombs. This Talonflame cannot take energy from the back Pokemon.
It can't take a lot from any of these Pokemon, to be honest. It looks like a very difficult matchup for Talonflame here, so you're going to be really relying on the Sableye and the Galarian Weezing to neutralize these threats, put them in a vulnerable spot where Incinerate can maybe get the knockout. Golisopod comes in though, it is going to be able to get some decent damage onto that Galarian Weezing, but not before a charge attack is primed and ready to go.
I think you have to shield this as Dane. If you don't, your Pokemon will be so low and your shields will be less and less worth. But this Weezing, still kind of healthy. Yeah, it's a tough situation for Dane. He needs to get rid of this Weezing.
There's so much energy at the moment in play. You know, on the Golisopod as well, the Aqua Jet comes through, gets that KO, like you said, has to remove it from play, and it is gone. And Golisopod's still reasonably healthy, so much energy on the field. You could go for something like the Aqua Jet here, but instead it's going to be a switch for Cradily, but remember that energy on the Golisopod for later.
I'm curious about this swap, why he's not throwing the Aqua Jet into the Sableye. It wouldn't be comfortable for Sableye taking that damage, but he decided that Dane wants to throw his Cradily into this matchup.
Yes, going for the Rock Tomb, I think maybe trying to stop the offensive pressure the Shadow Sableye has by getting these guaranteed attack drops as well. Just maybe neutralizing it as that timer is resetting on Dane's side of the field. But the timer is up on Icelandic Lapras' side, so there could potentially be swaps later on if you're maybe thinking of Grass-type moves coming in. But it's too risky with a Rock Tomb user.
I'm very intrigued to see what's going to happen here. Can the Sableye get the farm down? Oh, it does! Devastating for Dane.
Yeah, absolutely incredible for the Sableye, though. It's now down against this Golisopod, and these foul plays, as you said earlier, are going to be doing a significant amount of damage. There's one shield, but that's the last one on Dane's side, so now Golisopod will be exposed the rest of the match. It has so much energy, though, but can it get it down? The Aqua Jet is locked in.
I think Dane needs to farm up as much energy as possible, because you need a charge attack to take out this Sableye and another one to take out the Talonflame.
Well, you've got a little bit of utility now to farm up some energy, still dealing good damage onto that Talonflame before it's able to get to the fly, so you can lock in, knowing there's no shields, guarantee the KO, but do you still have enough energy to deal with the Sableye after Talonflame goes down?
Dane has doubled up on charge attacks.
Yes.
Golisopod has 2 back-to-back charge attack to throw into the Sableye. Will this be enough?
Let's have a look. A defiant swipe there at the end for Dane. It connects down onto Sableye, gets the knockout, and Golisopod evens the score. 1 apiece for our trainers.
Very impressive display by Dane. Even though his Cradily was threatened, he decided, Golisopod is my way to win. And he put all his eggs in one basket. He used all his shields on that Golisopod.
But I think that was the right thing to do, because in the end game, Golisopod swept through the last 2 Pokemon on Icelandic Lapras' team. And in this game, in contrast to game 1, it was finally able to land that Aqua Jet onto the Talonflame. I think you made a great observation early doors, saying that Dane was trying to burn through Icelandic Lapras' shield as quickly as possible so that Talonflame would be exposed. And that's exactly the end game we saw play out.
I'm very curious if Icelandic Lapras will continue to bring the Talonflame. The Sandslash does look kind of scary for him if he does not bring it, but the Talonflame was a liability for Icelandic Lapras in this game. And I believe that with the Sableye, maybe with the... Sableye is the only way you can deal with that Sandslash if he's not bringing Lapras and if he's not bringing Talonflame. That Sandslash looks threatening to Icelandic Lapras.
I mean, the Talonflame had a rough time in that match. It was weak to everything on Dane's side with the Charger Bug, the Golisopod, and the Cradily as well. So it might be time to bench it in case that alignment comes up again, and then Icelandic Lapras almost enters the game with only 2 viable Pokemon.
But then what do you do if Dane brings out the Sandslash? You have to get it on the Sableye, or else it's going to be tough.
It's the same way, though, if you bring out the Sableye, you have to get it onto the Talonflames, otherwise Talonflame's not doing too much else. Its utility is to get rid of that Sandslash, so you got to make a call. And Icelandic Lapras in game 1 made a very gutsy call with the Talonflame and got it right. So do you rely on that instinct again coming in and thinking, hey, is the Sandslash coming in game 3?
Yeah, that is the question. Icelandic Lapras is asking himself, was it the right call to bench the Guzzlord for this game? Because Dane, outside of the Sandslash, does not have easy ways to hit the Guzzlord. All of Dane's fast attacks are resisted by the Guzzlord, except for the Poison Stings from the Drappion and the Powder Snows from the Sandslash.
Well, there's no Talonflame, but there is still that Sandslash, so we'll have to see how Icelandic Lapras is able to adapt. We're going to see the Drappion versus the Glaring Weezing. Glaring Weezing with those Fairy Winds able to get to the Sludge ahead of the Drappion here. Of course, Drappion being a Poison type, happy to take the Sludge all day long.
In my opinion, this is where Overheat comes into play from Galarian Weezing, because the Shadow Drappion matchup is... Shadow Drappion resists all the energy from Galarian Weezing, and it paces so quickly, the Shadow Drappion, to those Aqua Tails. It outpaces the Weezing.
And once again, seeing a shield being utilized very early on by Icelandic Lapras on this Galarian Weezing. Yes, you're able to go for another Sludge potentially that would get the knockout if it goes unshielded, but instead going to lock in for that brutal swing.
In my opinion, this is looking so good for Dane. If he shields this move, oh, he decides not to.
Lets it go.
He lets it go. Does he want energy on the Golisopod? Is that the play that he opts for?
Maybe needing those shields for an endgame situation to enable the Golisopod to be protected in case you see the same play out for game 2.
I think this is very brave by Dane. He's seen Talonflame twice from Icelandic Lapras, yet he decides he does not need switch advantage with a Sandslash in the back.
That was a really nice way to finish off the Galarian Weezing as well and get some energy to boot. So straight away when the Sableye's on the field, you can apply some offensive pressure. No shield coming through from Icelandic Lapras here, so the Ice Punch is going to connect and put Sableye in a vulnerable spot. But Golisopod coming through now, finally to get some more damage on the board.
And this is looking tough for Icelandic Lapras. If there's no Talonflame coming out to face the Sandslash, Dane knows there's not going to be a Talonflame in the back. And this energy from Golisopod goes everywhere here.
Yes, and all the Pokemon have been revealed, so you know there's no Talonflame, you know the Sandslash is there that's going to give Guzzlord a hard time, and also the X-Scissor is going to connect through from the Golisopod. The same type attack bonus, super effective, actually chunks through this Guzzlord on the field.
And this energy is looking so dangerous for Sandslash, and Icelandic Lapras knows Dane does not have to invest in his Golisopod anymore. He can invest in the Sandslash. And what ways does Icelandic Lapras have to deal with the Sandslash? I think Dane lets this go. Great decision by Dane. He's going to farm it down with the Sandslash and then unleash energy from Sandslash into the Sableye.
I mean, you said if there was no Talonflame, you need the Sableye down against the Alolan Sandslash, but it really feels like the Guzzlord has to weaken it first, or else it's going to be too difficult for the little Ghost type to do. We are going to see the Brutal Swing come through and connect. Now it is in the red zone, but there is a lot more energy on that Sandslash than the Sableye.
Oh, but this Sandslash is getting dangerously low. Can the Guzzlord power through the Sandslash?
Let's have a look. Sableye is going to take the hit here and allow Guzzlord back onto the field, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, and it's a tie!
Oh.
They both simultaneously knock each other out. Incredible game by the two competitors. Dane not shielding that brutal swing from Guzzlord cost him.
It really did, because that shield was still intact towards the end of the game as well. That could have been a ticket to get the victory here. But now, honestly, seeing the way that endgame came down, Talonflame really does rise to the forefront as the decider in this match. It feels like Talonflame really can decide where the match goes.
I think that Dane had lost track of Sableye's energy and was scared that the Sableye could reach a move against the Sandslash. He did not believe that the Guzzlord could farm down the Sandslash before the Sandslash farmed down the Guzzlord, but Guzzlord has such a big HP pool. Its HP is so incredibly high.
Yes.
So what happened was that they simultaneously knocked each other out. Incredible game.
It's not something you see every day, but does happen occasion here in competitive Pokemon Go. So now, as you can see, the score's still even. We essentially play again.
Yes, the players have to reset for an entirely new game, and I'm pretty sure that Icelandic Lapras is incredibly pleased with this result, as he did not expect to come back from the jaws of defeat in this game.
And I think as well, you know, it shows the credibility of him as a player. You know, previously the Birmingham regional champion, you can see how he was able to adapt in that match, realizing, oh, okay, the Sandslash is here. I haven't got my Talonflame. How do I still counter against this Pokemon? But now going into this next game, do you now bring that Talonflame back, being like, I cannot be without you. I need you for this Sandslash, or else it's just a lot of stress.
I also have a fun fact about these two players. They faced in losers finals of their group in Gdansk.
Okay.
In that round, Dane ended up winning and faced Pokémon in the next round.
Ooh.
And Pokémon beating Cockshack. The winner of this game between Dane and Icelandic Lapras will face off against Pokémon.
That's another game I would love to see, regardless of which one of our trainers here goes down to face against Padaman. But it looks like the deciding match is ready. So we're going to reset, jump in, Drappion versus Guzzlord, a battle of the dark types.
This is so good for our Icelandic Lapras. And Dane decides to go straight into this Golisopod.
Yep, Golisopod just farming down a little bit of damage here, as well as getting those X-Scissors ready. We saw how much damage this actually did to the Guzzlord. It's able to take one of these, but not two going forward.
And this is how Guzzlord usually pairs up against the bug types. It can take one move, but then it needs to start shielding. So the bugs usually win the zero shield matchup against the Guzzlord.
Yes, and Guzzlord now actually switching out of there, bringing in the Ghost Sableye here to apply some offensive pressure. The Aqua Jet is ready, however, we know that the Sableye can take one of these as well, so Icelandic Lapras playing very sparingly with these shields, allowing Sableye to farm up lots of energy.
But Icelandic Lapras realizing that when Dane swapped out the Shadow Drappion against the Guzzlord in the lead, there is probably an Alolan Sandslash in
and there
back.
it is.
And Dane realizes that it's probably a Talonflame in the back from Icelandic Lapras.
Yes, Icelandic Lapras nodding his head here as well, being like, I see you, Sandslash, I've got the Talonflame in the back, and now my Sableye can go for a foul play right onto you. Does over a third of damage as well, leaving the Sableye leaving the Sandslash very vulnerable.
In my opinion, this is Drappion's game to win. If the Sandslash can hang on, which it does, the Drappion can win the two-shield matchup against a Talonflame. And the Sandslash saved a move, saved some energy to get to an Ice Punch. But this is very interesting. If Icelandic Lapras now threatens the shield from Dane, can Talonflame sweep?
Well, this is the thing. I feel like on Dane's side, you need to stop burning the shields on Icelandic Lapras' side. Both of them are still remaining here, and I feel like this is a perfect way to do so, applying pressure with the Aqua Tail. One shield down, and we know how quickly Drappion can pace to another one. It's already there. Is the second shield going to have to go down? Yes, I think it is.
And it's very interesting to see if Dane will be able to outpace the Talonflame with 3 Aqua Tails before the Talonflame can land 2 charge attacks. I think it can!
Oh, it looks like the Aqua Tail's coming through third, so you had 2 shields, but the third one is guaranteed to connect. The Fly is ready, though, so if Talonflame can hang on, which it can, then it's going to be able to retaliate.
But how does this look for the Sandslash in the back? It has charge attack stored, but Dane needs to shield here, and he will outpace the Talonflame to the next Aqua Tail.
Yep.
And whoa! And we have, Danny has a Sandslash left. How is Danny winning this game?
You said it was Drappion's game to win, and Drappion is making its mark here, able to get a relentless onslaught of Aqua Tails onto the Talonflame. The Guzzlord comes in though, gets the KO, but now we see the Sandslash with all of that energy against the no-shielded Dragon type is going to be able to get the knockout, and Danny will be the victor here.
Incredible play by Danny. The Drappion looked so low value when facing off against the Guzzlord, but he landed an X-Scissor into the Guzzlord, whittling it down so Drappion could handle it in the end.
I feel like Icelandic Lapras held onto those shields, but it was just too little too late because the Drappion can pace so quickly with those Aqua Tails, and particularly with the amount of extra damage it can deal being a Shadow variant means Talonflame is in such a difficult spot. Congratulations to Danny, what a fantastic match.
I'm in awe by these competitors. This game, it was waving back and forth, and the Shadow Drappion, as we've seen it so much already this season, but here it is. It's come to stay, and it sticks around.
And I think coming into a new meta as well, we're always asking these questions about the Titans that have been, so dominant in a previous season. Are they going to be knocked off their podium? But Drappion, I think, is here still to stay. Azumarill still to be debated, I think, later throughout this tournament.
Not a debate.
Oh, okay.
It's out.
Okay, you heard it here first. I mean, we'll be talking about it all weekend, whether or not it's going to be there. But its partner in crime, the Drappion, definitely still making a mark to stay. Golisopod, I think, as well, a very impressive showing so far. But this play in game one, huge credits to Icelandic Lapras switching in that Talonflame when this could have been an Aqua Jet.
If it was an Aqua Jet, he'd lost the game for sure, but he minimized the efficiency of Danny's energy, and he made use of his own. And here we see the final of game one where Sableye Shadow Claw down the Dark-type Drappion.
And I really like the way Danny had this Alolan Sandslash and preserved it so well throughout this game, knowing that the Talonflame was there, particularly in that last match we showed, and was able to just make sure that the Drappion dealt with that Talonflame in a way to enable the Sandslash to get the win. Those win conditions are so critical, and you have to have the foresight to see them in play.
I'm very impressed by the final game in particular. Well, I'm impressed by all of these games. The simultaneous knockout for Icelandic Lapras, he's so relieved to see that. So he got another shot at winning this game. But in the final game, the game 4, where Danny managed to hold on to the Sandslash, but he realized the value wasn't Drappion, so he did not shield the Sandslash against the Sableye. Even though he hadn't seen the Talonflame in the back, he put it all on the Drappion.
Again, it's thinking about that instinct of, is the Talonflame in the back? Where do I need to have those shields? And that commitment ended up with the victory when it could have gone so easily the other way. But a really incredible play from both of our trainers. Icelandic Lapras will drop down to the losers bracket, but still is in the tournament. But we're going to see that rematch, I think you mentioned, about Padaman and Danny. Whether we'll have it on the broadcast or not, can't confirm right now, but at least we know it's happening.
And that's a rematch from Gdansk, I believe. I don't think it's the Gdansk tournament that Padaman ended up winning, but it's the most recent one in this season. So I could be wrong about that, but I'm
going to say you're right.
Okay.
I have all the confidence.
I appreciate that. But it's going to be incredible to watch Danny try to get his revenge against the EUIC champion Padaman. I'm very excited for it.
Me too, and these are obviously veterans of the competition as well, but their journeys obviously started somewhere. And at local tournaments, it's often a fantastic opportunity for players to go and try their skills, make new friends, and learn new things. So check out this video to see what local tournaments can offer you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And you can get involved as well by scanning this QR code to find locations near you where local events are being hosted. It's a fantastic way to not only learn how to play competitive Pokemon in a whole new realm, regardless of which game you play, Pokemon Go, video game, or the Pokemon trading card game, but also you can meet like-minded people who can teach you the game, make new friends, and honestly, this is where a lot of these journeys starts, and who knows what adventures it can have for you.
Already, a lot of the players we've seen on stage today, I have faced in local tournaments in my home. Oh, not in my home, but in my home area, because we're not hosting tournaments in my home.
No.
But we've seen Dane. He's been to Oslo to compete in local tournaments. We've seen Andy. He's been to Oslo. He's an Oslo local, so I compete with him regularly. And I've become friends with a lot of these trainers, and this is what you can get at competing, because the competitors turn into friends before you know it.
Exactly, and that's one of the beautiful things about Pokemon is you're all speaking the same language of your love and joy that Pokemon can bring you. I think as well the nice thing about local events is for the newcomers it's a really nice way to get to learn the game and try new things, but also for the veterans it can sometimes be a great testing ground ahead of regional championships or international championships. So sometimes locals themselves have their own unique metagames going on.
Before this tournament, I went to a local Cup and Challenge that was hosted on the same day, just 1 week ago, to test what do I think is going to be good in Stockholm.
Yeah,
so
start sorting it out.
Exactly, and I tested Goodra, and I tested Registeel, and I tested Grumpig even.
I've heard rumors of Grumpig being good. I haven't seen it yet.
It's not good. In my opinion,
so maybe no Grumpig yet, but we have had a Goodra on the broadcast as well, so maybe there's some merit in that Pokemon.
I really enjoy Goodra. I've played a lot of Goodra before, and I still enjoy it in this meta. And here we see two players who are bringing their own take on this meta.
Absolutely love to see this. Colin 6, a veteran of the competition, a regional champion himself, going down against Strange Top that we focused on earlier. And it's really nice to be able to see Colin's team here. He often has some very solid choices and bringing in some Pokemon that we're very familiar with the Azumarill, the Malamar as well, but then also some of these new Pokemon like Cradily and Swallot.
I'm very intrigued by the Malamar because, as you mentioned, Foul Play got updated. It's quicker now, but does less damage. In my opinion, I think that maybe set Malamar slightly back because Malamar already had that quick pacing to superpower. So I think Malamar enjoyed a harder hitting Foul Play than it has today. But as we've seen several times in the Go Battle League and several times in the Play Pokemon series, a Dark type paired with a Poison type is a core is always going to prevail.
And I think that's where Drappion wins because it has both of those together within its natural typing.
Exactly.
But Malamar definitely still being very strong with that Psy-Wave that can pressure a lot of the poison types out there. But on the opposing side, it does look like we've got an Azumarill mirror here, unfortunately for you, Marcus. But we do have that superstar in the form of Lapras that I'm so happy to see. Psy-Wave is just able to chunk through so many opponents, as well as having this great coverage of Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. Ice Beam being great for a lot of the flyers out there, and particularly the grass types.
I'm very happy to see that at least one Azumarill will get knocked down to the loser bracket in this matchup. And
I feel that, I feel that.
Yeah, I do think that there are not a lot of hard punishes to the Azumarill on Strange Top side because there's not a grass type. Well, there is a grass type in Jumpluff, but it doesn't have grass type charge attack to hit the Azumarill for quick damage. So I believe that Colin is going to be bringing his Azumarill a lot in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. The Jumpluff obviously dropping a lot of its grass type moves in the favor of having Cradily on the team that can give it that coverage, or even something like a Furret. But Cradily is going to be on the field here against the Azumarill. So this gives the Cradily a nice opportunity to start dealing out some bullet seed damage.
And here you see the value of having a way to deal with Azumarill and why Azumarill is not going to be as good in this meta because Cradily is the most common Pokemon in Stockholm and it's punishing the Azumarill.
Yes, able to go for this Grass Knot and deal a significant amount of damage, particularly with the follow-up of these bullet seeds. The Azumarill is in a really difficult spot, but it is farming up a lot of energy and can retaliate with an Ice Beam. This is something that Cradily doesn't want to take. It does have enough bulk to be able to withstand one of them, so Colin can preserve the shields.
The Clodsire on Strange Top side looks very, very safe though. I think Strange Top, if he invests, he decides to shield the Azumarill. I'm very intrigued by this play, but look at Azumarill actually whittling down the Cradily into manageable range.
Yeah, the bubbles are still stacking up, but I feel like the Azumarill wants to keep that energy pressure on as it goes for another one of these Ice Beams. Cradily will be knocked out if this happens, so Colin can utilize a shield or preserve them to protect maybe something like the Swallot in the back.
The Swallot looking good here, though. If the Swallot gets lined up against the Sableye, I don't believe that it will be perfect for it, but even against the Clodsire, one Earthquake is not enough to take a Swallot because it's so tanky.
Yes, it is incredibly bulky here. You can see how little that Ice Beam does as well. And these...
Tickling.
Yeah, the Mud Shot's really not doing too much to Azumarill, but the critical thing is it's getting all of that energy. Look at Sludge. We're getting so much energy stored up here, and Sludge is going to be able to deal so much to the Azumarill, get the knockout if Strange Top lets it go through.
Very efficient charge attack Sludge has become. And let's see what Strange Top decides to do. Coming in with Fragile Sableye into a Pokemon up a shield and with a lot of energy is counterintuitive. And look at Swallot here. It's going to do a lot to this Clodsire with Mudshot's Nice Beam.
Yes, exactly. Able to follow up with this Ice Beam into the Clodsire. Super effective damage, does about a quarter of damage here. And of course, you can see the Poison Stings coming through as well. That's something that Swallot is laughing in the face of. It's actually going to switch out with all of that energy and bring the Azumarill in. This is a Pokemon that doesn't like taking those fast attacks, but can apply good pressure back with the charge attacks.
And Strange Top, with when he decides to optimize his move timing, decides to overfarm above the maximum cap of energy. So he doesn't get the best efficiency out of his charge moves here.
Yeah, the Earthquake is going to come through and connect onto the Azumarill. That's something that is a better Pokemon to take it down the Swallow in the back here. So the Azumarill really holding on, applying once again more charge attack pressure, and this is going to go through into the Clodsire on Strange Top side.
But very interesting to see Strange Top now invest into his Sableye. If Sableye can get the farm down on Azumarill here, can it get to 3 foul plays? Because that is what will be needed to take out the Swallot.
You've got to remember, though, there's still 2 shields remaining on Colin's side, so that's going to be something difficult to get through, particularly with the HP remaining on the Swallot here. We are going to see it join the field. Already it's got that energy stored up from earlier, and it can apply pressure to the unshielded side on Strange Top side.
I don't think Sableye is going to outpace the Swallot so heavily that it can get to 3 foul plays. This is looking very good for Colin. He knows he needs to shield the Swallot to win this game.
And as much as we talk about Dazzling Gleam being a fantastic adjustment here for the Sableye, that's really null and void into a poison type on the opposing side. So you are relying on those foul plays that are dealing less damage in this meta. Sludge is going to come through as well. This is going to have that same type attack bonus as well as the adjustment that Sludge has got to be able to get rid of this Sableye.
And even though it's a ghost type hit with a poison type charge attack, Sableye cannot withstand a Sludge at that HP.
Particularly being that Shadow variant as well, it does just leave itself a little bit more vulnerable. But going forward, I mean, Colin, I think, played really well with the adaptations around the Swalot there, and obviously with the Cradily as well, being able to apply a lot of pressure early on to that opposing Azumarill.
I'm very impressed by Azumarill and how low it managed to get the Cradily, though. And getting that much value of a seemingly negative matchup is why I assume players are still running Azumarill.
It does have a place in the meta. I feel like that's something you might have to admit. However, it doesn't have to be the top Pokemon in the usage. It doesn't have to be the winner. But at least it does have some viability in the fact that it is that bulky Pokemon. It can be a really nice swap into a lot of things, as well as having some good coverage with Bubble. And I have to say, in the previous matches I've been on as well, Bubble has just whittled away at opposing Pokemon. They hit very hard, very fast.
Do you think that Strange Top needs to counter the Swallot harder? The only way I see to punish the Swallot is with the Lapras on Strange Top's side.
Yeah, my initial thought would be using that Clodsire a little bit more, but if you don't land the Earthquake on it, considering the fast attack just does nothing.
Exactly.
So for me, Clodsire is more the end game answer to Swalot. If you want to deal with it earlier on, you need to deal with that Lapras, because until there's energy on that Earthquake and shields down on Colin's side, and Colin preserved the shield so well too, so that's something difficult you've got to play around, then Lapras could come to the forefront, because the Psywave is going to be doing, you know, incredible damage into the poison type as well. It's going to be able to hit nice and fast as well, get some energy up, and Sparkling Aria still is going to deal a significant amount of damage, and that can have good coverage into something like the Talonflame if that comes through, and you have options to deal with the Cradily with Ice Beam, so I would like to see Strange Top bring the Lapras. It's also on his jumper, so I feel like he kind of has to.
I think if he leans into the Lapras, it's going to be risky if Colin leans into Cradily. Because if you bring Lapras to the front and gets faced by Cradily, it's not going to be that good for Strange Top. But he gets Sableye on the Guzzlord. This is not great for Strange Top.
Yes, the Guzzlord going to have a little bit of a difficult spot here. Sorry, the Sableye is going to have a difficult spot here in the face of the Guzzlord that's able to get some energy up. But the Sableye has the Dazzling Gleam. Now, this is something that will drop a Guzzlord, so Colin having to use a shield early on in this game too.
There's no chance Colin is not shielding here. I would like to see a bait from Strange Top, but look at this Clodsire. It threatens the Talonflame incredibly hard with the Stone, as it can wipe out an entire family of Talonflames. And also, with its bulk and its efficient charge attacks, it also wins the Cradily.
Yes, and that's the thing. There's no Swallot in this game either, so the Clodsire can really focus down on the Cradily with something like the Earthquake, and then, as you said, the Stone Edge just completely removing the Talonflame from the sky. The Stone Edge is going to come through here, Colin letting it connect down onto the Cradily here, and you can see how little damage it does, but still, if you chip away at this Pokemon enough, you're going to be able to get the knockout once something like even the Lapras comes into the forefront.
I'm very intrigued why Strange Top has decided to throw Stone Edges here, but he believes that triple Stone Edge is what will be enough to take out the Cradily instead of double Earthquake. I don't know the matchup well enough, actually.
I think as well with the Stone Edges there, as you said, a third one is going to be able to get the knockout, but Colin can obviously read with the time that it is a Stone Edge coming through, isn't being baited or anything by that Earthquake. Maybe you're trying not to lose shields on Colin's side. It's difficult to say, but another one of these is going to connect and get the knockout on the Cradily.
Because I think Colin's biggest fear is letting that Sableye get ahead of, on energy, because then it will be able to hit a Dazzling Gleam against the Guzzlord.
Maybe as well trying to get rid of the Stone Edge Clodsire for that Talonflame, but that's why we've got a Lapras in the show as well. Lapras can apply a lot of pressure to Talonflame and this Guzzlord as well. Dragon Claw is going to come and connect, do very little damage, but that Ice Beam on Lapras' side is going to be very threatening into the Guzzlord, and if you whittle away at the HP enough, the Sparkling Aria could get the KO too.
I'm very impressed by Colin's bravery. If Strange Top had an Azumarill in the back, he let go of switch advantage and would be down a shield and let Strange Top plays the Azumarill on the Guzzlord. Guzzlord can't do anything to Azumarill.
And it has to shield here in the face of the Ice Beam, so Lapras being able to burn up its energy here, keep going for the Psy Waves that aren't doing too much to this opposing Guzzlord as it has that Dark typing, and Guzzlord once again forcing the second shield through on Strange Top side.
This is a very important shield for Strange Top, and these Incinerates are doing so much damage. Can the Sparkling Aria knock out in one hit? I don't think so.
I think it's going to be difficult. It does get the same type attack bonus, and it does more damage than the Surf that Lapras was previously well known for using, but it's not enough to get the knockout, and just two of those Incinerates are putting Lapras in a dangerous spot, but instead, Switch is coming through on Strange Top side. Clodsire goes down. Now who do you bring in?
I think you need to bring in the Lapras. I think you need to bring in the Lapras, Strange, because you need the HP on the Sableye.
Yep, Sableye needs to stay safe, so Lapras is going to come in, try and get a Psy Wave off, but the Incinerate comes through. You are able to get the Sparkling Aria off, however, so at least you can deal with this Talonflame here.
You need to knock out this Talonflame because the Sableye cannot take the energy. Okay.
It goes down. Whew, sigh of relief. But now Guzzlord in play, able to absolutely fell that Lapras in return. And now Sableye versus the Guzzlord. We've seen this in the lead in this game. Now is going to come down to the end game too.
This crunch will be enough to knock out this Shadow Sableye. And Colin 6 is taking this winner's semifinals in Group A.
The way he started this game without alignment and then ending in a way that he means to carry on, staying undefeated in this tournament. Congratulations to Colin 6, a fantastic display of Pokemon play.
I'm impressed by Colin and how he assumed there's no Azumarill for Strange Top this game. He brought Guzzlord in the front and Talonflame in the back, which it's a massive risk to take if there is an Azumarill.
Yes, because Azumarill has so many counters to that with the Fairy typing and the Water typing respectively.
Exactly.
And that's where, you know, Talonflame could have been in a very difficult spot. I did like seeing a lot of the adjustments that came through, but obviously Colin 6 got the alignment that he needed in order to get that victory.
Pokemon Go is also a mental game.
Yes.
And realizing what is good for you, what is not good for your opponent, what adjustments your opponent will make, that also makes the game. And I'm curious as to why Colin decided to bench the Azumarill for Game 2, which, in my opinion, is incredibly safe for him, but it turned out to be the right play.
And it wasn't just the Azumarill, the Swallot was also benched here, so it was a complete shake-up for Game 2, and in a best-of-3 situation, you can sometimes make those risks, particularly if you are one game up, because if it doesn't work, you got Game 3.
Exactly. So Colin decided to take a bigger risk, and that has been something that Colin has been known not to do. He's been a very safe and predictable player, even though he obviously is one of the best. But he has a safe playstyle, and maybe he's trying to shake that up a little bit.
Maybe, because I think that's the thing. You can be very consistent, but if players can read you, particularly in these split-second situations where you have to make those decisions, and you're maybe someone that has a playstyle that's very well known, that can actually work against you. So maybe it is a new strategy coming into this meta, and I think that makes the difference, though, considering he is such a veteran and he has this wisdom and intuition with the game. That might help him come out, whereas maybe newer players won't have the same instincts when it comes to calculations.
And the only Pokemon that Colin did not play in this round was the Malamar.
That's true.
Outside of that, we saw all the other 5 of Colin's Pokemon, which that shows that he can lean into all the strengths of his team. It's not like a set 3 Pokemon that he wants to play. He wants to use his entire team this tournament, or at least 5 out of the 6.
But it's very flexible, and I think you're right. The fact that in a 2-0 set, we already saw 5 out of the 6 Pokemon does show the flexibility that that team has and the way that Colin can pilot it in many different ways. I think particularly when you come into this situation where it's, you know, show 6, bring 3 kind of thing, you have to really predict what your opponent is bringing as well, because sometimes that you have to decide, am I bringing it and commanding the match, or am I going to adapt to what my opponent is bringing? And you have to make that right call.
And I think that utilizing your entire team, that is what you need to eventually win a major tournament. Because if you go into a tournament and you're only safe and feel confident in 3 or 4 out of your Pokemon and are not confident in using the 5th or 6th pick, it's going to hold you back. But we have seen trainers perform well with mainly 4 Pokemon, as Inadequates did make top 4 at EUIC with Shadow Palkia.
He also made top 4 at EUIC with a Gastrodon. You know, got Gastrodon a trophy, so we can talk about some of the rogue choices, but we have to acknowledge some of the heroes as well.
One of the Pokemon I dislike most in this meta. I'm sorry. Well, I know I didn't want it to bring it up, but as you got into the Gastrodon, this thing, it's causing me so many headaches.
Well, that's because it's amazing, okay? And I will not have any disparaging of Gastrodon, particularly the blue Gastrodon on the stage. If you want to throw a little bit of frustration at the pink one, that is the one winning everything at the moment, in fairness, then you can. But you cannot be rude to my boy here.
The pink Gastrodon is incredibly annoying.
Much better. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
We can carry on the show. It's going to work out. It's okay.
Anyway, if you're not running Gastrodon, we would like you to attend one of these tournaments. If you have the opportunity to go and not play pink Gastrodon, or the blue one maybe as well.
Or Azumarill. You can bring Azumarill or
not. We would love to see you at these events as soon as possible.
Yes, at the end of the day, coming and playing at these events, whether you win or lose, is one of the best ways to experience the things that the community has to offer, as well as maybe discovering a new hidden talent or a new favorite Pokemon. I mean, which Pokemon do you want trainers to be bringing then? We've spoken about the ones to maybe leave at home, but which is the Pokemon that you want to see shine in this new meta?
Of course, there are a lot of Pokemon that I have a soft spot for. Of course, it's Lapras, it's the Blastoise that I think is cool.
Everyone is talking about the Blastoise, actually. You know, really coming back into the forefront.
Furret is also impressing me.
I love Furret.
Cast prediction.
Furret is my new little superhero. Absolutely love it. I think it can do so much damage and destruction to a lot of the ghost types that we're seeing cropping around. And the fact that it has, you know, the Trailblaze as well does just give it a lot of coverage. But
it really punishes a Sableye. That's been so good in so many matchups.
It does, and it just has, you know, Swift as well for good neutral coverage. I could talk about Furret a lot, but there is no Furret, sadly, in this particular match, but we won't hold that against these trainers. We are going to be showcasing in this winners finals Padaman versus Dane, the match that we were talking about earlier.
And there are Sableyes on both sides here. Shadow Sableye for both Padaman and Dane, and both are running the same moveset. I'm also curious to see regular Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash. I believe that the Shadow variant with Shadow Claw was the way to go, but these trainers are proving me wrong.
We are seeing this shift back to Powder Snow a little bit more, and I think it's maybe because you do have utility to deal with ghosts with things like Sucker Punch, I guess. Powder Snow also very nice against the grass types, like the Jumpluff, for example, and against some of our flyers. But I think the Shadow Claw damage it stacked up so fast. It was always such a dependable, fast attack. Taking a closer look at Dane's team we showcased earlier, the Charger Bug. This is something that could come into the forefront.
I think Charger Bug is looking very good for Dane, because Padaman does not have an electric resist on his team. There's no grass type, there's no ground type, or no dragon type. So I believe that Charger Bug could come. I'm also very impressed by Golisopod.
Me too.
It's been incredible so far.
Yes, and it's got that Shadow Claw as well that we were talking about that the Sandslash could have as well. So we know in the past how fast that generates energy up. And that then utilizes things like the Aqua Jet that's had that same type attack bonus and buff as well, that it can be so formidable. The same way we see kind of Aqua Tail coming through from Drappion, we can see coming through from a Golisopod, but with that additional same type attack bonus damage.
To compare, we're going straight into the games, and let's see what Dane and Potaman has cooked up for us. This is Azumarill into Sandslash.
Okay, so relatively neutral at the start here. We're going to be able to farm up a lot of energy across both of these teams here. The critical thing, I think, is going to be trying to get some drill runs down onto the Azumarill just to weaken it a little bit more.
In my opinion, I think Dane would... I don't think he likes to see the Azumarill here because he has a Charge Bug in the back that would be very good into the Azumarill.
Maybe you can then get some energy, switch it out, bring the Charger Bug in, and that's what we're seeing here. So lots of energy on that Sandslash, but of course you switch, your opponent can do the same, and now the Sableye is in play. It's going to be able to take these Volt Switches really well and retaliate with a lot of the foul plays, but of course you have to watch out for the X-Scissors coming down. This is something Sableye is not going to appreciate. It cannot take another one.
In my opinion, this was a surprising swap by Potaman because Sableye will be outpaced by the Charger Bug now. So how is Dana playing this? He's not shielding the Charger Bug.
Maybe Potaman saying that Sableye isn't going to be critical for the other Pokemon. Let's just weaken up this Charger Bug so that Azumarill has a better time in this match. A shield does go down, however, does not want to let the Sableye fall right away. Maybe thinking another shot. Yes, a few more Shadow Claws will not only farm up energy, but get rid of that Charger Bug from play.
I'm curious what Dane decides to do. I would come in with Drappion and shield one move from the Sableye. But the Sandslash is looking very good in the back if he can keep all the energy.
And here's this new Dazzling Gleam that the Sableye has got. The shield does go up. You called it perfectly there, Marcus. So the Drappion now in prime position to finish up with a couple of Poison Stings this Sableye. So it's got some good energy on the board to start going through for this damage. But a switch comes through. It's going to be on this Sandslash, and it finally is able to get the drill run down onto the Poison typing. A Wise Shield on Potaman's side.
Necessary shield from Potaman here, because that drill run would have put the Drappion dangerously low.
Yes, and again, the energy is still up on that Sandslash side. It's able to go for another drill run. This time will find its mark onto the Azumarill as Potaman has burned through all of the shields available.
This is where Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash would be the play because it's so much better into Azumarill, dealing neutral damage with Shadow Claw instead of the resisted Powder Snow. But Azumarill almost takes it out with a Play Rough.
Yeah, so much damage coming back from Azumarill's side of things, but once again, the Sandslash is able to get there first. Another drill run is going to come through, but as you've said, the fact that you don't have that Shadow Claw damage stacking up as well means Azumarill is still in the game.
I think Dane is looking incredibly good here. He can farm up energy against this Azumarill. There's no shot he throws energy into this Fairy and Water type. He's going to shield this move. Maybe not. He's going to shield this attack. And then he's going to unleash so much energy into the Shadow Drappion.
Just keeps us on the edge of our seat with that shield coming in at the very last second as the Aqua Tail is going to be able to come down onto the opposing Drappion. And I think we're going to see this stalemate at this point in time, just getting lots of energy down to the opposing Pokemon. But the fact that Dane's has more energy, has the pacing, is going to be able to get the knockout sooner than the Drappion on Potaman's side is capable of doing.
I believe that Dane is going here. Oh, the Potaman's Drappion is winning charge attack priority, but Potaman needs to land 2 Aqua Tails, and Dane's Drappion is throwing its final Aqua Tail now to take out Potaman's Drappion. This is incredibly well played by Dane WWW.
Even though he lost the charge attack priority, being able to still go for the attack enables this knockout, and it's just going to take a couple of fast attacks to fell the Azumarill. Dane is going to be able to take game 1 in this winner's final.
And this is why I'm telling you Azumarill is going down.
It was a good showcase for that argument.
Yes, we see Shadow Drappion, why it's still the king of the meta, in my opinion. Yes, we've seen a lot of Cradily. It's incredible. But Shadow Drappion, with its fast pacing and its incredible power, it's come to stay.
I think you're making a very good case for it here, and Azumarill, unfortunately, was in a difficult spot for Potaman. Not only was there the Drappion, but that Charger Bug as well with those electric-type moves really threatened it, forcing it into the back, and that meant that Potaman had to use the other Pokemon to deal with it, and that put them in a vulnerable spot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Potaman maybe bench this Azumarill going into Game 2.
I think Azumarill's biggest value here is walling off the energy of that Golisopod, but seeing as Dane did decide to not bring the Golisopod, the Azumarill didn't provide as much value in this game as Charge Bug, Drappion, or Sandslash for Dane.
Yes, exactly. It couldn't showcase its full potential in this match, and this is something we were talking about earlier, where you have to make the right calls for the Pokemon to bring to counter one specific thing on the opposing side. I have to say as well, I really like the way the Drappion was played here throughout this match. Wouldn't be surprised to see those Pokemon come back in. I just wonder whether the Sandslash on Dane's side is going to be able to be targeted by Padaman here, because the drill runs were stacking up.
And I gotta emphasize how close this game actually was. If Padaman had gotten one more Poison Sting in any part of the game, then Padaman would have been outpacing Dane's Drappion. And so I think Padaman will still continue to lean into his own Drappion, but maybe changing up the partners he's bringing for it.
Yes, I think that would be wise, because you need the Drappion to be able to shine. You don't need it to be covering for a weakness on something like the Azumarill in play. You want to make sure that you can get those Aqua Tails running through the opponent's team. Let's dive into this next match, see who is going to be coming out on top in Game 2 of this Winners Finals. Azumarill has still come to the match here for Padaman, but it's again against its rival here in the Drappion.
I believe that Dane will play this game pretty similarly as he did in the previous one. He's going to farm up on the Drappion, and then he's going to swap in the charge. Oh, he didn't swap in the charge, but he swapped in the Sandslash.
The Sandslash is here with that Powder Snow. Again, the Shadow Claw would be so lovely here to target down into the opposing Sableye, but you still manage to get the energy up, so you can still go for this Ice Punch and connect down onto the Sableye. That takes that really well.
Actually, I think the fast attack does not make enough of a difference here, because the Powder Snow hits hard enough that I do believe Sandslash can win this in the 2-shield scenario, because Sandslash, as it swapped in first, outpaces the Sableye now. But Dane, what did you decide to do?
It's looking very close here. You can see that Padaman is undercharging this particular foul play, going to be able to connect down onto the Sandslash. Will get the knockout regardless here, as the adaptation is that Charger Bug once again. One more Volt Switch will be able to get the knockout on the Sableye.
And Dane is putting his eggs in the bug basket. This Charge Bug is threatening a lot of damage on the Drappion. I believe that this is the hardest hitting charge attack Dane has for the Drappion.
Yeah, X-Scissor does do a ton of damage, particularly with the same type attack bonus. So a Wise Shield from Padaman, and now an adaptation on Dane's side. He has his own Drappion in play with these Aqua Tails, just trying to whittle away against him. We'll see if his Drappion can come out on top, but Azumarill is back to challenge it.
Dane is throwing he's throwing his Pokemon down Padaman's throat. What are you going to do with this energy? What are you going to do with this fast attack? How are you going to prevent me from aggressively attacking you?
And Dane still has 2 shields remaining. The Ice Beam is not going to be able to get the knockout, so there's so much defensive support that Dane has accessible to him. We are going to see the crunch come through. This will not do a huge amount of damage to the Azumarill, but might critically be able to get the drop and breathe a little easier for Drappion. No drop in play, however, but these bubbles, you have to contend with them.
I believe that Dane should have shielded his Drappion here, because now I think Padaman is going to let his Azumarill go down. And this means that the Drappion from Padaman is so far ahead on energy, but Dane has 2 shields.
Yep, still 2 shields, so you can have all the energy you want if you cannot connect the attacks. Wait,
he decides to not bring.
Still has 2 shields. Still in play. The Charger Bug is able to take that attack, but look at the energy up on Dane's side of the field. You've got to utilize it before that Charger Bug goes down. So Discharge has... Oh, it's going to be the X-Scissor instead.
And Padaman knows!
Yeah, Padaman knows it. Doesn't fall for it. Goes straight for that shield.
But he knows that Dane has back-to-back X-Scissors, and Dane WW, the hometown hero from Sweden, is knocking out the EUIC champion!
Knocking him down to the loser's bracket with a Charger Bug, a Pokemon I was not expecting to still be making waves in this meta, but Dane proving us all surprised.
Incredible play by Sweden's hometown hero. I'm so impressed by Dane. He swept the EUIC champion 2-0 using Charger Bug, a Pokemon no one else is using. And by utilizing his Drappion incredibly well, he safe swapped an Alolan Sandslash. Have you ever seen that before?
And he took down an Azumarill not once, but twice. That makes Marcus a very happy commentator right now.
As I've said, Azumarill is a liability.
And I think that has been proven. I think we've also proven how good it can be, but unfortunately for Padaman, it was not the secret in this matchup. Drappion was just too good, and not only was there Drappion, but that Charger Bug as well. And even though I feel like the Charger Bug didn't apply pressure to the Azumarill necessarily in this match, but the way that it just swept through that endgame was incredible with all the energy.
And I gotta say, that Charger Bug play really impressed me. And the dynamic playstyle with Drappion, Charge Bug, swapping here, Sandslash. You know, you could almost feel like Dane is a dark horse. Maybe he should have been put on a caster draft.
Maybe.
Actually, he's on mine.
Yes, okay, I knew that was coming.
And wasn't Pokémon on your caster?
All right, I see where this is going. Padaman is indeed on my caster prediction. He may be down in the losers bracket, but he's not out of the competition yet.
But Dane is the one that is going on in the winners. He won the winners finals of his group, an incredibly stacked group with Norwegians, Swedes, and Pokémon. And Dane, he's taken out now Pokémon, the regional, the EUIC champion, and also Icelandic Lapras, the current Birmingham regional champion.
Well, those W's on his name are there for wins, and as you said, we've already seen 2, so there's got to be a third coming up somewhere on the broadcast where Dane is going to be able to fell another champion of competitive Pokemon Go. So that's one to watch out for in the future. I'm calling it now.
I thought it was worldwide win, but apparently...
No, it's win-win-win.
Win-win-win.
That's it.
And I believe Dane...
And it's going to keep going with all the wins.
There's no reason to stop now, Dane. I'm just telling you, you have the recipe in your nickname. Just use it.
Exactly, just win. It's simple. That's how you play the game.
That's the best advice I ever got.
Just win.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
I actually should have listened more to you.
I think Tomahawk should have listened more, to be honest.
Well, he enjoys winning, but not as much as he enjoys almost winning.
Exactly. He always comes so close, but not quite getting the victory at the end, unlike some of our previous battlers as well. I feel like going into the next couple of, matches that we're going to start seeing some of these Pokemon really start rising to the forefront. Cradily, we've seen do really well. The Drappion still really holding its own.
But I wonder if we can hear from the man of the hour himself, Dane WW. What do you have to say about this matchup?
Thank you, Marcus and Lou. It was a pretty incredible match. A double bug team, no doubt. We're joined by the winner of that last match, Dane. Now, you've just beaten the EUIC champion Pataman that so many players know. We all know how high quality a player he is. How does it feel to come out on top?
Yeah, it feels great. Especially, I was very nervous going into this. But yeah, after having a look at the teams, it looked like a pretty decent matchup. Way better. I played him in Gdansk earlier this year, where he knocked me out of top 8. And then Golisopod was on his side, which destroyed my entire team. So it felt way more comfortable this time, where the teams were at least more neutral than last time. But yeah,
did it feel nice to have a sense of redemption with that Golisopod, knowing what it did earlier?
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of fun because my run here has been very similar to what it was in Gdansk. I've played at least 2 of the same opponents, and yeah, it's been very fun. Golisopod has been pretty good.
And you've now won your group. You are from Sweden. You are representing your country here in Stockholm. How does it feel going through to day number 2?
It feels great, especially after having not done great at the 2 previous Swedish regionals. I think I went out in winners semis both times. So yeah, it feels absolutely amazing. I think it's only the 2nd time I've been on winners finals. So yeah, it feels amazing.
Tell me about your team, right? You've got double bug, as we've said. That's not something that you see a lot of in any Pokemon format. So why Charjabug and Golisopod?
The team building basically started around Charjabug because I thought it looked very well positioned right now, especially since the only real threat to it, or like the really, really bad matchup, is Clodsire. And it's not super common. And then among the other top 10 most common picks here, it's been like, it does at least neutral against everything. And then the rest of the team was kind of like, oh, I should probably cover ground weaknesses. And Golisopod is something that's new, and since it got Aqua Jet, and it's been very fun, and also counters Clodsire pretty well.
Now, obviously, the team is working really well. You're through to day 2, as we say. Are you still very comfortable, happy with the team as it is? Are you confirming that this was the right choice for me?
I'm surprisingly happy. I've played very little of this new meta, so I've had very little practice. I'm surprised how well it's done, but yeah, apparently double bug is the way to go.
Are you enjoying the meta? That's like the key question.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's a lot more diverse than last year, so I think I've played 15 different Pokemon around 3 or 4 rounds, so yeah, it's a lot more like there's a lot bigger meta this time around. So
I think it's very exciting. And I think watching players like you perform to the standard that we saw there does make it really exciting for viewers as well. I've got one last question. Marcus and Lou, they were talking about the WWW at the end of your username. Does it have any meaning?
Not really, no. It's a play on that my last that I made up when I was like 11, 12, and that my last name starts with a W, and just gotten into this magical new world called the internet. There was every site started with a www, so yeah, that's...
Well, there we go. Look at that. It looks like it maybe was inspired by www. And I think that Danny will be inspiring a lot of players this weekend. He's through to day number 2 with that double bug team, beating EUIC champion Pataman, and we can't wait to see more from him. But for now, let's get tuned. We've got a lot more battles coming up. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Farid, for that interview and also for introducing me and my new friend here.
Hello.
Say hey to Adele.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Stockholm Regional Champions. You have just watched Pataman being knocked into the losers bracket, the EUIC champion, the talisman of so many successes, but he has been bested by Danny WWW, a player that you are very fond of, I'm sure.
Absolutely. He's on my caster fantasy draft for a reason. Danny has performed incredibly well in a lot of tournaments, but he misses that particular win, and I know he is itching for it, but other players who are itching for it, we're seeing here in the winners finals of Group A. This is Colin 6 from Holland, Netherlands, against Uden from Germany, a clash of the neighbors.
Yes, clash of titans here. Colin 6, widely considered in Europe to be the final boss, the trainer that is so difficult to beat, so difficult to overcome. We saw his brother earlier on stream. Now Colin wants to continue that family legacy, be successful and dominate here in Stockholm. But Uden, so strong, has already sort of highlighted how powerful a trainer he is as well. Up and coming, and has a Skeledirge, which I'm a big fan of.
I'm very intrigued by this team from Uden. I believe that there was a large tournament held online recently where this team won the entire thing, and it was a tournament. I believe there was over 100 competitors signed up for the tournament.
So that's a really, really impressive tournament, and it goes to show a lot of these trainers do practice online and get that practice that they need in order to be successful here. Both of these trainers are in the winners final of Group A. Bearing in mind this is a double elimination tournament, neither trainer has lost a match yet, which means one of these trainers will be going to day 2, and that is an accolade in itself.
I'm very curious to see how Uden can make the most of his Furret. That was incredible for him in his last round on stream. The Furret put in so much work. If you save swap a Cradily, if you save swap an Azumarill, I mean,
that's correct,
and get faced by the Furret will just boost up and come out with double boosted against anything that comes in to face it again.
Yes, that is correct, and I think that's the thing you have to be wary of with Furret, its ability to ramp up, and Furret is leading the fray, and it's coming up against the Malamar, which is really nice because Sucker Punch is going to do neutral damage onto Colin's Malamar.
And this is where Colin wants to see this Furret, but Uden is really anxious to get he needs to shield these superpowers that's coming in from the Malamar.
But this is clever because Uden recognizes that Colin 6 is unlikely to go with a superpower straight away and is able to farm up a bit more and is able to actually potentially get to another Swift. But no, Colin 6 recognizing that and goes for the foul play. Is Uden going to respect it? He does respect the shields.
Very brave play by Uden, and he decides to go into the Claydol. And I'm very interested to see how... Oh, and he gets a Mud Slap through. I believe that this Mud Slap will take out the Malamar.
Yes, and that means Malamar will not be able to get that additional foul play off, which means Claydol is able to tank the first foul play and still have a bit of energy here. But Uden is down the shield, but Azumarill now so good into Claydol. Claydol responds with a Rock Tomb in order to weaken the attack of the Azumarill.
Very clever by Colin, realizing that the Cradily might have places to go in the backline. If it was Sandslash or Primate, this would have been the wrong play from Colin. But he gambles that there is an Azumarill from Uden in the back.
Yes, and indeed, let's see what happens. Ice Beam now taking out the Claydol, and now the response is with the Furret. Trailblaze is loaded, ready to go. Furret looking to get some additional farm in before launching the Trailblaze. However, this is an unboosted Trailblaze, so I do not believe this knocks out. It will just take Azu into the red.
And Colin swaps in the Cradily. This is incredible for Uden, and he now realizes that this Furret is so valuable for him, but he goes for a bait.
Yes, and Colin 6, very brave here, calls the bait. This was tricky, but Colin made the right call here. Now the Rock Tombs are coming in, which are going to begin to lower the attack of Furret, now fighting against the Trailblazers' boosting of attack here.
I think Uden makes the correct decision to shield his Furret, because the Azumarill does not look great into the Cradily. But Colin, now realizing that this Cradily might be worth a lot, is going to shield this Trailblaze.
Yes, and that shield is now going to be crucial. I think Uden, when he didn't get the shield first time round, he makes a catch, which is impressive as well. However, it is the Rock Tomb onto the Azumarill, which is going to weaken the attack. But here, that's not a big issue, because Cradily is already in Ice Beam knockout range, I believe.
I think this was the play Uden had to make if he wants to stay in this matchup. The Grass Knot, though, is coming through, and this is going to chunk the Azumarill.
Yes, Azumarill is very bulky, but this is a super effective Grass Knot. Does take Azumarill into the red here. Now there has to be careful, because Colin has the potential to make a catch. Doesn't make it. Ice Beam coming too, but Colin 6 does have a shield. Now is the time to use it if you want to preserve that Cradily. Does he do so? He does.
I believe that Colin knows that the energy from Azumarill will be enough to take out the Furret. So I think Colin just wants to get rid of this Azumarill, and then he's going to use the energy from Azumarill to take out Furret. He's going to be swapping immediately.
Yes, and I think this is very sensible. Azumarill indeed getting to that Ice Beam at this range. Furret cannot survive an Ice Beam because of its low defenses at this point. And so, as Ice Beam gets that knockout, which means Colin 6 gets that first crucial victory in this best of 3.
Incredible back and forth game by these players. I think if Uden matches Colin's Azumarill with his own in the mid game, I think it's easier for Uden in the end game if he has the Furret on the Cradily, because both Claydol and Azumarill's weak to that Cradily. So I think Uden needs to be more wary of Cradily being in the back.
Yes, and I think the problem here is that Uden's best answer to the Colin 6's Cradily is that Alolan Sandslash, but the problem is that Colin 6 also has a Talonflame there, and as we saw previously on stream, Talonflame is able to incinerate the Alolan Sandslash so easily, so that is the fear factor there. Sure, you want an answer to Cradily, but you can't risk it, and also Skeledirge isn't really even the perfect answer either, because Cradily can still threaten with Rock Tomb, and Skeledirge is quite slow getting to charge attacks, in my opinion.
In my opinion, I think the new charge attack Torch Song really helps Skeledirge in the Cradily matchup, because I don't think that Bullet Seed and one Rock Tomb is enough to knock out Skeledirge.
Okay.
And with Torch Song, Skeledirge can boost up its attack again that Rock Tomb debuffs.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if Skeledirge is the play to use here, but I can see why you would.
Yes.
But this is an incredible matchup for Uden, because Azumarill resist all the charge attacks from Malamar.
Yes, that is correct. So Colin 6 is going to look to maybe farm up, and then is he going to make an early catch here, I wonder? Let's see who makes the first call. No, Azumarill is, Colin is looking to make a catch, doesn't make it. Furret comes in. Uden a little bit slow to get the Furret in there, but I think it may be inconsequential here, racing to that first Trailblaze.
And Uden gets to the Trailblaze first, and I believe this is going to be a good position for Uden, because if Furret can boost up against this Azumarill, it's going to put in a lot of work into anything that doesn't take it out quickly.
I was impressed with Uden's immediate no shield there, predicting correctly that this will be an Ice Beam, and so does make that right call. Now it's going to be whether he doesn't turn on charge attack priority. Colin 6 gets another Ice Beam. No shield by Uden again. He's banking on his Furret being able to survive this.
And he's right, he knows his Pokemon in and out. And Uden has a Primate in the back. He's probably saving his shields for the Primate.
And if so, so this makes sense to lose the Furret here and then get some farm on the Azumarill, which is going to take so long to get a charge attack that Primate might be able to get a farm down, and he does!
He does, and now Colin is going to match up the Malamar into the Primeape. This is exactly where Colin wants his Malamar, on the Primeape, but he needs to shield this close combat, and he does.
Yes, that would have been so devastating for Colin if he did not shield that. And there is an immediate simultaneous swap and another attack thrown. Ice Beam is going to deal super effective damage to Cradily.
Incredible prediction by Colin, realizing that Uden was also going to swap immediately. But this Ice Beam is now so threatening to this Cradily. I think Uden can double shield and win this matchup. I think Colin needs to debuff Uden.
Yes, and I think that would be the sensible thing to do. Let's see if Colin decides to do that. He can farm up a lot of energy. No, going for the Grass Knot first and foremost because he wants to get that knockout here. Grass Knot at this range should be pretty close. Maybe take it into the red, if not knocking out. Oh, it just about survives.
There are two ways to roam for Uden in this matchup, in my opinion, and that is to double shield the Azumarill or no shield the Azumarill. He's putting all his eggs in the Primeape basket.
Yes, and I do like this idea, but the side waves are going to be problematic. Colin 6 going for the foul play here, because even though it's resisted, it will do enough, and it avoids that self-debuff that Superpower would offer here. Going for the second foul play, really pressuring the shields on Uden.
I think Uden just immediately goes for the close combat and tries to take out that Malamar before it can do too much.
Yes.
And here you see the close combat being thrown. Will this be enough to take out the Malamar?
Yes, we have to consider that it's a Psychic and Dark type. Psychic resists fighting. Dark is takes super.
Oh, it takes it out!
It's a huge knockout for Malamar.
Primeape will outpace this Cradily. There's no shot. Cradily can outpace the Primeape, and here you see a close combat taking out the Cradily.
It was so... this was just so much damage. At this point, Rage Fist would have been enough, but no. Let's leave nothing to doubt here. Close combat, smash to the rock that is Cradily, and send it straight back into its Pokeball.
I am impressed by Uden. He realized what he needed to win. It was to just close combat and punch that Malamar and the Cradily. Primeape looking really strong for Uden in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's a really fabulous Pokemon to have. It obviously has its weaknesses. There are a lot of Pokemon that it's going to struggle with. If you look at Colin 6's team, there are 4 Pokemon that Primeape doesn't like to see. The Azumarill, the Swallot, the Talonflame all take resisted damage from the Karate Chops and close combats, but still, Uden found a way to get utility out of it against the Malamar, something that should in theory beat it, but doesn't.
If you remember, the Primeape in this matchup, it farmed down the Azumarill.
Yeah.
And it double close combated both Malamar and Cradily.
Yeah.
Primeape took out all of Colin's Pokemon in this matchup. How will Colin adjust going into this next game?
Well, I can say for certainty that he's probably not going to want to bring his Guzzlord into that. So the question will be, does he go for a team where there's resistances everywhere to that Primeape? But the problem is, if he's running, say, for example, Azumarill, Swallot, Talonflame, will that give him a weakness to some of the Pokemon on Uden's side there? Does it open up a core break opportunity? But I personally think if you are that scared of Primeape and it did so well, then go really hard against it, or maybe go ABA against it.
In my opinion, I think Uden's strategy of running Azumarill, Primeape, it's scaring away the Guzzlord from Colin, so that Furret can thrive, because Furret has a very good matchup, a pretty good matchup into Cradily.
Yep.
It's fine-ish into Talonflame. I can win the 2-shield scenario. I think it's fine into Swallot as well. And we've seen Furret also deal with Azumarill.
Yes, we have.
So I believe that Uden hedging against the Guzzlord and putting on so much pressure, that frees up the Furret.
Yes, I like this. I like this concept. I like this thought process of when it comes to team building here. Let's see what the trainers do. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Uden not happy to see Talonflame burning its way onto the battlefield. Sandslash is going to dip out very soon after one Shadow Claw. I like it. Clever idea.
I think that this Furret is going through unchecked. This Sandslash is looking very good in the back, and we know that Uden is going to protect his Furret.
Yes, he will do. That fly would do a lot of damage. Now swapping into the Cradily here on Colin 6's side. However, that gives Uden a chance to ramp up those Trailblazers, and we saw earlier how devastating roosted Trailblazers can be to Cradily.
If Uden can invest in his Furret here, that means he will be able to realign and get Azumarill on the Talonflame and Sandslash on Colin's Azumarill. I think switch advantage is incredibly important for Uden here.
Yes, it is, and so he's going for the second Drill Blaze. Rock Tomb has lowered the attack of Furret to counter the first Drill Blaze, but now the second one coming in to reboost the attack, but it does not a huge amount of damage, but it's Furret trying to get some more farm in there. Will he reach a Swift? He does reach the Swift before Cradily can launch another charge attack.
I don't think Colin shields here. I think he lets it go and farms down with its Talonflame. That's what he's going to do.
Yes, and I like that idea because Talonflame with energy will even cause problems for Azumarill. So here comes that Incinerate, and Furret is burnt back into its Pokeball.
But at least Uden got the Sandslash away from the Talonflame.
Indeed.
The Furret is putting in so much work for Uden. Do you dare shielding here?
Yeah,
you assume this is going to be a Brave Bird, right?
Yes, it would make sense for it to be a Brave Bird, but Azumarill is bulky enough to withstand one, and now you see the swap out into the enemy, into the other Azumarill, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this is a Shadow Claw variant, making it even more useful in this matchup.
And that's a very, very big difference for this matchup, the Shadow Claw, because now you do fast attack damage into the Azumarill compared to the Powder Snow damage from that is the option for Shadow Claw.
Yes, exactly, and this is where Pokemon, even if they're the same species, they can still be diverse in their move pools, and this is where trainers have to consider between the two. Now, Azumarill isn't able to deal anything other than resisted damage with its charge attacks on Alolan Sandslash because it's running Ice Beam and Play Rough, and Steel resists both. However, the drill runs are doing neutral damage, and Colin, recognizing that, choosing to shield and keep his Azumarill healthy.
The Steel type Alolan Sandslash, it does not take hits very well.
True.
So look at the... Oh, and he realizes that Colin will be swapping immediately.
Yeah.
I think this shield, I think Uden is looking to win this game. He has the Azumarill on the Talonflame. Colin realizes that he's struggling.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky. He needs to eliminate this Azumarill, but the only way to really do that is to try and maybe get that Brave Bird off, but there is a shield on Uden's side. All Uden needs to do is shield and then hope he can bubble down, and I think he might be able to do exactly that.
The path for Uden here is to land a Play Rough into Colin's Azumarill and then a Drill Run. And we see the Play Rough coming in here. Colin realizes that he's not in a good position.
Yeah, so what will happen? Will Uden make the swap now? The switch timer isn't up. It's going to be very, very close. Colin 6 needs to eliminate this Azumarill, but has to get some additional farm, but not before the swap out can occur. Goes for the Play Rough here to knock out the Azumarill, but what energy does Uden have on his Alolan Sandslash?
Does he have a Drill Run? He has a Drill Run, and he's getting thrown into the Azumarill, and Uden knocks out the Colin 6 in the winners finals in Group A.
That was incredible. The final boss has been defeated in this tournament, which means he drops into the losers bracket where he can still make a stellar run, but take nothing away. Uden has demonstrated his strength in this tournament once again.
I'm incredibly impressed by Uden. He had lined a Sandslash up against a Talonflame in the lead. He swapped in his Furret, and Furret flipped the situation all around and managed to line this Sandslash on the Azumarill instead, and there's Azumarill on the Talonflame.
That was so impressive to wiggle out of that scenario, especially against one of the best trainers in Europe. Colin 6 will, just to remind you, this is a double elimination tournament, so even though he's knocked out of the winners final, he still has the chance to make it way through the losers. These trainers, both of them, so tactically sound. Uden, I feel, has been developing and improving in such a good way, and now you demonstrated this, that he was able to take down a Titan here. Fabulous catch there.
Very, very good play, but this was game one where Colin managed to get the win because he realized the value of his Cradily in the end. So Uden had to adapt in game two and not losing his composure.
Yes.
Yeah. And he realized that he needed to adapt to beat Colin in game 2 and 3. And he managed to find the way that Colin could not beat him, and that was with a Furret. Furret is putting in so much work for Uden here.
I think Furret is going to be the new face of Open Great League after some of the demonstrations here done by Uden.
Slow down.
You mean Azumarill, right? That's the face, right?
No. Well, now you're just talking rubbish. but Furret is looking incredible. And we didn't even see Furret on the top 12 usage, but look how well it's doing. He's even taking a bow here.
Yeah, he knows what an amazing match that was. Both these trainers giving it their all. Very impressive plays. The best thing I say about Pokemon Go and this community is just how close a lot of these trainers are. They are friends. They respect each other's talent and amazingness. And Colin 6 recognizing, okay, I've lost once, but I still have the talent to make do very well in the losers bracket.
I'm still just so impressed by Furret. It's performing incredibly well, and as long as it can avoid the dark types that it struggles with, because dark types that resist Sucker Punch is not good for Furret, because what Furret aims to do is boost up the Sucker Punch damage with its Trailblazes.
Indeed.
And with the lineup that Colin brought, Furret was able to do that.
Yes, he was indeed, and this is where Pokemon that have the ability to boost their own attack. We've seen some, we've seen when the first ever boosting attack was Power Up Punch. That made PvP a lot more interesting, and now it seems so many Pokemon have access to that. But I want to see how important Furret is to Uden. So let's ask him a few questions about it.
Thank you, Marcus and Adelia. We are joined by the winner of that match. It's Uden, who took down Colin. As we know, people call him the final boss, one of the best players in Europe, but you came out on top. How does it feel?
Great, man. I feel really great. I mean, Colin and Calvin are such great players, so it was really hard for me, but I'm here.
You've beaten both brothers. You are Spa family enemy number 1. But you are through to day 2 already, and that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I feel really confident, and I'm really happy to be here.
Tell me a little bit about your team. We're in the new meta. Are you enjoying the meta so far?
I enjoy the meta really well. I mean, I'm so happy that Annihilate goes a little bit away, because it was frustrating if you get Annihilate on something else, and it forms the whole team down. So I'm pretty happy to be. We not see it that often.
Yeah, so Annihilate has gone down, and you're using a different normal type that we haven't seen much of in the play Pokemon circuit. Tell us about the Furret.
Furret is amazing. It's very neutral in the meta. I mean, you have Sucker Punch on it, Trailblaze, and what was it called? The
Swift as well.
Swift as well, yeah. It's such a great moveset, and the Pokemon is neutral. It's fine.
And how are you feeling looking at day 2? Do you fancy your chances? Are you going to go all the way?
I mean, there are a lot of good players, right? So I think I'm pretty good prepared for that. So I think we make this.
I have no doubt. Would you like to make any shout-outs?
For sure, yeah. I shout out my family, my teammates from Legends United and Smurfs as well, and for sure my Kuchen members, my gym breakers from Kuchen, and Zizi as well, that I created this team with him. So
very good. Really impressive performance. We cannot wait to see how far you get tomorrow. Uden, congratulations. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Farid, and thank you, Uden. Fabulous to hear from him as he continues his success in the Stockholm Regional Championships. We have seen our first finalist crowned from one of the groups, and we're going to see many more, I believe.
I believe also Dane WW has made it as a finalist. He's also through. And so we have the winners from Group A and the winner from Group B. Uden and Dane. Those are the 2 players that are already qualified for day 2. So I'm very interested to see what Group C and Group D is offering us. Who will eke their way out through this incredibly tough field of competitors? Because the level here in Stockholm is insanely high.
Yeah, it's just so. The thing is, this is the last regional championship in Europe, because the subsequent events are going to be special championships, and so this is a very prime opportunity to not only get championship points, win a medal, but also to get some fabulous amounts of prize money as well. And if for all of us thinking of traveling to the North American International Championships in June, or the World Championships in Anaheim, California in August, every penny helps in order to get us there, right?
I definitely agree. I wish there were some pennies helping me to get to New Orleans, but I finished 5th in the Travel Award race for NEIC, with only Swallot overtaking me with his... If he got third at EUIC, I'd win, but he got second, and then I lost all that money.
So now, you're saying you're not a fan of Z's Wireless, right?
I'm a fan of Z's
yeah.
but not,
who isn't?
but not his tournament runs.
Oh, right, I see. I see.
As a person, I have all the time in the world for him. I really enjoy the podcasts he's making and the spice he's bringing to tournaments and how he team builds, how he plays, but not when he performs so well that it cost me money.
Well, you heard it here first. That was, and a lot of people, Udin referred to Z's Wireless. He affectionately shrunk him down to ZZ. A fabulous battler who isn't at Stockholm, unfortunately, but will be in Europe at some point very soon. Nonetheless, we have two fabulous trainers that are here and are competing. We are now looking at the losers bracket, and we have Icelandic Lapras versus Polyzone.
And I believe Polyzone is a Swede. So this is a local facing off against the Birmingham Regional Champion. A player from the UK coming over here to Stockholm to compete and take the prizes away from the Swedes. This is the next defender from Sweden, defending his home turf from the incoming invader Icelandic Lapras.
I mean, you say incoming invader, but then isn't Icelandic Lapras one of your casters, one of your babies?
Yeah, I hope he wins.
Oh, right, I see how it is.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so after all that, you want Icelandic Lapras to win. I'll put it out there. Let's see if Polyzone can work his magic and select. But before they select the best team of Sweden, but before they do that, both of these trainers are very lucky individuals as well.
Oh my! Are they trading a Darumaka for Palkia?
Apparently so.
Does Icelandic Lapras know the value of the Pokemon he's offering here?
Well, it depends. If you've raided so many of them because you are active in your local community on the player versus environment side, this might seem like like you've got far too many. Well, does he get one of those elusive perfect IV Pokemon? No, unfortunately not. But a 15 attack on the Darumaka might be quite fun.
Yeah, it could be good for raids, and I believe that Icelandic Lapras is one of those players that has a roster for basically any league. He has invested in Master League. He has invested in Ultra League. I know he's on my team, and usually he plays Ultra League for
the grassroots.
On the grassroots scene when we compete for fun.
Yes, yes. There's so many ways you can enjoy Pokemon Go PvP. Icelandic Lapras has been dominant on the official circuit, on the grassroots circuit, and he's running the Shadow Galarian Weezing, which is a Pokemon that I highlighted as one to keep an eye on in this tournament.
We've seen Icelandic Lapras' team before, but here is Polizione's team, and you see the Moltres on Poli's side.
Yeah, we've not seen them too much of Galarian Moltres. It was so popular in the past, but now it seems to have taken a bit of a pause. But you have double dark strategies here with Moltres and Guzzlord here. What do you think about Moltres' space in this meta? Does it still have play?
I think Moltres still is a very flexible Pokemon. There are very few flying type resists in this meta, so Brave Bird still hits incredibly hard. And I believe that Sucker Punch is still a very good move. And the rock type aerial ancient power has a lot of targets in this meta. So I believe that Moltres and Gastrodon together is a very good pair, but I would like to see the Gastrodon stay on the bench.
Right, I see. And there was no bias in your statement whatsoever, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Noted. Dully noted. So yes, we'll see what Polyozone's able to pull out. Both of these trainers are running Lapras as well as their preferential water type. Well, I know Polyazone has the Gastrodon as well, but Gastrodon mainly does its damage via ground type attacks with Mud Slap, Earth Power, and also has Body Slam for a bit of baiting potential. And when I say baiting, I'm talking about a Pokemon that has a move that is lower in energy, so it can get to it more easily, and then it can use that as a cover for its high energy move, which is in this case Earth Power. So you can go up to the energy needed for Earth Power, throw the Body Slam, and then maybe Icelandic Lapras may shield that, expecting it to be an Earth Power. So that is a baiting tactic, and it's a common tactic used at this level.
I am curious to see what they are using here, and it's a Guzzlord mirror matchup.
Ultra Beasts galore. Both of these Pokemon are ginormous on the field, and it will be wild to see two Guzzlords facing off, both dealing super effective damage. And now we know Polyazone's Guzzlord has higher attack and is able to win the Charge Attack priority event.
I think both of these players are going to lead into the Guzzlord. Icelandic Lapras has the only hard answer for opposing Guzzlord is the Weezing, and Polizione doesn't really have a hard answer to the opposing Guzzlord. So these are two very safe Pokemon we're seeing right here.
So this is going to be interesting because both of them may choose to... Oh, there is a catch made, and catching the Dragon Claw onto the Lapras, which is nice in a way because Psywave is going to be resisted, but at this range you can definitely farm down.
Did you see? This Lapras is running Skull Bash from Polizione. That means the mirror matchup is so much better for Polizione's Lapras than Icelandic Lapras's Lapras.
Yes, this is where, again, having different movesets is key in order to consider what's going to be best. Sparkling Aria is the better charge attack to use if you're Icelandic Lapras, but Skull Bash is easily better, and look what it's going to do in terms of damage.
I don't think Lapras can play Lapras here, because the Polizione's Lapras just demolishes Icelandic Lapras's Lapras. That's a lot of Laprases.
Oh yes, and Polyazone's Lapras has now had its defense boosted, which means Sparkling Aria is going to do even less damage. Icelandic Lapras swapping in now into the Sableye because he doesn't want to stay in that matchup any longer. Polyazone's going, okay, if you're going to do that, here's my Sparkling Aria, see if you can handle that.
I wonder how Icelandic Lapras is going to wiggle his way out of this situation. But at least he has the Guzzlord with a charge attack. He has the Sableye pretty healthy. But here comes Clodsire, and this Clodsire can take charge attacks on its chin for days.
Yeah, so I mean, Foul Play has had its damage reduced, but it's also now more spammy from Shadow Sableye's side, and it's a Shadow boosted Foul Play. But just look, it's somewhat bouncing off Clodsire's just body in terms of, I'm not phased by this. The energy that Clodsire is building up is incredible as Polyazone is getting to the Earthquake here.
How much is this going to do? Will it knock out the Shadow Sableye? Icelandic Lapras' game hinges on this, but he gets to the charge attack. So he threatens the shield from Polizione.
Yeah.
How is this looking for him? Oh, he lets the Clodsire go.
Yes, he does, and now he's bound to put it all on the Lapras to use Flywave to take it down, but this is going to be tricky. It's a Shadow boosted, it's a Shadow Lapras, and he does make a catch to catch the Foul Play on the Guzzlord here. This Guzzlord has no energy, so this was a useful way to make use out of it.
Is this how you want to play this? Because, I think Icelandic Lapras is going to take this game because Polizione needs to throw, and now he has no spark energy left for the Guzzlord in the back.
Yes, one Dragon Tail is going to be enough to take out the Guzzlord. Does Polyazone's Lapras have enough in the tank? It doesn't have the energy, and to be fair, you don't even need to throw a charge attack if you're Guzzlord, just Dragon Tail it down.
I think Polizione knows he could have maneuvered that endgame slightly better if he shields the Clodsire, but Icelandic Lapras, even though he got his non-Skull Bash Lapras on Polizione's incredibly beefy Lapras, he manages to find a way to win that game. Incredible Sableye showing from Icelandic Lapras.
Yes, it was a Shadow Sableye that really stood out. Icelandic Lapras demonstrating why he is the Birmingham Regional Champion and why he was been able to go all the way. He might be fighting out of the losers bracket, so he's taken one loss early on stream, but he does not want to take another. And demonstrations like that, where your backs are against the wall, you've lost lead, you've lost the save swap in the middle, but somehow you pull it out of the bag. That is incredible gameplay.
Incredible. And when we see the Skull Bash from Lapras, that makes from Polizione. Then that makes Icelandic Lapras' Guzzlord even safer. So I believe that Polizione can only play his own Guzzlord, and Clodsire, to some extent Lapras, maybe Gastrodon, as a neutral matchup into the Guzzlord. Icelandic Lapras' Guzzlord looks incredible.
Yes, it very much does. That will be the safe swap of choice. But to be fair, Icelandic Lapras demonstrated that he was happy to lead with it as well because it seemed so safe. It came up against Polyazone's Lapras as well, and now what's useful is in Game 2, both of these trainers know who wins charge attack priority over each other when they're running the same species of Pokemon. So now that will allow another level of tactical complexity and thinking about what can I gain as an advantage if I win charge attack versus losing it?
I think if they both go for the same strategies here, they both pick the same Pokemon, it will be very interesting to see how this plays out. Polizione, charge attack priority. Icelandic Lapras knows he loses. Will he still throw the move? Not on charge attack priority.
Yes, this would make sense actually, because by sneaking in another Dragon Tail in, that means now there is an advantage where he can get the full farm down if he's lucky. And they chose on charge attack priority, and he's just actually thrown, and he doesn't realize, he thought he'd be able to get the farm down and wasn't able to pull it off.
Wow, this is so devastating for Icelandic Lapras, and he also threw his attack on charge attack priority. This is worst case scenario for him. He wanted to go for the farm down.
Yeah, now he's got no advantage either way, which is going to be problematic. He's
down 2 shields.
Yeah, that's so bad. That's so tricky, but no worries at all. Icelandic Lapras has come from disadvantageous positions already and is being able to fight too. Going for the brutal swing now to weaken this Clodsire.
I'm very curious to see how this is going to turn out. Polizione being up 2 shields.
That's going to be nice, because he's noticed that Polizione got the Clodsire and got some energy on it, so he can swap out and now brings in his own Lapras. Sableye responding to that. This is actually okay for Icelandic Lapras because he's able to use Sableye and outpace, and also takes resisted damage from the Psy Waves. But the matchup is going to be in the end game. That's going to be the most problematic thing.
The only way I can see for Icelandic Lapras to win this game is to farm down Polizione's Lapras and get to his own as many charge attacks as he needs to hit the Clodsire with his Sparkling Aria.
Yes, and that's going to be tricky as now Polizione is trying to employ his shields, and this is where Sparkling Aria, with its damage and the fact that it's an improvement over Surf, which Lapras used to use, this is going to knock out the Shadow Sableye, and now it's just Lapras again into Clodsire. Sparkling Aria going to come in, but no, Earthquake being launched first.
And if Icelandic Lapras had 1 shield left, this could have been good for him. But I think, well, the Lapras is still tanky.
Oh, yes, it is. It might be, if Icelandic Lapras can get to 2 Sparkling Aria, then that might be a play, but it's going to be a race to get to there. Polizione needs to launch another Earthquake.
I think Icelandic Lapras also needs to get to a Sparkling Aria against the incoming Lapras. So Icelandic Lapras needs to farm up a lot, and I don't think he will be able to in this situation. He knows that this matchup, he lost in the lead when he had to shield his Guzzlord.
Yes, yeah. If he had shielded it and then not gone for the charge attack priority event, that would have been one thing. But it's so close, and this is where the extra bulk and the extra HP on Polizione's Lapras has been able to secure victory. So both these trainers now 1 apiece, and what matches they were.
Imagine being Polizione. Your Guzzlord wins charge attack priority, and you also have so much HP that you don't get farmed down in the mirror even if your opponent doesn't throw a charge attack.
Yes.
Incredible Guzzlord play by Polizione. He has the perfect stats for his Guzzlord.
He has often, we talk about, when top players talk about certain species of Pokemon that can eliminate their mirror matchup because they have a certain way where they are a bit more favoring on their attack or their bulk in order to do that. And we often, within Grassroots, refer to those Pokemon as Slayers. So maybe Polizione's Guzzlord is a Guzzlord Slayer sort of mechanism. So this is where it's nifty to have Pokemon of different varieties and catch many different species of the same Pokemon, because some of them are better in some scenarios than others. And in this case, Polizione's Guzzlord is looking like the Guzzlord you want to have.
I'm very impressed by Polizione's Guzzlord. I think he needs to apply that Guzzlord to have a chance of winning this game. Will Icelandic Lapras consider bringing the Weezing? I'm not sure. Maybe, I think I'd bring the Cradily if I'm Icelandic Lapras.
Yes, Cradily does seem a bit safer, because you are right with Weezing. There's a lot of things that are pushing up against Weezing in terms of Clodsire and Lapras on Polizione's side. The Psywave, of course, dealing super effective damage to Galarian Weezing, which is a poison and fairy type Pokemon. So yeah, I like the idea of Cradily. Sure, the grass attacks will be resisted, but the Rock Tomb, having been buffed, is going to lower the damage potential that Polizione's Guzzlord could do. do, and then that might give some more play. So let's see what these trainers will do going into a decisive Game 3.
And Icelandic Lapras adjusts. He's putting his own Lapras in the front, and here we see Poliziona has put his Clodsire. This is incredible for Icelandic Lapras' Lapras.
Yeah, see, this is the matchup you want to see. It's now a decision as to when do you launch your charge attacks. Polyazone recognizing he can tank one Sparkling Aria, but certainly not two here. Now it's a question of when do you throw your charge attack if you're Clodsire. Here we go.
And Poliziona, he does not have Stone Edge on his Clodsire. He has Sludge Bomb, and that makes him have to throw Earthquakes into the opposing Lapras instead of a much more super effective Stone Edge.
Yes, and now Sableye coming in here is quite nice because Icelandic Lapras now knows his Guzzlord is safe from Polyazone's Lapras. Although Polyazone's Lapras isn't running Ice Beam, so that's actually not that big a threat. Here it's going to be tricky because Sableye can outpace but doesn't tank damage very well. So how much does this do?
But, it does a lot. But as you can see, is Icelandic Lapras shielding his Sableye? I think that's the play. I believe that the Psy Waves from Lapras is not doing anything to this Sableye. And this Sableye is going to farm up a lot of energy, and it's going to put on so much pressure into Poliziona's team.
Yeah, this is the nice thing. When you've built up two foul plays worth or two charge attacks, you can there's no point shielding one because you're just going to have another launch at you for your Polyazone. So now bringing in the Guzzlord here in order to try and protect against the Sableye. But this foul play is actually a bait because the Dazzling Gleam would have been the real threat here. Now enemy Guzzlord coming in, but notice there's a small amount of chip damage on Polyazone's side.
Exactly. Polizione has now taken one Shadow Claw amount of damage, but he also gained one Dragon Tail.
Yes, that's correct. And so now, recognizing that this will not be a matchup he can win if he goes with the Guzzlord mirror match, swapping into the Clodsire and taking the brutal swing onto his Clodsire, which does survive, but now it might get farmed down, not before Sludge Bomb comes in.
Icelandic Lapras decides to not tap his screen. He wants Polizione to take out his Guzzlord so Lapras can farm up energy and hit the Guzzlord with an Ice Beam. This is incredibly clever by Icelandic Lapras.
The question is that Polyazone does have a shield.
And he decides to no shield.
He's making the brave call. He's just hoping it might be a Sparkling Aria, but no, the surprise. Look at the reaction on Polyazone's side. He knew that that was the only play to be baited and for it not to be successful. Well done, Icelandic Lapras, who has won this match.
He took a risk, gambling on Icelandic Lapras, baiting, but Icelandic Lapras, he decided to let his Guzzlord go to reach the Ice Beam against the Guzzlord.
That was just such an impressive play, because sometimes you think you want to shield your Pokemon because you naturally protect it when you're battling, but sometimes sacrificing a Pokemon in order to get additional farm with the next Pokemon you bring in is a very common tactic that a lot of these top trainers do, and I'd highly recommend considering, when you're shielding, is it worth doing so?
And I'm very impressed because I thought that Icelandic Lapras would not be able to run his own Lapras into Policiona's team because of the opposing Lapras with a Skull Bash. The Guzzlord that looked very good. There's two other Dark types in Drappion and Moltres, but you know what? Icelandic Lapras, he believes in his favorite Pokemon, Lapras.
Yes, and he piloted it fantastically. Both of these trainers did very well to get as far as they did, and Icelandic Lapras going that one step further. And you can see this is where it was such a close farm down and a beautiful catch by Polyazone here, which I do respect. He's a trainer that has been very prominent in the grassroots formats prior to play Pokemon, and still enjoys them, I believe. But Icelandic Lapras has also demonstrated his ability on the mainstream format, and that ultimately did allow him to win. That experience, I think, is valuable.
Icelandic Lapras is definitely taking the Birmingham regional experience with him to secure his wins in these tournaments. He knew that what his win cons were in this matchup, and that was the Lapras.
Yes, Lapras is going to be a meta staple for the next 3 months. Maybe you should have gone with Lapras instead of Azumarill.
No. I believe in Lapras.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in Azumarill.
You don't believe in Azumarill?
The only player I can see winning this tournament with Azumarill is currently Udin.
Yep.
But other than that, well, you know what? I know that in Group D,
yes,
I believe it's Group D, maybe Group C. I think it's Group D. Ventuski is also running Azumarill.
Ah, right.
So those are the only two that I'm scared of, because I know Udin is an amazing player and he has a great team. Ventuski also a fantastic player. So if it happens, it happens, but I don't believe it will.
Well, we will see very soon as these matches are coming thick and fast. There are so many fabulous trainers here looking to make a name for themselves or improve on themselves in terms of the reputations they already have, the talent that they've already demonstrated on stream, and the championship points they've already accumulated. This is a time to get more. 350 championship points, $2,500 US available, and the accolade of being Stockholm Regional Champion 2025.
If Icelandic Lapras wins another regional, he's overtaking me in the World's Travel Award race as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So does that mean that you don't want him to win?
I hope he does well.
Yes.
I do hope he does well.
Oh, a diplomatic answer. We like it.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm actually surprised. I thought this tournament would come a little bit too soon for Lapras. I thought the environment would still be a little bit too hostile of an environment for Lapras.
Yeah.
But it has proven me wrong. It's been incredible so far.
Yes, it has indeed. And Strangeshoff seems to agree with you, because he too is running Lapras. But if we look at his opponent, this is Itachi, who I've not actually seen compete before, although he might have been at a regional I was not aware of. But he's running something very different we've not seen before. Any Pokemon stand out to you there?
Do you mean the Superior?
Oh, yeah, I totally meant the Superior, yeah. No, look a little bit more to the right of Superior and tell me what you see.
Snarl Mandibus.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
I have seen a Pangoro on stream already.
Oh, have you? Oh,
I knew you were referring to Pangoro, but I have seen it.
Well, I really like Pangoro, and I know
it's so cool.
And I know Farid really likes Pangoro as well, because he piloted it very well in a regional in yesteryears. But this team is fabulous for me, because Pangoro with Karate Chop Close Combat, it is like a Primate, but without the weakness to Lapras' Psywave.
I am also very intrigued by Superior. I think Superior is one of the most neutral picks in this meta. It struggles against Drappion. That's the only setback it has in this meta. Well, to be fair, there are occasional Sandslash and occasional Drappion. Well, obviously Drappion and occasional Jumpluffs. Jumpluffs is not great for Superior. But Superior beats Sableye, it beats Azumarill, it beats Lapras.
Of course.
And without Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire, Superior can win the Zero Shield matchup against the Clodsire.
Yes, and a lot of that is because of Superior having access to its legacy starter exclusive move, which is Frenzy Plant, which is a fabulous move to have in the Open Great League meta, and one that I encourage trainers to consider. Bear in mind, its Superior is a Community Day Pokemon as well in the past and may come back in the future. And we're only 4 minutes away from Totodile Community Day Classic as well on that note. But no for Alligators here, Superior here, Pangoro here. I don't know though, Pangoro, will it even get space against Strangeshoff's team? Look at it, it's quite hostile.
I think if you run the Pangoro, you might win hard or you might lose hard. The Azumarill matchup is terrible, the Jumpluff matchup is terrible, the Clodsire matchup is very bad. If you resist close combat, you're likely to have a pretty good time against the Pangoro.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we know that Jumpluff is running double flying type coverage, so no energy ball, and flying of course does deal super effective damage to Pangoro in addition to Superior as well, so that Jumpluff really putting pressure on those two. But Alolan Sandslash seems like a very lovely pick from Itachi to deal a few problems to Strangetoph.
Did you notice if it's running Shadow Claw or Powder Snow? I can't remember.
Ooh, that's a good question. No, they did come up on stream earlier what moveset it was, but
maybe chat can tell us.
Yes, we will will find out what fast attack Alolan Sandslash is running, but if it is running Shadow Claw, it will have a slightly better time against the Lapras. If it's running Powder Snow, however, it will have a fabulous time against Jumpluff, Clodsire, and Shadow Sableye as well, and the Drappion. So I'm hoping, for Itachi's sake, it's Powder Snow.
I hope it's, for Itachi's sake, it's Shadow Claw, because I believe that it's fine into Clodsire anyway, it's fine into Sableye anyway, with the drill runs can hit the Drappion super effectively, and it demolishes Jumpluff anyway.
That's true.
So it's better into Azumarill and the Lapras. So it's better into like its worst matchup.
Yes.
But yes, you give up something in the best matchups, but it's still good enough in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. And again, it's just another fabulous example that you've highlighted there, Marcus, about different Pokemon just having an adjustment in their moveset, and that is what makes a big difference in how this team of 6 has cohesiveness with each other and against other teams. So I really like this rationale. It's a great example of the thought process that goes behind teams, building them, and of course top trainers who are able to build teams that are successful. Let's see if any of these two top trainers are able to do that. Clodsire versus Azumarill here.
And the Azumarill is looking fine in this matchup because Clodsire does not carry Sludge Bomb in this meta.
Yes, and Sludge Bomb not being available means no super effective damage from any charge attack. Strangeoff has to go for same type attack bonus, Earthquake. Itachi happy to no shield because he trusts in Azumarill's bulk.
Still, I believe that Clodsire with this... Oh, and he catches an Ice Beam on the Lapras! Incredible play by Strangeoff. Itachi, you could have seen this coming, but no, it was too hard. And the Lapras, you're getting full value out of it.
Yes, and so this Lapras does have Ice Beam available, but does take a while to get to it. Serperior able to get to the Frenzy Plant first. This, at this range, will pretty much close to knockout, if not do so. So a shield comes in on the Strangeoff's side, which I think is a sensible play here.
I'm very interested to see what Strangeoff plans to do with this Pokemon here. He's investing in the Lapras. He's going for the Ice Beam, but will Itachi shield? He calls a bait! He calls a bait!
He calls a bait, but Serperior is able to survive. Does it get to
it doesn't get to it!
Wow! That is going to be a big shift in the balance for Strangeoff. They're able to get the farm down and prevent that second shield from being used is big. Now what do you do if you're Itachi? Do you bring in the Azu or the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash?
I think this choice is going to bite Itachi later because the Azumarill can take all the energy from Lapras very well, but look at the sparkling areas. It chunks the Sandslash, and Sandslash is on running Powder Snow, so it's not going to farm down the Lapras anytime soon.
No, it definitely won't. Although I think with Shadow Claw, it probably still wouldn't be able to do so. It has to rely on getting a Drill Run off first. So trying to weaken this Lapras a bit more before going for the Drill Run. But even at this range, Lapras is quite a bulky Pokemon. The key question is, will this Drill Run knock out?
It won't. So you're going to need 2 charge attacks. Itachi, I believe that coming in with a Azumarill would have been a safer play because the energy from Lapras is not as threatening to an Azumarill as it is to the Sandslash.
Yes, that is very true. Itachi, though, does have a lot of energy now on this Alolan Sandslash as a result of his choice, and is able to start launching that towards the Shadow Sableye. But both of these Pokemon are on the same amount of energy now, and so, they are close to their charge attacks, but Strangeoff able to farm up a bit more because he has a shield.
I'm curious to see how Itachi decides to run this. Dazzling Gleam will do a lot of damage to the Azumarill. I believe this is putting Azumarill down in farm down range.
Yes, it definitely will do. It's putting it into the red here, but Azumarill does have a lot of energy as well, launching the Ice Beam, which at this range is not enough to knock out Shadow Sableye. But the question is, Strangeoff can come in and farm this Azumarill down.
With what are you coming in with? I believe it's a Clodsire, and Clodsire, if it gets to a Stone Edge, is going to take out the Alolan Sandslash, but it goes for the Earthquake for good measure. Strangeoff is aware that he has the room to maneuver its Clodsire in this endgame.
Yes, indeed. Clodsire slamming that ground, creating that Earthquake, and Steel buckles as Alolan Sandslash sinks into the depths of the ground.
I believe that Itachi should have protected his best Pokemon Serperior slightly better. I think him letting that Ice Beam through proved to be so costly because the Lapras became a real nuisance as soon as that Superior was off the field.
Yes, it did. Yeah, it definitely did. Superior was the answer for Lapras, but just couldn't quite. I'm just impressed that it was able to get that Lapras was able to get that farm down, I believe. So this is now tricky because it actually did have play and wasn't able to capitalize on it. And Strangeoff knows what he's doing as well. He's a very experienced play Pokemon trainer. So what do you do if you're Itachi to adjust?
I am very curious to see. We saw Strangetop use Lapras, Azumarill. No, what does he use? He used Clodsire, Sableye, and Lapras.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, on Strangetop's side, those were 3 Pokemon that he used, and we of course saw the Superior, the Azumarill, and the Alolan Sandslash, I believe, from Itachi's side, if my memory is correct. It's one of those things where you have a team of 6 where there's a lot of space for neutral play here, and there is going to be an element of I'm going to have a game plan of my 3 Pokemon. If I don't see what I want to see, then I can lure it out with my first swap of the game. So let's see what both these trainers do. They've taken notes, they've planned, and here comes Shadow Drappion into the Alolan Sandslash.
And this is incredible for Sandslash. It can always take a crunch. The Poison Stings aren't doing any damage at all, and the Drill Run will knock out with the additional powders, no damage. But Itachi decided to shield his Alolan Sandslash from this initial crunch.
I don't mind this because now we can farm up a bit. Oh, this is interesting because now Lapras is now staying in and is coming instead. Superior responded, but it took Itachi a bit of time to decide what to do there, and this gives Lapras the scope to launch an Ice Beam.
You saw how this game went the previous time. Ice Beam is let through. This means you cannot reach 2 Frenzy Plants. If Strangetop shields this, Itachi needed to bait.
Yes, he needed to bait, but does not manage to get that bait going. And so now it's a race to get to another charge attack. But Psywave is chipping out. Will he get the Frenzy Plant? Is there enough energy in the tank? Oh, he's just about to pull it off.
It's incredible. I don't know what is happening. What's the difference between this and last time? But the Superior hangs on with a sliver of HP.
And it was a charge attack priority event as well, so Strangetop not happy about that. Not only is he not able to get the farm down, but he wastes all that energy he's built up.
I believe that the charge attack was what kept Superior alive, because then no fast attack came through. But Itachi, he repeats what he did, what did not work for him in game 1, and coming in with a Sandslash against the Azumarill.
Yes, indeed, and now Sandslash can get those drill runs off, and it will do neutral damage, but at this range enough to knock out. Itachi putting his second shield on this Alolan Sandslash here, looking to make sure it stays as healthy as possible. He throws with very good timing to get that final drill run off and come out with a bit of energy after this matchup.
I'm surprised that Itachi let Strangetop strip away a shield from him with the play that he performed here. But I think this still is looking good for Itachi, because this Sandslash is putting on a lot of pressure.
Yes, it is, and now the key thing is whether Itachi can get to another Ice Punch before Clodsire gets to the Earthquake. He is able to do it, and now it's a question of, is he aware Strangetop is at an Earthquake? Does he try and bring Azumarill in at this point? What's the play? What will he do?
I think there's a lot of ways that Strangetop can play this, but this was the play for Itachi, in my opinion. Keeping the Sandslash healthy, and there's no quick way to get rid of this Azumarill, and Drappion is itching closer and closer to that play rough range. Itachi has piloted this very healthily for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Crunch now coming in here, which is going to be a resisted attack, but it does have the potential to debuff, and the Poison Stings will add off, but Itachi going to prevent that from happening. In fact, not even going for play rough here, going for the Ice Beam, because he thinks that if he launches the Ice Beam, it'll either knock out or give him the opportunity to farm down with bubbles. But is he been too ambitious here?
I think this is still looking good for Itachi. Itachi, if he can farm down the Drappion with the Sandslash, I think that he can still get to a charge attack on the Clodsire and win this game. And Strange Top realizes he's bent over the desk now. He knew that was not looking good for him in the end game.
No, he knew. Well, when he undercharged his attack specifically because he wanted to get some extra farm, but then he realized there's no point undercharging it because it actually was switch timer was up, and he was able to bring the Alolan Sandslash in anyway, and that meant that there was no win condition at that point for Strange Top. So Itachi fights back and gets one win on the scoreboard. This game is now tied 1 apiece. This final match will determine which of these two trainers is sadly heading home, but also who is heading further and further into this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what adaptations we see from Strange Top now. He benched the Sableye this time. He went with a Azumarill, Clodsire, and Lapras, his 3 most tanky Pokemon. No, he went with Drappion, Lapras, and Clodsire. So I think Itachi is continuing to bring the superior, and Strange Top is... I think he will continue to lean into his poison types. I think Strange Top will bench the Azumarill. What changed here is that I believe that because Strange Top threw the charge attack on into the superior,
yes,
then that means a Psy Wave does not activate. Psy Wave does not come through. And as we know, the fast attacks activate before charge attacks. So if Strange Top committed to the farm down, I believe that Itachi would have lost the energy on superior.
Yes, that would have. Yes, I agree with you. And Itachi seems to be pulling in the right calls every time. Alolan Sandslash going up against Clodsire again, and this is a Clodsire that doesn't have Sludge Bomb, but the Earthquake is going to be threatening. Itachi throwing at the same time as the potential Earthquake could have come.
I'm curious. Because regular Alolan Sandslash lives an Earthquake from Clodsire. Do you no-shield, or do you expect this, to be the hardest hitting attack that can hit your Sandslash in this game?
It's a brave trainer that does this, and immediate swap, and this is where Itachi, great reactions, going for the superior, preventing Lapras from getting too much farm on the Clodsire here. He has to respect the Ice Beam and make that call. Is he going to shield twice? Is he going to do that? No! For the 3rd time, he's tanked an Ice Beam on his superior.
I think Strange Top now realizes he can shield this and farm down. He's not going to throw a Sparkling Aria like he did in the previous game. Itachi should have baited with Aerial Ace, because now he's not going to get to another Frenzy Plant. Or is he?
Let's see if it happens. It's going to be close.
Not.
Oh!
Exactly what I told you was going to happen. The Psy Wave registered before the Frenzy Plant, and that took out the superior. And Itachi's still coming in with his Sandslash.
Yes, he knows that the Psy Wave is going to be resisted. The Ice Beam is going to be resisted. It's only the Sparkling Aria that is a concern from Strange Top's Lapras, so is able to tank 1 and now return fire with those Drill Runs, which are going to do a strong amount of neutral damage onto the Lapras.
But this means that he's going to have to shield the Sandslash. And now Strange is up 2 shields against Itachi's 0.
Yeah, and so Itachi's Itachi's got one. Got no shields. Strange Top has 1, and Alolan Sandslash is able to potentially tease away this final shield if Strange Top decides to shield this Drill Run, because this will knock out, and indeed it does.
But this is not over, because this Sandslash is still looking so strong for Itachi.
And what's interesting is that Clodsire is actually being potentially sacrificed here because of the because Drappion will not deal with Drill Runs very well, but no shielding in order to potentially get an Earthquake off. Is Itachi going to maybe predict this and make a catch? No! Another Stone Edge coming in now. At this range, the neutral damage will pay off.
I wonder, because the Drappion against the Azumarill in the back is very interesting, because if you have a Drappion that has a high defense stat, you can make bubbles from Azumarill do 1 less damage, and that makes this matchup a lot more comfortable for the Drappion.
Yes, indeed. Just each bubble doing less damage is key, and he gets a defense debuff early on, which is very problematic for Itachi, because that means those Poison Stings are now adding up in damage. Wow!
This is still such an open game, but can the Drappion get Azumarill low enough? I think it can. Drappion's pace and power will threaten the Azumarill quickly, and the debuff Another one!
That is incredible. A double debuff on the Azumarill there. Azumarill racing to the charge attack, but Strangestuff recognizing that he needs to throw this last attack here, and Crunch coming in at this range. Azumarill is going to be bitten, chomped on, and sent straight back to his Pokeball. Strangestuff, thanks to those debuffs in particular, wins that final game and moves on in the losers bracket.
And he blows some kisses to you guys. He's grateful for your support at home because he found the way that he needed to play, the Lapras versus Superior matchup. I know he realized he could get the farm down if he did not throw the charge attack, and that's what he did, and that won him the game in Game 1 and Game 3.
Yes, it's amazing. This battle, I think, was an example of how trainers learn and adapt based on what they see in previous games. We saw earlier when we had the Guzzlord mirror matchup in previous matches where who won charge attack priority was a determinant in how these trainers adapted. And then here with Strangestuff, we saw that superior and how it's played against Lapras, whether that changes things. And you saw some fabulous catches from Strangestuff as well, just to add some more finesse into his matchup.
Incredible getting that Ice Beam catch, but I think what really won him the game was Itachi letting that Ice Beam through. And here he Earthquaked the Sandslash for good measure.
You gotta be sure, right? You gotta just make sure, just in case. This was the key moment. This was the key moment.
Yeah, and Strangestuff grimaces. He realizes that he just threw away a lot of energy on his low health Pokemon. And he still needed the shield because he lost the charge attack priority. But here you see in Game 3, the Drappion clutched it out, and this is why Shadow Drappion still needs to be on your roster, trainers.
Yes, I think Shadow Drappion is a Pokemon to always either have and also have something to deal with it. I know a lot of trainers have been running Gastrodon. A lot of trainers have been running Shadow Kanto Marowak in the past as well. These are the Pokemon that you need in order to address Drappion because it's so good. Oh, no.
No,
Marcus
Gastrodon.
feels different,
No
right?
Gastrodon. But I can respect the players running Claydol.
Yeah.
Claydol is looking, I mean, it's taken so long for Claydol to be good, but right now, with the Rock Tomb buff and how strong Mud Slap is, even though Claydol is weak to the entire meta, it's just so strong offensively, and the Rock Tomb buff really helps it.
It does indeed. You have to be mindful against Shadow Drappion. Both the Aqua Tail and Crunch deal super effective damage to Claydol, but Claydol's defenses are respectable that it can tank a Crunch, which is impressive because a Crunch is a good attack in my opinion.
In my opinion, how you play the Claydol into Drappion is you shield once, you allow yourself to get hit with a Crunch, and then you Rock Tomb the thing coming in and you win the game. But enough about Claydol. You know what I want to see?
What do you want to see?
I want to see a recap of EUIC.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dewgong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first two matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games, but this time CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Pato-Man became the new Pokemon Go European International Champion.
Pato-Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokemon Go action at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. I'm Tomahawk UK. This is Lou Across Chromie, and we are very excited with some pretty impressive games we've seen already and some pretty spectacular games we know are coming right up.
I'm loving this new meta straight away. The fact that we've got so many new Pokemon rising to the forefront with some old favorites still in tow as well. It's a fantastic balance of seeing how these trainers are adapting in this new metagame and which Pokemon maybe are going to become our new favorites.
Now, obviously, we all know that Gastrodon is a huge favorite of yours, one of the bulky...
And yours, don't pretend.
Of course.
Yes.
One of the bulkiest water-type Pokemon in the game, but there have been some other water-type Pokemon really emerging. Obviously, one of the stories has been whether or not Azumarill will be able to hold on to its crown. But what are your thoughts on Blastoise and Lapras?
So Lapras for me has been one of the standouts. I mean, being able to come in with Psywave and just do so much damage consistently and quickly throughout a lot of the metagame right now is so beautiful. But this Sparkling Aria, I think, has been really the key thing. We've been talking a little bit about how Lapras used to run Surf. This is kind of like the same thing, but it deals that extra additional bit of damage. You throw in same type attack bonus, and it can be really, really formidable.
Yeah, I really like Lapras. It's a really flexible option at the moment. It's a fan favorite Pokemon, and Blastoise as well, very similar.
Everyone's happy to see Blastoise doing well.
I'm really happy to see Blastoise doing well. It's been given access to the Rock-type Fast Attack rollout, and we do have Lapras here on both sides. Of course, it's one of the favorite Pokemon, if not the favorite Pokemon of Icelandic Lapras on the left, and then we've got EBQ on the right, and they're running relatively similar teams in that you've got the Shadow Sableye and the Lapras as the core, with the Guzzlord as well backing them up, but then a little bit of a shift in terms of what poison-type Pokemon do you want. You can see that Icelandic Lapras is leaning into the Galarian Weezing, whereas it's Swallot on the side of EBQ.
Both of those Pokemon have been very impressive. Sludge getting the buff as well, I think, has given a lot of Pokemon a lot more forefront in the meta at the moment. For me, my eyes are going to be on EBQ's Sableye there. Because it's got Dazzling Gleam, that's something that the Guzzlord really doesn't want to take. So if you are Icelandic Lapras, potentially bringing that to the match, you need to be very dominant around that. Sableye as well on the opposing side also doesn't appreciate those fairy-type moves coming forward. But if we dive a little bit deeper into the team on this side, not only is there the Sableye and the Guzzlords that we kind of mentioned, but the Jumpluff. Jumpluff is still here and kicking, but it has been dropping its Grass-type charge attack moves in favor of going for complete fairy-type charge, flying type charge attacks.
Yeah, and I think I really like that. The Shadow Jumpluff with that acrobatics, it uses its grass typing almost defensively so that it can resist ground even further, so that it can resist water as well, but then really goes into the offensive pressure of acrobatics. If we were to look here, none of these Pokemon resist flying type damage, so that will be a question for Icelandic Lapras. How do you counter the Jumpluff? His answer, it's Talonflame.
Yes, Talonflame with that Incinerate that we can do so much damage with. Yes, it takes a couple of turns to be able to get a second Incinerate down, but the damage that it can deal out in that time, it can be so detrimental. You also have the utility to go for something like the Sludge on the Weezing, the Ice Beam on the Lapras. There are so many counters here to potentially get rid of that Jumpluff. It also doesn't necessarily want to take a Rock Tomb either from Cradily.
No, Rock Tomb Cradily has been one of the stories of the weekend here in Stockholm. It is such a strong same type attack bonus attack from the Grass Rock type Cradily, and it guarantees an attack drop against your opponent. That is something that can really shift a match.
I mean, we saw when Scorching Sands got unleashed, a lot of trainers opting to put that on their teams because of the consistent damage and the chance for that drop. But the fact that Rock Tomb guarantees it as well gives you such a sense of confidence going into these matches. Having a little closer look, what do you think are going to be the leads coming out from our trainers? Because you have some potential with something like the Lapras to be able to have a lot of bulk on the field and to have some switchability, but at the same time, Pokemon like Sableye can be really consistent.
It's true, and Sableye and Lapras both very flexible, and that might be a reason why Guzzlord has become very, very popular this season. We've seen so many dragons in the play Pokemon circuit for years now. Even recently, we saw a Shadow Palkia at European International Championships. Well, that's not featuring here. Guzzlord is taking center stage, and that could be a really nice way of resisting those Psy Waves. It also resists the Sparkling Aria and the Foul Play, so the cheaper charge attacks of those two Pokemon as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Icelandic Lapras and maybe EBQ try and look at Guzzlord against their opponents.
And the rise of the poison types and type attacks are really kind of sending the fairy types running away. That does maybe give a little bit more room for dragon types to maneuver, because you're not going to be facing a lot of those fairy type Pokemon. You know, in previous tournaments we've seen, you know, Wigglytuff have a lot of prevalence, but it's currently not making a show here in Stockholm. The fairy type that we're seeing is that Azumarill, and we all know how it's kind of working out in the meta right now.
I really like, to be honest, from both of these players that neither of them are opting for Azumarill. They are going for Lapras. I personally think that Lapras and Blastoise, they are better options than the Azumarill in this meta, but there is a little bit of an overhang from the previous meta because people understand Azumarill. They know what it does. Icelandic Lapras, we actually saw in an earlier match this weekend that he used his Lapras and it was so much more potent because of that Psy Wave and the Sparkling Aria doing a lot more water-type damage.
The Sparkling Aria has been incredible, being able to do a lot of offensive pressure on the field, as well as those Psy Waves just stacking up. Even into Pokemon like Drappion, it's still able to get that chip damage consistently coming through. I think as well, having that nice coverage with the Ice Beam is really nice into Pokemon like Cradily that we are seeing around everywhere, so that's something Icelandic Lapras has to watch out for. But at the same kind of turn, Cradily has all the utility to deal with the Lapras as well, with the Rock Tomb and obviously the Grass type damage, being able to at least get some HP whittled away. So depending on, I suppose, the energy generation that we're going to see and where it's maybe preserved in the back for the end game, that could be very telling on the Lapras and Cradily respectively.
I would really be interested to see, does Icelandic Lapras perhaps lean into Pokemon like his own Lapras and the Guzzlord? They look like they have a ton of play. We're getting ready into game number 1. The players are locked in. Let's get right in.
Well, it's going to be a Guzzlord versus Cradily out of the blocks here in this losers round 6 match. So straight away, the fast attack's just going to be doing pretty decent coverage across the board here. Not very effective, of course, into Guzzlord. And these Dragon Tails are going to be starting to stack up. But the energy is up on Cradily's side.
And here comes that first Rock Tomb. As we've said, this will guarantee a debuff. So although it is a catch onto the Swallot, which is a very bulky Pokemon, shiny no less, it does mean that that attack drop puts the Sludge into really not that powerful a position against this bulky Lapras.
But let's look at the damage these Psy Waves are going to be able to start stacking up against the Poison type. It can retaliate with a Sludge here that the Lapras has switched in to take, but it takes that so effortlessly and now has the utility to go for all these Psy Waves, get so much energy up on Icelandic Lapras' side of the field that another Sludge can come through. You don't even need the shield.
And this is perhaps one of the difficulties with a Swallot, which has great bulk, it has a great attack in Sludge, but it really doesn't have much fast attack pressure, particularly once it's been debuffed. This Lapras really is making neat work of it. Icelandic Lapras taking advantage of the energy very, very impressively.
Yep, Swallot was really backed into a corner there, so if you're EBQ, you had to consider then, do I go for one of my pressure shields or do I let it drop, preserve those shields for something that might need it, like the Guzzlord in the back for later. It's going to be the Guzzlord coming straight out here, but of course, once again, the energy is up on Lapras' side of the field. It goes for the Ice Beam. EBQ has to shield this.
Yeah, this is really smart from EBQ. He knows that the Lapras Ice Beam would do a ton of damage, and now Icelandic Lapras goes straight back into that Cradily. And this is where Guzzlord could be really, really neat, because Guzzlord resists the Bullet Seeds from that Cradily. They really don't do very much. Icelandic Lapras says, do you know what, I don't mind, because most of the time I want to throw Rock Tomb anyway, and that's neutral in this matchup.
Yes, neutral damage as well as that guaranteed debuff like you mentioned, and that's going to mean Guzzlord's offensive pressure isn't going to be as strong as the time keeps going through, but you've got to keep an eye on these switch timers as well. Icelandic Lapras stuck in with his Cradily for a moment. The Dragon Tail's going to be able to come through. One more will get the knockout, but first of all, we are going to see it go for that charge attack.
And this is the question. I don't think Icelandic Lapras wants to shield that, because it looks like he could be on 1 HP. It might not be worth the risk, because when you throw an attack into a shield, it still does 1 damage.
Yes, and that would have been able to get the KO, so a shield would have been wasted. However, Guzzlord Guzzlord has another charge attack up its sleeve, and it can go for a Dragon Claw down onto the Sableye. Sableye taking that really well, and now threatening, trying so hard to get up to a Dazzling Gleam so it can apply the offensive pressure back onto the Guzzlord.
Yes, I think Icelandic Lapras is really taking this Guzzlord low. The issue is the Shadow Claws are resisted, but Psywave is also resisted from Guzzlord. So EBQ is making a ton of work from the Guzzlord. It really is struggling to be taken down. Look how much pressure is put on that Sableye already.
It's staying on the field so long, going for Dragon Claw after Dragon Claw, forcing these shields to come through from Icelandic Lapras finally. However, the foul play is ready. Another one of those will be able to get the knockout, and there are no shields remaining on EBQ's side.
And now EBQ is going to come in with his own Lapras. I believe it's one of the costume Lapras. It's got a little bow.
Beautiful.
The Psywave is only going to be doing 1 damage to the Sableye, so Icelandic Lapras, because it's so low, goes straight into his own Lapras. The problem is Icelandic Lapras doesn't have Skull Bash. He only has the resisted Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam. Let's see how much damage this does.
It's going to connect down, as you see, not very effective, a little bit of chip, and that could be very difficult then for Icelandic Lapras to be able to counteract its opponent. You have to use your last shield here because you have less HP. You've got to keep your Lapras in the game because there's really not a lot that Sableye can do when it comes back in.
And I think EBQ can be a little bit smart here. He recognizes, look, my Psywaves are doing a lot. I'm very comfortably going to be taking this Sparkling Aria. What I don't want is to risk that Shadow Sableye in the back, getting me into a position where 1 foul play is enough, so I'm not going to throw yet. I can hold on, and as I get close to 2, maybe I want to throw. Now, I don't even need to because the Psywaves are just so strong. I've got an attack loaded for this Shadow Sableye. Really smart play there from EBQ.
Psywave is just incredible. It absolutely tore through that Lapras there, and now Sableye sitting so exposed to all the energy that EBQ's Lapras had been able to get up, giving EBQ the victory in Game 1. Wow.
Players leaning into this Lapras, into this Shadow Sableye, and I guess that's one reason why Guzzlord has play. It was resisting both the Shadow Claw, both the Psywave, and we saw how much work Guzzlord did there. I think Furret is a great example of another Pokemon that actually has brilliant play into that Lapras and Shadow Sableye core. So that's why I think Furret could be another option that players think about.
Furret is a great Pokemon, and we've seen Uden running it this weekend already. But diving back into this one, I think I fully agree with you. The Sableyes and the Lapras were really well piloted, so it really comes down to what that third Pokemon is going to be that's going to cause a bit of upset. If you're Icelandic Lapras now, how do you find a way to break through that core between the Sableye and the Lapras? Is it something that potentially the Cradily is going to be able to do, or are you going to have to switch something up? Maybe bring something like the Galarian Weezing to the battle?
Look, if I were to be a little bit harsh, if I were to go and really critique Icelandic Lapras' strategy in that game, look, he's a regional champion. He's very, very good. But I think what he went through with there is he didn't have any fast attack pressure on the Guzzlord from any of his team. He ran resisted Shadow Claw, resisted Psywave, resisted Bullet Seed. And what that meant is that once EBQ had shielded up from the charge attacks, you couldn't really take advantage and farm it down, and that put EBQ in a brilliant position for the end game.
Could that mean that Fairy Wind coming through from Galarian Weezing could be a play, just being able to apply that Fairy-type damage into the Dark and Dragon type?
I think Fairy Wind from Galarian Weezing will put a ton of pressure on the Guzzlord, and it also has a fair bit of play into a lot of the rest of the team as well. Let's remember that it does resist the foul play from the Shadow Sableye, and it does resist the Dazzling Gleam as well. Galarian Weezing, it is a Poison and Fairy-type Pokemon, not a type pairing that we see very often in play Pokemon. So it does have a bit of a unique role in that sense. Will Icelandic Lapras take advantage of it? That's the next question.
We normally see that typing really coming to the forefront against fighting type Pokemon because it has all the resists in the world against those, and at some point there's always a fighting type on top of the meta. But right now I think it's more for that offensive capability, as you said, with the Fairy Wind and the Fairy type pressure that it can apply, and even in situations against the Sableye where Sableye can still do significant damage back in places, the fact that it's neutralized is a really nice way to kind of stop that Sableye from steamrolling through the team. Jumping into the match, however, it's going to be the Lapras once again against the Sableye, the two Pokemon we're talking about.
This is a great lead for EBQ. The Shadow Sableye, it only takes 1 damage from Psywave, so in comes the Cradily. The Cradily is met immediately by this Swallot. Swallot does have access to the super effective Ice Beam, but as we've said before, Swallot, as a bulky Pokemon that doesn't hit quite as hard, doesn't really like to be debuffed. The question is, how good of a counter swap is it? I guess we'll find out.
Not only do you get the debuff, but there's no same type attack bonus on this Ice Beam compared to what you would get on the Lapras, so it is going to be dealing less damage. Icelandic Lapras very happy to not go for a shield here and leave Cradily right in the line here. It does take a huge amount of damage, but that energy is ready on Cradily's side to retaliate with.
Yes, look at this. Rock Tomb, it does a lot of damage, but Swallot is just so bulky. It really is brushing these off. You're going to need at least one more to be able to take it down. And in that time, these super effective Ice Beams are really putting the pressure on Icelandic Lapras' shields. Now, I've always been a huge fan of Swallot. I've suggested lots of people give it a go. There are doubters out there, but just this Ice Beam pressure can really, really change a game. The question is, do you invest another shield?
But those debuffs really paying off. Cradily stays in the game, is able to go for another Rock Tomb. EBQ saying, no, I'm going to let the Swallot go down here. It's put in a ton of work, completely removing this Cradily from play. And now the Sableye can come in for one Shadow Claw to get some energy on the field and the KO.
I really like this from EBQ. He didn't want to lose a shield. He knows that Icelandic Lapras also loves that Shadow Sableye Lapras core. And so the Shadow Sableye with the energy advantage will do massive, massive pressure to Icelandic Lapras' shields. And you can see the first one's gone down already.
Yes, and you can see a variety as well in the moves here. We're going to see the shield come up on EBQ's Sableye side as the foul play is going to come through. As mentioned before, this is charging up a lot quicker in the past, even if it's dealing less damage, and it can make it very formidable. In retaliation, however, it's going to be another foul play. I think we might see this song and dance a few times here.
I think the nice thing as well is that Icelandic Lapras, even if he looks to catch an attack onto his own Lapras, he's in a little bit of a tricky position because the Lapras cannot Psy-Wave down a Shadow Sableye.
The Shadow Sableye on EBQ side as well is running that power gem. That could be something that could be difficult for the Lapras to have to deal with if the energy is up on the board. But both these HP bars are almost running down in unison. No Protect Shields left on Icelandic Lapras' side, so the foul play is going to have to connect this time.
And this is the really nice thing about the Swallot that we saw earlier. It sponged all of the pressure and the damage from the Cradily, and it allowed to set up a Sableye sweep. We have seen Sableye in the past, particularly the Shadow variant. If it gets any kind of energy advantage, it is so strong. And that is exactly EBQ's strategy in this game. Now comes in with his own Lapras to sponge all of this damage. And I think Icelandic Lapras recognizes that this game is very tough. He's throwing the double resisted Ice Beam into the Lapras mirror. He recognizes that EBQ has read him perfectly. EBQ goes, do you know what? Why don't I show you an Ice Beam as well? The players are enjoying themselves. EBQ looks very much in the driving seat in this game.
In this mirror situation, it's just going to be a matter of time as both the HP bars trickle down at about the same rate with these Psy waves, but Icelandic Lapras had a lot more damage taken at the beginning, so it will be felt first with very little significant damage dealt to the opposing Lapras, and it looks like Icelandic Lapras is going to be felled by a Lapras.
It is really, really nice that these players both leading into the same core, both the Shadow Sableye and the Lapras. One player opts for the Cradily. Cradily, let's remember, it is the top usage, but it was not enough. EBQ and his Swallot takes the series. He goes through to the next round on this loser side of the bracket.
I mean, it's great to see Swallot doing so well. It's on our top usage as well, top 12 for day one here in Stockholm, and I think EBQ really showing why. It has that bulk, it can eat up so many attacks to give breathing room to the remaining Pokemon to freely go for their charge attacks without having that fear of bad alignment.
Yes, really, really impressive, and I really like it when teams are able to be that flexible. He says, look, I don't need alignment, I need energy. That is where my win condition is. And Shadow Sableye, foul play has been adjusted. It is doing less damage, but it also costs less energy. And for some Pokemon, that could be considered a nerf because they need the damage output.
Yes.
Sableye doesn't. It needs the pacing. And so as soon as it got those extra Shadow Claws through, there wasn't really much Icelandic Lapras could do to respond. His own Shadow Sableye was already behind in energy, and his Lapras, Psy-Wave only does 1 damage to a Shadow Sableye. It does resist that attack fully.
And I think that pacing with the Shadow Claw and the foul play together is really well harmonized, and it does give Sableye that advantage. We see, for example, it not working so well with the foul play adjustment on Pokemon like Malamar, for example, but Sableye is really able to capitalize on that. You can see here the catch coming through where the Swallot is just able to eat up all of these attacks coming through from the Cradily.
And it was really nice that EBQ had the option. He goes, do I need my Swallot? Actually, I don't. What I've done is I've neutralized that Cradily, and I put it in a perfect position. It didn't even get a single bullet seed up against that Sableye. So that Sableye was really strong. That Lapras was really strong. And team, I think that this could be a core that you take forwards. When you start to think about team building for Show 6 in the Might and Mastery season, Shadow Sableye plus Lapras, that could be the way to go.
I mean, it used to be that core of water and dark types, right? You had Azumarill and Drappion, and now it's like Sableye and the Lapras. So same typing, but a different look, a new look for this meta season.
And the nice thing is, Azumarill in that core was the Pokemon that resisted fighting type damage, while Shadow Drappion was neutral. Now here, the bulky water type is the Pokemon that is weak to fighting type damage, whereas Shadow Sableye actually resists it. So they do swap, and they are different, but there are similarities, as you say.
But it's nice that they can support each other in that way within a team, and depending on how your alignment is and what the opponent has got, if you have that switch timer in your favor, you're able to make those adjustments accordingly.
Yeah, and I'll be very interested to see how players adapt. When new cores emerge, new core breakers come too. And that's going to be one key question for players as they look to navigate this Might and Mastery season, this new meta, because currently we're seeing so much overhang of the Azumarill, the Shadow Drappion that we've already seen progress into day 2. We're now seeing the potency of Lapras, Shadow Sableye, and even Swallot.
Well, you were also saying this morning, coming off the back of EUIC, we kind of had these 4 big contenders with the Drappion, the Azumarill, but we also had Pokemon like the Diggersby, and we also had the Shadow Annihilate.
Yes.
Now, both of those last Pokemon I've mentioned, we have not seen really this weekend at all. Do you think they've already dropped off?
I think Shadow Annihilate might have some play. Here and there, you might be able to catch someone out just because that counter pressure is still very, very strong.
Counter's still a very good fast attack, particularly if Furret starts rising up. You've got to find a way to hit those normal types.
You're quite right, and even Guzzlord, it doesn't really want to be up against a Shadow Annihilate when there are shields in play. And the Diggersby, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different situation. It doesn't have the same fast attack pressure, and even its charge attacks. In a bulky meta, it's not quite the same force that it once was. There aren't even a ton of ghost types that it's really, really strong against. One Pokemon that we haven't seen so much this season, but might make a stand later, is Spiritomb. That is a ghost type Pokemon, exactly the same as Sableye, the ghost dark type, but instead of Shadow Claw, it runs Sucker Punch, and I would love to see someone do well with Spiritomb this season.
Well, I feel like that's where Furret has done really well, having that Sucker Punch, that fast attack damage, and it does really nice coverage into Ghost, and that's something Spiritomb can also do. But Spiritomb not only has Sucker Punch, but also has Rock Tomb. So it has that same move that Cradily is really famous for using so far this weekend, really kind of making sure the attack is lowered. So I think you're right, it has the potential, but maybe hasn't found its footing yet. Now, Tomahawk, I don't know how to feel about this next matchup because Stone Collection is on my caster predictions of my 3 players to watch out for this weekend. But Arctic Anubis is running a Gastrodon, so I don't know how to feel about this.
There is a blue Gastrodon, and
it is blue.
I think you need to make a decision pretty quickly as to where your allegiances lie, Lou.
Well,
let's have a look.
I'll see how the match goes, and then I'll decide.
Let's have a look at Stone Collection's team. We know that Stone Collection almost reached the top of the Stuttgart Regional Championships earlier this season, coming second to Stockholm's very own PvP David. And he's actually subbed out the Clodsire that he had at that event, and he's brought a different bulky poison. It is, again, the Swallot, and once more paired with the Lapras Shadow Sableye core.
Yes, this Sableye is the more traditional variant, still running that Power Gem as opposed to the new Dazzling Gleam that we've been able to get. But already you can start to see the synergy. We just spoke about Azumarill Drappion being a core, but then hey, here's the newcomers on the scene of Lapras and Sableye core as well to threaten them with a Jumpluff and Swallot thrown in the middle.
I really love this. Stone Collection has basically said, look, I don't know which opponents I'm going to be up against. If they're running somewhat old meta, then I've still got Azumarill, Shadow Drappion to take care of them. And anyone who's in the new meta with me, Shadow Sableye, Lapras, and then that Swallot as well, can put in a lot of work. And I think we do have new meta here. Look at that Emolga.
Yes, that's where my eye is drawn straight away, right next to the Gastrodon, because Emolga is one of those Pokemon. Discharge has also had a few adjustments coming into this meta, and I feel like it has a lot of great utility against Pokemon like Azumarill and against Lapras as well. It really does have those water types covered, as well as a lot of the flyers we are seeing, because we're still seeing Talonflame everywhere as well, and it doesn't want to take a discharge either.
Yeah, Acrobatics does a ton of pressure. Emolga, it does have a reasonably high attack stat. Acrobatics has same type attack bonus as well. And then Discharge, it received an adjustment. It received what many players might call a nerf, in that the damage, the energy dropped, but the damage dropped quite a lot as well.
Yes.
However, for Emolga, I think net, it is a buff, and that's because the pacing is quite important for Emolga, and Discharge and Acrobatics synergize quite well. I would love to see Emolga do well here.
It's great to have that coverage into grass types as well, because a lot of trainers want to switch in a grass type to take electric type damage, but then if you've got that flying type charge attack instead, then it makes the switch a little bit riskier. But we're jumping straight into this winner's semis here. It's going to be the Swallot versus the Guzzlord.
And I really like these two bulky Pokemon facing up. The Swallot does have access to the super effective Ice Beam, going for that sludge bait. Arctic Anubis immediately no shield. He calls it. He doesn't mind because he knows even if he takes an attack, well, Stone Collection would have to throw too. You can't really farm down a Guzzlord. It's just too bulky.
Guzzlord almost has a hidden shield in its back pocket there to be able to withstand a big attack very early doors. The Brutal Swing is going to come through, chip away, putting it into the yellow zone of this Swallow, but there's another Sludge ready. The Ice Beam, however, is also locked in, so if Swallow is able to hang around here, it can retaliate with that pressure.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Arctic Anubis allow the Guzzlord to go down once this Swallow throws an attack, and that's because you might have put the Swallow into a position where actually you can farm it down anyway. Stone Collection going for another Sludge bait. Perhaps he's going for a very similar strategy where he's like, I actually don't mind what happens. But the Emolga comes in, he snipes down the Swallot.
Yes, Emolga now in play, but look at these Shadow Claws doing so much damage to it. The Shadow variant of Sableye with that same type attack bonus really steamrolling through. But Discharge is also ready. Emolga primed to show off what it can do in this new meta.
And we talked about Emolga's attack stat. It does win charge attack priority against the Shadow Sableye. Stone Collection puts up a shield. He probably could have hung on to a Discharge, but you cannot risk taking the acrobatics.
There is a second Discharge ready though, so Emolga is going to be primed to be able to retaliate with a charge attack again in this moment, but still going to farm up a little bit more energy before clicking that button.
Discharge coming through again. Immediate shield from Stone Collection. Wants to preserve as much health on the Shadow Sableye as possible. Stone Collection is a player that has been using Shadow Sableye a long time, and now that he's getting access to that faster hitting foul play, he must be very, very pleased to take full advantage.
And this forces the shield to come through from Arctic Anubis here. I think another foul play would be able to get the knockout on that Emolga, but I think the Shadow Claws also are going to be in range to do it as well. We're going to see the switch though for the Guzzlord coming in, and an adjustment with the Azumarill on Stone Collection side. These bubbles are going to be able to get the knockout on the Guzzlord and give Azumarill a little bit more energy.
I really like this play from Arctic Anubis. Banks an attack onto his Emolga and takes it away. The Guzzlord goes down and Clodsire comes in. Clodsire with that super effective Poison Sting damage as well. And you can start to see these adding up already. But not only that, Arctic Anubis does have Sludge Bomb still on his Clodsire. And this can do massive super effective damage.
Yes, we have seen a lot of trainers so far in Stockholm running that Stone Edge variant instead. But now facing down against this Azumarill, Sludge Bomb is the perfect play to deal some super effective damage, particularly considering there are no shields remaining. We know these charge attacks are going to come through, including this Ice Beam from the Azumarill into the Clodsire.
Ice Beam, if the Clodsire hangs on, which it does, then you can reach another Sludge Bomb. This will do a huge amount of damage to the Azumarill, and let's remember Arctic Anubis has an attack banked on that Emolga.
So that makes it a bit detrimental for Sableye when it's coming back in, which is right now. It does also have energy, however, but considering the Emolga can come in and just go for that charge attack, Sableye needs to make sure it's in a position to try and get one off first, but the charge attack priority may not be in its favor.
I really like this effort from Stone Collection there. It's not going to be enough. The acrobatics is going to come through. This is same type attack bonus, a massive amount of damage from the little Emolga, and Shadow Sableye goes down.
Little Emolga getting game one for Arctic Anubis here. I mean, amazing to be able to see that Pokemon we've just highlighting actually come into the match and showcase exactly what it can do. That pressure from both electric and flying type moves respectively was very strong and difficult for Stone Collection to navigate around.
Now, I really liked something that Stone Collection did, which might have looked like it was in vain, and that's he threw the foul play into the Clodsire. And the reason is Stone Collection knows that he will lose charge attack priority against the Emolga. Perhaps his only win condition is that he happens to throw the foul play whilst Arctic Anubis swaps in the Emolga and tries to swap in and throw an attack. And if he clicked the foul play and managed to catch that, then that might have been the only way he could have won. Arctic Anubis recognizes, I will win charge attack priority with my Emolga. I don't need to swap in. I will let the Clodsire go down and then make sure I have the acrobatics safe to win charge attack priority in the end game. Really well played.
Well, sometimes you have to try and make those calls and, you know, play for a win condition that will enable you that path to victory. But if it doesn't work out, you have to try and find a plan B. And the way that Arctic Anubis preserved that Emolga, like you said, and made sure that was his particular win condition and not allow Stone Collection to get the damage off on it with that foul play was really nicely played. So jumping into game 2, let's see what adaptations there are going to be. It's Emolga once again, but this time down against the Swallot.
Yes, Swallot with the resisted mud shots. You are going to have access to the super effective Ice Beam, but maybe you just go for those sludge baits as well as we saw in the game number 1. Arctic Anubis Acrobatics will still do a lot of damage if it lands.
Honestly, this Emolga gets to its charge attack so quickly, it's terrifying, and now it's able to apply damage straight away onto the Swallot. The Acrobatics will land a huge amount of damage.
So the question is, does Arctic Anubis shield the potential Ice Beam, or does he see that Stone Collection baited so frequently in game 1, he calls it again?
Brilliant, no shield coming through. Emolga absolutely reigning supreme in this match. Sludge is going to come through once again, but can Arctic Anubis go for it, or do you need to shield? No shield once again. The Emolga is going to be able to hang on with a slither of HP and go for the discharge.
Goodness, look at that little Emolga go.
Wow.
Some people don't realize just how much pressure this Emolga can put on. They think it's just ridiculously squishy, but actually, by having that flying typing, by resisting the mud shots, you can now align your Gastrodon up against this Lapras as he wants to, avoids the Clodsire against the Lapras. This is really, really nicely played by Arctic Anubis.
Yeah, Emolga may be little, but it is indeed mighty, and now Gastrodon on the field to take this Sparkling Aria. It does a huge amount of damage, though, considering because of the amount of pressure that Lapras can deal, but we are going to be able to see the Gastrodon try and retaliate. Force a shield to come through from Stone Collections. That Earth Power will go into it.
Now, one thing that we remember is that the Clodsire doesn't have access to Stone Edge. That means that the Lapras is a little bit harder for it to take out. Will Arctic Anubis respect that by shielding the Gastrodon? No, he's still going to put it all onto that Clodsire.
Yep, letting the Gastrodon go down to eat up that energy that Lapras had stored up. Clodsire now having to take super effective Psywave damage, though, trying desperately to get to its charge attacks because Lapras is already there. A Sparkling Aria is going to be dealing a huge amount of damage to Clodsire, so a wise shield here on Arctic Anubis' side.
But the thing is, I think Arctic Anubis might have been predicting either an Azumarill or maybe even a Shadow Jumpluff. Honestly, even a Shadow Drappion would have been great for Clodsire. But the Shadow Sableye, it resists poison. It's a ghost-type Pokemon. So that is something that Arctic Anubis might not have been expecting, particularly as shields go down to preserve the health against these Sparkling Areas.
And I think if the Lapras can whittle away those shields and put a lot of damage onto, as it's doing, onto that Clodsire, then Sableye is going to be able to clean up this match really nicely. You are going to be able to see the Sludge Bomb come through from the Clodsire here. This will be able to connect, get the knockout, but then Sableye really does have its pick of choice. It's got a full HP bar here. As you said, resisted fast attacks coming through, and we know how quickly the foul play can be got to now.
So the question is, how much damage does an Earthquake from a Clodsire do to a Shadow Sableye? I don't think it's going to be enough to put it into Poison Sting range.
Yep, only puts it down into the yellow here, and Poison Sting not going to be threatening at all, but the Shadow Claws don't even need a charge attack, are able to get the knockout, even out the score for these trainers.
Really nicely played by Stone Collection, recognizing his win conditions, puts that Clodsire into a point where even the Shadow Claw farm down is enough. The series is tied 1-1.
As much as I did love seeing the Gastrodon come into that match, I feel like it really didn't get to showcase what it needed to do. It almost just came in to eat up a lot of energy from the Lapras so that the Clodsire didn't have to take it, but that meant that Arctic Anubis lost a Pokemon very quickly without having a lot of offensive pressure retaliated into. So as much as I loved seeing it, I feel like it might need to be rotated out for Game 3.
Yeah, did we see how much pressure Lapras put on? The number of charge attacks that it reached, really, really impressive. One of the reasons why it is an absolute top performer in this Might and Mastery season. Now, we are preparing for our game number 3. If you are just joining, we are at the Stockholm Regional Championships. These players want it all. We are in a new meta. We have Pokemon like Emolga, Golisopod, and then Swallot, Lapras, Shadow Sableye as well. Which of these players can take it forward? They need one more win each.
You want to be carving out a new meta with your name on that champion title, and these trainers are trying every single step of the way to make sure it is going to be them tomorrow that are able to take that crown.
Stone Collection and his Shadow Sableye has been a story for a number of seasons. This might be the tournament for him. He is running the Shadow Sableye Lapras core. We're leading into Game 3. Stone Collection leans into that Shadow Sableye. Arctic Anubis with the Emolga. Here we go.
Yes, Emolga in the leads once again. Going to be able to try and farm up lots of energy very quickly. Look how quick it's able to get to that discharge and already start applying some pressure. But the acrobatics as well, able to be so formidable in damage.
Now look at the backlines immediately. I am seeing a Serperior. I am seeing an Azumarill. I am seeing a Lapras. Serperior Superior has a ton of play in the back, particularly if you can get shields down. Those Frenzy Plants will do massive damage. There's no bait. This is an Acrobatics. It goes shielded. That's a massive shield for Stone Collection.
Yes, not going to be taking this detrimental damage from the Acrobatics here, and Sableye able to retaliate. You're right, though, these back lines are going to be critical, and Molga would love to be dealing damage into either two on Stone Collection's side, but instead it's got to find a way through Sableye, and it has been felled instead.
Now, Shadow Sableye for Stone Collection does not have Dazzling Gleam, and that allows Arctic Anubis to come in with his Guzzlord relatively safely, knowing I'm not at risk of being one-shot.
Yes, the Power Gem can come through now as well. Guzzlord, of course, not going to shield this at all. It's able to take this well.
And you also have Sludge Bomb, so even if the Azumarill comes in, you have a way of hitting it back. But no, Arctic Anubis doesn't want to throw. It's going to save that and come in with the Superior. And Stone Collection needs to think, okay, well, can I maybe chip some of this health with an Ice Beam? Yes, I can. And now, perhaps, I just really invest in that Lapras. But Superior with Frenzy Plant, this can do massive damage.
I mean, there's still one shield on Stone Collection side, so you maybe want to make sure that Sludge Bomb that is already banked on the Guzzlord is going to be able to come through when there are no shields remaining. The second one has now gone. Superior has done its job by bringing that out for Stone Collection, as well as applying a lot of pressure with these Vine Whips and Frenzy Plants.
And look at this, another Frenzy Plant. This, no more shields available for Stone Collection. This will do a ton of damage, maybe taking it into the deep yellow, maybe even the red. Oh. Look at that. That is a huge amount of damage to the Lapras. The Lapras is going to take out with Sparkling Aria, but Arctic Anubis knows, well, hold on a minute. I can still put a lot of pressure on this Azumarill. You can't bubble me down.
Yes, and I wonder if the Vine Whip, I think one more is just going to be able to get the knockout. Yes, Lapras goes down, and now Azumarill comes in again, another Pokemon that does not want to take these Grass-type attacks, and Frenzy Plant is ready again.
And Arctic Anubis still has the Sludge Bomb on the Guzzlord, so if he wanted to, whenever he wants to, he can shift in there and land that super effective damage. It will be enough. Here comes the Sludge Bomb.
Yes, Guzzlord finally able to return to the field and unleash this charge attack it had stored ready, primed for the Azumarill. It's going to be able to connect, take it down, and Arctic Anubis will be winning this set.
Really well played by Arctic Anubis. Azumarill goes down. Arctic Anubis proceeds. That was a really, really strong performance in the Group C winners semi-finals.
I have to credit the three Pokemon that Arctic Anubis brought there. Having the combination of a Molga and Superior to threaten both Lapras and Azumarill as water types just meant that his opponent was on the back foot straight away. Throw in that combination of the Guzzlord with the Sludge Bomb primed, it was just perfect synergy from start to finish.
And I really like that team call from Arctic Anubis. In fact, the team building itself. There have been so many conversations. Is it Azumarill that you want to bring? Is it Lapras? Is it Blastoise? Is it Gastrodon?
Always.
And Arctic Anubis says, I don't mind. I'm going to bring Superior into all of them.
But I think maybe that was a lesson to be learned, you know, in a best of 3 sets, sometimes you win the game, sometimes you go for something a little bit riskier and it doesn't pay off, and that's what happened here. Arctic Anubis won game 1, changed things up for game 2, didn't work, and then made a fantastic adjustment based on the knowledge gain. Gastrodon maybe wasn't the play, but bringing that Emolga again, making sure you brought the Superior in to apply pressure to those water types that were giving him a hard time. The Sparkling Arias were hitting really, really hard, so you had to find more than one way to deal with that Lapras, and he certainly did.
And it's interesting because so many players are wondering, do I run Dazzling Gleam on my Shadow Sableye, or do I stick with Power Gem as Stone Collection had? Well, this was one of the problems with keeping Power Gem. The Guzzlord was able to soak so much energy from that Shadow Sableye, and actually it was Arctic Anubis that had the Pokemon with the better coverage, because Sludge Bomb on that Guzzlord put Azumarill down in the end.
Yes, and it was great to be able to see Emolga do its stuff here. The acrobatics, getting the knockout, as well as being able to apply pressure with Discharge. It was just great to be able to see it in the forefront. Clodsire, again, a familiar face from the past. The Earthquake doing huge damage, but just not enough into this opposing Sableye. That is showing why it also is back on top of the meta.
Sableye is such a great Pokemon. Azumarill, it might well be on the way down. I think, Marcus, if I'm honest with you, I think he is right. I do think Azumarill is very much on the way down. Perhaps not with the degree of confidence to say it won't win an event. I do think that players can win an event with almost any Pokemon. We've seen some crazy picks win events in the past, but calling Azumarill a crazy pick, maybe that's a step too far, but I do agree that Azumarill's on the way down.
I agree with that. I think there's validity that it's not going to be the top Pokemon like it used to be, but I'm not sure early days to be that confident to say it's not going to win. It's a little bit of a risk, in my opinion.
I think, look, you know what you get with Arceus Aurelius, and he has to make some bold claims, and that was a pretty bold one to kick off with.
Exactly, and of course, you guys at home might be looking at these veterans and kind of thinking, hey, how do I get involved with competitive Pokemon? You can come to future events anytime you like. Just find out below here, register to compete or spectate at events, because again, you don't have to play. You can come along with friends, you can just come and see what it's all about and soak up that energy and atmosphere, and then maybe see if you want to try your hand at competitive at a future event.
Yeah, RK9, it's a great website. It will list all of the events that you could compete or spectate, not just in Pokemon Go, but also in the video game and trading card games as well. Across Europe and North America, I am a player that has actually...
You like jumping across the pond from time to
well,
time?
of course. If I'm casting a few events here, I get a little bit itchy. I get a little bit... I need to play in the meta as well. So between you and me, Lou, I've already booked my tickets to Atlanta.
Ooh, that sounds very exciting. That's not too far away on the calendar either. And I think as well, when you look at the point that we're at in the 2025 season, we've crossed the halfway mark. We're almost at the final third mark for a lot of tournaments in these different regions. There's only one more international, for example, at NAIC or New Orleans to go. So if you do want to get involved, don't wait too long. Come and get involved.
I think now is a great time to start. We have a really exciting meta. The game has so many options available. What are your favorite Pokemon? Because there's a pretty reasonable chance that you can use them right now.
And we're not that crazy. I was talking about Gastrodon for a long time, and everybody was like, all right, Lou, calm down. Well, it just won back-to-back regionals. So
that is very true.
Who's laughing now?
And there is another blue Gastrodon coming right up on the side of Kristen. He is going to be playing against Nickname, a player that we've seen a lot of as well. These are two very top players. This is another group semi-final game in Group C. And look at this. We're almost becoming very familiar with Pokemon like Swallot. There is one on both sides.
Yes, it was in our top 12 usage here, and I think its bulk as well as its pressure it can deal out with Sludge into Pokemon like Azumarill that may be down but they're not out yet, has led it to be a very reliable Pokemon choice for a lot of our trainers. One Pokemon I want to talk about though is this Annihilate, because Annihilate's a Pokemon that could potentially be struggling in this meta at the moment, but it's still here right now in this match.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate with preference for Ice Punch still. It can still put in a lot of work. The thing is, there are just a lot more Pokemon that are able to deal with it, but there's still a pretty big target on the side of Kristen, and that is that Cradily. Cradily really doesn't want to be up against a Shadow Annihilate. Not only is it taking super effective from those counters, it's also not really able to throw Rock Tomb. Rock is an attack that is resisted by the fighting typing of Annihilate. So Cradily, avoid the Annihilate.
Yes, I feel like Shadow Annihilate really struggles against the Psywave that Lapras has got, and there's no Lapras on this side here. So I think the Annihilate really does have a little bit of place in this particular match. We have got a lot of water types being rocked on this side of the field as well. Azumarill, Gastrodon, and Golisopod as well. Golisopod being one of these Pokemon that's jumped to the forefront thanks to Aqua Jet getting that buff. It can deal so much damage with that same type attack bonus as well.
I really like Golisopod. I think it's very, very flexible, and honestly, it is almost the Feraligatr of the Might and Mastery season. It runs Shadow Claw. It doesn't have Hydro Cannon, but it does pace the same way to Aqua Jet, and it's got very similar stats as well, so it operates much in the same way, but this time it has the advantage of its bug typing defensively, and that's not something we frequently say, but in a meta that used to have a lot of fighters, a lot of mud slappers, bug can be useful.
Yes, against counter and mud slap, it definitely does give it a lot of flexibility, but you have to watch out for the rock typing as well. With Cradily on the rise, those rock tombs are going to be able to hit the Golisopod for a lot of good damage, but a sigh of relief that there isn't one on the opposing side. Instead, it's one of its teammates. So we're going to jump into this winners semis. It's going to be the Guzzlord front and center against the Gastrodon.
Yeah, this is a really neutral matchup for both players. The ground type pressure from that bulky Gastrodon into the Dark Dragon Guzzlord. Guzzlord with Dragon Tail as its fast attack. Both of these attacks are quite slow charging, but they do a lot of damage.
Slow and steady can win the race sometimes though, and Gastrodon's going to get the edge and go for its charge attack first of all. Looks like it's going to be unshielded on Nickname's side, going to be able to let this go through as the Earth Power connects, actually puts it down into the red. Gastrodon might be able to get the KO if it's able to hang along.
And it was really nice to see Gastrodon actually winning charge attack priority there. They have very close attack stats, so I wasn't actually sure which one of these was going to come out on top, but landing that Earth Power first was really, really important for Kristen. The question is, do you invest? No. Look at this. Players aren't really worrying about alignment. They're happy to go down and leaving their opponent in a farm down position. Here comes that Golisopod getting two Shadow Claws in straight away.
Yes, although you do lose the Gastrodon here, at least Golisopod gets, as you said, those Shadow Claws in a little bit of energy up because it might potentially need it against a Pokemon that's bulky like this Swalot.
Now, I've seen some players tell me that Swalot's matchup into Golisopod is pretty impressive because it can tank Aqua Jets very, very comfortably. The thing is, Golisopod paces quickly and it resists the Mud Shots as well, so you can take a Sludge, and these Aqua Jets are doing a lot.
That's still about a quarter of damage, and if they keep stacking up, particularly combined with the Shadow Claws, that's something Swalot has to watch out for. A Wise Shield going down on Kristen's side, though. You want to keep this Golisopod in the game. Look at the energy, though. It's already ready. Aqua Jet is primed. It's going to be a switch in. Lapras is going to come in and eat up this Aqua Jet.
A really nice catch there from Nickname. Now, the question is, what were the charge attacks on that Lapras? Because that could really make a difference into how it plays into the Azumarill. We can see here, it doesn't have a way to hit neutrally into that Azumarill, and so Kristen, he banks up a ton of energy on the Golisopod and goes into the Azumarill to sponge this resisted water-type pressure.
Yes, no potential Skull Bash here to deal with the opposing Azumarill. Instead, both of these attacks are something Azumarill can laugh in the face of. It can take all of this, go for these bubbles that actually aren't doing insignificant damage, really working its way through, as well as the Psy Waves on the opposing side. I think we're just going to see a lot of energy generation here.
Yeah, really good play from both of these players, actually. Azumarill is being used as a sponge. It doesn't have a brilliant matchup into Lapras just because the bubbles are not doing very much. But honestly, in this type of situation, when you're the one that's looking to sponge, I completely understand how Kristen is using it, and this Play Rough will still do a decent amount of damage in response.
Yes, that's the one kind of shake-up they've got here. The Play Rough can do some decent damage, but switching on your Poison type to potentially eat that up isn't going to happen when an Ice Beam is going to be the target instead. Still no shields utilized on Nickname's side. The Swalot easily able to take the Ice Beam and can now retaliate with a Sludge. This will be able to get the knockout on the Azumarill.
And look at this, Azumarill is being used to basically take all of the energy away from the Swalot. Golisopod can now come in. It had energy banked already, and you're likely to throw just as this Sludge is coming through. No, you're just going to shield and you're going to full farm down and basically try and throw 3 X-Scissors into this incoming Lapras.
Lapras has definitely been weakened by some of the damage that Azumarill was able to put in, but you need to make sure you have as many Aqua Jets as possible. Look at it, the energy as full as it physically can be on the Aqua Jet. Instead, it's going to be the X-Scissor coming through.
So shields are available to Nickname. Are you in X-Scissor range? Perhaps. Once the Shadow Claw damage adds up as well, you might be, and you're not quite at a Sparkling Aria. Here we have the back-to-back X-Scissor. There is a massive question now. Can you hold on? Nickname Lapras, you need to be able to hold on to this X-Scissor.
Yes, you said you needed 3 of them, and that's because you've got to burn through 2 shields and then finally connect on the 3rd one. Here it comes through. Nickname is not sure. Is this going to be able to get the knockout and give Kristen the Game 1 victory? X-Scissor is going to connect down onto the Lapras, get the knockout, and Golisopod takes Game 1.
And there we have it. That is a huge performance from that Golisopod. We said at the beginning, Golisopod, it's like the Shadow for Alligator of this Might and Mastery season. It operates very, very similarly. It has same type attack bonus, both on Aqua Jet and on the X-Scissor, and that gives it a ton of flexibility, especially when you can set yourself up on your opponent's Swallot. We talked about Swallot perhaps as a Pokemon that can set yourself up for a farm down, but also we saw there, it was prime for that Golisopod to feast.
And the X-Scissor not only has good coverage and damage potential, but also you've got to look at it into the Guzzlord, because Guzzlord cannot breathe easy from an onslaught of X-Scissors coming its way. It can obviously take one, we've seen how bulky it can be, but due to the energy generation that Golisopod is able to get, a second one is going to be devastating.
Really smartly played by Kristen. This is a best of 3, so he only needs 1 more game. Nickname, on the other hand, he knows I can still win 2 games. I can turn this around. He is really trying to think, what might my opponent lean into? Because Shadow Annihilate may be strong against Cradily, but it is really not very good against Golisopod, and that is the advantage that Golisopod has over something like Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator didn't get nerfed this season. It wasn't touched, and yet it is near nowhere in this meta.
You almost feel like you would love to land a fly onto that Golisopod, but with 3 of these water types on the opposing side, it makes it a very dangerous dance for Talonflame to go through. The Gastrodon I did really like in this matchup for obvious reasons, but I feel like what it needed was to be lined up against something like the Swalot instead, being able to do some decent damage with those Earth powers as opposed to just going into the Guzzlord and chipping away at it.
I really like the strategy, the overall strategy from Kristen. He basically said, look, I don't mind soft losing matchups. If I can leave you relatively in the red, my Golisopod will farm down. And any shields that I need to use, I want to use them on Golisopod.
We've seen trainers do that quite a lot on whether it's Golisopod or whether it's Talonflame, really, you know, letting other Pokemon take the big hits to enable the shield preservation, and that's where they've kind of made their weighing decision. And it comes in so well in those endgame situations where you need your 2 shields to be able to hang on. We also did see it in that last game not work out so well for Nickname because 3 X-Scissors were on the rise, but let's say hypothetically that 3rd X-Scissor hadn't been able to be achieved, it could have been a very different endgame.
It really could have, so really meticulously played by Kristen. That Golisopod looking really, really strong. It has super effective damage output available to it against the Talonflame, against the Guzzlord. It has the ability to do Shadow Claw pressure into that Annihilate, and we saw it take out that Lapras there as well, farming down that Swallot. So we've got an Azumarill up against Gastrodon lead again for Kristen.
This is something we saw a lot in the previous meta as well, both these water types just duking out at the beginning, trying to get a lot of energy up on the board. We know that the Gastrodon can do significantly well into the opposing Azumarill.
Here comes this Earth Power. This can do a lot of damage. Nickname's letting it go, using Azumarill as a sponge, as we've seen so many players do. There is the option for a debuff. It doesn't happen here, but Mudslap's still putting in a ton of pressure.
Looking at the 3 Pokemon both trainers have brought to this battle, it's a bit like Swallot didn't get the water type memo to the party. Everyone else rocking that water typing. So we are, I think, going to see a lot of neutral coverage coming across this match, but the damage rolls are going to be critical.
Now, you've got a really interesting position here. Kristen's actually going for that catch, but certain Gastrodon, particularly the ones that are built in a very bulky manner, they can hold on to 2 Ice Beams. Kristen doesn't want to risk it, comes in with the Golisopod to be met by that Lapras.
Maybe this is more of an offensive variant. We did see it win charge attack priority in that previous game. The Golisopod is going to go for the X's, and now this is something that was detrimental to Lapras in the previous game. Still both shields in effect though. It can take 1 X-Scissor.
Now look at those backlines. We see the Swallot again for Nickname, and if it's paired up against Kristen's Azumarill, that is exactly where Swallot wants to be. Kristen, knowing that that is a risk, has preserved his Gastrodon. Swallot has a really poor matchup into the Gastrodon. Kristen is looking to get shields down with these X-Scissors against Nickname. Will Nickname give him one? Yes, he will.
Yes, 1 shield down, another one to go before Gastrodon is able to wreak havoc on that opposing Swallot. Golisopod really putting in a lot of work, but the side waves are going to fell it here, and you're going to see the Azumarill come into play. Again, Azumarill with these bubbles can actually really whittle away at the opposing Lapras.
I really like this play from Kristen, basically looking to sponge all of the damage from the Lapras and keeping that Gastrodon in the back potentially as a closer. He does have shield advantage on it, so he wants to basically get this, maybe this last shield available. Azumarill comes back in. Nickname is trying to draw the Gastrodon back out, and Kristen doesn't fall for it.
I like how Kristen didn't go for a charge attack here, just stayed consistent on the fast attack energy generation, and now can click that play rough button to be able to get the knockout. There's still 1 more shield you need to break through in order to try and deal with that Swallot, but Nickname has a choice. Do you bring in that Swallot now, try and just get some damage on the Azumarill with something like a Sludge, or do you have to bring in that Lapras? It is going to be the Swallot, but there's the Gastrodon!
And here comes the Gastrodon to answer the Swallot. So many players are curious, is Swallot the play in this meta? This is not the matchup it wants to be up against. Thankfully for it, the Gastrodon is relatively low. It might be in range of just a Sludge, so Nickname's going to go for it, but Kristen has preserved shields for this very reason.
That second shield went up on Nickname's side. It could have been the Earth Power. Instead, it was actually the Body Slam, so baiting out that final shield. And now, Gastrodon just primed to be able to get those Earth Powers up, but Lapras trying to get in the way of its plans, forcing that second shield and was trying to burn up the energy, but Gastrodon wasn't quite there yet.
Now, this could be really tricky for Kristen because the side waves are putting on a lot of pressure onto this Gastrodon. And here comes the Sparkling Area already! Oh. He's already reached it!
Just unfortunately for Gastrodon, not able to utilize all of that amazing energy it stored up. The Sparkling Aria is going to reign supreme and get the knockout. Now it comes down to the Azumarill.
And the thing is, I really wonder if Kristen was just able to throw a Body Slam into the Lapras, throw a Body Slam into the Swallot as well. Could you have put it into a range where the bubbles and the Ice Beam from Azumarill were enough? Perhaps not, but this is now a little bit higher of a hill to climb.
Yes, Azumarill definitely is going to struggle here. You can see it being undercharged by Kristen. As soon as you get 1 Sludge charged up on that Swallot side of things, it's going to be able to get the knockout Ice Beam, doing negligible damage, but Sludge, on the other hand, is going to be devastating.
Yeah, Kristen recognizes that Ice Beam would not have been enough, that the Swallot was very, very close to reaching a Sludge. Sludge does massive damage to the Fairy type of Azumarill. It goes down, and Nickname levels the score.
Love to see a game through, however, particularly with such esteemed trainers and interesting teams. Nickname really using that Swallot well, identifying that Kristen was using that Gastrodon, keeping it safe in the back with the Earth Power pressure, just like we were discussing before we went into this game too. But the way that Swallot was able to be perfectly supported by the Lapras in that endgame was beautiful Pokemon play.
Yes, really nice play. And again, I think that that match shows just how flexible Lapras is, able to dip in and out, reaching a ton of charge attacks in that game. Lapras very, very much one of the best performers. I will absolutely not be surprised when it overtakes Azumarill in usage in this Might and Mastery season.
I mean, in that game too, Kristen brought all 3 water-type Pokemon. My question to you, Tomahawk, is do you go for that again? It was very offensively powerful. You just were out-positioned, I think, by Nickname here, or do you make an adjustment?
I think Gastrodon does look really strong. It has play into much of Nickname's team, and the Shadow Annihilate, which is one of the few Pokemon that resists Body Slam, doesn't really have a ton of targets on Kristen's side, particularly with Swallot, Azumarill, and Golisopod all resisting those counters. I would not be surprised to see Golisopod again. It is one of Kristen's more flexible picks, able to take advantage of a soft loss with a ton of pressure available to it in X-Scissor and in Aqua Jet.
I feel like Golisopod is really good at getting out the shields on Nickname's side that then free up the damage for the partner Pokemon. Azumarill is one of those Pokemon that I'm kind of doubting at the moment because it is so reliable and very consistent with the bubble damage, and yes, once you get something like a Play Rough up, you can start steamrolling through a little bit, but the issue is at the moment with the way that Swallot is being so dominant getting those sludges, and then you kind of end up in these stalemates against the opposing Azumarill or the Lapras. I just feel like it's not doing enough to be able to get momentum in the match.
I completely agree. I don't think that Azumarill is doing enough. It is allowing Nickname to quite freely use the Lapras, because Lapras has play into Golisopod, has play into Lapras and Azumarill and Gastrodon, and Kristen is nervous to use the Cradily because of that Shadow Annihilate. So perhaps the bench pressure alone is what Nickname is doing to take advantage of it. Will Kristen risk it? Will he go, okay, let me lead strong to Annihilate, bait it out if it's there, and then run Cradily in the back? Let's find out. We've got Swallot up against Golisopod.
Really nice to see this in play, the Golisopod back once again, and it's going to be again the triple water threat coming out from Kristen.
Look at this backline again for Kristen, as you said, but this time Nickname has put a Talonflame there, and that is not the Pokemon to beat the water types.
Yes, it's going to be difficult if it takes attacks, but maybe if it can farm up a little bit of energy, it can then deal some devastating damage back with Fly. But right now, it's all about Sludge on this Swallow. The Golisopod is going to let it go through, take this damage, and just keep retaliating, getting its Aqua Jet primed.
Look at this, a little bit of an overfarm from Kristen. He's probably going to shield this Sludge, try and get as much energy as possible, and try and take that Swallow as close to knockout range as he can.
Yes, you want to be able to try and threaten the KO with another charge attack. So much energy up. The Aqua Jet has now been locked into. Is this going to force through the first shield on Nickname's side? Golisopod has been so good at forcing these shields to be utilized, but Nickname says, no, I can take one Aqua Jet. Swallow's still got a little bit left in the match.
Ooh, he actually went for the farm down. He puts the Golisopod at risk. He needs to give up the second shield. Is he thinking to himself, I don't mind this because I can still put this damage out into a lot of places. The Lapras is likely to come in here, and neutral X-Scissor will still do a decent amount, but not really enough that Nickname is too concerned.
I feel like you need to make sure that you're getting through those shields. The reveal of the Talonflame, though, must be really nice for Kristen here. Start maybe formulating an endgame plan. First shield comes down because we know an Aqua Jet would be devastating into the Talonflame. If the Golisopod can get to a second one before it gets failed by these Incinerates, then that is maybe where we're talking.
So this is a little bit interesting. Nickname is actually giving up the two shields, not by coming into the Lapras, but by coming into the Talonflame. But he says, I don't mind giving up the shields. I would rather have the energy advantage. Azumarill comes in for Kristen, but Nickname has access to that Brave Bird. It's going to come through now. It will do a big chunk of damage.
Yes, the damage will be dealt, but the HP is still in Azumarill's favor right now, having just joined into the match, only in the yellow zone, and these bubbles can stack up as well. This, however, is not what Azumarill wants to see. We've seen how well Psywave on Lapras can just start going through it. Thank goodness for the Azumarill, it has the play rough banked.
So Nickname is now trying to think to himself, how much damage can I sponge onto my Lapras? How much energy can I take advantage of with these Psywaves? And Gastrodon on the side of Kristen, he wants to put it into a position where Gastrodon can take out the Lapras. Sparkling Aria, this isn't going to be enough, I don't think, to take out the Azumarill, meaning Play Rough will land.
Yes, Azumarill just able to hang on, proving its bulk still in this meta as the second Play Rough is able to come through. This isn't going to get a KO, but it's going to do a significant chunk to the Lapras, weakening it up for one of the Pokemon in the back.
And now the Gastrodon comes in. The difficulty here for Kristen is that Nickname will land this Sparkling Aria and then likely reach an attack on the Talonflame as well. The Golisopod not even being able to use as a catch option. Here comes the Talonflame. It's got a Fly available. It's now got a Brave Bird available. The Body Slam's going to come through first, but this won't be enough to knock out the bird.
Yeah, Body Slam going to come through, but it will not be enough. There's still enough on Talonflame here to be able to retaliate with that Fly. Unfortunately, there are no Water Charge attacks, and these ground types really are kind of not dealing the huge punch to Talonflame they need to be able to deal.
Here comes Fly. Is this going to be enough to take out the Gastrodon? Nickname's hoping it is. Yes, it is. Gastrodon goes down, and Nickname is now dominating with this Incinerate. It comes through. Talonflame has an attack bank. Golisopod is about to go down. Nickname has played brilliantly in this series.
Who knew the counter to 3 Water-type Pokemon would be the Talonflame? With one more Fly, it KOs the Golisopod, meaning that the Talonflame is going to be able to take this set.
That was superb from Nickname. Players, and I was confused as well when that Talonflame came in. He said, do you know what? I really need this Incinerate energy because I know that my flying type charge attacks have a lot of place to go, right? Nothing is really resisting them, and so look at the amount of damage that I can put out.
And the Incinerates into Golisopod, for example, are still dealing a significant amount of damage, particularly when the other Pokemon had already put a lot of effort into removing the HP from its bar at that point. But I'm as surprised as you are, I think, to see that Talonflame just absolutely swept 3 Water types from the field. Incredibly impressive play from Nickname.
And I really like the different ways that the Pokemon on Nickname's team were being used. You saw how Swallot, such a bulky Pokemon, pacing quite quickly to those sludges, managed to get shields down on Kristen's side, and he basically set up that Swallot for a Talonflame sweep. That was really nicely played.
Yes, and as you go through these games, you know, game 1, we got to see Swallot do incredibly well, Lapras 2 applying a lot of pressure, but Golisopod, and this combination of 3 Water types on Kristen's side really was such a difficult wall for Nickname to break through. But there was utility. The Sludge on the Swallot, for example, was a great counter into that Azumarill. The other thing I really liked was the way he played around that Gastrodon. Gastrodon never was able to get the Earth Power connecting on the Pokemon it wanted to.
Yeah, Talonflame as a Fire-type Incinerate user. We've seen lots of different Fire types really show their strength over the years, and I think Typhlosion used to be one that was really very strong. Shadow Typhlosion, it's not so much in the meta now. It was one of the winning Pokemon at the Stuttgart Regional earlier this season. If you've forgotten that regional event, we've got a recap for you. Stay tuned, it's coming right up.
Yes, I mean, this was so exciting to be able to see an incredible best of 3 set. I always love a game 3. Not only is it more Pokemon action, but we get to be able to see how these trainers will adapt. And Kristen actually not adapting in terms of the Pokemon being chosen, sticking with that Water trio through and through. But the way that he was able to play, unfortunately, it didn't go his way because the adaptations on the opposing side were just so much stronger. Being able to, you know, switch that Swallot out, switch it back in, and then bringing the Talonflame in game 3, I thought was absolutely incredible. We just can't highlight it enough, I don't think.
Really incredible here in Stockholm. So many players from all over Europe have joined us. We've had some Swedish players as well. I've mentioned actually the Stockholm, it was Stuttgart was won by PvP David.
One of my favorite events.
One of your favorite events, but he is also a player here in Stockholm. He won Stuttgart, so check out how he did it.
Hi, I'm Eric Wall, otherwise known as Nighttime Clasher, and I'll be walking you through the final tournament of the Max Out season in the festive Stuttgart, Germany, where 114 players set the stage. We round things out with the return of the clawed-sized Shadow for Alligator core. However, an old friend in Niantic has finally re-emerged as one of the top neutral picks, with players like Colin and PvP David making their way into Day 2 with it. While meta picks continue to shine, as 10 of 12 players in Day 2 brought Azumarill, it was up to Spice Enjoyers like Inadequins and Tauntaun Battus to forego the dominant Water Fairy type, bringing creative answers like Fortress with the new Volt Switch and last season ever-present Charjabug. Both players fell at the same time in the top side of the bracket, but eventually made strong runs to push themselves into the loser semifinals. While Tauntaun came out on top of that matchup, Titans and PvP David and Stone Collection battled it out on top, taking things to a game number 5, as Stone Collection's quadruple water team proved unable to muscle through the 2 shields Annihilate. Stone Collection quickly refound his form though, and 3-0'd Tauntaun Battus, taking us to the Grand Finals. Going into the Grand Finals, Stone Collection put on a mesmerizing display to rapidly reset the bracket with a dominant 3-0 display. In response, PvP David made some major adjustments, utilizing his Galarian, Moltres, and Annihilate to take down Stone Collection's Gastrodon and Dewgong. As both players traversed the mind games at play in the second best of 5, it quickly re-emerged that not every spicy moveset pays off. Without the risk of super effective earthquake damage, Toxapex flaunted its immense bulk alongside its key core partner Diggersby, helping PvP David clinch victory in his first ever grand finals. What a satisfying way to finish out the maxed out season, and I'm so excited to see what Dual Destiny has to bring here in Birmingham.
And we do have a Swedish player coming up next. It's going to be Galaxgo Bolton against Le Sudois, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup because I've heard a little rumor, Adelian, that Galaxgo Bolton is going for a strategy like nothing we've seen before in the Play Pokemon circuit.
And Galaxgo Bolton has a tendency to run something a bit different. He was the one that championed Leaf Tornado Superior, and I have also heard this rumor. I don't really want to ruin the surprise though, personally, because I want the viewers to see firsthand what the surprise will be, but I am excited.
I am really excited. That Leaf Tornado Superior, a Pokemon that is able to debuff its opponent. And look at this, we've got Galaxgo Bolton with a debuff in Superior, a debuff in Icy Wind Dugong, a debuff in Bubble Beam Mantine, and one Pokemon to take advantage of all of that. We've got a Chansey.
The mighty pink blob that is Chansey with all the power to withstand. Chansey is one of the Pokemon in the Open Great League meta that has the highest HP stat. Please confirm. But yeah, Chansey is going to be an amazing Pokemon just to do something called Stall.
This is the thing, we don't really see Stall in Pokemon Go. It's a concept that we've seen a lot of in trading card game, of course, right? Wait, before we do that, these players have got a shiny Kyurem available to trade. Let's go and have a look at their lucky trade. Hopefully one of them can come out with that perfect shiny Kyurem. We call it a Shundo.
Yes, we would love to see a Shundo Kyurem. Kyurem is an amazing new addition to the Master League meta. When fused with Reshiram or Zekrom, it has been dominant in Master League, in the Go Battle League. I know Fareed has been really using Kyurem and has enjoyed it to great effect. I've been a bit too scared to use it, but I have built one. Yeah, I'm just like, it's so good. I don't know what to do with it.
No, I think that both Kyurem Black and Kyurem White have so much play in the Master League. If you have them available, then you should be trying to use them. Let's see how good these are. Well, one of them is usable. The question is, will you be willing to take advantage of the slightly lower defense? But I think these players might keep trading.
Yeah, they might do, but this is the perk. If you are lucky with some of the other players that are attending a regional, you may be able to do these lucky trades, meet up and get some powerful, perfect Pokemon. Hundos, Shundos, all Pokemon can be made amazing, but this Kyurem might be the one.
Now let's take a look at this team. Look at the number of debuffs. It's a Stall team. The Dazzling Gleam on the Chansey is slightly cheaper, which is perhaps what gave the inspiration to Galaxgo Bolton. But this is a strategy, as I said, we've seen in trading card game, and we've seen it a little bit in the video game as well. Galaxgo Bolton wants to pioneer this as a possibility, catch his opponents off, and try and take it all at Stockholm with a Stall Pokemon Go strategy.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen Zen Headbutt as a fast attack in Play Pokemon. It is so out there. This is so unusual, but piloted by Galaxgo Bolton, I can definitely see it happening.
Now, the play in Pokemon Go is that there is an overall timer for these matches, and once that timer expires, it is the player that has the most Pokemon still available to them that will win. If Pokemon on either side are equal, then it is the Pokemon with the most HP that takes the victory, and as you said, Chansey, it almost always has the most HP.
Yes, and so I'm interested to see when Galaxgo Bolton will choose to use Chansey, because of course, but Chansey is one of those 6 Pokemon, but he doesn't necessarily have to bring Chansey in. He just needs to intimidate off certain strategies, and this is what the concept of bench pressure is.
That we could face a pretty interesting situation here, because there is a Corviknight on the side of Le Sudois, and that is a Pokemon that has 11 resistances, including all of Chansey's moveset, all of Superior's moveset as well. So if either of those Pokemon are up against Corviknight, then I don't think Galaxgo Bolton really wants to stall, because Corviknight will just soak up any and all pressure. pressure.
Yep, and so Leonardo is going to be considering, because Corviknight actually looks kind of good here. It doesn't really fear anything. The most threatening issue is possibly the Sableye, just because of the outpace and getting to foul play so quickly, and the Dugong because of Icy Wind doing neutral damage onto Corviknight here. But I think Corviknight's a bit of a dead cert here.
Yeah, I think Corviknight could come. I also think that the Malamar might be an option as well. With flexible play into the team, we're getting ready straight into this game number 1. It's Shadow Drappion for Galactico Bolton up against Azumarill.
Azumarill is going to enjoy not having to take too much pressure from the charge attacks. The bubbles are going to chip away at Drappion, but Drappion can also get those poison stings off, and we all know Crunch loves a debuff, so maybe we'll see one here.
Yeah, the first debuff could be key for Galactico Bolton. It puts a ton of pressure on the Azumarill because the poison stings would do a lot more damage. There it is. Leonardo recognizes that. Going to do an Ice Beam bait. This wouldn't be enough to knock out, but Galactico Bolton wants to use his shield and preserve the health on this Shadow Drappion.
Yes, I think this is a sensible shield here. Leonardo staying in despite being debuffed here, which is an interesting play because he's taking more damage on that Azumarill now. Galactico Bolton therefore going, right, I'll double down. If you are debuffed, I'm going to try and debuff you again.
And this is interesting from Leonardo. He's letting this Azumarill get low, but he's getting to a point where he's not quite been poisoning down. He does get to reach the Ice Beam. That's quite big. Galactico Bolton wants to take all of this energy forward into the next match.
Yes, he will do. So let's see. No, and Corviknight comes in to counter and prevent the farm down on Galactico Bolton. Galactico Bolton responding with a crunch. Maybe will he get 3 debuffs for 3?
This could be key if it comes through. He doesn't get the debuff there. Leonardo probably will shield another crunch if it comes through. Iron Head and Sky Attack available on this Corviknight. This bulky Pokemon can take so much damage, but you don't want to take crunches. They do a lot.
Yeah, they do add up. And bear in mind as well that Corviknight is using Sand Attack here, which does super effective damage onto Drappion, which is why Galactico Bolton brought in Mantine. Mantine is able to withstand those Sand Attacks quite easily and has good natural bulk.
Yeah, Mantine has the similar bulk to a Skarmory and to a Corviknight, if you remember it, and it's also running Bubble Beam. It's going to do not very much damage, but it will lower the attack of this Corviknight. To be honest, I don't know if this Bubble Beam is particularly meaningful because the Mantine is still in a position where 2 attacks are needed to take it out anyway. So Leonardo is going to get right up before the next Bubble Beam can come through and throw that Sky Attack.
I wonder if there is a play to farm up so much that you have a Bubble Beam to knock out and then another Bubble Beam afterwards for whatever comes back in. Is that possible? No, Galactico Bolton recognizing Corviknight is going to get to another charge attack and just goes, you know what, Aerial Ace time, let's do this.
Now Leonardo has access to the Malamar there, but the Corviknight is just so bulky. Here comes the Chansey. Now, Chansey is running Zen Headbutt. Zen Headbutt is a Psychic type fast attack. It doesn't generate a lot of energy. Malamar is a Psychic and Dark type Pokemon, so I wouldn't be surprised if these Zen Headbutts are honestly only doing 1, maybe 2 damage at a push.
Yeah, and of course Chansey's attack is one of the lowest as well, so I think you're quite right that I think even 1, almost certainly, but Dazzling Gleam is going to do a lot of damage because of the Dark typing on Malamar, but it's coming off Chansey's attack. How much does this do?
I think everyone is asking that question, and to be honest, even though it's super effective, that Malamar can really hold on. Chansey has such a low attack stat, and the Malamar Psy Waves really are adding up. The foul plays are being reached so quickly, but let's remember, every time you throw a charge attack, it takes at least 10 seconds, and perhaps that is what Galactico Bolton is relying on with this stall strategy. Here comes the superpower. This won't take out the Chansey, but will do a ton of damage.
And I think Leonardo recognizes that the switch timer will be up, and therefore goes for a swap in here. Chansey is staying in. Iron Head now being launched by Corviknight to try and weaken this Chansey even more, and Galactico Bolton is going to see how much damage this does.
Yeah, look at this. The Zen Headbutt's also resisted by this Corviknight, triple resisted by the Malamar, as we know. And the Chansey is so low now. The Malamar is coming back in, and we know it can take another Dazzling Gleam.
But whether does Leonardo want to, because you've got to shield something eventually. Might as well shield this, because this is still going to do respectable damage. And now Malamar is looking very strong here. Drappion coming in, but is going to take the foul play. I know this is a resisted move, but at this range, does it KO?
It's going to be very close. Foul play's damage was lowered. It's just about enough. The Mantine's still available, the Chansey's still there. Galactico Bolton trying to work out what he can do now.
It's going to be tricky because Mantine doesn't have the firepower to take out Malamar at this range, I believe. So we'll have to see if he can get to an Aerial Ace. Is able to launch it just before the foul play is launched by Malamar. But the problem is this going to be enough? Because Malamar will just farm down.
Malamar will farm down. It does hold on. The Chansey comes back in, and Leonardo has a superpower available. Chansey is so bulky, but it is not bulky enough. enough. Here we go. Chansey's going down. It's a knockout.
Chansey, despite all the HP, there's not enough in the tank. And to be honest, if Chansey doesn't have it in the tank, no Pokemon does. Incredible play, though. We have enjoyed seeing Galactica Bolton try and use Stall to get there. He wasn't successful this time, but he will have another opportunity in Game 2. But Les Edouard has to bear in mind, he has to think, Galactica Bolton can pull this tactic off, but he also can avoid this tactic and just go for a more conventional play and use something without Chansey. The Superior has potential, the Dugong has potential, the Sableye has potential. All of these Pokemon have play. Now the question is, will Galactica Bolton ditch Chansey or not?
It is a big question, and I said that Malamar has a lot of flexible play, and we recognize that Corviknight was very, very useful too. Now, it's really interesting. Superpower from that Malamar, it does a total of around almost 90 damage, right? 90 HP can knock off, which for most Pokemon in the Great League format is a massive chunk of their health. Indeed. The problem is, Adelian, Chansey has an HP stat of over 420. And that is why even those hard-hitting, super effective superpowers look like they do absolutely nothing to the bulky egg Pokemon.
Yes, and so we have to consider as well, so based on the statistics that you've just said, Fareed, 400 plus HP, and if you're only getting 90 HP damage off on superpower, you need to get not 4 but 5 superpowers off, but you're not going to do that because every time you launch a superpower, your own attack gets weakened, so you'll have to you would have to drop a superpower, dip out, dip back in, and do that potentially 5 times if you want to exclusively use superpower to eliminate a Chansey. This is why a combination tactic where Les Edouard is mixing in his Corviknight and trying to bounce off multiple attacks is the key word. Dugong now coming in against the Corviknight here, and this is the matchup that Corviknight's probably not quite as good at.
Oh, do you know what? Galactica Bolton has now lent into the Superior. He felt that Les Edouard maybe disrespected the Superior in Game 1. Corviknight is here, and both the Pokemon in the back are a little bit soft to the Superior. Can Galactica Bolton take advantage? This might be the show of the stall tactic actually coming off successfully.
Oh, if he pulls this off, this will be absolutely hilarious. Galactica Bolton now going for the Icy Wind. The first layer of stall is being implemented here. Corviknight, no shielding because it's bulky and can easily tank this first Icy Wind. Swapping now into the Cradily, which is responded to with the Superior, and this is where Superior loves to see Cradily.
Now, Galactica Bolton is saying, well, I'm running a debuff team. Les Edouard goes, have you met Rock Tomb? Because this will do a decent chunk of damage, but it will guarantee an attack drop on the side of Superior. The thing is, you're going to need 3 in order to take it out.
Yes, and Galactica Bolton is able to pace with Superior to those Frenzy Plants a little bit more quickly, just because Vine Whip is such a good move for generating energy, and then Frenzy Plant, of course, hits for huge amounts of damage, but another Rock Tomb launching second.
Yeah, this Superior really is going to be debuffed, and as we know, its energy is already resisted entirely by the Corviknight. The thing is, getting the Superior this low means that the Azumarill is a little bit safer in the back, and that could be really important for Les Edouard.
Yes, and so Les Edouard is going to think, now what do I do? What could there potentially be in the back? He's worried about that Chansey. He knows generally the Chansey is always a good play. Corviknight now coming in to finish up against the Superior, but regardless of type advantages, Leaf Tornado's chance of lowering the attack is 50%. Will it happen?
It doesn't happen, but either way, the Dugong comes back in, and the Corviknight is going to have a Sky Attack available to throw into this Dugong. The question here for Les Edouard is, did you notice that the Superior was preserved?
Yes, it was indeed.
And that is because, as we've mentioned, it is really important for Galactica Bolton, for the timeout strategy, to have 3 Pokemon left, and then to have all of the health he can, so that he can win the timeout strategy. It looks, to be honest with you, like he might be close to pulling it off.
Yes, and this helps even more when he has now 2 Icy Winds being launched onto the Azumarill, which means it's going to do the damage that's going to come out from Azumarill now is going to be double debuff, so Play Rough might be coming in, but it's going to bounce off Dugong's Blubber.
Now, look at this. You're easily going to be able to hold on to this Play Rough. As we've said, Galactica Bolton's strategy is to preserve all 3 Pokemon if he can. So yes. Will he now pivot into the Chansey, or very soon?
Yes, we will have to see what he decides to do. When does he decide to launch his Icy Wind? Hold on to it. Now comes the Chansey. Now it's a rush for Lecidwa to clear these debuffs of Azumarill by swapping out as soon as his Twitch timer allows him.
What do you do now? You're ridiculously debuffed. Your play rough that takes you ages to get to does that. Your sand attacks are doing little to nothing to this Chansey. And Galactico Bolton, he's looking in the sky, right? He's looking around. He's checking he's checking what everyone else is up to because he knows this matchup is not being changed anytime soon.
No, this is the full Chansey will survive the full 50-second countdown. It's not even 50 seconds anymore. It's already 2/3 of the way through the switch timer, and now it's a choice of what do you want to do. Are we going to see a Hyper Beam onto the Corviknight? Is he going to pull that off?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Galactico Bolton throws an attack just to continue to whittle away that timer. As we've said, charge attacks take 10 seconds to power up with those bubbles. Here comes a Dazzling Gleam now. Lecidwa, like, what is the point? He says he's shaking his head. He's like, I can't take out this Chansey.
It is just so bulky. There's all that HP. The shield comes through to protect against that Dazzling Gleam. Who would have thought you would ever shield a Corviknight against a Dazzling Gleam? That is wild.
The Dazzling Gleam coming through again. Corviknight in the red. Lecidwa giving it a shield. He still has energy he wants to throw from this Corviknight, but he knows that because he's only got 2 Pokemon, if the timer runs out soon, Galactico Bolton will win. Those are the rules in this format.
Yeah, and so this will be a first to see this happen. If Chansey is able to bring some damage. Azumarill now coming in, clearing the debuffs of the Corviknight, trying to see now, is it a race to see, is this Ice Beam going to be enough?
Now, Galactico Bolton is having a think. Do I need to shield here? I will comfortably be able to hold on to this Ice Beam with the Chansey. Look at that. That does little to nothing. And there is the timer. We are down to 6 seconds. Galactico Bolton throwing an attack. As we've said, this takes 10 seconds. Once this attack has been thrown, the timer will expire. The game will be up. And Galactico Bolton will take game number 2.
That is incredible play by Galactico Bolton, so immensely calculated, fantastic, and we have now seen, can stall work? How far can Galactico Bolton take stall in Pokemon Go?
Some players knew that this was coming. We had heard rumors, whispers through the trees that a stall team was coming to the Stockholm Regional Championships. Some didn't believe it. But you better believe it.
Oh yes, and of course, of all the trainers to do something wild, wacky, crazy, and still be successful with it, it has to be someone of Galactico Bolton's caliber to run different, wild things and just amaze us. Casters, viewers, those watching the stage, you are witnessing something historical. You are witnessing something crazy that nothing wouldn't happen normally. Chansey in Open Great League, stalling its way to victory. At that, for me, my mind is blown. Lecidwa, I don't know what's going through his head right now.
I think there's a lot going through his head right now because realistically, this is the stuff of nightmares. You best start believing in ghost stories, Lecidwa. You're in one.
Yes, he definitely is. The trainers are having the match reviewed by the judges, I believe, and so there'll be a little bit of time where the judges consider what has happened. Again, big shout out to those professors, judges, stream runners, and indeed all the other very important roles here at this event that are doing everything they can to make sure that the tournament runs smoothly, the stream runs smoothly, and most importantly, you, the viewers, get to enjoy a great tournament.
Now, interestingly, we've talked about the debuff options available to Galactico Bolton.
Yeah.
Essentially, he's looking to use bulky Pokemon, debuff his opponent's stats, and switch out so that he can hold on to as many as possible.
Yeah.
Does Galactico Bolton, I can't remember now off the top of my head, does he have a Rock Tomb user on his team?
I don't believe he does,
Which is interesting.
Yes, because you would have thought with that being the attack that has been improved in terms of the damage it does and the energy needed, and having that guaranteed debuff, it should happen, but
no, he doesn't need it. He's actually stuck with the Dugong. And we've seen Golisopod being used earlier this week. And Golisopod with super effective X-Scissor into Superior. It's able to resist all of Dugong's pressure as well. But because it's running Shadow Claw, it really can't do much against the Chansey. And Lecidwa, instead of opting for the Golisopod, opted for a Shadow Feraligatr. We talked about this. Shadow Feraligatr doesn't have the play that it once had. And perhaps Golisopod in that position instead could have been a bit more useful.
Yeah, perhaps so. I'm inclined to agree, but I am curious as well. Obviously, you're a trainer of great knowledge. What is why is Feraligatr no longer quite so meta? Because it was amazing beforehand.
So one of the interesting things about Feraligatr, particularly Shadow Feraligatr, in the last season, is that it paced so much quicker than a lot of the meta. It could almost catch up in pacing, even if it counter-swapped, but also it had so much play because the other Water-type Pokemon that resisted its pressure, it runs Hydro Cannon and typically Ice Beam.
Yes.
And the Water-type Pokemon such as Azumarill and Dugong that can sponge that pressure were just too slow, and Shadow Feraligatr was almost able to bully them because of the difference in the pacing. Now we are in a meta where new Water-type Pokemon such as Lapras and Blastoise are emerging, and these Pokemon are resisting whilst also putting on much quicker pressure back to the Shadow Feraligatr, and that's not something it really wants to see. In addition to that, so many other Pokemon have been given faster attacks. We've seen Emolga and the Discharge coming through quickly. Shadow Sableye is now a Pokemon that Shadow Feraligatr can't swap into a Sableye, but also Rock Tomb. The prominence of Rock Tomb and debuffs mean that if you try and come in with a Shadow Feraligatr and farm down, and you are hit by a debuff, you no longer have anywhere near the potency that you otherwise would have last season.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it's good to hear all the many different reasons, because the Pokemon Go is a multifaceted game in terms of not just Feraligatr, but Pokemon, and little subtleties change so many things. It's like a web within the meta, and so one slight change can mean a lot, and certain trainers need to appreciate that level of complexity, something that you've done many times before in many tournaments.
Now, Adelian, I know that you've been playing a lot of this new meta as well. Have there been any Pokemon that have really stood out to you? What are you liking in this new meta?
I have loved Golisopod. I'm all aboard the Golisopod train.
Yes.
I love the fact that it's able to push, because I wasn't the biggest fan of Primeape Annihilate just because I struggled with it. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't very good against him. I used it, I loved the Shadow Annihilate, but nonetheless, it was a struggle. So Golisopod being able to push them away has been very comfortable for me. Also, the lack of flyers in the meta means a lot of the threats to Golisopod aren't commonly there.
Yes.
You still have to hedge your bets in the Go Battle League, but so you know, or plan accordingly that I probably will see a few flyers, I'll lose against them, but Golisopod, I think, is my fave, and that's the one I would put in my team.
Yeah, Golisopod does seem to be a popular Pokemon for many trainers. If you are just joining us, we are at the Stockholm Regional Championships. We have had a brilliant day, seeing so many new Pokemon in this Might and Mastery update. And this is the thing, there are so many Pokemon available that I think every event going forwards could look very, very different. We still have so many Azumarill and Shadow Drappion cores being used. This is something that we feel might slowly subside as the season goes on. I personally would love to see players using Pokemon like Blastoise and Claydol. These both received really big buffs this meta, and I think someone somewhere will take advantage.
Oh, for sure. There are so many great trainers that are out there in the world. You need to be checking out these streams every time they come on. When you hear them from the North America region, when you hear them from Europe, when you hear about the ones in Latin America. Just last weekend, we had the Indian regional qualifiers as well. So everywhere, all over the world, people are playing Pokemon Go. They are being successful with Pokemon Go, and the number of variety of Pokemon is so exciting for us casters to watch and tell you all about.
Yeah, so which Pokemon should you be investing right now? If you wanted to get into Show 6 right now, which are the types of Pokemon, the kinds of Pokemon that you think will be the most valuable? These are the Pokemon that usually emerge to the top usage. We've seen the top usage so far today. That was led by Cradily. But for me personally, it's the Day 2 usage that I think is going to be really exciting. So make sure you are watching tomorrow, because I think some very exciting Pokemon will be taking it all the way here in Stockholm.
Yes, I feel that Day 2 distills the best of the best from Stockholm and indeed from other regionals, where you can see what is about to happen. It looks as though we are getting the next match, so it is 1-1. There seems to have been a review. The decision was that the match result stands, and so as a result, Galactica Bolton versus Leicester. This is a decisive game 3. Yes. How exciting is that?
It is good, and I don't think I have a reason for why there was a dispute, but no rematch was the decision of the judges. there is the opportunity for a player to escalate any judge decision to the head judge. So there is always a question as to whether a player wants to do that. It doesn't look like that's happening here. So the players are now going to lock in again and try and get their minds back into this strategy. Galaxco Bolton, as we said, is stall, and right now Le Cédois is anti-stall. That's what he has to focus on.
Well, of course, yeah. Anything to not be stalled out. I think the key. I wonder, right, if you're Le Cédois, if your behavior changes because you know that you need to maintain 3 Pokemon, even if they're on low HP, you have to keep them going. Just because you know if you don't do that, Galaxco Bolton will take advantage. And what a way to lose against a stall team, and especially ignore all of that. Galaxco Bolton is a former regional champion. Yes. You want to beat him regardless, just for your own reputation's sake.
I think it's just a very impressive thing to recognize that there might be an opportunity, right? In this Play Pokemon season, there may come an opportunity to bring an approach that no one has ever tried before, that no one has ever seen before, but most importantly, that no one has ever prepared for before. And that is what makes such a massive difference. Once you use a stall team, and the world sees it, the world knows that that is a potential strategy, and people make sure that they are accounting for it in their team building. But the players here this weekend, almost none of them knew that this was coming. None of them even considered that this was something that they would need to prepare for. And Le Cédois may be taking advantage of the judge decisions right now, trying to think in his head, what do I do? How do I stop this Chansey sponging everything? I know I'm going to get debuffed. That means I probably need to be switching in and out a little bit quicker. Yeah. Malamar, I think, needs to come back for him.
Yes, Malamar for sure seems to be a decent enough answer to the Chansey. It's able to even tank 2 Dazzling Gleams from Chansey and still do damage. I was thinking, as you were speaking aloud about what would you do, I was thinking, what other fighters can we put there? But no fighters unless it was team. The Malamar has to be the one. Where do we see it? We see Superior against Azumarill. This is not a matchup Le Cédois wants to see.
There is a Malamar in the back. It's going to come straight in. The thing is that Galaxco Bolton does have access to that Leaf Tornado going up to the Frenzy Plant. He's going to throw it. Le Cédois has seen time and time again Galaxco Bolton going up to the Frenzy Plant and throwing Leaf Tornado, so he's expecting a bait. Frenzy Plant does a ton of damage to that Malamar. The Superior is able to stay in a little bit longer. Le Cédois reaches this first foul play. It's not going to be anywhere near enough to threaten the Superior.
No, Superior's bulk is impressive, and I wondered with the bulk and potentially using a shield for the second foul play that might come through, whether Superior is able to even get that farm down. It might be a push, but let's see what Galaxco Bolton does as the first shield comes out.
I really like this strategy from Galaxco Bolton, knowing that the Superior is going to have a ton of play, expecting the Corviknight to be there in the back, throwing this Leaf Tornado here. If it's shielded, then you get the chance of the debuff. Le Cédois doesn't want to risk that. He's going to let the Malamar go.
Yeah, but there goes his best answer to the Chansey, which Le Cédois doesn't realize is there. Here comes Corviknight. Dugong now coming in. Now, Galaxco Bolton's actually happy to see Azumarill come back in here. Maybe. But
I hate to say it, I think Galaxco Bolton has absolutely nailed the strategy once again. And I think the exact same thing is going to happen, that you will now constantly start debuffing these Pokemon, that the Azumarill and the Corviknight, they just don't put out enough pressure, and Chansey, no matter what happens, will sponge everything in the end game. Let's see if Galaxco Bolton can pull it off one more time. He's approaching that next Icy Wind. In comes the Azumarill here. Galaxco Bolton over farming. He's going to debuff this Azumarill straight away.
Yeah, and the debuff just makes things go from bad to worse for Le Cédois, because the Icy Wind is coming to, attacks lowered. Now we're going to see, oh no, we're not seeing the Chansey just yet because the switch timer isn't up, but soon, the moment will be here. Play Rough coming in, but with the debuff, this is not going to knock out at all.
It really won't even get close. Galaxco Bolton charging up so much energy, knowing he can't be bubbled down, and just comes in with the Chansey. He's going to let the switch timers expire. He's going to sponge all of this damage from the Azumarill. Let's remember it's debuffed. Look, this is a Play Rough from an Azumarill. We remember what this does to a Shadow Annihilate. It one-shots it. What does it do to a Chansey?
It is going to bounce off.
That is a tickle at best. Chansey, the egg Pokemon. Some people say, how do you like your eggs in the morning? Chansey says, I have time to make every single kind of egg in the morning. I can stay here for goodness knows how long.
Chansey will soft-boil those eggs to perfection. Corviknight now coming in to see if it can do more damage against the Chansey. Does do a respectable more amount with Strike Attack compared to the Play Rough, but it is all really not that much difference. What is Leonardo going to do here? How is he going to get around this?
Here comes that buff Dazzling Gleam. Honestly, putting in just as much pressure into the Corviknight as the Azumarill was into the Chansey. And that is just something really spectacular. Players at home, if you have never faced a Chansey before, trust me, you probably don't want to, but it is worth making sure that you know how to. This Chansey is putting in a dominant display here in Stockholm.
And what is also impressive with Chansey is that you need to, if possible, get one that's perfect, make it your best buddy, and then put it into these tournaments. Of course, by me saying that, I have now upset quite a few people that do not want to see this Chansey ever again.
Look, I think Chansey is one of those Pokemon very similar to Bastiodon that if you don't respect it, then it can do damage. Yes. Here comes the Hyper Beam. That is massive damage resisted against the Corviknight, but it still does a ton. The Chansey is just holding on no matter what.
And at this point, if you can knock out the Corviknight as Galactica Bolton, that means you have even more of an advantage if you go to the timer. And now there's a swap. Oh, going for the Ice Beam, but this time it's going to be shielded anyway by Galactica Bolton. And we all know grass beats water.
Yes, I think Galactica Bolton coming in with this superior, aggressively able to put pressure onto this Azumarill. Can you reach 2 attacks before this Azumarill reaches an Ice Beam? Leonardo shields up the Leaf Tornado bait. This is huge for Galactica Bolton.
Galactica, when he sees the shield, he's going to be so happy. Watch out for the reactions, because they are going to come. No debuff, though. He's going for another Leaf Tornado because he knows on charge attack priority he will win it. Leaf Tornado coming in. Ice Beam will now knock out. However, maybe not with the debuff.
I'll tell you what, this is quite interesting now because the Azumarill is actually going to take out one of Galactica Bolton's Pokemon. Let's remember that the Dugong still has an attack stored. Both of the Pokemon are in relatively low health, but that Corviknight has near nothing. Here comes the timer. Galactica Bolton reaches the drill run. Leonardo knows what's happening. Galactica Bolton, he gives a little wry smile. He knows the strategy has absolutely worked once more, and he wins this series 2-1.
Chansey is victorious. Galactica Bolton demonstrating that stall is the way forward, apparently. He is very pleased with that. Look at that reaction. They're laughing at each other because at the end of the day, even Leonardo will recognize that was an impressive win to pull off with such tactical mastery and, most importantly, knowledge of those switch timers.
And this is one of the really smart things as well from Galactica Bolton. You can see there, he's just wearing a very normal wristwatch, absolutely acceptable to do in the Play Pokemon circuit, but he is looking at his watch more frequently than others because he knows exactly how long he needs to stall out the game. And every now and again, he'll check the time. How long have I been in this? How long do I need to wait? Do I need to preserve my health? And he was doing that perfectly. Now, I don't know if we're going to have an interview. I think the producers would say it would take too long. So Galactica Bolton really taking things forward here in the Stockholm Regional Championships. Is this a strategy that you want to see? That's the question.
I'm not sure how many people want to see a lot of this, but in terms of playing it as well, or just being a little bit frustrating to your opponents from time to time, it's not a bad shout. But I do think a lot of it is determined by the trainer and the trainer knowledge. So by all means, try this strategy out. Use it in the Go Battle League, use it in local tournaments just to see if you can master it, because I think mastering stall in Pokemon Go is another level of complexity and crazy compared to VG and TCG. So if you're ready for this, make sure you practice.
Some people were talking about being happy that Shadow Annihilate is no longer as prominent as it once was. And
sorry.
Yeah, maybe Chansey coming onto the scene is a little invitation to say, do you know what, Annihilate? We might still need you.
Yes.
you were the hero we deserved and we didn't even know it, you know?
And I wonder if Shadow Annihilate, because it is quite a squishy Pokemon, how well does it fare against Zen Headbutt from Chansey that has no attack? That is a matchup that one day I want to see on stream. Chansey versus Shadow Annihilate, and see how that goes down, because that is going to be wild.
That could be wild. Just how far can Galactica Bolton go? Was this a fortunate matchup for him? He's obviously won a couple of games to have got to this point already. And it's interesting because there must be certain matchups that he sees where he goes, do you know what? I don't need to use the timeout strategy.
Yeah.
And Dugong superior Chansey, we saw that twice in those final games.
Yes.
Do you think that there are other matches where he goes, actually, I'm not going to go for stall, I'm going to use my other 3 Pokemon and actually just try and beat them more conventionally?
Yes, I think that's possible. So there'll be certain Pokemon, if there's an opposing team where they do have a lot of fighting pressure there, or they have a lot of dark pressure where, sorry, not dark, but dark typings which can resist the Zen Headbutts. You see Shadow Drappion, let's say it's building up debuffs on the Chansey, that can still be problematic over time. So maybe when there's a mix of those Pokemon in the team, you see Shadow Nilape, Shadow Drappion, a few other heavy hitters in that regard, then it might be a problem. Or maybe, what about Morpeko? Because Morpeko hits very hard with Aura Wheel.
That is true. Morpeko has so much pacing available to it. You could ramp up quite a lot in the time that it takes Chansey to reach a Dazzling Gleam, and you just shield it. So I haven't seen much Morpeko since its release. Honestly, in-play Pokemon, not many people are using Morpeko. It was one of the best performing Pokemon in the Scroll Cup. If you were playing Go Battle League over the last couple of weeks, Morpeko has been quite a force to be reckoned with in that format. When's someone going to use it in play Pokemon to good effect?
I have seen someone use it at some point, but in tournaments past, but I want to see someone be really successful with it, because it is a fun Pokemon. It's the only Pokemon, in my opinion, that, sorry, from what I remember, that's able to change the typing of one of its charge attacks in battle because of Aura Wheel. How cool is that to have something so unique available to you to play with in Pokemon Go?
Yeah, the first form-changing Pokemon that we have in competitive Pokemon Go PvP. Perhaps you could pair it with a Pokemon like Golisopod. It resists the ground-type pressure, the fighting-type pressure, and you protect the Golisopod against some of the flyers because you are an electric-type Pokemon in Morpeko. Electric and dark typing. So maybe that's one option if Chansey were to become too popular.
All right, so you heard it here first. Bring your Morpeko, bring your Shadow Drappion, bring your Shadow Annihilate. Let's deal with Chansey. But that is for future. We have to first see if Galactic Bottle will become a champion with Chansey, because it's looking good so far.
It is looking good so far, but we do have so many other players still here in the Stockholm Regional Championships that will be wanting to make the most of this new meta. Might and Mastery season is here. And Adelian, we have something very special for this.
Oh yes,
because yes. On the left, we have Stuttgart's regional champion from the 2025 season, PvP David. And on the right, we have Stuttgart's regional champion's father.
This is a match I don't think we will ever see in play Pokemon, a father and son combination. This is it. What's amazing is that David's dad has gone into Pokemon Go even more so because of the success that David has had. This is truly a family of Pokemon Go superstars.
I really enjoy that our team has saved the father and son casting combination for the father and son player combination down on stage as well. And do you know what? I think we need to be pretty impressed by PvP David. He is a very young player. He has achieved so much already in his Pokemon Go career. We've mentioned Stuttgart Regional Champion. He's also one of the top 8 players from the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And he has brought Ice Beam Claydol that we've mentioned earlier today, not running Scorching Sands. Ice Beam for that extra coverage. Pangoro. This is a Pokemon that would be perfectly happy to see Chansey. And then a lot of the familiar faces. Azumarill Shadow Drappion Core, Cradily with that new Rock Tomb, and Talonflame.
I think PvP David's team is the sort of team that I would run. I love it so much. I love Pangoro. I think it's a great Pokemon, but it is going to be very concerned because it has to deal with, if it gets put up against the Wigglytuff is going to make it disappear so quickly. And we have Bastiodon. Caleb Peng, if you are watching, you should be having your eyes glued to the screen because your baby is here.
Now, PvP's David's dad, just so you know, his username, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it because he has purposefully picked a name that cannot be pronounced. So we are just going to refer to PvP David's dad as Dad.
I like it. I dig it. We're going with it.
And PvP David's dad hasn't actually built any new Pokemon yet for this event. These players are both based in Stockholm, and he was bringing PvP David to this regional, hoping for PvP David to do as well as he can. And he thought, you know what? Whilst I'm here, I may as well play a little bit. I know how to play the game. I've watched my son enough. Now's the big question. Can I slow him down?
Yes, this is going to be very strange because both of these trainers have won a few matches already to get this far. So David's dad is no slouch. He has learned, he's watched, he has been very intimately linked with the Pokemon Go PvP community, and he has picked up all these tactics, even though he was at one, when he very first started, a novice, and now clearly no longer a novice if he's this far into the tournament.
Now the real question is here, who really wants to win, right? If you're David's dad and you're looking at PvP David, can you really take your son down and feel good about yourself? PvP David, on the other hand, he's like, well, if I beat my dad, he probably won't give me a lift home.
So he's going to have to use his winnings in order to book a very expensive taxi back home. Got it. If he's even allowed through the door.
Adelian, what a regional event we're getting this season. We've seen so many strategies, so many new Pokemon. We've seen a Chansey. We're now getting to look at a Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, but not just that. These are family. His brother will be watching, his mum will be watching as well, and PvP David and his dad will be fighting it to the very bone. Azumarill comes out in this game number 1. Oh look, it's an Azumarill mirror.
Both of these trainers are thinking similar fashion. It's almost as though they're related and they know exactly what to expect from each other. This is possibly the most happiest I've seen PvP David while battling. The smiles are there, father's chuckling away as well. So the first attack's coming through, no charge attack priority event, so we still don't know who wins that event between these two Azumarill.
Well, we don't. But they almost certainly do. These players will have played against each other plenty. David will have practiced against his dad, and this play rough comes through. David will know exactly how he wants this matchup to play out.
Oh, yes, he will. So both these Azumarills are dancing around each other. They're bubbling away. But we can see in the back, both trainers have Talonflame. But the difference is that PvP David has Shadow Drappion, and David's dad has Wigglytuff. And so I think alignment is going to be even more key for David's dad here.
I completely agree. Alignment could be really, really important, and that could be something that David recognizes. He has brought that Talonflame. He does want it up against the Wigglytuff. And the thing is that Talonflame into Talonflame is very, very interesting here, because the Brave Bird will do a ton of damage. Fly also does a ton of damage. It almost might not matter who wins alignment here, because at least the Talonflame, if it comes in, will then get a little bit of energy advantage. Drappion, on the other hand, comes in instead. This could get a huge Poison Sting farm down.
Yeah, it will do, but will there be a move? No, Azumarill's not able to get the charge attack, and PvP David's Drappion is now in such a good position. Wigglytuff's going to struggle with it. Talonflame definitely
David's grinning. He knows that was a wonderful farm down for his Shadow Drappion. The Wigglytuff comes in, and he's going to start throwing these Aqua Tails into it. You'd much rather take the Aqua Tail on the Wigglytuff than onto your Talonflame. David's dad looking at the team sheet, wondering what might be in the back, and actually Wigglytuff is the right Pokemon to bring in here.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. These charms are neutral, but Shadow Drappion doesn't have the best of defenses thanks to the Shadow variant that it has. So Wigglytuff is going to be able to charm and eat away at the HP. If it does that enough, could Talonflame jump in and get a quick and easy farm down afterwards, I wonder?
I think Talonflame really could. Maybe David should go for the Talonflame. Yes, he does. He's going to reach a Swift. David's dad's going to reach a Swift first. This isn't going to do a ton of damage to PvP David's Talonflame, and David's dad only really has his own Talonflame to respond with, but David has 2 shields available, so this is a great position for him to be in.
Yes, I think having the extra shield is going to be so handy here, and PvP David opting to just farm up to maximum energy because he knows he can use a shield and still be fine, but does have to keep an eye on his own Talonflame's HP, because Incinerate, while resisted, is still going to take damage. So he's launching his first charge attack. Is this going to go shielded?
Oh, he does shield the Brave Bird. David's dad celebrates, and David looks up. He goes, "Hold on a minute. I didn't quite expect that." But this next Brave Bird has been reached. It will be enough to take down the Talonflame. Wigglytuff is on such low health, so there's that Brave Bird. The Shadow Drappion's going to come back in, take down the Wigglytuff. David wins game number 1.
And in what amusing fashion as well. Both of these trainers picked very similar Pokemon, but the strategies they ran were different. And I think what really changed the dynamic of the game was PvP David getting that exquisite, perfect, sublime farm down on his Shadow Drappion on that Azumarill. Because if David's dad had got that charge attack off, I think that would have given even shields, and then it would have had David's dad would have had even more play.
I really wonder what a good strategy might be here for David's dad. You do have access to that Bastiodon. If you had got that aligned to the Talonflame, that would have been really, really strong. And let's remember, Azumarill doesn't have charge attacks that it can throw freely into the Bastiodon. The Steel typing resists both the Ice and the Fairy typing of Play Rough and of Ice Beam. So Is Bastiodon now the play for David's dad?
Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, Shadow Drappion to try and command switch advantage. This looks like a that looks like a Go Battle League line to have that in the past era. I think it might be time for that. Some trainers will not want to see that, but Bastiodon, Wiggly, Shadow Drappion, I'd love to see that and see if David's dad can pilot that well.
It could be really, really strong here. David is trying to work out what strategy will dad change to. And he has played against his father so frequently that he probably has a fairly good insight. He is a top player. David's dad is actually a little bit more recent to the game, a little bit of a newer player, but he has done enough to get to the winners semi-final. So that is applause in itself.
Oh, absolutely. And what I love about Pokemon Go, about Pokemon in general, as a game, as a community, is that it draws people in. It welcomes people from all varieties of life. You have PvP David, one of the best, youngest talents in Pokemon Go history for PvP. And then you have David's dad, who is coming in, drawn in by his son's success to go, you know what? I fancy a shot. I'm going to do it as well. There is no barrier with age. Or the barrier is only talent and getting better through practice. As Claydol jumps in against
my goodness! David knows exactly what his dad is going to do. He brings in that Claydol, and his dad is going to have to switch to the Wigglytuff to be met by the Talonflame. And David's dad knows that this is painful. David looks at him and goes, Dad, you're embarrassing me in front of all my friends.
I'm beating you so easily, it seems. But the Swift is going to come in and do some respectable damage to the Talonflame. Now, this is still not ideal because David's dad has his own Talonflame in there. I wonder if David's dad could get a farm down with his own Talonflame, but it's going to be tricky to pull that off.
I mean, I think that would be the smart play, because let's remember that the Claydol is running Rock Tomb Ice Beam. And that means it doesn't have charge attacks available for the Bastiodon. So if you could have maybe come in with the Talonflame instead, perhaps you should have taken one attack, then come in with the Talonflame instead. You could actually start to put a little bit of pressure onto David's team.
Yeah, oh, for sure. But now look what's going to happen. Claydol's coming back in. Is there going to be a switch to Talonflame? No, because David's dad recognizing he's got. Oh, now it comes. And now
David's like, what are you doing, Dad? Why would you stay in with the Bastiodon against the Claydol? Dad's like, I'm trying, son. I'm trying.
You can just read from their facial reactions. They're talking to each other. They're having a laugh. You can see the smiles on David's dad's face. It's like, no. I'm still going to go for it. Am I going to joke? Is it a brave bird? Is it not a brave bird? Let's play this game.
David's like, Dad, I'm going to show you what a not very effective attack looks like. This is a play rough. David's dad goes, I don't want to see how much damage it does. I'm going to shield it anyway.
And I just love seeing the facial reactions between the two of them. They're so entertained. This is what it's all about. This is what Pokemon Go is all about. This kind of level of amusement and entertainment. This is why we watch the battles. This is why we play the battles, to see this kind of hilarious outcome.
Yeah, this is really, really enjoyable to watch. David knows he's going to let his Azumarill go down. Claydol's going to clear this all up. David's dad says, look, I know you're enjoying yourself, but you're not having dinner tonight.
No. This is like, I think what will happen is that David will have to pay for his dad's dinner out of the winnings. That's the plan. So I
think that is the plan, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Rock Tomb coming in just because we might as well stall the damage of Bastiodon a little bit more just for fun. Oh, here's a shield. All right, so well, preserve that health. Now here comes the Flamethrower, which actually is neutral on Claydol because ground doesn't have a resistance to fire.
That is true. Claydol is immensely bulky though, so it would be absolutely fine here. David's dad goes, I didn't even know you didn't have Scorching Sands. That's why I shielded. David goes, well, you're here to learn, okay? And that's what's best for everyone. So I'm going to throw this Rock Tomb again. I'm not going to power it up though, because I want you to really recognize what happens when you don't get alignment right with a Bastiodon.
Just look at the high-fling damage that Bastiodon took from that Rock Tomb here, but unfortunately Bastiodon felled by the Mudslap. PvP David is your victor in this fabulous matchup between father and son.
That was really, really impressive to watch. Well done, David. He played brilliantly. He recognized the team that his dad was likely to bring. He had fun whilst doing so. I think his dad is in high spirits as well. So really well done. Both of these players, as we've said, they are based in Stockholm, and David wants to go as far as he can in his home turf and try and take it all here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
And I would love to see it. The PvP David is on one of my caster picks on the caster draft, and so if he's successful, that makes me successful, right?
I think that does make sense, but David's dad has won himself a lot of fans today. I think he's going to have a lot of support going forwards. Let's take a look at the replay. David against David's dad, not the Goliath he maybe wanted to be, but at least he'll be very proud of his son's performance.
And to be fair, shouldn't we consider PvP David to be the Goliath in this matchup? Surely.
That's right.
I mean, if I was against PvP David, I would be looking at him going, yeah, you're the Goliath, mate.
Yeah, David's dad versus Goliath, I think, is what exactly happened right here. We saw Shadow Drappion in game 1, putting it in. David's dad recognizing that David likes the Talonflame, so he brings the Bastiodon, and David going, I knew you were going to do that. I have a Claydol as an answer.
I think that should be the caption for this, David's dad versus Goliath. I like it. I think it works really well. So this is where a key thing with Bastiodon, with Wigglytuff teams is running and planning for alignment, having very good predictions to know which Pokemon to lead with. Unfortunately, predictions against someone as good as PvP David, it's an art, and it's one that takes practice, which is why all of you watching at home should come to these regionals more often.
You definitely should, David. And David's dad are two people that I hold very, very closely. I love them to bits, and I think it would be prudent if we heard from both of them. Lou, take it away.
Thank you, casters. I have the absolute pleasure of not only having a winners interview, but a double whammy of an interview with both PvP David and David's dad as well, both of our competitors from that last match. I have to say, how did it feel playing that match against each other?
Yeah, well, honestly, I must say, I was a bit afraid about that Bastiodon. I'm not gonna lie.
This actually was my first time ever meeting him or playing against him, at least in a tournament, and I've never beaten him any time, so I was really shaking. So it was fun, but I felt like this is just if I managed to get the Bastion on the right place.
Well, it was great seeing that Bastion come into Game 2 as well in the lead. That was very exciting. But Game 1 also had a few close moments. We saw you celebrating with the Talonflame shield. What did you think of that play, and then what was going through your mind?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like seeing my dad like coming this far, I'm quite proud of him to like be on here on stream. It was actually just fun, like a fun match. I just had no pressure here, to be honest.
Thank you. I didn't have any pressure at all because, like I said, I was happy just that I made it so far. And I never expected to play against him. I thought I'd maybe go out early in the tournament, or like maybe he like go somewhere else. So it was really fun. Actually, I thought I grabbed the Brave Bird and he goes to fly, but apparently he had to.
Yeah,
it was really fun. Cool. It's a memory for life, that's for sure.
Definitely, and the fact that it's also on the broadcast as well, something you can watch back and treasure for a very, very long time. Obviously, competitive Pokemon Go is a thing that runs in the family here a little bit. Can you talk to the viewers at home about your experience with competitive Pokemon Go, how you both got started, I guess?
Well, I think it started mainly like just for fun, right? We started playing like the other aspects of the game, and then when PvP got introduced, we started playing, and yeah, we just played it for fun. I played with my brother. Unfortunately, he doesn't really like enjoy it now, but then my dad started picking up as well. So we have done like some locals together, and it's been really fun.
Yeah, exactly. I actually picked up the game when he started playing, and so I tried to understand what he was doing. So I learned the game a little bit. I must say I'm not good at all, but I do know some mechanics.
We saw that for sure.
And so it was really fun. Actually, it's been nice to see him because normally I don't play, I just follow him. So this is fun, actually. For me, this is great. It's actually never expected that this can happen in a tournament as well. So this is fun. This makes this tournament really special.
You said it was your first time competing properly, right?
This is my second time in Stockholm.
Oh, wow. I mean, how are you finding the experience other than obviously playing against David? You're still in the competition as well, so...
Oh, yeah, true.
Still got a few more battles to go.
Yeah, I can do that. I will do my best to see as far as I can. I'm already happy.
Fantastic. Also, David, this is a new meta, and I think everybody's been talking about all the different interesting Pokemon we're going to see. How have you found this tournament in this new meta so far?
I'm really gonna be honest here. I've been like sick for the past few weeks.
Oh, no.
So like I didn't really have much time to prep in this meta, but yesterday I looked at like the usage, seeing like what people like, and in the end I just decided to run like some new meta mons. Cradily has been like really good, right? And
very good.
Obviously the staples, Azumarill and Shadow Drappion.
So you're definitely still thinking Azumarill's here to stay, unlike Arceus Aurelius?
I don't know. We'll see. It's still like pretty high usage, right? So
number 2.
We'll see how it performs tomorrow, I guess.
That's very true. We'll be able to see which Pokemon are coming forward into the day 2 usage and whether, you know, both of you might be here tomorrow as well. That would be something interesting to see. Well, we're going to let you guys go and get ready for your next matches. But before we go, is there anyone you would like to give shout outs at home to?
I would really like to shout out my mom and my brother. Always supportive, and also to my good friend Colin and Calvin for being here.
Definitely my wife then, and my other son as well, for supporting, and they are probably watching right now, so it's really fun.
Oh, of course, that would be really lovely for them to watch and see you guys playing against each other. I mean, you said your brother has played, but isn't really in the competitive side here. Is there any chance we could get your mum involved in competitive Pokemon Go?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe if he will find it like nice in a few years, right?
I like the potential of this. We'll see. It could indeed happen. Well, thank you guys so much for this interview. It's been a pleasure, and I think I speak for everyone when we say we really enjoyed watching you play and the teammanship between the two of you. So best of luck in the rest of your battles. For you Pokemon trainers at home, of course, the matches will continue here in Stockholm, so don't go anywhere.
I'm not crying, you are. That was really, really nice. Memory for life. And I think that just encapsulates so much of what we do here. I think so many players are playing for their friends. They are taking amazing accolades home for their families, and they're just really, really enjoying their time. And it's just so wholesome to see.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is what it's all about. Communities, families, friends, all coming together. This is the best thing. David mentioned that he and his dad had gone to certain local tournaments as well, and they had taken part in that. Those are the stepping stones. You get your feet wet with Pokemon Go PvP, or indeed the video game or the trading card game. You go to your local Play Pokemon store, compete, get a feel for what's good in the meta, get a feel for what you like to play, such as Chansey, and then bring it to regionals and go for championship glory.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. And getting to play against your dad, that is something that could never happen again. And I thought that was really, really special. Tell me, are you winning, son?
I am winning. I'm winning, Dad. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have so many more matches still to come, though, and these players will want to get as far as possible. PvP David will now look to springboard off that win, taking it forward. He knows, he mentioned Colin there. We know that Colin is definitely a player to watch at all of these events. Can David really go toe-to-toe with some of the best?
Yeah, I mean, who is a Goliath in that matchup? Because PvP David has won Stuttgart, so he is a more recent regional champion, but Colin has had more regional championships to his name. So that's a tricky one, and they both know each other very well. I'm really biased because I adore Colin. I think he's a great person, a great trainer. Of course, I adore PvP David. Look at that lovely moment he had with his dad, and also he's on my caster draft. You gotta root for the draft. I'm so torn. I love them both. Help me.
Well, you know that I can't. I'm very close with both of them. I really want both of them to succeed. As you said, Colin hasn't won a regional yet this season, but yet is the operative word because he has his eye on gold. He wants it here this weekend, and he will really, really hope that he can go all of the way. But even if he can't, there's still so many more events left this season. And Colin is also a player that has been winning travel awards. He traveled to LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil earlier this season. He performed at the European International Championships, and I have no doubt that we will see him at NAIC in New Orleans later this season.
The 3 ICs under the belt, attended, competed. That is a real achievement considering how far away they are in such exotic locations. You were at LAIC as well. Tell me, the crowd, the community there, the PvP talent, how riveting is that?
It's just emotion when you get so many of your friends involved as well. And if you join these communities and you meet so many of these players, these trainers, these casters, you will be able to build so many brilliant friendships. And the atmosphere at EUIC, it really was something spectacular. It was dazzling. And that actually leads me on to some of the Pokemon that we're now seeing off the back of EUIC here in this Might and Mastery season. Dazzling Gleam received a buff. That's why Chansey was performing so well for Galactico Bolton. It was a little bit faster than it used to be, but Dazzling Gleam is also an attack that is being used by Sableye. Shadow Sableye, one of the top performers this season. Let's have a look at Shadow Sableye.
I think it's a great Pokemon. I have been a big fan of Shadow Sableye. I've been using it in the Go Battle League very recently in the Scroll Cup. Shadow Claw, was always a popular fast attack. Foul Play, I think, is a must-have because you're getting the same type attack bonus off Sableye's Dark typing. And then there was a choice. Before, Dazzling Gleam wasn't available on Sableye, so if you were a Shadow Sableye, you would run Power Gem. If you were a Purified Sableye, you'd run Return, just because Return is a high damage attack. But now, Dazzling Gleam does something very crucial. It gives coverage to Sableye against some of the dark types that would respond to it normally, and that's what I love about Sableye here.
So you can see Sableye's typing there. It's a dark type and a ghost type, and these types are pretty useful because they cover each other's weaknesses quite well. Fighting is usually super effective against dark, but it is double resisted by ghost, and the overall result is that Sableye is only weak to one type, and that is fairy. Meanwhile, as you've said, Shadow Claw as a ghost type fast attack, Foul Play as a dark type fast attack, and typically Dazzling Gleam as your charge attack of choice as a fairy type means that Sableye can hit back against everything in the meta. I absolutely expect Sableye to become one of the top used Pokemon in the Might and Mastery season. If you have a Shadow Sableye, then you can put out even more damage. 20% extra attack boost for a Shadow variant at the cost of 20% defense, but Shadow Sableye hits so quickly that it just doesn't mind.
Yes, and I agree that it's a lot of investment to get a Shadow Pokemon up to the Great League combat power that's needed for Shadow Sableye, but it is a worthwhile investment. I think it is going to fight for that safe swap spot with Shadow Drappion. It is going to have, there are a few things to bear in mind, that of course Fairy is its weakness, but also consider that normal types might also be a struggle if they're particularly bulky, simply because the Shadow Claws are double resisted, and the bulk means that the bulk from these normal types mean that Foul Play can also be tanked to a certain extent. So there are two ways to play it. If you want to push away a Sableye, you can push it away offensively with a Fairy, or you can push it away defensively by having a couple of normal types on your team, but not too many.
But if you want to lean into Sableye, you've also got to look at what partners you can pair with it, what cores really work with Sableye, and one of the Pokemon that has really risen to prominence in this Might and Mastery season is Cradily, a rock and grass type Pokemon, which we've mentioned earlier on the stream has great defensive synergy. Rock protects the grass typing from its fire weakness, from its flying weakness as well, and the grass typing protects the rock from water, from ground as well, and from opposing grass. So Cradily really has a nice type synergy there.
Yes, I think it's a rare thing when you see a rock type actually being used defensively to protect against some of the weaknesses that grass type Pokemon typically have. It's so versatile. The only thing that concerns me is against water types that are able to get damage off quickly. Cradily does struggle if it does get outpaced, and there are shields involved. So just have to be careful when you are running it to try and have it with a bit of energy, or make sure it's relatively healthy, that it can take one water type attack and then hit back with that grass knot.
Yeah, Rock Tomb is so powerful. Your outie uses Rock Tomb, but we are here now with Le Soudois against Cheese Girl in this losers round 5. If you're just tuning in, this is the Stockholm Regional Championships. We have seen so many Pokemon so far this weekend already, and we have a huge variety in front of us. We have another Bastiodon.
Oh yes, so we saw one Bastiodon very recently. Cheese Curl now looking to use another. We also see the Annihilate coming in, which is a Pokemon that we haven't seen all that much compared to the main staples of the meta. So I'm excited to see whether Annihilate will have any play here, but I don't know. That team was a bit tricky for Annihilate to deal with. So I'm hopeful, but not all that hopeful.
And there we are, it's the Dazzling Gleam on that Sableye, giving it perfect coverage against every single Pokemon there is. There is no Pokemon in the game that resists all 3 attacks of Shadow Claw, Foul Play, and Dazzling Gleam. And then we've also got Claydol running the Ice Beam. Ice Beam gives it super effective potential against opposing Jumpluff, Cradily, in the mirror matchup as well as Guzzlord, which seems to be on the rise.
Yes, and I think that's why Claydol has a choice of charge attacks, and you would think would opt for the Scorching Sands, which has the same type attack bonus, but coverage is very important. A Claydol that is able to do respectable damage using Mud Slap to anything that's rooted on the ground, and then have Rock Tomb or Ice Beam to take out anything in the skies or anything that will put it off, like the grass types. That is going to be key. Now, this is going to be very useful against Lecidouar's Cradily, because those Ice Beams are going to still cause problems, even if Cradily still has that advantage over Claydol.
The Shadow Feraligatr, we've mentioned it a little bit so far this weekend. It is a Pokemon that was so popular, so prominent last season, and really hasn't seen so much success so far here in Stockholm. Can Lecidouar prove the doubters wrong? Can Shadow Feraligatr shine once again?
And if Shadow Feraligatr shines once again, all of you trainers that are currently within 2 PM to 5 PM, it is Totodile Community Day. You can evolve your Croconaw into Feraligatr and get Hydro Cannon. So even if you don't think it is particularly relevant now, it will be relevant in the might be relevant in the future, so make sure you get one.
Today, that Totodile Community Day, it's actually not one that I remembered about, Adelian, so...
It's a Community Day classic, so it has happened before, but for many trainers that are new to the game and coming into it, to have the opportunity to grab hold of it once more is a nice thing to have. And of course, we do also have Mega Absol Raid Day tomorrow, but that's a side story.
I mean, I need to get evolving then, because Shadow Feraligatr, it might not be top meta right now, but definitely still a Pokemon you want to have in your roster. These players are ready to get straight into game number 1. Cheese Curl against Lecidouar. We have a Cradily against a Shadow Jumpluff.
And this is very, very interesting, because Jumpluff is using double flying type attacks, which means it doesn't like this matchup against Cradily. So swapping into Shadow Sableye as a nice, comfortable, safe swap is pretty good. But Rock Tomb is going to be launched, and that's going to lower the attack of the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, I wonder if Cheese Curl maybe could have gone for the foul play immediately before the debuff comes through, because now Lecidouar is going to try and sponge as much damage as possible onto this Azumarill. Dazzling Gleam comes through, which is neutral, but let's remember that Shadow Sableye is debuffed.
Yes, and Azumarill is very bulky. This is not going to do all that much, taking about 1/3 of its health off, if that. And now the Play Rough, we said earlier that Shadow Sableye is quite weak to Fairy-type attacks, and so, Cheese Curl actually able to get a second Dazzling Gleam off first.
Look at this Dazzling Gleam coming through. Cheese Curl is going to go hard and fast with this Shadow Sableye. The Azumarill reaches the Ice Beam. Cheese Curl, he wants to shield this. The Azumarill has so much energy bank, but Cheese Curl believes that Shadow Sableye has a lot more to play here.
Yeah, and it's going to be, it makes a catch attempt where that was very, very good. Well played. Ice Beam now being launched onto the Lapras, which means all that additional energy that Lecidouar farmed up on the Azumarill does go to waste here.
Cheese Curl with a brilliant catch there. However, the Lapras is met by a Malamar. Malamar is a Psychic and Dark type, which means it triple resists the Psy Wave of the opposing Lapras. Sparkling Aria coming through. This will do a decent chunk of damage, but you're definitely going to need to throw 2 to put this Malamar anywhere near KO range.
Yes, and unfortunately unfortunately for Cheese Curl, Lecidouar, because he knows Cheese Curl has no shields, these superpowers are going to deal super effective damage. And will this knock out? It just about survives.
It does a ton of damage, and Lecidouar actually doesn't want to risk taking another Sparkling Aria, so goes for that next superpower. With Malamar, it still has a ton of health available to it.
Yes, but Jumpluff is dealing Fairy-type damage, and this is a double debuff. Malamar now trying to get to a foul play here, but this is going to bounce off the Jumpluff simply because those two debuffs and foul play, that's not doing too much.
Yeah, Shadow Jumpluff is absolutely fine taking that. The Cradily comes back in, and here comes an Acrobatics. It's going to be shielded by Lecidouar, both because it would do a ton of damage, also because 2 shields are available, but thirdly, and most importantly, Lecidouar wants to get these Rock Tombs off. Cheese Curl's going to come in aggressively and throw this foul play in the meantime.
And Lecidouar recognizing that this isn't the most threatening attack. The biggest threatening attack is going to be Jumplus Acrobatics. So he's gone, okay, I'll shield this. Sorry, I won't shield this, and then I'll use Rock Tomb to eliminate the Sableye and still have play against Jumpluff later on.
Down goes the Shadow Sableye. Everything onto that Shadow Jumpluff. 1 Rock Tomb would do a ton of damage. Cheese Curl going for that Aerial Ace. The Cradily is going to shield it, land this Rock Tomb, and it's going to do a lot, but will it be enough to knock out?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough one to gauge here. Rock Tomb does do a respectable damage, and Shadow Jumpluff is a Shadow Pokemon, but it is naturally bulky. I don't think this KOs, if I'm being honest.
It's going to get very, very close, but you cannot Bullet Seed this down. What you can do instead is Psy Wave it down. Malamar comes in, 3 Pokemon still available for Lecidouar, and he takes game number 1.
Oh yes, so the matchup is heating up here. Lecidouar fighting from the loser's bracket. Both of these trainers know that they are either one win or one loss away from going further or being knocked out respectively. So Cheese Curl needs to win twice. Lecidouar is one matchup away from getting a bit further in this tournament, and we all know how competitive these trainers are. Lecidouar has already top-cutted in the past. He would love to add another moment like that to his tally.
So what do you do in this moment? What do you do when...
I usually cry at this moment, but go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, what do you do when you know everything is on the line here? As Cheese Curl, you have a decent team composition into Lecidouar, but you need to be able to take better advantage of your energy. I think coming in very early on with that Shadow Sableye and allowing the Rock Tomb to come in from the Cradily first, might have been a moment that Cheese Curl adjusts around.
Yes, it's one of those rare instances that you have to consider more than just optimal fast attack timing in order to throw your charge attack. Debuffs and the risk of debuffs put that on its head slightly. So there's a lot of things to consider where if you're counting fast attacks, you need to make sure that you throw your own charge attack before a debuffing charge attack is launched. So best examples are going to be Rock Tomb users like Claydol, but also more examples from the previous metas. Dugong, it was a very common one to make sure that you throw beforehand against that particular Pokemon.
One thing that was interesting in that first game is the way that Lecidouar went for double superpower against the Lapras, particularly when the Lapras was already in the red. Foul play, it has been adjusted now. It is cheaper, and it probably is the play to go. When you are just looking to take down a Pokemon in low health, go for the cheaper foul play. It also doesn't debuff you, and it gives Malamar a lot more play in this meta.
Yes, I think for me, actually, let's find out what the next matchup is as Cradily plays off against Lapras. This is good for the Cradily here.
So the Cradily wins lead again. Sableye's coming in. Are you going to throw foul play straight away this time?
Yeah, I think I would. Oh!
Cheese Curl misses it again. He has to throw after 5 if he wants to stop the Rock Tomb coming in first. Shakes his head, knowing that wasn't what he wanted to happen. And the Azumarill comes in again to sponge all of this damage.
I do like the idea of getting some additional energy on Sableye. Not sure whether launching it when it's been debuffed is the greatest of ideas, but we'll see. Maybe there's a master plan where you want to weaken the Azumarill and then swap out into something else. So going in, is he trying to get a catch? No. Ice Beam now coming through here, and Cheese Curl has to really decide, should I shield this? But that means I'll go 2 shields down early on.
Got a bubble through as well. The Dazzling Gleam, it was thrown on a suboptimal timing. The time is not up, so he can't catch yet. So he's going to throw a Dazzling Gleam now, maybe try and switch back out.
Yes, I think going maybe to Lapras would be the way to go here if he's able to do it. Yes, he is able to do it. Is that going to happen? Yes, it does.
It does. And now Lecidouar's going to throw this play rough and presumably go back into the Cradily. But Lapras has now got an opportunity to get a little bit of energy. The Psy Waves really can charge very, very quickly. And you can see already coming up to an Ice Beam, but throwing this Sparkling Aria bait. Will Lecidouar call it?
This is tempting here because 2 shields are available, so it's a good time to go for a bait, and indeed the bait is successful. So I like this idea. Whether it's going to make all that much difference, because Cradily is already at another charge attack. Does Rock Tomb KO?
Rock Tomb will knock out this Lapras, and now Shadow Annihilate can come in. The switch clock is still not up for Lecidouar. Lecidouar will reach a Grass Knot. It's going to throw it. It will do a decent chunk of damage to this Annihilate. The thing is, Malamar with those Psy Waves, they will chunk.
Yeah, that's going to be the tricky thing now. So it's when's there going to be a swap out? Annihilate can just keep trying to chip away at this, which I think is going to get the full farm down. That's useful, but it hasn't got a lot of health. Annihilate doesn't have a lot of health. Malamar is going to be a problem. When is this Rage Fist coming in? Going straight away for it. Sensible. I like it.
Do you try and catch the second one? You don't mind? You might not mind, actually, because you know you've got a shield anyway, and the second Rage Fist, although it's going to do more damage, it's not going to be enough because the Annihilate can't reach another, so Lecidouar could comfortably shield this. Doesn't even need to.
Yeah, but I'm worried about the counters coming through and they're boosted. Is this going to happen? No. Going to the Sableye here to try and get some more damage off, but foul play at this range is going to knock out the Shadow Sableye, surely.
Yeah, Malamar putting in a ton of work here. Really smartly played by Sudoa. Doesn't need to shield the Rage Fist. Knows he holds on. Gets to the foul play against the Shadow Sableye. Sideways down the Annihilate. And he takes this next game. 2-0. He wins the series. Cheese Curl is knocked out. The Sudoa proceeds.
The Swiss Maestro has done it once more, and he's moving forward further into the losers bracket. Day 2 might be in the cards here. This trainer has done it before, and he is looking to do it again. A fantastic display here for Les Edouard.
Interesting to opt for the Annihilate there. We're so used to seeing Shadow Annihilate and the pressure that Rage Fist from a Shadow Annihilate has. And you saw that 2 Rage Fists from a normal Annihilate, it really just didn't do very much against the Malamar. So Shadow Annihilate is already a Pokemon that many players are questioning. Yes. Is it your place in this meta? Regular Annihilate?
Even less so.
Even less so.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I actually was inspired by a lot of trainers in recent regionals trying out Shadow Annihilate, and that inspired me to go, you know what, I need to find a Shadow Mankey. I need to go and go after those Team Go Rocket leaders or Rocket Grunts and find the Shadow Mankey. And I'm really happy with the Shadow Annihilate I have, and I've really enjoyed using it in the Go Battle League. Who knows? Maybe I'll bring it to a regional one day.
Yeah, I really liked Malamar here. Malamar putting in a ton of work, really, really flexible play. It has access to that much cheaper foul play now, and although it's not doing as much damage, when it's combined with those really fast Psywaves, you're able to just dance around your opponent, and Malamar takes it forward.
Yes, Malamar definitely does. So there's consideration. There's so many Pokemon now to consider. Malamar with foul play, Sableye with foul play. You still have Shadow Drappion, another dark type that has already been still just as relevant as it was before. There's so much choice. How do you test out all these Pokemon? I alluded to it earlier, but the best way to dip your toe into PvP is with local tournaments. So let's find out. What are they about?
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
That is right, trainers. Come and play at your local Pokemon League. Dip your toe into the Pokemon trading card game, into the Pokemon video game, or to my favorite, Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go tournaments are happening at your local Play Pokemon stores. Now is the time to get involved, to enjoy what Pokemon Go PvP can offer. I am very honored to host a local Pokemon tournament in a local league near where I live. Check out Pokemon.com, check out the QR code, and you will see which locations are available near to you.
So many locals are available, and they're becoming more and more popular, more and more prominent around, so make sure to check those out, and it gives you a really good opportunity to try out some fun and exciting picks. I know players have taken all sorts of Pokemon to locals, one with all sort of creative options, and has there been anything that you've enjoyed particularly about any that you've attended?
Yes, so there's one trainer that I really want to highlight because this only happened last week, and there's 2 cool things. Number one, this particular trainer brought a Chatot. One of her favorite Pokemon brought a Chatot to Pokemon Go PvP, and I didn't get to see too many of the battles because I was the one being the judge, checking that everyone was playing correctly, which they're all lovely people, but Chatot was very, very fun. And do you know what the awesome thing is? You get prizes from these local leagues, so you get Pokemon TCG Championship packs. That person got a card that was so rare. It was the second rarest card in that set.
Oh, what was it?
It was, my memory fails me. I just know that it was pretty awesome, and she was very, very pleased to get it.
So that's definitely a reason to go to these locals, because there are so many prizes available, and as we've said, you get to meet so many other players to learn from too, and that can get you potentially up here. Arctic Anubis up against Nickname here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. These are the winners finals for Group C. We've seen both of these players before. Emolga on the side of Arctic Anubis, that electric flying type Pokemon, one that I think many of us want to see succeed.
Yes, Emolga is a fan favorite with a lot of trainers. I also want to point out, with this being a winners final of the groups, neither of these players have lost yet. Earlier we were looking at some of the losers matchups from groups A and B. Now we are going to Group C, where we're still at the stage where the winners finals are taking place. So both these trainers have a bit of flexibility if they do lose once. However, you really don't want to lose quite so early in the tournament. You want to win, and both these trainers are going to do it. Emolga is there. My favorite Golisopod is there. Lou's favorite Gastrodon is there. Any other favorites from your side,
I think there's so many favorites here, but I think this is a really nice team, really well constructed. Double ground is something that we don't see a huge amount of, but that Golisopod and Emolga together, I think, can put a lot of pressure on opponents because they can hit so many different cores, and if you aren't prepared for either of Golisopod or Emolga, you could really be under risk.
And I feel Emolga is a Pokemon that I would sometimes refer to as a core breaker because it has so much versatility that a lot of the common combinations of Pokemon that you would see in the Open Great League Play Pokemon format are now going to not work quite so well because the trainers haven't planned for Emolga all that much. So we see here on Nickname's side, Emolga actually looks pretty good because against Lapras has a good matchup, against Azumarill has a good matchup, against Talonflame it has a type advantage and therefore a good matchup to an extent. So that's 3 out of 6, and also Annihilate as well. So 4 out of 6 there. Emolga might be a core breaker here.
Now, Nickname has played against a Gastrodon Golisopod team before. We've seen him win on stage against it, but I don't think he's played against an Emolga. And as you say, Emolga could put in a ton of work. It beats potentially 5 of his team. It's just the Guzzlord that is very comfortable against it. However, he does have a lot of charge attack pressure. Emolga is not the bulkiest Pokemon. It does have useful typing in terms of its resistances, but it isn't the bulkiest Pokemon. And so if you can take advantage of your shields, perhaps you can put out a lot of pressure.
Yes, I quite agree. And there is also the concept of overloading a Pokemon's abilities in the sense that Emolga, sure, has a matchup against 4, if not 5, of the Pokemon Nickname side, but it can only deal with 1, potentially 2 of them, because all of that chip damage from Lapras' Psywave, if it was in that matchup against Azumarill's Bubbles, it's not taking resisted damage, so over time it will suffer, wear and tear almost, if that's even a term that Emolga will use. So you could, in theory, if your Nickname, lure out Emolga with something where you're willing to create enough chip damage on the Emolga, and so your Azumarill or something even more at risk is kept in the back. This is an ABB style strategy that a lot of Pokemon trainers commonly use.
Now, I'm not really seeing any answer on Arctic Anubis' side for Nickname's Guzzlord. There is no Fairy-type Pokemon that resist Dragon. There is no Steel-type Pokemon either. And so I am expecting Nickname to lean very heavily into his Guzzlord, particularly because it's one of the Pokemon, as we said, that is fairly strong into that Emolga as well.
Yes, very true. And so for Arctic Anubis, he can consider this and go, you know what, I might bring my own Guzzlord and we can double eliminate each other, and that would actually work well for me. And yes, you're quite right that Guzzlord has a good matchup, but the Golisopod, if running X-Scissor, which I believe it ought to be, Spug deals super effective damage against dark types like Guzzlord. While that won't knock out, if you have a Golisopod dropping an X-Scissor onto a Guzzlord, that's still going to be problematic because you're probably losing at least half your health, and Guzzlord has a lot of HP.
So what do you do to bait out the Guzzlord? Do you lead your Guzzlord so that you make it a little bit tricky for Nickname to swap his Guzzlord in? And then do you bait out the Guzzlord if you don't see it in the lead, perhaps with something like Gastrodon, and then put your Emolga in the back to try and take advantage once that Guzzlord has gone down? Are these the kinds of strategies that Arctic Anubis will be thinking about, or does he have something else up his sleeve?
Yes, I don't know if using Gastrodon would be interesting enough for Guzzlord to come in, but you are quite right that if the lead Pokemon is something that Guzzlord really struggles against, then that might add more incentive. But Arctic Anubis, I don't think he has a Pokemon like that. So let's see, Clodsire is coming in against the Guzzlord. This is an even-ish matchup because of Clodsire's bulk, I would say.
So we do have that Gastrodon and the Emolga in the back. The Gastrodon comes out to meet the Lapras. Now, I'm not entirely sure that this is a positive matchup for the Gastrodon, particularly if the Earth Plower goes shielded. So Nickname is reaching the first Sparkling Aria, and Arctic Anubis is letting it go.
Yes, I think it's sensible to let it go if you're Arctic Anubis, because this will not knock out or get anywhere near to, and Sidewave certainly won't. Going for a bait attempt here, hoping that Nickname will be able to shield, and therefore go, you know what, I don't want to take the risk. But no, a no shield, and therefore this is advantage Nickname so far.
Yeah, really nice no shield from Nickname, recognizing that he's going to probably put more investment into his Guzzlord. Arctic Anubis then goes, I'll throw another body slam because I know otherwise the Sparkling Aria will come through. Manages to get the Lapras slow. Sparkling Aria now being reached. This should be enough to take out the Gastrodon.
Yes, it will do. Sparkling Aria has been improved as a attack, and now Emolga coming in to get a farm. Is able to get a Sparkling Aria off. This is going to be key because Arctic Anubis now has to consider a shield. As you said, Fareed, Emolga is not the bulkiest thing. Look how much damage this does.
Takes the Emolga straight into the yellow. The Clodsire meets the Guzzlord, but the Clodsire doesn't have Stone Edge, and that means the Talonflame is a little bit more safe. The Incinerate's coming through, the Flies being paced to very, very quickly, and Sludge Bomb not threatening a knockout.
No, Nickname, I think, has no need to shield this. There is not much threat from the Poison Stings, because the Poison Sting will not farm down Talonflame here. So Clodsire now having to take a fly, and now it's Arctic Anubis' time to decide, does he start investing shields here? No, he doesn't.
Clodsire can tank that first fly very comfortably, throws the next Sludge Bomb. This will pressure the shield from Nickname. He will give it. He has a lot more energy on Talonflame that he wants to use.
The big risk, though, is that Talonflame is able to get an Incinerate farm down because Clodsire isn't resisting the fire attacks. Another fly coming in now. Does Arctic Anubis? Now he decides to shield, and in order to get another Sludge Bomb off. But is this risking the farm down even more? That's the concern.
At what point do you aggressively come in with Emolga? Because you throw this Sludge Bomb, you can maybe even let this go from Nickname, and you can start to Dragon Tail down, keep your shield and protect your Guzzlord, and then Guzzlord can maybe see out the end game.
Yeah, I think so. Will there be another Sludge Bomb onto this Guzzlord? I think Arctic Anubis is able to reach it, but is this going to be enough to put Guzzlord into a range where Emolga can be a problem?
Could it be into a range where Emolga could bait and then go into an Acrobatics? I don't think Emolga has the HP to be able to hold on. His only chance is to land this Acrobatics. Nickname knows you're not going to reach 2 attacks. This shield is safe.
Yes, this shield is a sensible play. Guzzlord is protected from the hard-hitting Acrobatics here. Emolga now trying to rush through just to make sure there was no doubt. Let's throw a Dragon Claw at the Emolga just to take it out, and so we know with certainty what's happening.
And there we go. The Guzzlord sees out that game. As we predicted for Nickname, it doesn't have any real answers on the side of Arctic Anubis. He's going to need to change his strategy if he wants to get back into this series. This is a best of 3. That means one more game for Nickname, and he proceeds to day 2 as the winner of Group C here in Stockholm.
And Nickname has also been a regional champion in the past. I believe he was the Bremen regional champion in maybe 2-3 seasons ago. Very early on in Pokemon Go's Play Pokemon World, Arctic Anubis is looking to get his first regional win, to get into the top cut and establish himself even more as a regular on the Play Pokemon scene. He has competed before. I'm not sure how good his other results have been, but this is looking very positive so far. He just needs to overcome a former regional champion.
Arctic Anubis really wants to claw his way back. He doesn't want to go down into the loser's bracket. It doesn't mean you'll be knocked out, but it will mean that you have to wait a little bit and still win another match before you can proceed into what we call that top cut. This is what everyone wants to get into. They want to get into those top performing players. They want to go all the way to those medal positions and maybe even take it all. Can Emolga do it? Can Gastrodon do it? I think Arctic Anubis needs to think of a new strategy. How do I suppress that Guzzlord that seems to be coming every single time?
I think I would actually bring in Golisopod in against Guzzlord. I know Golisopod isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, so it's going to struggle, but if you can at least weaken, chip away, soften up, maybe get an X-Scissor off onto the Guzzlord, that's going to make things make a big difference, because then even maybe discharges plus the Thunder Shocks could be enough to cause problems for Guzzlord there, and then opens up freedom for Emolga to do Emolga things against Lapras, against Shadow Annihilate, against Azumarill, dare I say it, even against Talonflame.
I really think Arctic Anubis needs to consider using his own Guzzlord. It would have had play into the Lapras from Nickname, into the Talonflame, as also having a lot of play into the mirror itself, particularly if you have an energy head start. Nickname leading the Guzzlord so that Arctic Anubis couldn't have any energy head start if he had led his own Guzzlord. How will these players just going into this game number 2?
Yes, so let's see what happens here. Lovely poses from both of these trainers' avatars. Gastrodon coming in against Swallot here. This is an advantage Arctic Anubis, so we'll expect to swap out into that Guzzlord.
This is a really good lead for Arctic Anubis. The thing is, as we've said, there is no answer to that Guzzlord safe swap. Guzzlord is going to come now in with the Dragon Claw. This will chip away at the Gastrodon, but Gastrodon will very quickly get access to Earth Power, and the question will be, will you shield it? This will do a ton of damage if it lands.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, and if he doesn't shield it, Guzzlord will survive. Oh, going for the shield here, just predicting correctly, it is the Earth Power, and there is a defense debuff as well, though, which adds complicatedness to Nickname's Guzzlord here.
I really, really like this play from Arctic Anubis. He's actually going to no-shield this Dragon Claw. If he can hold on and get one more Dragon Tail through, then he will still take out that opposing Guzzlord with energy to spare and 2 shields.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. Brutal Swing coming in now. Now, Swallot has access to Mud Shot as his fast attack. Mud Shot deals a good amount to, generates a lot of energy, but it's not the highest damaging attack. And I think that is going to be the problem here, trying to get a farm down on a Guzzlord.
Guzzlord getting a ton of damage up against this Swallot. The Swallot is farming up a lot, so it will have energy and maybe the ability to pressure shields back, but it's already in the yellow, and let's remember that Nickname is given a shield and has already lost a Pokemon. So this is a little bit of a tricky situation. You do have access to the Ice Beam. That will be enough to knock out the Gastrodon. Arctic Anubis says, do you know what, go for it, because you either give me all of your energy or you fail to knock me out anyway.
Yes, and of course, we're now going to see Emolga being able to get a farm at this point. Sludge Bomb going to be launched. Of course, Arctic Anubis has been saving his shields just for this scenario because he knows that Emolga may be the answer. Now has to see as there's a swap out into the Lapras. This is looking good for Arctic Anubis. He needs to rain those discharges out thick and fast on this Lapras.
So if you can land 2 discharges here, then that could be pretty critical. So 1 will go shielded now. If you can reach 2 more, can you then Thundershock down the Swallot before it reaches a Sludge? Probably not, so you'll need a discharge for the Swallot as well.
So it's going to be down to Arctic Anubis to predict with perfect accuracy how much energy is on Lapras, and can I risk farming up a bit more? Is he aware of what's going on? Does throw the discharge.
Have to throw the next one immediately. We saw that Sparkling Area loaded for the Lapras. Does Arctic Anubis know it as well?
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. Is he going to go? He does make the right call, and he throws the next discharge. Nickname reacting, going, oh dear, I should have thrown my attack, but Emolga with such high attack would have probably won charge attack priority there as well.
And look at this, the Swallot doesn't have any health left, and you are able to Thundershock it down. Swallot goes down, and Emolga wins that game. It's now 1 game to each.
And we knew that Emolga was going to cause problems. We commended Nickname on being able to deal with it in game 1, but Arctic Anubis piloted Emolga, flew it through the skies with perfect precision. It got the perfect alignment and was able to hit Lapras for a lot of damage and then farm down Swallot, who was mud-shotting into practically thin air with Emolga flying overhead.
And I really like that play from Arctic Anubis, as well as the fact that once you farm down the Guzzlord, Nickname, even if he comes in with the Azumarill, you're running the coverage move Sludge Bomb. And so it requires a different strategy. You're not playing your Guzzlord in the same way as one that runs Dragon Claw and Brutal Swing or Crunch. You're running Sludge Bomb because you know you're happy with a farm down and you have energy to offload into whatever comes in. Really smartly played.
Yes, yes. Now let's see what will these trainers do, because both of them are on 1 apiece. This is a decisive game 3 to determine which of these 2 trainers are going to day 2 and who is therefore going to drop into the losers bracket. This is Arctic Anubis versus Nickname. Nickname, a former regional champion. Arctic Anubis, a trainer that is up and coming, looking to make even more for a name for himself. So if you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere, because this matchup is wild, and Emolga has been making movements in this particular match.
I really like the Gastrodon Emolga pair here. I think it's what Arctic Anubis might stick to for game number 3. The question is, do you stick with that Guzzlord pick as well? We saw how you are able to use your Guzzlord to suppress Nickname's Guzzlord. That could be a strategy that might be pivotal in Arctic Anubis taking this decisive game number 3.
Yeah, for me, I am quite sorry, and maybe this is my bias showing because I'm so uncomfortable with it emotionally. I'm surprised to see Golisopod not making all that much of an appearance, because to me it looks pretty decent against so much of Nickname's team. So for me, I would be going Golisopod, Gastrodon. I love the idea of that, and also Emolga, but there is that risk that you could get Dragon Tail down by Guzzlord, because Golisopod's not the bulkiest of things. So I see pros, I see cons, and this is the debate Articuno is having in his head. What 2 or 3 do I go with out of my 6?
You could well soft lose lead, as we've seen many players do, come in with that Golisopod and use that energy elsewhere. Is that a tactic that we're likely to see? Articuno leads Guzzlord. This is a good matchup into that Lapras. You double resist the Psywave damage. You also resist the Sparkling Aria. So Lapras is needing to go all the way up to an Ice Beam, even just to threaten a shield from the Guzzlord.
And the thing is, Ice Beam doesn't knock out at this range. It'll do a respectable amount of damage, but it doesn't knock out. So does Articuno no shield and bank on the fact that his Guzzlord has the bulk to withstand it? And look at that, actually, more damage than I anticipated, and very impressive that Gastrodon coming in against enemy Guzzlord from Nickname.
I really like that quick swap from Articuno, recognizing you don't want to take a Dragon Tail on your Guzzlord, comes in with the Gastrodon, is going to sponge a lot of this damage up and start to threaten the shields of that Guzzlord.
Yes, because Earth Power is going to be a threat. It deals its same type attack bonus, and it has the risk of doing a debuff as well, as we saw in the previous matchup, but going for a Body Slam bait, which is actually successful. Nickname giving a shield up for it.
And now you also can reach that Earth Power. No, you can't! The Dragon Tail comes through. Articuno knows that's painful. He really needed to start pressuring the Guzzlord. How do you take it out now?
Yeah, that's going to be so tricky. Emolga has to come in, but Emolga cannot Thunder Shock down. No shield by Articuno again. He's looking to bank it on the Guzzlord. The Guzzlord has no help. The Emolga is also going to struggle with these Dragon Claws. What is going on? Is another Dragon Claw being launched? Now a shield is coming.
This is tricky. You need to throw the Acrobatics to take out the Guzzlord, but that would leave you energy dry. Look at the amount of health left on the Lapras, and then there's an Azumarill in the back as well. I think that this is a very tricky position for Articuno. He recognizes that it probably wasn't the way he wanted this game to play out. Guzzlord just so dominant on the side of Nickname.
And that's such a shame, because there was already a very advantageous lead, and then unfortunately the play with Ice Beam onto the Guzzlord, that swung things in such a significant way. Discharge coming in, doesn't even knock out. Now bringing in the Guzzlord here against the Azumarill. This is going to be an interesting attack, because Sludge Bomb actually deals super effective damage, but it's not enough, and it's shielded.
Sludge Bomb is correctly shielded by Nickname, and the reality is you just cannot put out the pressure. The bubbles are coming through, they are resisted, but you were so low to start with. Once you took that Ice Beam from the Lapras, you had to shield it. Calling the bait there was probably the losing point for Articuno. Nickname takes the victory, he celebrates, he wins! Group C here at the Stockholm Regional Championships proceeds to day number 2. What a brilliant performance from him and his Guzzlord.
And it means one step closer to another regional championship with Nickname. I know would love to do it. He has come 3rd in previous regionals. He's come 1st at Bremen, but how awesome would it be if he could say to himself and to others, I am Nickname, I am the Stockholm Regional Champion 2025. What an accolade that would be, and he is one step closer to that.
Really, really well played. Guzzlord, one of the top Pokemon that is performing this weekend. It made top usage for the first time. It is a Dark and Dragon-type Pokemon. It can run Dragon Tail as its fast attack, and then you almost have a suite of charge attacks open to you. Players have been using Dragon Claw for better matchups against Shadow Drappion, but if Shadow Drappion usage drops, maybe you don't need the Dragon Claw. You might want it for the mirror in any case. Yep. Brutal Swing as a cheap Dark-type attack, or Crunch as the harder-hitting option with a debuff as well, and then Sludge Bomb. If you want that coverage against fairies, that is an option as well.
Yes, because Guzzlord really struggles against fairies otherwise, and here we saw that this Guzzlord was running Dragon Claw on Nickname's side, and that was also quite useful because it dealt neutral damage against a lot of opponents, and it was able to therefore chip away the Dragon Tail Dragon Claw combination. It's easy to get carried away if you're the opponent and underestimate just how much damage it does over time, and suddenly you're like, I've got all the shields, but I've not used them, and now I'm being Dragon Tail down.
Yeah, Guzzlord really, really dominant. Emolga, not quite enough there. I do think it's a Pokemon that has some a really unique playstyle, that Emolga. Electric and flying coverage can core break a lot of teams, but Nickname showed that he had just the right answers for it. Guzzlord carrying the rest of the team forward. Lapras as well, another really top performer. It might be the case that Guzzlord continues to be one of the best Pokemon in this meta. We are in Stockholm after all. It is the first event of the Might and Mastery season, the first event in EU since EUIC, where the meta's changed, but I still think that there are a lot of lessons to learn from those international championships. And if you missed it, then stay tuned because we've got a recap coming right up.
But at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke to go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your EUIC Juniors champion.
Dribby and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull in play, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces that have descended.
Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit points. HP, but did Torkoal go for Eruption, which is... No, it doesn't work. We're not in Trick Room anymore. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! it's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going close to close combat.
To Luis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutter Mane, and it is going to be enough. No, is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
It's always amazing having a recap of those incredible tournaments like the European International Championships. It was such an honor to be there and watch all of those incredible matches unfold, and such a memory for those trainers who became our champions.
I'm so excited to see the other games as well, because obviously I pay a lot of attention to Go, but watching the recap from all of the games here, it really inspires me, and it's hard to not look at Wolfclick and think, one day you could be that person as well.
Yes, exactly, the top of the top when it comes to the Pokemon video game competitive play. But in Pokemon Go, we have a lot of trainers that are also trying to establish themselves as the best of the best. And we've had a lot of contenders so far trying to battle out to become the Stockholm Regional Champion.
I wonder who is going to be the best of the best here in Stockholm. And we do have a treat for you coming up. And it's about the best of the best from Sweden. This is Galaxico Bolton, Sweden, against PvP David, also from Sweden.
Yes, Galaxico Bolton, a previous regional champion from Lille. Well, one with a superior as well, right? You know, at the time, that was such a revolutionary Pokemon choice. We do see it a little bit more here and now, but it's amazing to see Galaxico Bolton bringing that superior by his side once again.
Galaxico Bolton has this unique strategy that he's used in Grassroots and in Go Battle League so many times, and that is the timeout strategy that we saw in the winner's semifinals. Chansey has no use at all outside of stalling out the clock. And Galaxico Bolton then supplies the Chansey with two spammy Pokemon, the Drappion and Sableye, and then 3 Pokemon with debuffing moves. Bubble Beam Mantine, Icy Wind Dugong, and Leaf Tornado Superior.
I'm quite surprised to see Dugong doing so well. You know, in a meta where Lapras has been so dominant, it's double resisted by Lapras, and things like the Rock Tomb can do a huge amount of damage to Dugong. Draw Run as well, not the same type attack bonus amount of damage it can deal out, so that does make it a little bit difficult, but it's still holding true for Galaxico Bolton here. On the opposing side, we have some really interesting Pokemon choices. Cradily, the #1 choice at the moment, that's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to that Dugong on the opposing side, but then Pangoro as well coming to the forefront.
The Pangoro is not exactly a Pokemon you bring if you want to stall out the timer. It's a fragile Pokemon that does not like to take either fast or charge attacks.
Well, PvP David has had an incredible tournament so far. Last time we saw him on stream, he was battling down against his dad in the winners semis, was able to take the victory, and now faces up against Galaxico Bolton. Again, a regional champion himself.
David won Stuttgart in December, late November, December? I can't remember.
Last year.
I think
Let's go with that.
Last year.
This season, last year.
Yes, and PvP David, household name, whenever he enters a tournament, he's finishing in the top cut. It's almost all of his finishes are in the top cut. His track record is incredible, and I've spoken to Galaxico Bolton about PvP David several times because these two are locals. They play a lot on the local scene, and Galaxico Bolton believes PvP David is the best player in the world.
Well, that can give them an advantage, actually. If they're used to testing against each other in their local scene, that means they'll be able to read the opponent's playstyle very well, and that can be such a determining factor in these matches, particularly in an early metagame. If you know that your opponent is someone who likes to make safe swaps or someone who's really well known at making catches, you can use that to your advantage as you play out on the field. But let's jump into it. It's a winners finals Pokemon trainers between Galaxico Bolton and PvP David. It's going to be the Drappion coming out against the Cradily.
And this is very curious of a matchup. Shadow Drappion can win this battle in the one shield, but I believe that Cradily has a chance to win this in the zero shield matchup.
Well, it's got to take a crunch first, going to be hoping to not get a debuff, and that's exactly the case. In retaliation, though, it can go for this Rock Tomb, and when it comes to debuffs, this is guaranteed to lower the attack of that opposing Drappion.
Very curious to see how PvP David decides to play this out. He has the Pangoro in the back, so how he decides to use that will be very interesting, because there is a Dugong in the back for Galaxico Bolton.
Yes, that Dugong is going to want to try and avoid any fighting type attacks that Pangoro is going to throw its way. Cradily, though, is weakened. The defense goes down, so it's only going to take one more of these Poison Stings to get the knockout, but Galaxico Bolton is forced to go for a shield.
And this Galaxico Bolton is now shielding a double debuff Drappion. I'm very curious on what plans here he is making right now.
Maybe wants to keep the energy on the field, switch it out and reset those debuffs, but instead actually going straight away for the Aqua Tail, trying to get damage on the opposing Drappion to weaken it up, maybe for a KO from the Dugong later on.
Look at the damage coming out from the Shadow Drappion of Galaxico Bolton. It's not doing a lot. I think this is looking very good for PvP David.
Considering it's had its attack drop twice, it's still here on the field doing a significant amount of damage, and switches galore. It's actually going to be the Dugong against this opposing Pangoro now. This is not where Dugong wants to be.
I think Galaxico Bolton, he decides to no-shield a close combat. This is so good for PvP David. You see the Dugong? Boom! No more Dugong.
Yeah, Dugong is out of here. Like I said, it's quite vulnerable to a lot of these fighting type attacks. The Superior is going to come into play, but Pangoro once again is ready. Galaxico Bolton forced to go for that second shield here to protect Superior in this match.
This is Galaxico Bolton's favorite Pokemon. It's his trusted partner. It's the Superior with Leaf Tornado. And oh, Galaxico Bolton is grimacing. He knows this position is looking pretty grim.
Although the Pangoro can be fragile itself, the offensive threat it's able to exert is so incredibly strong. The fact there are no shields remaining on Galaxico Bolton's side means the Superior is now indeed going to be vulnerable, and the Drappion in the back isn't going to appreciate it either. It switches in to take the last little bit of damage, but there's a switch on PvP David's side as well.
Can Galaxico Bolton pull out the stops here? He caught a crunch from PvP David's Drappion. But the Superior, can it hold on through all the energy from this Drappion?
Is it going to be able to get another Frenzy Plant off? That is the question. The shield goes up on PvP David's side, but it is energy dry on that Superior side of things, so the crunch is going to come through, and Galaxico Bolton knows it.
Galaxico Bolton is smiling. He knows that PvP David has won game one. And I know Galaxico Bolton has said many times, there is one player he cannot beat, and that is PvP David. They often face in the finals of their local competitions, and I believe that PvP David has a track record of 80–90% wins over Galaxico Bolton.
Well, then they're meeting again here in the winners' finals, so things might look a little bit detrimental for Galaxico Bolton, being 0-1 down against PvP David. Like you said, a trainer who always seems to have the edge on him, but it is a best-of-3 set, and Galaxico Bolton can use information gained from Game 1 to adapt accordingly. That Pangoro was definitely providing a lot of difficulty. Are there any team switch utilities on Galaxico Bolton's side to try and counter it better in Game 2?
The Mantine has a fantastic matchup against the Pangoro, and I think the Mantine is looking very good for Galaxico Bolton outside of that Cradily. But Cradily really put in a lot of work for PvP David in Game 1.
Yes, Cradily was definitely the thorn in his side, you know, applying a lot of pressure to the Dugong, and the Drappion as well. It was able to hold its own. So on that side of things, Galaxico Bolton needs to be able to find a way to take it down, and Dugong, unfortunately, wasn't the answer.
I think you need to lean into the Mantine here, and Galaxico Bolton brings the Mantine, but it does not find the right position.
A lot of adjustments here. Pangoro going to be able to fire down against this opposing Drappion, but Drappion so quick to get to that energy. It's going to be able to get two Aqua Tails ready. First of all, Pangoro, though, is going to leash a charge attack.
And this is a bait from PvP David. If this Pangoro decides to boost, this game is looking bleak.
Yep, Night Slash just goes straight down into the shield, and now it is Drappion's time to retaliate. The Aqua Tail is primed, and PvP David is going to let this go through.
I believe that Galaxico Bolton looks... I think he's going to double... Oh, this is not great for Galaxico Bolton.
This is going to do so much damage, and yes, it can give that detrimental effect in the debuff back to the Pangoro, but as long as you have burst through that second shield that Galaxico Bolton has now utilized, it means that going forward, the Pokemon are going to be more exposed. I feel like this is going to pay off as a trade.
And the energy that Galactical Bolton wasted on that Pangoro is, I think it's going to be so hard to get it back, because now PvP David is up 2 shields.
Yes, up 2 shields and bringing in your own Drappion on PvP David's side with a lot more HP and a lot more momentum in the game. The Drappion and Galactical Bolton side is struggling, so we switch in the Dugong here.
This is at least Galactical Bolton is trying to pull this one back. But the Cradily on PvP David's side is looking great in my opinion.
Yes, the switch time is obviously going to go down on this Dugong, and while Drappion's on the field, those seconds are ticking away. But as soon as Cradily comes in, it is going to have a field day with that Dugong on the opposing side.
How do you play this as Galactical Bolton? Because now the Drappion is taking out the Dugong. He's lost track of Drappion's energy.
I feel like Galactical Bolton really wishes he could have farmed down that Drappion so you could unleash the Icy Wind onto the Cradily in the back, but instead Drappion gets the edge, gets the KO, and now you're kind of forced to bring in your own Drappion or reveal this Mantine against the Cradily. Galactical Bolton not happy seeing that Cradily at all.
Galactical Bolton knows. Sadly, I think this is game. This is the end of the timeout strategy. Cradily, a debuff Pokemon that has its utility in slowing down games, is now winning against the timeout strategy.
And that Mantine takes an attack drop as well, so it's not going to be able to deal the damage needed to get the knockouts. Now it's going to be the Drappion's time to take the Rock Tomb, and honestly, you can see why this move update has been so incredible in this new metagame.
And Galactical Bolton concedes the game. This is Cradily and PvP David's round to win. He keeps the track record against Galactical Bolton, and he is the one, the Swede, that will go on as the best Swede today.
It may have been a short set, but it was definitely sweet for PvP David. You know, in the previous match we saw him, he took down his own father. Now he takes down a formidable competitor in the form of Galactical Bolton. As you said, they battle a lot in local events, so I feel like he's done this before.
But I think Galactical Bolton was closer than it seemed. There were just some slight adjustments that needed to happen for Galactical Bolton to have a better time against David here. If he did not throw the Aqua Tail on the charge attack priority, if that does not matter, because David, he took the ifs and buts and he just used it to his own advantage.
I felt like he was incredibly in control the whole way through that set. You can see here as well in the game one, the Superior just getting absolutely demolished by the opposing Drappion here. Not only do you have those Poison Stings and the fast attacks, but the crunches were able to come through so hard. You had your Aqua Tails for other damage dealing, but in the face of that Superior, you could do a lot of damage. I think it was wise by Galactical Bolton to switch it out and bring that Mantine to counter that Pangoro. But even in this game too, Pangoro wasn't around for long, but the shift that it put in was incredible.
Because Pangoro stripped away 2 shields of Galactical Bolton, and that shield advantage is what David used to win, because Galactical Bolton realized he could not get through a Cradily with 2 shields.
This is exactly what we were saying when we saw those close combats going off and off, because yes, you're going to lose your Pangoro, you're leaving it defensively quite weak to a knockout, but you've taken out the 2 shields, because if Galactical Bolton didn't click those shields, Drappion was gone. Close combat would have completely removed it from the field, and that ended being the win condition that PvP David needed so early on in the game. It was almost like putting the pieces of the puzzle together to enable that victory.
I know that Galactical Bolton will be fine with this loss, because he brought the team that he wanted to play, that he thinks is fun, and it's the strategy that he is probably the best at in the world, stalling timer. So he'll be fine. And as it's PvP David who progresses through as the winner of the group, I think he can live with that.
And I think as well, the same way that you've been talking about how Azumarill is going to be dropping off, I've been kind of talking about Dugong, and I think this match does kind of show that Dugong maybe is going to struggle in this new meta with Pokemon like Cradily there at the forefront, and the fact that Pangoro is on the rise a little bit more as well as one of the fighter types you might want to put onto your team does make it a little bit more difficult for the beautiful Pokemon.
I think that there is now a better debuffer than Dugong, and that is the Cradily. And Cradily also, I believe, wins the head-to-head matchup against Dugong. So if you want a debuff Pokemon, before that was Dugong. But now it is Cradily. And I also believe that because Cradily is the now best debuff Pokemon, then that makes life worse for Azumarill.
That is very true. Azumarill is going to struggle against Cradily, as well as the Dugong that we've mentioned. It feels like Cradily really is causing a storm up here, but, oh, I'm excited for this one. Losers round 6 with Stone Collection versus C. Leonardo. And C. Leonardo is running such an interesting team. I love to see that Spirit Tomb on there. In fact, potentially, depending on the moveset, we've got 3 Rock Tomb users here.
And Spirit Tomb, Registeel, Shadow Pidgeot.
This is crazy. I love it.
It's a crazy team, but if there's anyone who can pilot it, it's C. Leonardo. We also have Stone Collection on the opposing side, and I believe that the team Stone Collection is running is similar. It's very similar to what Pokémon was running, but I believe that Pokémon maybe had Sandslash. I can't remember, but very interesting team from both competitors. We see a Swallot on Stone Collection side.
Honestly, the Swallot has been very impressive in this meta where Azumarill is currently still around. We've seen a lot of players position Sludge up on the Swallot in order to try and deal with that Azumarill, really playing into its fairy typing. But Spirit Tomb, I really want to focus on. It's got that Sucker Punch for some really good damage into a potential Ghost type meta. It's a little bit slow, but having that Rock Tomb is really incredible. The Registeel, however, I know this is one you want to talk about.
Yes, the Registeel has the double cannons, as I mentioned initially. For going Focus Blast, because there's not a lot of targets for Focus Blast in this meta that you aren't hitting with either Zap Cannon or Flash Cannon. And I think Registeel is one of the Pokemon that can shut down Cradily, Azumarill. It beats Drappion, shuts down Lapras, Jumpluff.
All the coverage.
It's so tanky, and it has so many resistances, and it hits hard still.
Speaking of Pokemon that can hit hard though, Lapras has really caused waves out here in Stockholm. Sparkling Aria with that same type attack bonus and being able to give it an edge over some of its previous water type moves like Surf have really enabled Lapras to shine, as well as having great coverage with Ice Beam. Psywave, however, really has been its key to success. We've seen how well it's able to just spam through opponents and get a huge amount of damage on the board, as well as that Shadow Sableye. I've loved to see it doing so well this weekend.
I think we're going to see a lot of that Sableye from Stone Collection this battle, because look at Stone Collection's team. You have the Azumarill, Lapras, Jumpluff, and also Swallot. That's completely nullified by Registeel. Swallot has Sludge and Ice Beam, resisted by Steel.
Not going to do anything.
Jumpluff has double flying charge attacks, not going to do anything. Azumarill has Fairy and Ice type charge attacks. How much do they do to a Steel-type Pokemon?
So how are you going to deal with this Registeel? That is the question.
You have to use the Sableye, and you have to use the Drappion. Those two have somewhat neutral play into the Registeel. Registeel can still beat Drappion in the 1 and 2 shield scenario. I believe Drappion can win the 0 shields, but Sableye is what you need to rely on to beat the Registeel. And very interesting to see Stone Collection is running Power Gem.
Yes, a lot of trainers have, drop Power Gem in favor of that Dazzling Gleam that's recently been unlocked for the Sableye, trying to give yourself some nice fairy coverage. But I think the Power Gem actually works really well here, particularly considering you have that Pidgeot, a Pokemon that you really want to be able to hit with some rocks in the sky. So that's a really nice way to counter that potential Pokemon. At the same time, you have some nice ice coverage on something like the Lapras to deal with the Pidgeot also, and the Claydol's not going to appreciate that either.
I think that Shadow Pidgeot, it does not have a hard counter on Stone Collection's team. It can hit back, because it hits back to everything here, because Stone Collection does not have a flying resist. And Pidgeot, I believe it's really good into the Jumpluff. It's really good into the Sableye, because as a normal type, it resists Sableye's Ghost type damage. And that's why, in this scenario, having Power Gem on the Sableye will be very valuable for Stone Collection, as you mentioned.
I think as well the fast attacks are going to be very critical here, because as you've said as well, there's a lot of defensive plays here, the normal typing, for example, into a Shadow Claw. But at the same time, with Registeel, one of the things that holds it back is Lock-On, because Lock-On is really not an offensive fast attack in any way, shape, or form. It really does just kind of allow energy generation at that point in time. And I wonder if losing those additional bits of chip damage could be a turning tide in this match.
I kind of disagree with you, because I believe that Lock-On is what makes Registeel so great, because Registeel only has expensive charge attacks.
That's true.
Pacing quickly to them, that's what makes Registeel so good.
It is reliant on them though, but I think you're right. It can be a superstar if you can get them in the right time. But Shadow Pidgeot, Shadow Sableye. Let's see how it's going to go down. An adjustment straight away. Sableye not wanting to go for any damage here. Instead, it's going to be the Registeel versus Drappion.
Very interesting to see Leonardo this confident in the Shadow Drappion versus Registeel matchup that he swaps it in immediately. I believe that he got the lead that he wanted with the Pidgeot into the Sableye, and now he's got to keep that lead.
Yes, that's something maybe that you want for later, the Sableye to try and deal with that Pidgeot once it gets some energy up. Now we're going to let these two duke it out. The Flash Cannon will go straight into a shield, and as you said earlier, Marcus, it is going to come down to the Sableye and the Drappion to deal with this Registeel. Now, can Drappion get the job done?
This is very good for Stone Collection. I believe this Drappion can get the Registeel so low that Azumarill does not have to see it later. So I believe the strategy is very good by Stone Collection. And he wants to strip away Leonardo's shields so he can power gem the Pidgeot in the end.
Exactly, and there's one shield down already, but of course the energy is up on Registeel's side of things as well. It can go for another Flash Cannon here. Stone Collection can either opt to let this go through, which is the case here, or is going to say allow Drappion to try and clean up. But Drappion's done its job. Let's bring in the Sableye once again, but now it has to face down against a Cradily. That's not a Pidgeot.
That's not a Pidgeot. I'm curious to see what Leonardo is planning here. He did not want to give that Sableye the farm down because he was scared of the power gem hitting the Pidgeot.
Yes, but you have to find a way to get through this Cradily first. Both of the shields are down on Leonardo's side, so that Pidgeot will be a prime target as the end game does get closer. But first of all, Rock Tomb will connect and lower the attack of that Sableye. Well, not for long. It's going to have that reset. Now Azumarill's on the field.
And Azumarill has the super effective Ice Beam to hit this Cradily. And Leonardo is going for the Rock Tomb to debuff the Azumarill, so maybe it can hang on.
I like this. It gives it a bit of breathing room considering that there are no shields remaining on Leonardo's side. And these Bullet Seeds are putting in some work against the Azumarill. Here's that super effective Ice Beam though. Is the one debuff going to be enough?
I think the Cradily hangs on here. And it's going to threaten the Azumarill with another charge attack incoming right now.
Yes, and this time it's switching up to the Grass Knot, not going for the debuff, but instead trying to apply some super effective damage onto the Azumarill, forcing that shield through from Stone Collection.
I think, I'm very curious as to why Leonardo did not go into the Registeel. Maybe he did not want, I'm not sure.
Well, Pidgeot's going to have a rough time on the field with that Ice Beam. Does it over 50% damage there, but it at least is in a position where Air Cutter is now primed. You can deal with the Sableye before it can deal with you. Stone Collection puts his head in his hands a little bit there. Unfortunate for the Sableye.
The Pidgeot looks great in this position. It got the move Air Cutter new in this meta update, and it's using it so well in this position to take out first the Sableye, and now it's threatening a KO on the Azumarill.
Really nice to see Air Cutter being shown off in this match. Azumarill is able to hang on, but there are still a plethora of Pokemon on Leonardo's side that's able to deal with it. Azumarill goes down. Leonardo takes game one.
Take that, Azumarill! And Leonardo pilots his Pokemon so well in this game. He realized when he got the lead that he wanted, that the Registeel, as long as he keeps it away from the Sableye and does not let Sableye set up, then he can do whatever he wants. The Cradily is also looking very safe for Leonardo. Where is the hard check to Cradily on Stone Collection's side?
Cradily did great in that, and I really like the way Leonardo calculated. I'm going to go for the Rock Tomb now, get the debuff on the Azumarill, and apply the offensive pressure later. Because you knew that an Ice Beam was going to be coming through at some point thanks to all the energy generation on that side, and you wanted to make sure you weren't taking super effective maximum damage, let's say.
And Leonardo's choice to shield the first foul play from Sableye before the debuff had come through, that let Leonardo hang on better and actually have enough HP to hang on to the Ice Beam.
It kept the Pokemon in play for sure, and I was so impressed by the way Pidgeot was able to come back in, not only get the KO on Sableye when Stone Collection had been trying so hard to get the Power Gem primed and ready to go. You know, Stone had got rid of the shields, had the energy ready on that Sableye, but it just wasn't enough, not in time for Pidgeot to strike.
I really like the Air Cutter addition for Pidgeot that it got this season. It's a charge attack that comes after just 3 gusts, and it also has a 30% chance to boost Pidgeot's attack stat. And with a hard-hitting gust from Shadow Pidgeot, that attack boost may be critical in some matchups.
It all just stacks up, right? You've got the same type attack bonus, you've got the Shadow variant of the Pidgeot, those gusts as fast attacks are going to hit hard, and if you can get the boost from the Air Cutter, I mean, that's a really nice way to gain momentum in the match. It also means Pokemon like the Jumpluff are going to be hiding a little bit here in the fear of something like the Pidgeot coming through, or the potential Ice Beams from the Azumarill.
I think that Leonardo can also lean into the Spiritomb that you mentioned, as long as it avoids this Azumarill from Stone Collection.
Yes, it wants to be able to avoid those attacks. It hasn't come to the match, however. It looks like Azumarill and Drappion are going to be out front and center, and no changes coming through on Leonardo's team, but just the order that he's bringing them in.
I think that Leonardo is not going to shield his Azumarill. He's going to hedge his bets with the Pidgeot.
Yes, and actually, it's very interesting seeing the Cradily actually in the back there. I thought it was in the match, but no, it's on the bench. We're going to see the play rough come through. It's going to find a nice target in this opposing Drappion here that is going to be unshielded. Stone letting this go through, putting it into the red.
I'm curious as to how Stone Collection wants to play this, because now he safe swaps the Sableye and is met by the Pidgeot. And if the Pidgeot is able to set up on the Sableye, it could be dangerous.
I mean, that Power Gem is ready, but instead it's going for the foul play. Leonardo wondering whether to shield this or not. Does indeed go for the shield, takes the bait here. But honestly, the amount of energy on this Pidgeot combined with the damage that Gust is dealing to that Sableye is so formidable. Sableye has to shield.
And Stone Collection knows that he can throw another move, but he will not reach both a foul play and a Power Gem to take out the Pidgeot in the 2-shield scenario.
Well, there's the second shield that has now been burnt on this Pidgeot, but Pidgeot in prime position to just farm down this Sableye. It has so much energy, a lot of HP still remaining thanks to the banking of those shields, but Drappion now is able to capitalize on this. The Pidgeot is exposed. It can go for a crunch.
How do you play this as Stone Collection? Because now, the Drappion does get low, but you have a Swallot that has double resisted mud shots. Are you planning to farm this Pidgeot down, Stone Collection?
Well, Air Cut is going to come through, get the knockout onto the Drappion, and now there is just Swallot standing in Leonardo's way of winning this set. That lock-on is going to come through from the Registeel here, and as you said, there's not a lot the Stone Collection can do about it.
I think this game, it might be over, but I'm not sure, because Swallot has super effective mud shots to hit the Registeel with.
That's true. The fast attacks are going to start paying off, but so are these charge attacks. As you said, Lock-on really building them up, making sure there's lots of energy in play, and now the shields are burnt on Stone Collection side.
And we see an attack debuff from Zap Cannon. Now this Swallot is doing even less to the Registeel. The Swallot is tanky, it can take a move, but can it manage to take out 3 Pokemon?
Well, the Ice Beam damage is so little. I think it really is going to come down to the mud shots having to put in the work, but the fact that these charge attacks are getting stacked up so quickly on Registeel's side makes it very difficult for that Swallot. Look how much that one Flash Cannon did.
And I don't think that it will be enough with Ice Beams against the Registeel. Registeel is on my caster prediction for a reason, and it is partly because of this matchup. Registeel takes out the win.
I mean, that's one way to deal with Swallot. Leonardo able to defeat Stone Collection 2-0 in this match with Pidgeot, no less. I was so excited to see that Pokemon. I'm even more delighted to see it in play and see exactly what it can do.
I'm very impressed by Pidgeot. When you don't see a flying type resist on your opponent's team, then Pidgeot goes to town. Pidgeot is kind of like a one-dimensional Pokemon with only flying type attacks. So you need flying type resists to control the Pidgeot.
Exactly, and sometimes you might think, hey, if you're just going for flying type moves, doesn't that maybe limit Pidgeot's options? Because a lot of Pokemon benefit from having, a variety of attacks and having lots of good coverage. But if the other Pokemon are able to cover their bases and tick those coverage boxes, then Pidgeot can just soar to success.
Exactly, and Pidgeot's position in this meta is becoming a neutral pick because there's not a lot of flying type resist. So even though it's one-dimensional, it's still very flexible in this meta. And it has the fast-charging Air Cutter that can boost your attack, and it has the hard-hitting Brave Bird from a Shadow Pidgeot. You do want to shield that.
Oh yeah, that's going to hit really, really hard. And yes, Brave Bird will have that detrimental, debuff at the end, but if you are in a position where you can switch Pidgeot out and reset that, then that's great. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. So I'm very curious to see more of this Pidgeot later.
Me too, and we can have a little bit of a recap in case you missed it and be like, why are they talking about Pidgeot? What's happening with Pidgeot? Well, Leonardo was able to pilot it to fantastic success throughout this set against Stone Collection. You can see it here, taking down the Azumarill after it had just taken down a Sableye that had been trying so hard to set up the Power Gem against it. It was able to get the edge, able to get the advantage, and get the knockout.
And Pidgeot, it even took a super effective Ice Beam. Even though it's a Shadow Pidgeot, it did not care about Azumarill's Ice Beam. Yes, it did a lot of damage, but you're a Shadow Pidgeot, of course it's gonna
It's gonna hurt.
damage. Of course, but you still tanked it, and that's what's impressed me with Pidgeot.
Sometimes, yes, you take a lot of damage, but as long as you're not KO'd and you're still in the match, you're able to utilize all the energy that you've maybe stored up, or you're able to get that 1 or 2 fast attacks off to be able to put it in range for a partner to get the knockout. And I think that's one of the very beautiful things about competitive Pokemon Go, where there are so many little intricacies when it comes to, I suppose, the mathematics of it a little bit. And it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we see a pick like Pidgeot coming from the players who are attending this event. Let's have a look at some of the other posts and events that is happening here, because players are posting on social media with that hashtag play Pokemon, and we see Maria with a Hundo Nicket. That's what we call it when all the stats are complete filled up.
And Elitic, one of my caster predictions actually for this weekend. Really nice to be able to see that they've had some success with Nicket getting that hundo. Maybe not so much in the tournament, but tournament luck, Pokemon Go is what they're saying in their post there. I think you've definitely got some luck and some memories here in Stockholm.
And being able to get the Nicket is a brand new Pokemon.
Yes. Have you got yours yet?
I have got 1 or 2.
Yeah, I've only got 1. I need some more.
You really do. But so Nicket is brand new, and she already has the perfect appraised Nicket. I think it's one of the rarest Pokemon that exists right now in Pokemon Go.
Well, yeah, it's only just been released. It's a hot commodity out there in Pokemon Go. So make sure that you're trying to get it as well as enjoying, you know, the Totodile Community Day if it's still accessible where you are. Another shiny, though, from Adelian, the shiny Wynut. Why not? Newly hatched Swedish shiny. Really nice to see. Look at his little face. It's so happy to be here.
And we want to see more of the Pokemon that you are acquiring. Or maybe a selfie. Are you here with your friends, your family? Whatever it is you're up to, we want to see more of it. We want to feel the temperature of the event, of the players, of the spectators. Even you at home. If you're gathered with the people that you love, sitting around, watching and cheering for your favorites, show us what your setup looks like.
It's the best part of Pokemon is really that community aspect. And as Marcus was saying, however you're enjoying the broadcast, show us how you're enjoying it. If you're watching with your pets or anything, always love to see them. And we also love some Pokemon art as well from time to time. I know Marcus would personally really appreciate some Azumarill art for this particular weekend.
What I want to see is the snacks that you're having while you're watching the Pokemon stream.
Yeah, what's the setup, like you said?
Exactly. And I really hope that we get to see more of this because, as you said, the community is what makes Pokemon special.
Yes, it really does, and it's what brings people together, and you can make friends from these events, and just whether you're someone who is a veteran in competitive play or maybe someone who literally only plays for fun, isn't here for winning or anything like that, you can still connect with people all over the world in this wonderful game called Pokemon.
And I think that that's the beauty of Pokemon. And I've got so many friends playing this game, people I had never met before. I saw a friend of mine from Oslo, Lankern, judging on stream. I'm so happy for him. And Andy Youth has played on stream. Danny WWW, that's a lot of W's.
Yes, and a lot of wins we've actually seen Danny be able to rock on this broadcast so far. I mean, we are here running towards the end of day one here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, and we already have had some incredible moments. We're a new meta as well, and if you're just tuning in or have tuned in earlier in the day, you'll have heard us talking a lot about some of the new Pokemon that have come to the forefront. Are there any that have been surprises for you, Marcus?
Oh, there's gonna take a lot to surprise me. But the Shadow Pidgeot was kind of surprising. I guess in retrospect it makes a lot of sense, but I always get a little bit surprised when I see it.
Yes, and particularly when you see it doing so well. For me, Swallot was the one I hadn't anticipated. It had gone under my radar, but it has been so good in this tournament so far, and with Rid also bringing one in this Losers Round 6 match.
I've loved Swallot in this meta. It's a tanky Pokemon with exceptional coverage, and here we see it on Withered's team of 6. He's facing off against Les Edouard. I believe, pardon my French, but I believe I got that pretty good.
I think you did it incredibly well. I'm glad you went first, I'm going to be honest. Both of these trainers bringing a lot of, new faces from this meta game. We've got the Cradily, we've got the Lapras, but then we've also got some old faces as well. The Sudowoodo bringing, I believe that's the Corviknight.
That's the Corviknight, and he's also bringing the staple from the previous meta in Shadow Feraligatr, and we see a staple also from the previous meta in Shadow Cantamara on Withered's team.
Yes, that's a Pokemon that, you know, once it finally got a few updates itself, it became a very viable Pokemon, and not everybody had the Shadow form originally. Thankfully, there were a few events that some people were able to pick them up to put them on their team, but I haven't seen it so much here in this weekend. Obviously, having a Pokemon that can apply some ground type coverage is very, very good, considering poison types are on the rise.
I prefer Claydol personally in this meta. If you're going for ground type damage, I think Claydol is the
Not
pick.
Gastrodon. This was your moment to redeem yourself, Marcus.
It's never Gastrodon. I think it's Claydol.
Okay, well, zooming into our trainers here, they believe it is going to be Marowak is the ground type Pokemon of choice, as well as some really interesting Pokemon we've seen do well. Guzzlord has been a favorite here in Stockholm as well, considering that a lot of fairy types have kind of run away in the face of a lot of the poison type energy that is running around, Sludge obviously getting its buff. It has allowed the dragon type Guzzlord to come out, but it does still have to worry about Fairy Wind coming through from Pokemon and Dazzling Gleam.
I'm very curious to see if we get any Jumpluff action in this game.
That would be great.
Because we've seen Jumpluff on so many teams today, and it was incredibly high in the usage, but in the games, I've barely seen any Jumpluff at all. Is it a hostile environment for the Jumpluffs?
It's maybe just taking a rest on the bench a little bit. I've seen it come to some games, but you're right, it hasn't been a dominant player. Speaking of dominant players, however, Cradily has certainly had that spotlight throughout this tournament, being able to apply a lot of pressure with Bullet Seed into the water types that are still running around, Azumarill, and in a lot of cases, obviously, Lapras. But Feraligatr is back. Feraligatr, one of these Pokemon that can do so well. It's got good pacing with the Shadow Claw, being able to get to Hydro Cannons very, very quickly, as well as having good ice type coverage. That's great into Pokemon like Jumpluff or even Cradily.
I have a question about Cradily for you.
Go for it.
Is the eyes in the black area in the middle, or is it the yellow rings on the top? Where is Cradily's eyes?
That's a really good shout, actually. I feel like it has to be the white discs on the side. Otherwise, it's got an eye on its belly as well. You know, if you're going by the aesthetic.
Well, right. I will assume it's the dots in the black area.
Maybe chat can tell us the real answer. You professors, go out there and research it and let us know our Pokemon anatomy.
Which are Cradyly's eyes? That's what I want to know. I think that Corviknight is looking very good for Lesudois in this game. It resists the ground damage from Marowak, dragon damage from the Guzzlord, the ground and poison damage from Swallot, resists Psywave from Lapras, and it resists the entire moveset of Jumpluff.
That's the thing, it's got a lot of defensive capability in here for the reasons you've mentioned, and it has some offensive potential too. You know, Pokemon like the Jumpluff aren't going to want to take any of those attacks, and it can still hit incredibly hard into Pokemon like Sableye.
Sableye does not want to take any charged attacks at all, so if Wither decides to bring the Sableye, he's going to have to protect it with shields.
Yes, it's going to be a Pokemon that needs to be preserved on this field. I want to know if a Pokemon like the Clodsire could have longevity in this match as well. You know, being able to apply pressure to the Swallot here, as well as, you know, going into Pokemon like the Sableye or even the Guzzlord can give it some good coverage. It's very bulky, and sometimes the bulky can withstand the brawn. In a lot of these matches, we see Clodsire in play off.
Clodsire looks good into, for example, the Jumpluff. But other than that, I think Clodsire would be a risk to bring in this matchup, especially because of that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And the Jumpluff does not have grass-type attacks to even hit the two water types in Lesudois' team. But here we see the Sableye into the Corviknight.
Yep, if Sableye here on the field is going to be able to go for a little bit of damage and farm up some energy, but that's exactly what the Corviknight is trying to do as well.
We see the shiny Shadow Sableye, and it's running Power Gem. This is incredible display by Withered here.
Yeah, the sand attack stacking up against the Sableye as well, but really Sableye is the one dealing the damage at the moment. Withered could be forced to go for a shield here in order to avoid taking this Sky attack. Oh, that actually does a huge amount of damage to Sableye.
Decides to not shield this flimsiest Pokemon. I'm very interested in Withered's play here. And he throws the foul play into the Cradily before it gets debuffed.
I feel like Cradily is very happy to take that, though. You can see no shield coming through from Lesudois' side, and instead Cradily now primed to be able to go for something like the Rock Tombs here. I think Swallot in a good position to go for its, you know, ground fast attacks, and then you can apply pressure with something like the Sludge going forward, but the Rock Tomb is going to put a dent in those plans by lowering the attack.
But look at Swallot being so tanky. It eats that Rock Tomb like it's nothing, and it has the super effective Ice Beam to hit it back. But Lesudois, he will be happy with this because he keeps the Swallot away from the Azumarill.
Yes, I almost forgot about the Ice Beam there that can apply so much damage into this opposing Cradily that can go for this Rock Tomb once again. However, now Withered has a decision to make. Do you want to allow your Swallot to take this damage? Yes, saying it has the bulk to have another shield potentially within itself. It is going to be debuffed for a second time, but it does have that Ice Beam ready to try and deal damage into this Corviknight.
And Withered realized that another Rock Tomb would not be enough to take out the Swallot, but now it's in farm down range from the Corviknight. How does Withered deal with this? He goes into the Lapras.
I think this is really nice. The Swallot isn't going to be dealing a lot of damage, particularly to that Flyer with its fast attack. So nice to be able to adjust into the Lapras that can apply a bit more pressure with the Psywave. The Sky attack will come down. Lapras is exposed, so that does about a quarter damage.
Very interesting to see Withered not shielding his Lapras against the Corviknight, because now you have 3 Pokemon with that's getting low on their health, and you still have 2 shields.
Yes, Cradily comes in and Lapras might be like, hey, I have Sparkling Aria here, but there's still a shield remaining on Lisudwa's side. So not going for the Ice Beam, instead Sparkling Aria taking that last shield. And if Lapras can get to a second charge attack here, then it will be able to deal with the Cradily, but it's forced to go for a shield of its own first.
I think Withered is playing this as best as he can. He wants to get rid of this Cradily as soon as possible. And here we see a Sparkling Aria coming through from Withered.
Yes, this is going to be able to do a lot of damage to this opposing Cradily and get the knockout. So Cradily has been felled. It's just Azumarill left on Lisudwa's side here.
I think this is the correct play from Withered. He needs some quick damage into the Azumarill and gets to the Sludge.
This is exactly why Swallot has been so good this weekend. It was able to take those bubbles, able to get to this Sludge attack and do a lot of damage into that Azumarill. It may be bulky, but it cannot withstand a lot of these poison type attacks. It cannot withstand a lot of the damage coming its way.
Withered needs to go back into his Lapras, but Lapras does not have charge attacks to hit the Azumarill very hard. At least Withered got rid of the debuff that Lapras had.
Yes, so it will come back able to do damage, and there is still that shield to eat up this play rough. Even though it's not going to deal a huge amount of damage, Sparkling Aria is still going to be significant into that Azumarill. Try and put it in range for a KO in the future, but it is going to be a tall order. I feel like you need 2 of these to really put Azumarill at risk.
Withered needs at least 2, maybe even more, but the Psy Waves are stacking up. How does he go about this? Oh, and he gets the catch! Incredible play by Withered!
Yes, Sableye is going to take this play rough, but this enables the Lapras to get out of the way of this play rough. It can come back in, go for these Psy Waves, really tackle down against this opposing Azumarill and allow the Sparkling Aria to get the knockout.
And Withered is in full control here. He knows he got this game on lock when he got that catch. Incredible play by Withered.
Look how calm and composed this Lapras is as it fells the Azumarill, the water-type Pokemon that has been on top for so long, but now this is Lapras' meta and we are just living in it.
Get out of here, Azumarill. There's a new boss in town, and that is Lapras.
Yes, and Withered really masterfully piloting Pokemon around in that match. I really like the way that the Lapras and the Swallow were interchanged so seamlessly to be able to eat up attacks, but as well apply that offensive pressure. Getting the Swallot in to apply the Sludge onto the Azumarill was a really nice way to start stealing up that endgame.
Really impressive display by Swallot here. It ate up 2 Rock Tombs from the Cradily. It took Sand attacks from the Corviknight, and it also withstood the bubbles from Azumarill to get to that Sludge.
Yes, it really proved its bulk on the field at the moment, and maybe suggests why a lot of these trainers have brought it into this early meta as well, because you're going to have a lot of hyper-offensive Pokemon out there, so you need to make sure that you have some defensive capabilities. I want to talk about the Corviknight though, because I think the Corviknight, you know, coming out in the lead, it was still impressive. Those Sand attacks were starting to pay off, but towards the end, it just wasn't able to get the damage out, wasn't able to get the charge attacks off. Do you think it's still going to come in this game too?
I believe there's no way Lesudua actually benches the Corviknight in this matchup, but with Corviknight being the defensive Pokemon that it is, with the defensive capabilities that it has, I believe that the best appliance of such a Pokemon is in the end, when your opponent's resources have gotten so low that it can't hit the defensive Pokemon with enough damage in time. So I believe that Lesudua should save the Corviknight for the end game instead of using it in the lead.
I think this is also a strategy a lot of our trainers have adapted, where they maybe trade a Pokemon in order to burn the shields of the opposing side. Because if you can, yes, you lose a Pokemon, but if you can lose the 2 shields on your opponent's side, then that strategy, like you described, where Corviknight can come in knowing there is nothing standing in its way from dealing damage on the field, that can often lock up a win game condition.
Because what you're saying is so clever and it's so important. And here we see the players are going straight into game 2. It's Lapras against the Azumarill.
Oh, the two rivals of the water types here in play. These Psywaves really do stack up, and the bubbles, yes, they are doing damage, but when you look at the way Psywave is able to go through, it's incredibly impressive from this Lapras. So much energy up on both sides. Azumarill is first to move with the charge attack of that Play Rough.
I'm very interested to see how Withered is playing this, because the energy from Lapras is not really that potent into the Azumarill, but the Psywaves are doing damage, and you're resisting the bubbles. I'm very curious to see if Withered can apply this energy better elsewhere.
I feel as well, you've got the Play Rough. That's something the Lapras wants to shield on. There isn't really, you don't want to swap the Sableye in at the back for it. Swallot could easily take a Play Rough, for example, but you don't necessarily want to give it a huge amount of damage or any damage at this point in time. Instead, Lapras is going to sit pretty on the field. Another Play Rough is going to come through with it, still preserving those shields, does not want to give one up.
Here, I would have gone straight into Sableye if I was Withered, but he decides to stay in and gets off another charge attack on the Feraligatr.
Yes, Feraligatr back in form. Another water type here facing down against the Lapras. It is going to have to take that Sparkling Aria damage, and now Swallot is in play. So Swallot can get some decent damage onto the Feraligatr. The Shadow Claw's really not doing a lot back to the opposing Swallot, but this is where the damage comes through from Feraligatr.
Feraligatr needs to put up a Protect Shield if it wants to live this sludge. Swallot threatens a KO on the Feraligatr.
The same way Feraligatr threatens a KO with a Nulla Hydro Cannon back on the Swallot. So both these trainers utilizing shields to keep these Pokemon in the game. The Hydro Cannon is ready. It has been selected. So now Swallot has to use a shield if it wants to stay in the match. What is Withered going to do? Lets it go.
Yes, Withered wants to invest in his Shadow Sableye, because if Lesudois can't land a charge attack into the Sableye, then Sableye could win this entire game for Withered.
Yes, particularly having a look at that Malamar in the back. That's going to be an interesting alignment against this opposing Sableye. The shield does go up this time, as you said, Withered really wanting to keep the Sableye in play, and the Azumarill now joins the fray. You have got the Foul Plays ready. You have got the Power Gem as well, not the Dazzling Gleam variant for Withered here, sticking with the tried and tested combination.
Withered is putting on a clinic, in my opinion. Throwing exactly before Azumarill's charge attack and throwing the resisted Foul Play because he knows it's going to knock out. But this is where Sableye's Power Gem is coming into play. If it had the super effective Dazzling Gleam to hit the Malamar, this game would have been done and dusted, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's very true. Dazzling Gleam would have been great to have in your back pocket against the Malamar, but instead it's going to be this Foul Play coming through and connecting. Does over a third of damage, so I think a couple of these Shadow Claws that are stacking up combined with another Foul Play are going to be able to get the knockout, so Lesudois has to use this final shield.
Withered is realizing that he needs 3 Foul Plays to win this game. And can he get it? That is the question. Or will Lesudois realize that that is what Withered is trying and go for a catch on this Feraligatr?
Oh, that's going to be an interesting decision. Foul Play is given back in retaliation from the Malamar, forcing the final shield of this match to come through. But no, Feraligatr joins the fray. Fantastic adaptation.
And Withered says, well played. He realizes that this was what cost him the game. Because now the Malamar will up. Oh, and he tries to go for a catch himself, but Malamar, he does not flinch. Lesudois is composed. And now Malamar will seal this game 2 for Lesudois.
I love seeing this. We're going to a game 3, and what a fantastic array of interactions at the end there. The Malamar being able to get out of the way, allowing the Feraligatr to take the damage that Sableye was so desperate to deal out with the Foul Play. In return then, we saw Malamar going for those Psywaves, something we've seen Lapras do time and time again this weekend, and it being felled by the Psywave in return. A little bit of retribution coming through for these trainers.
Desperate plays from desperate trainers. They both really want to go through to day 2, and they are pulling out all the stops to try to make that happen. And when you're in a situation where you need a catch to win, you're just putting everything into it. That is the play.
High risk, high reward, and sometimes it is that winning strategy for our trainers. Okay. Diving into game 3, we did see Withered use that Swallot and the Lapras to great success throughout this set so far. And the Sableye as well, I think, was in a primed position to be able to get some good damage on the board. But what can Withered do in terms of the Pokemon combination to try and win this game 3?
That is a great question. I believe that the Guzzlord looks pretty good outside of the Azumarill. And the problem for Guzzlord is that it can't touch the Azumarill at all.
You need to make sure maybe the Swallot is there and the Lapras in combination to try and deal with that Azumarill if you do bring that Guzzlord to the match. We're going to see the Malamar out front to center against the Swallot. And as you said, Guzzlord is in the back there with that Sableye. We're going to see the Sableye join the fray, maybe already trying to get its revenge into this opposing Malamar. It's got the foul play ready, but Malamar gets there first.
And now Sableye is behind energy. That means this foul play, Malamar will always outpace Sableye with his new tempo of the foul play.
Yes, foul play dealing less damage, but also takes less energy, so you got able to get to it much quicker. Sableye knows the score on that as well, running a foul play of its very own, but this time connecting into the shield of Malamar.
Malamar is doing nothing with the Psy Waves, but can the Malamar farm down the Sableye in the 2-shield scenario? That is my question.
Ooh, the farm down could indeed be possible. The shields are coming up from Withered here, really doesn't want to leave them out early on. Now it's the sand attacks coming through from that Corviknight that's joining. It looks like the Corviknight's trying to farm down the Sableye now.
I'm very curious by this play by Lesudois, because you know there's a Swallot in front, and now you're going to take 2 foul plays. No, he's only going to take 1 foul play.
Yep, just takes the 1, and now Guzzlord joins the fray as well. Going to be able to go for these Dragon Tails, get some damage on the board, but Corviknight is going to be first to move. We know the Guzzlord has enough bulk to be able to take this Sky attack, but after a couple more sand attacks, I don't think it can take a second one.
Withered knows that if there's an Azumarill in the back, the Guzzlord's value is decreasing, but this is a Shadow Feraligatr. But Lesudois has no fast attacks to threaten the Guzzlord.
Guzzlord is going to be very happy to know there is no Azumarill in the back, and now the Feraligatr has been revealed. That has now been confirmed for Withered. You just have to find a way through this. The Shadow Claw's really not doing anything to that opposing Guzzlord, and Guzzlord can now go for this Dragon Claw into the Feraligatr. He lets it go through.
I'm so surprised by this no-shield, because the Feraligatr is now so threatened by the fast attacks from the Guzzlord. Exactly. Withered can now shield, and he can Dragon Tail down the Feraligatr before it got to second charge attack.
No wonder Feraligatr gets out of there. Malamar's going to rejoin the fray, but there is the Dragon Claw once again. Malamar is going to have to take this instead of that Feraligatr that was in play. It's able to hang on though, can go for a couple of side waves, but it's going to find its mark on that Sableye that already has energy in play.
Lesudois, I believe, is conceding this game because he's not shielding the charge attacks. How are you going to take out the Swallot?
I mean, there are no shields remaining in this match at the moment, so the Pokemon for the rest of this game are going to be exposed to all the charge attacks that are coming through. And look at that Swallot. It has so much HP remaining. The Psy Waves, yes, they're going to do good damage, but it's not going to be enough. Foul play will come through. Swallot is easily going to be able to take this and then farm it down.
Lesudois is not conceding. He's trying to do everything he can, but the Feraligatr, well, it does not have enough in the tank, and Swallot and Withered is going through to the losers finals in day 2.
Once again, Swallot coming out on top. It really has been the surprise for me this weekend in Stockholm. Was not expecting it to be so dominant, but also it's been such a perfect call coming into this particular event with all the Azumarill that is still around, with a lot of the grass types that we see with that Jumpluff as well applying pressure. The fact that you've also got that ice type coverage for the Cradily that has been so dominant. I think Swallot has been the perfect meta call choice.
I completely agree with you, Lou. Swallot looks so good, and it's performing so well. It's tankiness that even against a Malamar in the endgame, Malamar needs shields, and it needs time to whittle it down with the Psy Waves.
Yes.
And it did not have that time in this matchup.
Because the Psy Waves do super effective damage, and we saw even in that small amount of time at the end of the game, they put a little bit of a dent into that Swallot, but because it was in the endgame, there just wasn't the time for Malamar to be able to get the momentum going. Recapping on our game 1, this is where the Azumarill on Lesudois' side was trying desperately to be able to get the knockout onto the Lapras, but instead Sableye swapped in, took that damage, and allowed Lapras to clean up the match.
This catch, it was what defined game 1, and then there was a catch to seal off game 2, while in game 3, Withered just played his game, used the Shadow Sableye, and put on so much pressure on Lesudois.
It was a very beautiful play, and as much as I love seeing the Corviknight come in, it just unfortunately wasn't able to get the edge that Lesudois, I think, really needed here. Sand Attack was great to see, you know, fast and consistent damage, and it would have been great onto the Swallot, but Withered never let the Swallot come down against the Corviknight, constantly keeping it in a safe position to unleash its damage potential later in the match.
Swallot just put on a clinic here. It's tankiness. You saw how little the foul plays from Malamar did on the Swallot, and being a tanky Pokemon and not being threatened by heavy damage, that means in the end game, if your opponent has low health, you can whittle it down and you can get around even those challenging matchups.
Yes, and it's been really impressive to see our trainers do that. Congratulations to all of our victors we've been able to showcase so far on the broadcast. For some of you watching at home that maybe have been watching previous parts, want a little bit of an update on how some of our previous competitors have gone on. On the winner's side of the bracket, we do have Pokemon trainers like PvP David, Udon with the beautiful Furret as well. Really nice to be able to see that. Dane, and then also Nickname.
Absolutely. Those are the players who are undefeated so far in this tournament. I can't wait to see who's facing who tomorrow.
Oh, I love that. Seeing the matchups and getting their game faces on, it's always a great part of the tournament.
Any Pokemon in particular that stood out to you outside of the Swallot? You mentioned Swallot already.
Yeah, Swallot's definitely been the one that surprised me, I suppose, a little bit. Obviously, Furret was one of my choices coming in, and I feel like it hasn't quite had its moment. Udon, obviously using it, it's been really great to see that going undefeated, but it hasn't exactly been a standout. I feel very validated in Lapras, because I think everyone was talking about Lapras coming in and everyone seems so confident in its abilities, but until it's actually out there on the stage and the pressure of the stream matches as well, it's very hard to really calculate how dominant it's going to be, and I've been very impressed with it so far.
I believe that there are even more trainers and more things that happen, and there's so many impressions and so much stuff that's been happening today. Take a look at this video to get a glimpse of what has happened in day one. Welcome back, trainers, to this session after day one of Stockholm. What an incredible day we've had so far. Please, guys, tell me. I'm here with Adelian, with Tomahawk UK, and with Lou the Pikachu. What is your impression of day one? Do you have any highlights you want to go through?
I want to go first. I want to go first. I want to go first. I want to go first because the entire tournament has been amazing. It's been super exciting to see. I think every single match I have seen on stream, when casting, when watching, has been riveting. So close. I want to give an extra shout out. That final match there, Withered, was amazing. And he's a young talent. That's a standout for me.
I think we've seen so many players perform incredibly with so many unique Pokemon as well. Pokemon that we've not seen so far in the Play Pokemon circuit in Pokemon Go. And all of a sudden, there has been such a variety. Your favorite Pokemon, such as Lapras, has obviously been very good. You've been very pleased about that as well.
Absolutely.
And also, Swallot, I think, really impressed so many this weekend.
I will just mention that I also have Swallot on my caster prediction, but I'm not going to lean too much into that. I want to know, Lou, is there a highlight that stands out to you?
Well, we were just talking about Swallot, but it looks like Tomahawk stole my thunder on that comment.
Really
so I'm going to go a little bit in your lead, where you're talking about your caster predictions. I had Lapras on mine, and Lapras has definitely been sweeping away the competition this weekend so far. It has been a Pokemon I think a lot of us predicted was going to be good, and I'm glad that we were right on that call.
I've thoroughly enjoyed all the Azumarills getting knocked out left and right throughout this tournament.
He was jumping behind the desk. He was so happy.
But I also want to mention that we saw the timeout strategy from Galactica Bolton. That was hilarious. I
don't know if that was a highlight per se, but definitely something to mention.
Memorable.
It was memorable.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. I'm a fan.
And now let's take a look at some of the matches that we have for tomorrow. I believe that we still have the losers finals in each group yet to play. And we see some incredible matchups here that we have in store for tomorrow.
Yeah, Colin, you mentioned earlier at the beginning, Colin, he's our #1 player in Europe on championship points, but he did go down to the losers bracket, and I don't think that means that there's by any means a roadblock to his tournament. He has done this before. He knows that you just need the resilience, the drive, and can take it all the way.
Exactly, and some other trainers we've showcased this weekend that I'm really looking forward to seeing tomorrow. Arctic Anubis, I believe, running the Emolga and the Gastrodon, I believe, is on that team. I've got to mention it, I'm sorry, Marcus, but it's really great to be able to see the success that both those Pokemon have been having, particularly Emolga with the new move updates it's had with Discharge, for example, but also EBQ. I really enjoyed their game from earlier, so I want to see if they can continue that kind of prowess into the next day.
Yeah, I've got to shout out Leonardo, Galactica Bolton, with it. They're all competing to get even further in day 2. All of these trainers are worthy, and we have to see if Galactica Bolton's stall can take them one step further in particular.
Let's also have a look at the winner's side for tomorrow. There are 4 undefeated trainers in the bracket so far. We have Uden, who's going to face off against Nickname, and then we have Dane WWW facing off against PvP David. That's another Swedish battle.
We've got a lot of really big names performing, and these aren't necessarily players that have dominated the play Pokemon space, but they are names that so many of us recognize that they've just always been very, very close. PvP David, of course, has a regional title, so does Nickname, but they are not the dominant that Colin or Patterman might be, and this now could be their chance to start to cement their name as one of the legends of the game.
I believe Dane WW and his double bug strategy is going to be a menace for the players on the winner's side bracket for tomorrow. And I just want to emphasize, when we're starting tomorrow, the stream will be starting at 10 a.m. 9:30 a.m. The battles are starting at 10.
The battles may be starting at 10, but if you want to see Marcus's beautiful face, tune in from 9:30 tomorrow. Make sure you are watching on YouTube or on Twitch /Pokemon and /Pokemon Go, and make sure to always be checking out Pokemon.com/broadcast to keep up with everything that's going on in the space as well.
I really hope to see all of you viewers tomorrow, and we also are looking forward to a lot of the events that we have left in Europe. This is not the final event of the season. It is the final regional, though. Can you tell me, Lou, what does that mean?
Well, as you can see, these are all the events on the 2025 season schedule, and we have now passed the halfway point that was the European International Championships at London, won by Padaman. We're now here in Stockholm. It's our last regional championship, with the special event championships coming up with Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna. But then, finally, the last international with the North American Internationals in New Orleans before the World Championships, the one everybody is trying to get to in Anaheim.
And you can follow all the action on Twitch. You can watch Pokemon Go, your favorite game, or you can watch VG, and you can also watch TCG. And there's also a lot of cool Pokemon stuff happening on Twitch. On Tuesday, there's the Pokemon the Series Kalos Quest. There's also the Pokemon Los Angeles Regional Championship rerun from VG airing on Wednesday, and then more Kalos. I think we have a lot of fun and interesting stuff in store, so make sure to follow Pokemon on all social media to get the latest news. You can go into Pokemon.com/broadcast to follow along with the broadcast. You remember that you need to follow Pokemon and subscribe on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And if you've been watching, like the stream on YouTube so you can tell Big Boss Pikachu that this is what you want to see.
It is true, it is what you want to see. We've had some amazing games so far this weekend, but tomorrow is the big one. Championship Sunday here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. Make sure you are following, make sure you are watching. And we've also seen so many social posts from you already. Keep those up. We'd love to see your engagement. We can't wait to see more.
I want to see more of your snacks and pets. That is what I'm here for.
I want to see pets.
Pets, snacks. What else do you want to see from players watching?
Art, drawings. We love to see those. If you've got some really cool artwork, draw it, put it up on social media. Let's have a look at it.
And I would just want to have another look at the highlights from today. And I'm sure that it's going to be incredible. And I hope to see you back for more highlights tomorrow.